Chapter 31, Boot Camp. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. The next day, after having my evening tea, I stand on the edge of the cliff that holds the Slytherin castle, waiting for the sun to set. I had 4 days remaining before I'm to show up in London for my recruitment. Until then, I was going to just relax, because I know that once my training begins, I won't get to rest more than a few hours. Well, I have my time slower, so I can get a few more hours of sleep if I want, but I'm not going to do that. Too much. I wanted a proper military experience, with minimal magic use, even to rest my body a bit longer. As the sun starts setting, I see something rise out of the waters of the Irish Sea, something big. It rises completely above the water, showing me the full size of it, and making me blink at the pleasant surprise. It was a snake, about 3 meters long, and half a foot thick, with 3 horns atop its head. Followed by the single bigger flying snake, 7 smaller snakes, barely a foot long, fly out of the water, and follow after the bigger snake in coming towards me. "Hello, Sly. Welcome back," I greet, as the horned serpent lands on the ground behind me, the smaller snakes right behind him. Sly, my horned serpent friend. True to his word, Sly hadn't become my pet. He had stayed in the Slytherin castle for a few months, after his evolution, and then left for the oceans. He returned to the castle, once every few months, because he can't always stay underwater, and I'm just glad to catch him this time. Wizard, Sly greets, a happy undertone to his voice, and then turns towards the smaller snakes, that were looking at me with curiosity. I'd met these snakes before, just once, when Sly brought them to me for a meeting. Well, he stayed around Slytherin Castle for a few days, knowing I have charms put up to inform me of his arrival. Sly had found a mate, obviously not for life, in a sea serpent. And these were his babies, all 7 of them. Half sea serpent, and half horned serpent. I wonder what this new breed of snakes will do. It's fortunate that you came here today. I wanted to tell you that I'm leaving for a while, a few years. I won't be able to come here for as long as I do now, I say, petting a baby snake that came to rest on my head. They're almost a year old now, but thanks to their 2 times magical parentage, of different breeds, they age a lot slower than normal. Sly hasn't fully grown up yet either, so they have a long way to go. Sly blinks his eyes at me, and asks, "What is it? Do you need my help?" Chuckling, I raise my hand to hold Sly's head. Scratching his cheek gently, I say, "This is a human matter, Sly. You'll have to stay invisible, for years if you come with me. Just stay with your family, and enjoy your life." Sly nods, enjoying my scratching, and says, "As you wish, wizard. Did you bring the basilisk meat with you? I wanted my snakes to try it." I eye him warily, and ask, "Do you plan on getting addicted to it again?" The last time he'd eaten the basilisk flesh, he had gotten fat. Obese, more like. I don't want to risk him getting addicted to it again. Sly innocently blinks at me, and says, "Never. I just want my children to try the majestic meat of the so-called king of snakes." Sure enough, hearing us talk about the basilisk meat, the other baby snakes immediately become silent, and join Sly in staring at me with anticipation. Fuck. Can't deny these cuties. Shaking my head, I raise my left hand into the air, to the curiosity of the snakes present, and conjure some of the basilisk meat from its hidden place. I say conjure, but I just switched out the empty air here with the piece of preserved meat in a personal dimension. I'd already cut the basilisk up, separating everything like I was supposed to. This then went into a personal dimension connected to my own magic, which allowed me to store and take out anything within it, without anyone knowing of it. Waving my hand, I used telekinesis to split the slab of meat in 9 pieces, 2 equally bigger than the rest, and float 8 of them in front of the 8 snakes. Well? What are you waiting for, children? Eat up, Sly yells, to the excitement of the kitty snakes, and swallows the entire piece in one bite. Glad I didn't bring more out. Taking the remaining piece of basilisk meat, I throw it into the air, towards the ocean, and see a snake bigger than even Sly catch it in its mouth. The sea serpent, Sly's current mate. Enjoy your stay here, Sly. I'll leave you to it. And don't break anything, I say, and create a portal back to the Aves manor. Goodbye, wizard. Mason. Don't die, Sly says, waving his tail at my retreating form. I'd already said my goodbyes to everyone, even Doria, the Potters, and the Flamels. But now, time to go to war. 4 days later, I sit in the recruitment office in London, in my shorts, waiting for my turn to be examined, and then interviewed. I'd taken an early bus here, and reached at just 8:15 a.m. Thankfully, the recruitment examination had already begun, so I wasn't too early. About 30 of us potential recruits were sitting on long benches, all of us wearing just shorts, with many of us holding newspapers that were provided to cure the boredom, and to take our minds off of our fear of bombs, that was still there a year after the attacks stopped. The Blitz. It was a dangerous period in the lives of Londoners, more so the ones living in the city. For a period of 8 months, the Nazis kept on dropping bombs on us, sometimes in the night, and sometimes in broad daylight. No one knew if we'd be alive the next day, when we slept. Thankfully, neither my Islington house, or the orphanage, were harmed beyond a few wall cracks, by the bombs. I'd cast a permanent presidio ward around my Islington home, as soon as the Blitz began, which caused much of the debris to just slide right off. Unfortunately, the aftershocks still caused some damage to the walls, which I had to repair. I did help out in finding the survivors, and in bandaging them up, and I have to say, it was depressing. If it wasn't for the knowledge that the war will be over in a few years, I would have lost my will to live. Many did. But, the people were healing from it, mostly because there hasn't been a bombing for many months. Soon, I get called in for medical examination, and 10 minutes of probing and prodding later, along with taking samples of my blood, the doctor sends me off to the recruitment officer with a preliminary result in hand. Mason Aves. Mason Aves. Mason Aves. Found it. You're a student, Explains why you didn't apply before now. You have your letter. The officer says, going through my file, which they already have on me. I hand him my conscription letter, and say, yes sir. I just got my letter now, or I would have signed up in 39 itself. He ignores the letter, and asks, you're a medic? Or going to school to be? Imperial College is a good school, innit? Why not wait to finish school before joining? Nodding, I say, it is, sir. And I did start my school to be a doctor, but I don't think I'll be suitable to be a medic in this war. And waiting isn't an option, because the war has already been fought for 3 years. The drafting just gives me an excuse to get off my arse and do something. Why not a doctor? You could make some good there as a doctor. The officer asks, ignoring the other statements. I say, I have studied medicine for just 4 years, with my 2 final years remaining. I don't have any experience, since we don't get to start actually training until our final year. I don't want to risk me messing things up when someone more competent could save a life if they were in my place. The officer keeps staring at me, as I lie to his face. I wasn't going to be a wartime medic, not at all. I wanted to be in the thick of it, go to battles. And it's not a sense of adventure talking, but it is a sense for justice. Not exactly a healer thing to say, but the Nazis have pissed me off, a lot. Plus, I won't get to meet Steve effing Rogers while sitting in a tent. You're lucky we need infantry more than we need medics right now. The situation could change any time though, so, I'll still mark you down as a prospective combat medic. They'll train you to be good enough, don't worry. The officer says, and stamps approved on my form. Handing it to me, he says, take this, and show it to the officer on counter number 3. He'll give you your ticket to the camp. Good luck, soldier. Standing up, I sloppily salute him, making him chuckle, and walk out the door. Guess I'll be a medic in war, but being a combat medic is leagues better than staying in the tent. From the London office, I go back home, with the train leaving for camp in 2 days, after which, I leave for the training camp. Alongside me, were 20 other recruits, in a train to Durham at King's Cross Station. From Durham, we were taken to the Brinspeth camp for our training. They were all muggles, which I expected, since even I had to go through a lot of troubles to be able to take part in this war. The most wizards that I'll meet in this war, if I do, are either going to be Muggleborn, or Grindelwald soldiers, and they are not mutually exclusive. At Durham Station, a corporal was already there waiting for us, shouting to gain our attention. He then took us outside to a bus, taking which, we went on a 6 to 7 kilometers drive to the camp. The camp was already pretty busy when we got there, with a lot of people marching from one place to another, wearing some pretty hideous army uniform. Great, I'll have to wear that. The Brinspeth camp had wooden buildings, as well as cloth tents all around it, for rooms, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. There were various training grounds, including a few further into the woods for grenade training. All in all, it was what you'd expect to see in any military training camp. We were given a single tent for 10 people each, with a cot, bed, covers, a single small table for our belongings, and a few mirrors already available. The bathroom was a big one, common for all of us. We were also given a knife, spoon, and fork, for lunches and dinners, that we had to take care of by ourselves. Since I've been preparing my own food, and washing utensils for years now, alongside Blinky, it wasn't a chore to me. The first day was a bit awkward, since people were still in the getting to know each other stage. In my tent, were boys from all around the UK, with the boy, Harry from Ireland, being the youngest. He was just 18, having turned 18 barely a month ago. Then there were Jack, Niall, James, Charles, Lewis, Liam, Kurt, and Tom, many of whom were about my age. They also had waited until getting a letter to begin their service, which is understandable. Our food was bland, as we expected. There were boiled potatoes, which were seasoned with the tiniest amount of spices and salt, along with a scoop of wet rice, and a single slice of bread. Honestly, what did I expect? We were shown the ropes for the first few days, given a schedule for our training, and chores. And we were expected to do chores, including cooking food for everyone in the camp. There was a schedule, for which tent cooks food for the day, and our time came on every Sunday. There were 70 recruits in the camp, divided Indiana groups of 10 for better management. But, the camp was never completely calm. There was always someone training, either for digging trenches, climbing ropes, trees, mountains, or just to travel during the night. Then there was the day training, like crawling through the mud, marching around everywhere with 10 or so kgs of weight constantly on your body, rifle training, digging, basic weapons maintenance, and a soft medic training for a few of us, who were marked as prospective medics. Sometimes, we would go into the woods to practice throwing grenades, some of which would be live to keep us on guard at all times. It was always one thing or the other, we literally weren't allowed to stop for a single minute. Every day, from 6 a.m. to lights out at 10 p.m. for hours and hours, we would keep training one thing or another, using falling into the mud as an excuse to get split seconds of rest, and to cool our bodies a bit. It was awful, if sobering. The only other rest we got was for supper time, and when we were in lectures. And there were lectures, for military tactics, taking orders, some basic codes, and my medic training. All in all, the training experience was showing itself to be wonderful, if tiresome. Excluding the worst food I've ever eaten, I was actually enjoying my life here. And I was going to stay here for 6 months, until I was given my orders of service. September, 1942. The next few months of my training go in a fixed routine, the only changes to it being the daily schedule changes. We would wake up at 6 a.m., have breakfast, shower, and get ready before 6:30 in the uniform they provided us with, wearing our rifles on our backs in attention position, all before our drill sergeant enters our room to pick us up. Then, we would start our day with a slow-paced jog around the camp, while the sergeant told us things to repeat, which sometimes would even be poems. Then came rifle training, where we were taught how to shoot our rifles, pistols, and an SMG, and how to clean and maintain the weapons. After lunch, our time was divided into either combat training, which I excelled at thanks to my experience in fighting rings, and obstacle run. Out of the 12 hours that we trained, we barely sat down for a few minutes, let alone rest, not counting the time we took for eating, obviously. But, I was going through it, because I need to. Don't want to get caught off guard because I expected war to be too easy, and while this training is hard, it is something everyone needs. Prepare for the worst, as they say. We were also given inoculations against some common diseases found in wartime. It was needed, because why let cholera kill your soldier, when he can die off bullets while killing enemies instead? From marching everywhere, to throwing grenades further and further away, on time, to hitting targets while laying prone, sitting, standing and running, to killing enemies with your knife, fists and any weapon they can think of. Everything was done so that we can turn into better soldiers, into better killers. Hopefully, they won't need to explain to anyone that we should only kill enemies, and this time, it's Nazis, fascists and the Japanese. During my 4th month at Prinspeth, as I was having dinner, I momentarily still as I get a ping from one of my alarm charms, one I'd been expecting for this entire year and a half, and continue eating as if nothing's wrong. Someone was in the Chamber of Secrets, someone that wasn't me. And there can be only one culprit who can do it, and will do it after school's curfew has already begun. I look at the clock hanging on the wall, and see that it's just 9:30 p.m. I wait for a few hours, keeping an eye on the clock in between. Once everyone in my room is asleep, I walk towards the loo, and apparate to my Fidelius protected Aves manner. Once inside the wards, I remove my pocket watch from my personal dimension, and take a moment to smile, still amazed by the enchantment that I managed to do. My pocket watch. My time watch. This was an artifact of magic, as well as a relic of sorcery. It shows time, as watches do, but it also has more features. Clicking the button atop it, I check the time, and see that there's a minute to 1 a.m. 4 hours then. Holding the pocket watch in front of me, I click a very small spot on the surface with the nail of my left thumb, which contains an invisible activation rune, hidden from sight. The activation rune creates a complex runic circle above the pocket watch, that is golden in color. There are 16 runes in a circle, and these runes are the ones that decide the function of the watch. Spinning the circle by touching it with my right hand, the watch still held in the left palm, I set the timer as 4 hours, set my destination as default, and activate it. As soon as I activate the artifact, the runic circle moves away from my hand, and goes towards the wall nearest to me. It sticks to the wall, and starts spinning. Within 2 seconds, the section of the wall inside the circle disappears, and transforms into a portal. The portal shows no destination on the other side, however, and is just plain black in color. Without waiting, I jump through the portal, and come out inside my forge, in the Chamber of Secrets. Almost as soon as I step through the portal, it disappears into thin air, its job done. Clicking the button on the watch, I open it up, and see the time is 9 p.m. I still have half an hour, good. The pocket watch was my very own time turner, that I made for myself after finding the sands of time in the Slytherin vault. I could go back anywhere from 1 hour, to 12 hours, using the time watch, by creating a portal to take me anywhere I want. It can probably go further away, but I haven't tried it yet, because the DOM is sure to find me then. This time watch works almost the same as any other time turner, except for the method, and it also only deals with a maximum of 12 hours. This way, I can stay better hidden from the DOM. I wasn't ready to face them yet. I can set the destination as any place that I know for a fact is empty, and by default, it'll drop me here in my forge, which no one else knows about thanks to the Fidelius charm I added recently. I don't use the watch that often, since I don't usually have a reason to go back in time, even for a few hours. I used it after creating it, to see if it actually works, stayed hidden, until I saw myself go back in time, and then came out after getting the confirmation that it is the same as the normal time turners. It also creates a closed loop, meaning I don't change anything, while in the past. Everything that's going to happen, has already happened. Keeping the watch back in my personal dimension, I take out a few things to get ready for this meeting. Let's find out what my dear cousin will do, shall we? Tom Riddle was curious. He had been, for almost as long as he remembered. He found out very early that he had gifts, he could do things that other people can only dream about. Talking to snakes, making animals do anything for him, controlling the minds of children, all of it was just the tip of it, he knew. And he was proven right, when a man called Dumbledore came to him, proclaiming him a wizard. At least he now knew what his powers were. But, just like that, he wasn't special anymore. There were literally millions of people that could do the same as him, if they tried it, with the wave of their wands. But, Tom Riddle also found that not many people tried to be as strong as him. They weren't as driven. Wizards were content to live in their mediocrity, and they thrived in it. There were very few wizards, who actually tried to be the best. Tom Riddle was one of them, and he wanted to be the best in everything. So, after learning that he was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, through the House of Gaunt, he began to learn everything he could about them. He learned that there is a single Gaunt male remaining, whom he was planning on meeting later. He wanted to ask, why he didn't try finding Tom before. Then there was this Chamber of Secrets. A mythical secret room, hidden away inside the school by Salazar Slytherin himself. After 2 years of searching through every corner of the school, he had finally found the entrance at the end of last year, hidden inside a girl's bathroom of all things. He had waited, to gather a few things he might need, like the school broom he had permanently borrowed last year, and he spent those months learning a few spells he might need in this journey. And now, he finally had the time to check it out. If the myths were true, and there is a monster hidden in there, then he wanted to take over it. He wanted to carry on his ancestors' dreams of purifying his school, and what better way to do that than by using Salazar's own pet monster, whatever it might be. And so, after dinner, once everyone had gone on to sleep, he had used his prefect privileges to get away from the students. No one questioned him anymore, anyway, not after the 2nd year, when he broke the 5th-year prefect, Abraxas Malfoy's arm for daring to touch him. Going through the long slide that made up the chamber's entrance was annoying, since he wasn't a child to enjoy something as filthy as this. The rest of the journey, towards the chamber itself, was filled with some shocks and surprises, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. Salazar Slytherin inventing magical light bulbs, and hanging them off the ceiling of a cave is nothing he didn't expect his ancestor to do. It was his ancestor, he has to have been as impressive as himself. And then, he entered the chamber itself, which was impressive. A big statue head right in the front depicted an image of Salazar Slytherin, and the path surrounded by water did look ominous enough for Tom to nod in agreement. It suited his ancestor very well, and it will suit Tom himself perfectly. And now, to find the monster. For 2 hours, I watch over Tom Riddle, as he went around the chamber, trying to find the secrets hidden here. He was using some detection spells, most likely spells that he got from his minions, to find out if anything was hidden. Until finally, he finds the place, and guesses the correct password a few more tries later. As the mouth of Salazar Slytherin's statue opens, Tom patiently waits for the monster to show itself, and when it doesn't, he walks inside the tunnel. How easy it would be to kill him right now, without anyone knowing. People would just wonder where he went, and then go on with their lives. Alas, I'm a healer, and Tom Riddle, the one in front of me, is innocent of any heinous crimes. He's a piece of shit, yes, that much I got from his thoughts and memories, but he isn't a criminal yet. He was hoping to be, after gaining control over Slytherin's monster, but he isn't yet. And it's not like there's a monster here anymore. Tom then walks out of the cave, more confused than angry, muttering to himself about the monster that has most likely gone outside to eat or something. I take that time to walk out of the mirror dimension, while his back was turned, and wait for him to finish his rambling. I say, it's not here, you know. The monster. It immediately causes a reaction in Tom, as he stills in place, and then snaps around with his wand raised at my head level. So, he's aiming for a kill? Who are you? How did you find this place? Tom asks, his wand now glowing green at the tip, as I just look on, amused at his reaction, and at his light show. He was using a method of intimidation, using a colored Lumos charm to imitate the color of the killing curse. Works on fearful idiots, who don't know that curses can't be held at the tip of the wand. I say, Harrison Evans, pleased to meet you, Mr. Tom takes a pause, his wand still raised, and he says, Riddle. Tom Riddle. How did you find this place? And what do you mean it's not here? I smile at him, keeping my hands folded in front of my chest. Pointing with my head at the statue, I say, I found the chamber when I studied here, Mr. Riddle, just as you did. I don't think I have to explain how that's possible, do I? Riddle shakes his head, scowling at me, and says, and the monster, what happened to it? Shrugging, I answer, I killed it of course. It was too dangerous to be kept alive in a school full of children. It didn't listen to me, a descendant of the great Salazar Slytherin himself, when I ordered it to stand down. Alas, its hunger was too great, and it tried to eat me. As you know, it didn't go well for the monster. Riddle widens his eyes, his hand slowly dropping. He mumbles to himself for a while, and then drops down on the ground. All this work? For nothing? The monster is dead. Tom asks, more to himself than to me. He then looks at me, kinda sad, and asks, are we related then? I shrug, and ask, I don't even know who you are, Mr. Riddle. I'm guessing you're a half-blood, just like me, probably a product of an illicit affair. We could be cousins, we could be brothers, we could be uncle and nephew, depends on who your parents are. My mother's name is Marapi, I know she died giving birth to me, and that's it. I don't know who my father is. Tom says, now selling the sad child act hard. I look on at his show, internally amused at him thinking he can manipulate me into giving personal information, and say, we're cousins then. Your mother is most likely Marapi Gaunt, the sister of my father, Morphin Gaunt. What? It's not like Mason Aves is known to be a child of the Gaunts, or Morphin Gaunt. And ever since they got the monetary contents of the Slytherin vault in their hands, even the goblins are good to me. And I confirmed it using telepathy. Why didn't you try to find me? I had to live in an orphanage. Tom yells, still seated. I snort, and say, tough luck, so did I. My mother died giving birth to me too, kid. Shit happens, grow up. And it's not like I knew you existed. I didn't even know the name of my father until I went to Gringotts to look it up. And before you mention them, blood tests only show your direct ancestors, not your cousins, brothers, or sisters, or even theirs. He then points his hands towards the outer tunnels, and asks, Salazar didn't put up those light bulbs, or the cushioning charms, did he? You did. I nod, wondering why this bothers him, and use telepathy to enter his mind. Tom stays silent for a few seconds, and I have to hold back a frown at his thoughts. He has a pretty good handle on occlumency, better than most adult wizards at least, but he's nothing in front of Dumbledore, let alone the Flamels. And now, after my training with Rowena, the actual Phoenix Force personified, I can hear Dumbledore's loud thoughts, even if I need to try really hard to stay hidden. He's just that good. The Flamels meanwhile are pretty much impossible to get a read on, for me. Even with the Phoenix's training, the Flamels are too good at mind arts for me to hear a single stray thought. Tom's a kid, relative to all that. He then sighs, once again showing his sad act, and says, we're so alike, you and I. Both of us lost our parents early in life, both of us raised in Muggle orphanages, both of us found the Chamber of Secrets by ourselves. And then he stops talking, his shoulders shaking as if he's crying. He then suddenly snaps his wand towards me, and yells, Crucio. I sidestep the spell, letting it splash harmlessly on the wall, and ask, what? Don't like the fact that you're not a special kid anymore. Tom yells, Confracta Asa. The bone-breaking curse, which I block using its counter-curse, the bone-mending charm. The two spells meet in the middle, and fizzle out. Doing this, casting counters to the attacks to defend against them, is advised against, since you actually need to have a good aim for that, and an instant reaction speed. You need to hit your spell at the attacking spell, and you only have a split second to recognize the curse, aim, and fire the counter curse. Tom then fires another Cruciatus curse, which I step away from. He fires curses at me, some of which I dodge away from, some I block with specific counters, and some I block using a shield or the other. I don't attack him, however, since I want to see what else he can do. He summons a group of conjured spikes, made out of a dark smoke, and sends it flying at me. I conjure a block of concrete, and spin it around me to block all of them. The concrete melts into a dark sludge, proving my guess that it was dark magic. And here I thought he could be redeemed. You took away my monster from me. You claim to be similar to me, mocking me? And you claim to be related to me. Me. I am Lord Voldemort, you filthy peasant. Die. Tom yells, all the while sending more and more dangerous spells at me. He's a good wizard, great even, for his age. The problem is, I'm just better. I've learned more spells in 1 year than he's known until now. I know counter curses to each of his curses, from both my studies, and my healer training. And I've trained with Darla when she was training to be an Auror. I know combat a lot better than he does, and it shows. Going on attack, I twitch my wand once, sending his wand flying out of his hands and towards me. As he gapes at his wand flying out of his hand, I snap the fingers of my left hand, conjure ropes around his arms and legs, tying each together, and then one around his body, tying his arms to his body, and then force his body into a kneeling position. Along with that, I conjure a tape around his mouth, shutting his obviously racist tirade up before it even begins. You're good for your age, Mr. Riddle. You're just too young. I say, sitting down in front of me, as he glares at me hatefully. Your plan was good, well thought out, if a little stupid. Disarm me with the sad little child routine, hit the Cruciatus while I'm off guard to make me unstable and hopefully take me down. Then what? Use legilimency to find all my secrets? Or would you have used Verita serum? He says nothing, just keeps staring at me. I sigh, and say, I have no quarrels with you yet, Mr. Riddle. You're my relative, as much as you hate to accept it, it won't change. If you'd have stayed neutral to me, I would have allowed you to practice your spells here, in the chamber, away from anyone's suspicious eyes. But now, you tried to capture and interrogate me. Even if you failed, I don't appreciate you trying. Taking a pause, I glare at Tom, and say, you're still young, Mr. Riddle. Change your path now, while you still have the chance. The mark of being a dark wizard doesn't go away, once you start on the path, you almost always stay there. You stay like this, and you'll end up facing me, once again, and we both know how that will end up going. I then point my wand at his head, smiling at seeing him actually afraid of me, and say, I won't take your memories away, not all of them at least, you'll try this again and again anyway. So, I'll just bar you from ever opening the Chamber of Secrets. You won't remember anything about me, not even my name, or my face, and I hope you don't try to look for me. It will not go well for you. Improve, Mr. Riddle. For your own sake, improve while you still can. And then, I cast Stupefy on his head, stunning Tom Riddle into unconsciousness. Placing my hand on his forehead, I enter his mind, and turn my face into a blur. While still there, I erase the memory of me telling him my name, and our relation to each other. Still touching him, now on his wrists, I close my eyes, focusing on the wards inside the chamber, and bar Tom Marvolo Riddle from ever opening any of the multiple entrances. As that happens, a band of yellow magic exits out of my hand, and binds Tom on his wrist. I also take the time to change the password of the entrances, from open to Rick Astley. He'll never give me up, or let me down. Picking Tom up, my job done, I turn both of us invisible, and go to the stairs, coming out into the dungeons. I'll leave him in the Slytherin common room, which is easy since I already have the password from Tom Riddle's memories. I wanted to meet with him, but I didn't know what I'll do about him yet. He's evil, that much I understand from his memories of what he's done. He mentally tortured 2 boys when he was just 8, so much so, that they refused to mention it to anyone, even now. He got bullied here, when he was sorted into Slytherin, but that doesn't explain him testing out spells on unsuspecting students, most of them of a Muggle background. But, he hasn't killed anyone. Yet. Until he actually commits a bad enough crime, I wasn't going to kill him. Not even my guardian's oath was going to forgive the murder of a child, and that is what he is. A child. I was going to leave him alone, to live his life. Hopefully, he decides to go straight, or we'll end up meeting anyway. And it won't go well for him the next time either. Dropping him on a sofa in the Slytherin common room, I walk outside and go back to the chamber the way I came, to the forge, but not before repairing the damage done to the chamber walls. Then, I change back into my own face, wear the clothes that I was wearing when I came here, and create a portal to the bathroom of the camp, and wait in the mirror dimension. I'll go back to bed as soon as my past self leaves for my home. Didn't expect to see this meeting happen while I'm at the training camp, but I'm glad to get this over with. Now, I won't have to worry about him coming into the chamber, because I'm going to change all the passwords anyway. I know from experience, that the protection spells Salazar put in the chamber are almost impossible to get around. It'll take a group of highest caliber ward breakers a few months of studying it, as well as a day or two of trying to get through, giving me enough time to take care of any attackers. Soon, I lay down on the bed, the time slower activated to give me double amount of sleep. I can get back to my training now. At least I'll get 10 hours of sleep today, all thanks to Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hopefully, my threat doesn't make him worse than he actually was supposed to be. I really hope I haven't made things worse. Sigh, training to stop one egomaniac, and another shows his face. I'll never get my rest, will I? Well, I'm a Ravenclaw. I'll figure something out. A/N, thank you for all your support. The Celestial God will take some time for me to upload, because at this point, I really need to think before the plot comes to me. FYI. Just in case I decide to drop the story, I'll post a summary chapter for all that I had planned for the story. This will be after the CH97 that I have on Patreon. I'll upload the Patreon chapters as soon as I figure something out. Chapter 32, Service begins. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. 2 chapters today, this is the first one. November 28, 1942. You got your orders? Jack Wells asks, entering our common tent with a letter in hand. Amongst the 10 people in my tent, and my training group, Jack Wells was the one closest to me in terms of ability, and friendship. We weren't friends, not exactly, but we were as close as we can be, while training together. He had a military father, who fought in the Great War, and so, he had most of the stuff already filled within his head by him. This training did take a toll on all of us, however, and we were eager to leave. I look up from packing my bags, raise my deployment order in answer, and say, the African campaign. Yours. Jack clicks his tongue in disappointment, sits down on his bed which was next to mine, and says, France, with the Royal Navy. Pity, you would have been a decent addition behind me for when I finally killed Hitler. I chuckle, and go back to my bags. I had spent 6 months here, in Camp Prinspeth, training for more than half the day, every day. Despite not having gone to actual war, the effects of this training showed on all of our bodies. All of us had lost whatever fat we had, and a little bit of weight, most of it thanks to the amazing quality of food here, note the sarcasm. I had grown a little bit taller, probably because my back was so straight now, and a little bit wider around the chest area. The most visible of the changes, was that we were all fighters now. We're nowhere near the best, but we're definitely not the worst. The rest, only our experience will change us. And just yesterday, we had all begun to get our deployment orders. I was being sent to North Africa, along with hundreds of other soldiers and supplies, to provide support to the Allied First Army. A lot of us had hoped that our groups, after having trained together for so long, would be allowed to deploy together, but well, this is war. Rarely anything happens that you've already expected. I chuckle at his enthusiasm, and say, well, I'll be sure to welcome you with the head of the Desert Fox. Pausing, I ask, you informed your mum yet? Jack laughs a little nervously, and says, I'm going to meet her later today. Dad's bringing her and little Donnie to meet me. She must have gotten so big now. I shake my head, and drily say, you've been away from the girl for 6 months. She won't have changed that much. Donnie was his younger sister, 12 years old. I've seen a few pictures, which he enthusiastically showed everyone to, and she's cute, for a kid. Better looking than Jack anyway. Soon, Jack leaves me alone, to go celebrate with the others. They were celebrating their imminent deaths, but well, I'm not their minder. They can do whatever the hell they want. Me? I'm going to do some homework. The North African campaign has been going on since the beginning of the war, with Italy, Germany, Britain, and France taking turns in ruling different parts. Currently, the most important part of the African front, strategically speaking, was the entire northern coast. Along with that, however, whoever holds the village of Tunis, was the one in control of the Mediterranean Sea. Plus, capturing Tunis would give us, the Allied forces, a way to enter Italy from the south. Hopefully. At the same time, another army would march from the east, trying to pin the Axis in the middle, and then capture them. Currently, the Allied First Army was struggling to march towards Tunis, thanks to lower supplies, and the unforgiving climate. It was a literal desert, and it took a lot out of anyone not used to it. Still, the army was moving steadily, attacking and winning against the Axis soldiers, but they were going to need soldiers soon, and a lot of supplies. Kerosene, ammunition, food, water, were going scarce, and we were going to be the relief, thousands of us. Welp, I signed up for war, now I'm going to war. Hundreds of soldiers were gathered at the port, with many people gathered to either say goodbye, or to show their support. I was waiting a few steps away from Jack, as he said goodbye to his family, his father looking on proudly. We were going to be shipped on the same day, although on different ships. But, I was just here because no one on my ship was anyone I knew. They were all strangers, and Jack, as new as he is kinda a friend. I'd already met with Sister Agnes, to tell her the news of my departure. I didn't want her to wonder what happened to me if I disappeared without any notice. Suddenly, I get pulled by my collar, and before I can do anything to defend myself, I feel soft pair of lips on my mouth, giving me an amazing kiss. As suddenly as they came, the lips disappear, and I see a girl, about 25 years old, giggle with her friends and waving me goodbye. Well, perks of being a soldier? Although, I'd have preferred a high first. Don't tell me, that was your first kiss, wasn't it? Jack asks, the asshole that he is. Scowling, I say, no, your mum takes that spot. Hey now, don't bring my mum into this. Jack says, getting in my face, pretending to be too angry. I snort, breaking the silence, and pat his shoulder, as he starts laughing. He says, come on, you can find her after the war if you want to. I shake my head, and start walking towards my own ship, as he goes towards his. Time to go to war. Although, I didn't expect Egypt to be the place I begin my military career. Well, I'll go with the flow, for now. I can just mind control my superiors into transferring me somewhere else anyway, if I feel like it. North Africa. It took us 10 entire days to go from the United Kingdom, to the Egyptian coast. The place where we landed was under Allied command, so we didn't have much troubles in landing and getting to the mainland safely. After that, we had to march, along with the new Panzer Division, and the Artillery Division, towards the village of Tunis, to give support to the soldiers hopefully already there. 2,000 soldiers, 100 tanks and 200 trucks full of supplies, were all marching towards the east, knowing that the Allied First Army was waiting for us, holding their ground, or capturing Tunis. I am somewhat in the middle, wearing the standard private uniform, holding a rifle in my hands, a handgun on my hip, a pair of knives on my leg and hip, and a few grenades on my body. Marching without any problem, towards Tunis. Alas, we didn't encounter the results we expected. Our commander, a Colonel Gray, raises his arm to order us to stop, right as we were about to cross a small hill. He then takes a team, and walks forward to talk to the Allied First Army that I could feel in the distance, and we all could hear the gunfire already happening. They were exchanging fire with someone I couldn't see, which is probably the Germans, or the fascists of Italy. The fuck is that about? Shouldn't they have captured Tunis by now? Someone from my right asks, not to me, but in general. Frowning, as I could clearly listen to the thoughts of Col. Gray, as well as the Gen. Kenneth Anderson, whom he was talking with. I say, the soldiers are probably too green, just like us. Defeating an experienced army will be tough, even if they didn't have better airfield advantage. Plus, there's the Luftwaffe currently flying overhead. And we were soon going to become a welcome target, if the higher-ups don't speed things up with the talks. This is going to be a long campaign, isn't it? Sure enough, Col Gray approaches us, and says, attention! Soldiers! The Germans have gotten support in the form of 20,000 soldiers, and the Luftwaffe. Our job, is to help Gen. Anderson in holding the line. Don't let the Germans through this line, or the campaign will be lost, the war right behind it. Thankfully, while I could feel how hopeless it is from his own mind, I also knew that there were efforts at capturing Egypt from the southeast. Hopefully, they'll give us some advantage later. As we march forward to join the Allied First Army, and start digging more trenches, and walls, I join a group of British and French soldiers in their trench, to sit and wait, enjoying the peace that this small lull in war is giving us. God knows it won't be this peaceful for long. But, the war isn't always just exchanging bombs and gunfire. There's a hell of a lot of waiting too, and I'll have to experience that a lot. All the while, remaining a muggle. Why did I think this was a good idea again? March 1943, near Tunis, Egypt. Fall back! Fall back! RCO yells, as we keep exchanging fire while walking backwards. I fire my Tommy gun, getting a few soldiers, while some others duck away in time. I was getting the hang of using a machine gun now, over the Enfield rifle that we were first issued with. But, things weren't going well for us. We had Morocco and Algerian coasts under our control, giving us full control over the Suez Canal. But, we were too spread out, the line too thin. Our numbers also weren't that many. Including the reinforcements provided by the Canadians and Americans, we had just about 150,000 soldiers at the beginning of this campaign. Woke was now down to 120,000, 3 months later. The Axis, meanwhile, had almost 300,000 men, as well as airports nearer to the line. Our airports were all the way in Algeria, which made bringing supplies in that much harder. Suddenly, machine gun fire rains down on our spot, making us all duck down behind a mound of sand. A pained choke makes me turn to my right, to see that the French gunner beside me had gotten hit in the chest by a single bullet. Man down! I yell, and put the gun on my back to start his treatment. In these 3 months, I had become an official combat medic, since healing was my speciality. I did use guns too, obviously, since this is a war, but I never turned down healing my allies, and even a couple enemies that needed to be interrogated before they die. Thankfully, I have a wonderful gift of telekinesis that makes it so I don't get unknowingly shot at. This is something I developed while in the war itself, since I couldn't do it before without practical experience. Around me, was a telekinetic field, almost always active. The bullets that approach this field are curved around me, making it so that I don't get hit when I don't want to. But, no bullet hitting me is also suspicious, so I had to take a few hits and grazes in harmless places, and only those places which I can heal without any magic. The bullet holes on the man's chest and back told me that the bullet had gone clean through, meaning I just need to stop the blood flow, and patch the wound, all before the Nazis catch up with us. Cover me! I yell over the sound of gunfire, to the men around us. The other 7 men, some French and some American, nod and keep firing, giving me enough place to do what I need to. Washing the wounds with whiskey, I quickly dab at it with a dry cloth, ignoring the whimpers of the man I'm healing. I take out a bottle of sulfa powder from my bag, and spray a healthy amount on both sides. Now, to stop the blood flow, since I don't have anything on me to do it, I tear 2 pieces of cloth, and roll them into a ball. Pressing them to his chest wound, I wound it up around his chest using a bandage, and do the same to his back wound. First aid is done, now to take him away. I pick the man up, and am about to lift him on my shoulders to carry, when the gunfire on us suddenly stops, the Nazis aiming it somewhere else. I look up, to see the other men looking just as confused as me. Someone's drawing fire away from us. One of them whispers, pointing at our 5 o'clock. I lift the injured, now unconscious man, on my shoulders, and say, we'll thank them later. For now, let's follow our orders, and retreat. We'll cover you. Another man says, as we start running towards our own army, which has gone a bit further away from us for now. The 7 soldiers that were with me stay around me, to cover me from the back, and I hear a few gunshots going from our group. My fellow soldiers were helping whoever is drawing fire there, good. Hopefully, they stay alive long enough for us to thank them. But now, retreat. That night, as we stay around a camp, once again in the safety of Algeria, I see the Frenchmen that were with me talking and laughing with a group of men, wearing Canadian uniform. Normally, just this won't get my attention, but I clearly heard a lot of thank yous from the Frenchmen. Hey, medic! The guy yells, as he sees me walk towards them. The name's Aves, gunner. I say, nodding my head at him, and approach the group with a glass of diluted whiskey in my hand. Can't drink too much, we can be attacked any moment. The gunner points his hand at the Canadians, and says, I'm Dubois. These lads were the ones drawing fire away from us. You should have seen them, medic, these 2 gentlemen here ran at them with guns and knives. Knives. And they came out alive, with barely a single wound. This ain't our first WA battle, bub. A rough voice says, making me look at the person, and I freeze. The fuck are you looking at? The man snarls, standing up, obviously drunk from the alcohol he's been drinking, with the cigar definitely not helping things. Holy fuck, it's him. The taller man beside him says, Jimmy. In a warning tone. He then pulls him back, and whispers something to him, making the shorter man widen his eyes. The tall man walks towards me, stumbling a little, and offers me his hand. I see his nails growing a lot more than is sanitary, or healthy, but ignoring it, I smile widely and accept his offered hand. Holy fuck, I can't believe I'm meeting them, this is huge. Wincing, as he presses my hand a little too much, I say, Private Mason Aves, medic. Pleased to meet you. The man smirks, and says, SGT Victor Creed. That angry little kid there's my brother, Corporal James Logan Howlett. Well, I thought I might see them sometime, but I didn't think it'd be this soon. Wolverine, and Sabretooth. And to think, they saved my team's life. I owe you guys one, SGT Creed. Want some whiskey? I say, and point at the barrel of whiskey to the back. Victor graciously accepts, and walks back with me, James following right behind, allowing me to sift through their minds a little. By gods, they've been through a lot. So many wars, so many bullets, and even bomb explosions. Thankfully, they heal from it all, but the pain's still there. James is wary of me, feeling something is different about me, but he doesn't know what. Victor, meanwhile, already knows that I'm a mutant, because he can somehow smell mutations. Damn, I didn't even know that was possible. I'll have to do something about it later, because I know he's an amazing tracker, and now he has my scent. I don't like this much. So, you're like us. Victor says, once we're sufficiently far enough away from other people. Frowning, pretending to be surprised, I ask, you can tell? How? Victor smirks, and says, your smell. Our kind has a different scent, it's really distinctive for me. Jimmy there hasn't got a good nose, or he would have been able to tell too. You could also feel it, right? That's why you froze back there. I nod, and say, I have a feel for it. But I didn't know it for sure until I looked at your brother and you. So. What can you do? James, who had been silent until now, says, we heal. Very fast. To show off, Victor raises his hand, starts growing a nail fast, and cuts it into his own hand. The hand bleeds for a few seconds, and then stops, the hand healing up. What about you, medic? What can you do? James asks, as he shows off his claws too. Damn, those claws are cool as fuck. Well, obviously I'm not going to say I'm a telepath, because that's a recipe for disaster. I look around, just for show, already knowing that no one's looking at us, and bring my whiskey glass holding hand up. The glass rises from the hand, and moves around my hand a bit, and then, I hold it back in my hand again. I say, I can move stuff with my mind. It's a lot easier to stay alive when very few bullets hit you. I can keep my vitals safe, even if some bullets sometimes get through. James chuckles, now losing his suspicions, and says, that explains why all 7 members of your squad were alive back there. Well, we're not exactly a squad. We were just fortunate enough to be grouped together during a run back to GAFSA. Victor offers me his hand once again, and says, you and I, Aves, we're gonna be the best of friends. You're in my squad now, don't worry, I'll deal with it. How the fuck would you make that possible? I exclaim, already knowing the answer. Victor chuckles, and says, you go and get ready to move. We'll clear it up with the brass, and get our next mission. Remember, only 3 of us have powers in our squad, so keep it hidden as much as you can. Don't want no normals attacking us along with the enemies. I nod, mutely watching the two go. James Howlett, and Victor Creed. 2 of the most dangerous ferals on Earth. One, a 5'9" tall bearded man, and another 6'3". Both almost 70 years old at this moment in time. I'll have to see about getting some of their blood, for research. I'm a doctor, so that should be easy. Hey, I'm a pursuer of knowledge, and getting to study their abilities firsthand, without actually experimenting on their person is not something I'm going to give up. I could think of a few rituals I can modify to be able to use their blood, and gain their healing ability. Oh, boy, now I'm excited. 3 dial later, 10 of us were laying down on top of the hill, looking at a group of walking Italian soldiers, 10 trucks full of supplies, and 2 panzers. They were taking supplies to Tunis, where the Desert Fox was still holed up. Including me, James, and Victor, there were 4 other gunners, 1 sniper called Justin, the tactical expert called Larry, and 1 demolitions expert called Matthew. I, along with being the medic, was also their language and infiltration expert after they found out I could understand and speak Italian, German, Dutch, and even Russian. Didn't matter that I couldn't act like a spy, not to these guys. Justin, James, Victor, and all 4 gunners were all Canadian, Larry was French, and Matthew was American, with me being the only British. Larry, who was looking at the convoy through the binoculars, says, 209 men, excluding the men hidden in the trucks and the panzers, machine guns, and rifles. This is going to be tough, boys. We know. James says, for once not smoking a cigar. Holding a machine gun on his back, he asks, what's the plan, Larry? Larry sighs, and says, James and Victor, draw their fire from 2 o'clock, we know you'll survive. The gunners will attack from 10, providing Matthew enough distraction to take care of the panzers. Justin, take care of the drivers before giving cover fire. Mason. Mason's with me. Victor suddenly says, making Larry frown. At Larry's questioning look, he says, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Larry nods, and says, we got 10 minutes to go to our locations. Watches synced. We hold our watches in the middle, and see that they're already synced to the second. You know your tasks, and your positions. Don't mess up, this is important. Mason's intel says that this convoy can give the Italians a new strength, and neither the brass, nor we want that. Larry says, making us all nod. James, Victor, and I moved towards our designated location, knowing our jobs. The convoy was still a long way away, so we were on our position before the convoy even gets there, even when on foot. Listen, kid. Victor says, once the convoy starts getting closer. I look at him, so he continues, Jimmy and I will go in first, take in most of their fire, and disorient them. Hang back for a while, and only jump in once the panzers start firing at us. Use your gifts freely, if you want to. They're all going to die anyway, and Matthew already knows we're gifted. I nod, knowing they know better than me. Hey, this is literally their third war. Soon, it's time, as the convoy is right in front of us, and the two brothers jump in, guns blazing. The Italians immediately take action, and start firing their weapons at James and Victor, ignoring everything else. Within 5 seconds, they have already taken care of more than 20 soldiers by themselves, giving the others time to do their tasks. A loud gunshot sounds from somewhere to the right of me, and the truck stops, one of the wheels having burst. Another gunshot takes care of the truck driver, and Justin keeps on with his task of being a sniper. Meanwhile, to the back of the convoy, our gunners were beginning with their own attack, trapping the Italians between us. James gets shot in the head, suddenly, and drops down on the ground. Already knowing about his healing, doesn't stop me from being horrified at him being shot seemingly dead, and it is just as horrific to watch him rise up from the ground as if nothing happened. He's a monster. One of the Italians yells, in Italian, and starts running away, but a shot from the panzer, meant for James and Victor blows him up. Okay, time to go. I jump in, my gun raised, and run towards the middle of the crowd, immediately gaining their attention. One of the Italians fires at me, fear apparent in his eyes, and I lean away, letting the bullet pass by harmlessly. Harmlessly for me, that is. Thanks to my telekinesis, the bullet that was fired at me is turned away from its path and hits another Italian near me. I widen my eyes, and duck, letting the body of a man pass over my head. It hits the one that fired at me, and takes him further away from me. Using the opportunity of the distraction Victor inadvertently provided me with, I aim my gun and start firing at the distracted Italian soldiers. I shoot 5 soldiers, most on their heads, with some getting shots at their heart, before they regain their senses, and start shooting at me again. Each and every one of the bullets fired at me gets diverted to someone else's head, and some that try to get closer are taken care of by either the diverted bullets, or by Justin, the sniper. Soon, 2 big explosions gain our attention, as the panzers are blown up by our demolitions expert, Matthew. I dodge away from a knife-wielding Italian, who's yelling slurs at me while slashing his knife. Somehow, he's gotten too close to me, that I can't use my gun on him, and neither can Justin kill him, for fear of harming me. I take out my own knife, and parry his attack, taking a cut on my wrist for my efforts. Get down! I hear, and immediately duck, recognizing James's voice. Suddenly, a bloody door of a truck passes over my head, taking the Italian man with it. The edge of the door, while not sharp, is reinforced, and it hits the Italian on the head, causing a pretty grave injury. Welp, he's dead. Sighing, I stand up, to find that our job was done. The panzers were destroyed, the Italians killed, and the trucks now driverless. All of this, with only 1 man injured, none dead. Now, the next part. As everyone walks towards a truck designated to them, I pick up the knife that cut me, and pocket it. Not risking my blood on anything, and wiping it won't be enough. I'll destroy the knife later. But now, time to take these trucks back to base. My first mission as a member of a focused squad, is complete. All thanks to meeting Victor Creed and James Howlett. Wonder what my life will bring next? A/N, there are bound to be many mistakes in the facts of that era or lingo or places, since even after researching a lot, I seem to have no affinity to history. This is ironic, considering I always put my MCS in the past lol, not on FFN though. I'm still deciding how I'll make him meet with Steve Rogers, and the other main characters. When I do, you'll know. Chapter 33, Missions. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. I sit still, listening to the radio playing through the headphones. I was currently hacked into the German frequency, listening to the incoming orders, and outgoing reports from and to Berlin respectively. Writing something down, I hand the paper to Victor, and say, Rommel's leaving for Germany. He's sick, or so he says. Victor chuckles, as he reads through the transcript, and says, good job, kid. You up for a tough mission? I smirk at him, and ask, what's the job? I nod at the Italian soldier walking towards me with a smile on my face, and say, good evening. Internally scowling, I move on with my leisurely walk towards the central encampment, with the soft I belong here field spread around me using my telepathy. For 3 days, I've been in Tunis, finally getting to brush up my infiltration and information gathering skills. Infiltrating the camp was easy, I just couldn't do anything while in there yet. Anything I do has a chance of bringing negative attention to me. I'd found a lone Italian soldier on the outskirts of the Mareth line 3 days ago. It didn't take me long to copy all his memories, and then his face, before I killed him and took his place in the Italian army currently defending Tunis. For these last 3 days, I've had to pretend to be a fascist piece of shit, who fully supports Mussolini's claim over the entirety of southern Europe, and the continent of Africa. This infiltration was necessary, because we were planning on starting a new offensive against Tunis soon, since the southern Allied army was doing good in pushing the Axis towards Tunis more and more. Before that happens though, I needed to bring details about their sentry positions, duty change schedules, and their numbers. Which is why, I was currently a fascist Italian in central Tunis. I really hate this job. Walking towards the building which I know to carry a lot of written secrets, I smile at the guard, and say, "You'll let me inside." The man salutes me, and says, "Of course, sir. Right this way." As he opens the door for me, I walk inside, the guard already forgetting these last 2 minutes. This was the intelligence center of the camp. I'd listened to orders coming and going from here for a few days, before the actual infiltration began. But I was actually here, because there are some orders, some information, that just isn't said on even radio. 5 hours later, I mumble to myself, "Oh, fuck. I need to leave, now." "Who's there?" Someone yells, making me wince at my damn stupidity. I quickly copy the papers with the Gemino charm, pocket the copies, and walk towards the exit. The man passes me, and I wince again, realizing that it's a higher up. He doesn't see me, thankfully, because of my telepathy, and the disillusionment charm I cast on myself. I debate killing the major, but since I don't want to cause a panic yet, I don't. Since the man finds nothing missing, he leaves the room, but before leaving, he orders the guard, lock down the place. Something's amiss. And it's time for me to fuck off. There's a huge shipment coming in, 7 ships, from the Italian Navy, filled with men and munitions. I say, walking inside Victor's room, and sitting down. "How many?" James asks, puffing the cigar in his hands. I hand him the papers, and say, 50,000 minimum, possibly 70,000. We need to inform HQ. We can't do anything from here. Victor sighs, turns to James, and asks, "You'll give this to Johnny?" Johnny is a Canadian general in our camp, and he's a veteran of the Great War. He knew James and Victor from then, and he respects them a lot, which means he'll trust this information. My mission wasn't exactly on the papers. James nods, and taking the papers, walks outside. Victor turns back to me, and says, "Congratulations, SGT Mason Aves. You've just been promoted. I don't think you have the power to do that, you're just a sergeant yourself." I drily point out, as I lean back in my chair. "Ah, that felt good." Victor chuckles, and hands me a cigar. He says, "I might not have the rank, kid. But I definitely have the power to make it happen. And celebrate, you deserve it." Well, I have never smoked a cigar before, so let's try that at least, the impending battle notwithstanding. May 1943, Tunis, Africa. I stop my knife before it can stab into the chest of the person in front of me, hearing a horn, and breathe hard. Finally, Tunis was ours. Allied forces had won the North African campaign, at least for now, most of it thanks to the information I had brought from the Italian camp. "Just surrender, man," I say in German, seeing the German soldier still standing to fight, despite the surrender horn having been blown already. The man spits out blood, and says, "Never. Not to American scum like you." Sighing, I punch him in the head, and cast a stunning spell right as my fist hit his head, knocking him unconscious. I'm British, I take it as an insult to be called an American. Putting my knife back inside its holder, I look around. This most recent attack on Tunis had taken us months of planning, and waiting, and a few days worth of fighting. And thanks to a very detailed planning, we hadn't lost much lives, as compared to the Germans and Italians. Now, we'll be free to start the Italian campaign from this direction, starting with the Sicilian campaign next. The Allied Navy had played their part in preventing Tunis from getting reinforcements from Italy, and we, the ground force, had the responsibility of carrying out an attack against Tunis itself. For 2 months, I've been a part of Victor's team, or as he is now, Captain Creed's team. Our mission, as off the books as it was, allowed the higher-ups to promote both of us. Victor, because he planned it, and I, because I was the one to carry it out. I became a SGT, Victor became a captain, and a few more of our attacks later James also joined me in becoming a SGT. Along with Victor's original team, we were a direct assault team, with most of our targets being supply runs, and a few hidden bases, which Victor smelled out for us. I've learned a lot from the two brothers, and even from the rest of my team. Victor is an amazing fighter, although he depends on his superior strength too much. But James? He's a fighter, and he's physically weaker than Victor, but he could still defeat Victor every once in a while. He taught me to take down stronger enemies, to use their own strengths against them. And although I'm nowhere near close to take down someone like James, let alone Victor, I have learned a lot. I learned how to snipe from Justin, but I didn't see myself as a sniper. At least, I got to improve my aim in this war, which will definitely help me out in the wizarding world, or if I meet a wizard. Matthew also showed me how to set most of the explosives we had access to, and where to plant them to cause the most damage. In return, I taught them all how to carry out first aid on yourself, and on others. Victor refused to learn, which I understood, but thankfully James learned enough for the two of them. Along with that, I got a lot of experience in killing people, healing people, following orders, seeing Victor make his superiors follow his orders, and I also learned how to smoke cigars without coughing, reliving my asthma. All in all, these last 3 months were really busy for us all. And I enjoyed most of these days. Most. Around me, I could see the rest of my team, also cleaning up, and taking care of the prisoners. They number a lot, since they didn't have anyone to command over them right now, and had to surrender for fear of death. Our two armies had cornered them in Tunis itself, after a long, drawn-out campaign. And finally, they had surrendered. But something was wrong. I could feel something is wrong, but I don't know what. You feel it too, don't you? It ain't over yet, kid. Victor says, coming to stand beside me. I frown, by now used to his gift of always feeling the atmosphere, and say, yet. Stay alert. I'll try and find out what the issue is. If it was just me feeling things, I would have dismissed it as paranoia. But Victor too? That's suspicious. Plus, I remember the last time this happened was when I met Set. So, yeah, not taking a risk. Suddenly, as I am about to let out my astral form to find out where this feeling is coming from, I notice something that makes me scowl, disappointed in myself. We were alone, Victor and I. Everyone else, even James, had gone on somewhere, and I could see a few going inside the buildings to celebrate, or to take care of the prisoners. And somehow, even Victor was yet to notice it. A muggle-repelling ward? Everyone's gone. I mumble, finally bringing Victor's attention to it. Curious. A man says, becoming suddenly visible, the German accent really pronounced. The muggle-repelling ward does not work on freaks of nature like you? And you? Are you also a freak like this wild one? Really curious. Victor immediately summons his nails, and bends down in his unique stance, snarling at the man. I raise my hand in front of Victor, to stop him from blindly attacking this man, this wizard. I don't think his healing will heal even Victor back to life after a bloody killing curse. Shit. A wizard, here? A white German wizard in fucking Africa? Didn't expect Grindelwald's goons to show up in Africa. Keeping an eye on your investments? I ask, thankful that the feral mutant by my side had stopped his attack for now to wait and watch. Victor mumbles, grinned what? And what the fuck's a muggle? I whisper, SHH later. This guy's dangerous, understand that for now. Oh? A British wizard? I did not know that the British had gotten so filthy that they send wizards into muggle wars. How disappointing. This just makes our cause that much more important. Why should wizards die in filthy muggle wars? The man says, really laying it thick. Victor smirks at me, and asks, wizard? We're going to have a long talk later, Aves. I nod mutely, as the man says, don't worry, muggle. You're going to know all about it in a while, when we hire your services. Of course, you don't have the option to refuse, since you're going to die later anyway. The fuck's his problem? Victor asks, turning his head towards me, while I silently keep watching the man for any sudden moves. Yes, Mr. Britton. Explain to these muggle freaks about everything as I look on like an idiot. The German interrupts, and almost nonchalantly says, Avada Kedavra. The green spell of death flies towards me, from the tip of his wand, and knowing that this idiotic mutant will not dodge, I push him away from me with my telekinesis, and transfigure a wall in front of me to block the spell. The wall blows up from the spell, sending debris all around, giving me enough cover to take out my wand, and cast a bombarda through the dust. A gong sounds, as the spell hits a shield, and the man says, cease this at once, Mr. Britton. You won't win this fight. I would hate to kill a wizard over some muggle freaks. So he's here for the mutants? And where is James? Is he already captured? And how did he even know of them? I could take it directly out of his mind, but that takes the fun away from things. Let's find out the fun way, shall we? I know that James will be alright, injured, if alive. Ventus. I mumble, blowing the dust away from between us, showing us to each other once more. Victor stands at the side, his nails enlarged, and his muscles a little bulked up. I ask the man, what does Grindelwald want with these muggles? The man chuckles, pointing his hand at Victor, and says, why wouldn't anyone want them? They're exquisite, if filthy, little muggles. They can heal faster than anyone we have ever seen. Grindelwald, like anyone, would like such healing in his arsenal. Damn, sometimes I hate it when my guesses are proved correct. You're awfully forthcoming with explanation. Victor remarks from the side. The man scowls at Victor, and says, you're both going to be defeated here anyway, freak. What's the point of holding answers back from a wizard, if I'm doing this for his sake itself? I scoff, and ask, is that what Grindelwald's telling you? That he's doing this for the wizarding world's sake? Do not speak of him as if you know him, Britisher. Besides, we already have one of them, this second one's just the bonus. The man yells, pointing his wand back up at me. I raise my wand in answer, and say, come on, what are you waiting for? A tired British wizard, against a fresh dark wizard. Isn't this a big advantage to you? Or is it not enough? Should I tie my hands behind my back? I suddenly summon a shield, to block the expulso he sent at me. I deflect the spell back at him, following it up with a reducto on the ground near him, while starting to walk towards the man. He blocks the first spell, but the second one lands before he can do anything, sending dust flying. He casts the Ventus charm to get rid of the dust, and steps to the side to let a stupefy pass by harmlessly. He casts a dark cutting curse, Lacero, at me, which I dispel with its counter curse cast right at it. He casts the bone breaking curse, which I dispel with a bone mending charm. Frowning out of frustration after many such dispelled curses, he sends a stream of conjured fire in the shape of a bird. It's not fiend fire, but it is a dark curse made of flames for which I don't have a counter. Except for water and oxygen depletion, that is. I wave my wand over my head, and cast Aguamenti, conjuring lots of water in a circle around me. Before the flames can reach me, I reshape that water into a blob, and send it to cover the entire bird, using both methods at once to suffocate the flames. As my wand is focused on getting rid of the fire, the dark wizard uses that opportunity to try and take me down with a well-aimed stupefy. I was anything but distracted, however, and I slapped the spell away with a wandless shield charm in my left hand. You know that's impossible. Casting two spells at once is impossible, not when your wand is already busy casting a spell. The man rambles, as he keeps firing spells at me, all of which I defend against, my wand now free after getting rid of the cursed flames. Catching the latest Depulso at the tip of my wand, and pulling my hand backwards, I cast a piercing charm along with sending the Depulso back, making it as fast as possible on purpose, and send it straight through his shield charm, and into his shoulder. The Depulso takes care of the shield, while the piercing charm goes through his shoulder quite easily. As he gasps out of pain, bleeding from his shoulder, I say, good thing I didn't believe the warning then, isn't it? The man drops down on the ground with a thud, with Victor having gotten a drop on him while he was distracted by me. Okay, now that's a dick move. We both know I had him. I say, scowling at Victor, who had his leg on the man's back, pressing into the wound. Victor turns towards me, and snarls, complain later. We need to find James first. The man laughs, despite the pain, and says, I won't tell you anything, freak. Your brother is already bound for Austria. Gellert should have begun his ritual by now. Frowning, I bent down, and before Victor can kill him, enter his mind. I come out of his mind just as Victor snaps his neck, saving me from phantom pains, but then, I feel real pain as Victor has me up in the air with one hand, his nails digging in my neck. One wrong move and I rip your throat out. Victor whispers, now definitely out of his mind. I choke, and pat his arms, silently pleading with him to leave me. He does so, with quite a force, and drops me on the ground. Coughing, I throw Victor away from me with a Depulso, and say, I'm on your side, you fucking moron. Victor stands up from the fall, starts pacing, and asks, explain, what was he talking about? What are wizards? Drinking some water, I look at him incredulously. Did he just ask what wizards are? Right, stupid question. Victor mumbles, well, at least he's self-aware about it. As I drink more water, he asks, what can you tell me about him? His allies. I frown, staring at the dead body, and say, they're wizard Nazis, and Grindelwald is their leader, they're Hitler. Muggles are normal people, those without any powers. Wizards are like mutants, except all of us have the same power, magic. Obviously there are differences. You're a mutant too, I can definitely smell that. He isn't. And you're faster and stronger than him. Victor says, more to himself than to me. I point out, and more knowledgeable, and better looking. Don't forget that second one. I start getting up, and before Victor starts attacking me again, I say, I know where James is. They have a building hidden over there, a kilometer out in that direction. He was bluffing about James having been taken out of country. Try and use your sense of smell, instead of your sense of anger. Victor takes a few breaths, first to calm himself, and then to track down his brother. He then smiles, showing his teeth, and says, "Come on. We got wizards to kill." "That we do. But first, I pick a rock, turn it into a portrait, and place it on the man's chest. Writing a letter for Darla, and one for the Aurors, I attach it to the man's body, and send them both to my Islington house. Then, I send a patroness to Darla, informing her of the pickup available for her. Now, let's go rescue James." We start running towards the house that James was taken to, but stop just 100 yards away, seeing it blow up in an amazing display of fire. From the flames, James walks out, his clothes burned off in the fire, his burns already healing up. He looks more annoyed than angry though, as he approaches us, his junk waving wildly in the air. "What took you two so long?" James asks, joining us in looking at the burning building. I say, "Victor had to go through a tantrum. You know how it is." James snorts, and says, "Damn right I do. Did you get attacked too?" Victor scowls and says, "Yes. The man was fast, not as fast as us, but the kid wanted to take him on alone." James slowly turns his head towards me, and asks, "You took this long for one man, bub? Disappointing as fuck." I just sigh, conjure some clothes for him, and shake my head. I say, "Let's just get out of here. I think I need a drink, or two." James just stares at the clothes warily, until Victor hands it to him, and says, "He's a wizard like them. Only he's on the good side. There's wizards now? So that's what the sticks were, wands. I thought they were mocking my bones." James says, grumbling as he wears the pant. As the two brothers start walking towards the village of Tunis once again, I sigh, almost hating having to do this, but this is necessary. Putting my hand on my head to focus, I go inside both their minds at once, and change a few things about this memory. They'll remember James being kidnapped, us being attacked, but they won't remember it being wizards. They'll think it was a Nazi group of scientists, and some other Nazi mutants, part of Hydra, wanting to experiment on us. This is for the best, since I don't want anyone to know about the wizarding world. And Victor, as good as a friend and teacher he is right now, is impulsive. He could mention it by accident, 50 years from now, and it's over for everyone. I follow after them, after casting an augmenti to get rid of the fire, and confirming that everyone inside is dead. I don't want any wizards going after the brothers. They're my friends, James and Victor. And yes, as eccentric as Victor is, even he's my friend. But, this also brings forth a conundrum. Grindelwald knows about mutants, I have no idea how this will progress. Has he captured any more mutants? Does he plan to? And what for? Is this related to the super secret ritual of his? That's something to look out for. He could be stealing mutations for all I know. Sigh, now I'm going to have to watch my back for wizards too, in the Muggle War. Why can't things ever be simple? I sigh, enjoying the relaxation I'm getting after a long time. We were waiting for the higher-ups to decide what to do about Sicily, and the Italy. We knew they both were going to be invaded, they needed to be invaded, but not even the leaders had decided how to go about it. And for once, I was alone here, with no cigar smoke to accompany me, and no stench of too much alcohol either. James and Victor had both disappeared off somewhere, alone, but no one cares to ask because everyone knows they're dangerous. As I take a swig of my whiskey, which is the only thing alcoholic that I drink a lot of, I see the tent flap open, and see a Frenchman peeking through. He was a private, from the looks of it, and he looks at me, and asks, "USGT Mason Aves?" I look him up and down, and ask, "Yup, who's asking?" The Frenchman walks inside, offers a letter which already fills me with dread, and says, "Col. Gray asked me to give this to you. You're being reassigned." He says to get the details from him itself at sharp 6 p.m. today evening. Just to be sure, I enter his mind, and find that he wasn't lying, and this wasn't a trap for me or something. Col. Gray was reassigning me, but the Frenchman didn't know where. Taking the letter, I nod at the Frenchman, and say, "Thank you, soldier." As the Frenchman walks out of my tent, which I was currently sharing with James and Victor, I open the letter and read it. "Mr. Mason Aves. Blah blah blah. Being reassigned. Blah blah oh, I'm being sent on a mission? Seems my reputation did improve thanks to Victor and James. Show up at the command center at 6 p.m. sharp. Blah blah don't be late. Welp, I'll be sad to leave these two idiots, but I know we'll meet again. At least, I'll be sure to find them later in life. But now, time to go meet my superiors to find out what my mission is. With all respect, Colonel, sirs, fuck no. I say, after hearing the beginning of the mission details. The Colonel frowns, while I hear 3 separate snorts, and he says, "This isn't up for debate, soldier. You're being ordered to do this, not asked." I slide the letter back towards him, and say, "I'm not a bloody paratrooper, sir. This mission is not something I am confident I can complete. Are you good at infiltration? The colonel asks, to which I nod. He then asks, are you sure you can come back successfully, once you finish your mission? I nod again, scowling at the realization that there's no getting out of this. He slides the information pamphlet back towards me, and says, so you accept? I nod, hesitantly, and say, I still don't think I'm the right man for this. General Anderson, who had stayed silent during this meeting, opens his mouth, and says, we've all read your Tunis report, Sergeant. I didn't sign off on your promotion just because an old friend asked me to do it. I did it because you deserved it. Take this mission, and if you fail, we won't try and condemn you for it. Damn, that's evil. Failing such an important mission is sure to brand anyone as incompetent. It'll have me demoted and moved back into the regular infantry, most likely at the vanguard. This is a good temptation. Fucking bastards. Col Gray then says, that's done then. You will go in tonight, alone, as we carry out our nightly raids, and infiltrate Troina in Sicily. You will rendezvous with Captain Jean-Pierre Monet of the French Air Force at this designated location, and help him get out of Sicily alive. He has information that we need, really need, to win this war. This is not dangerous at all. Note the sarcasm. Parachute into hostile territory, while they're firing their anti-aircraft weapons upwards, and then look for a French Air Force captain in a big-ass town, and then safely get him, and the information package out of Sicily. Gen. Anderson then adds, do this, Sergeant, and I'll make sure you get at least one award from the king himself. Met, not that interested in that. I nod, and say, I'll do my best, sir. How can I find Captain Monet? The two higher-ups exchange a look, and Colonel Gray says, Captain Monet is currently hidden away in Troina, we don't know where. He has a former prisoner of war with him, a Major Dubois. He had gone to extract Major Dubois, succeeded in getting out of prison, but he hasn't been able to get out of Troina, let alone Sicily. We trust in your abilities to bring them both out successfully. Well. You could have bloody mentioned that before. You know what, fuck that. I enter their minds, and get every detail of the mission from the source itself. Even the things that they didn't plan on telling me, like the fact that Major Dubois is related to some French politician. Which is definitely the only reason this rescue mission is being issued, twice. Can I do it? Hell yeah, it'll be easy as hell. But I'm a literal medic. Not a spy, medic. I came here to kill people, and to heal people, not to rescue people by wandering amongst fascists and Nazis. I salute the two bastards in front of me, take the mission package, and leave out the door to the command center, and back to my own tent. I have 3 hours to prepare before the air raids start. My second infiltration mission, and I'm just a sergeant. Cy, Victor, and James are really lucky to be given the more unsubtle missions. Now, I'll probably never get a chance to join their team for missions again. Well, at least I have a lot of their blood, bone, marrow, and flesh, preserved, and already sent to the Aves manor. Knocking them out with telepathy, and using magical spells to get whatever I need. 2 nutrition potions, and they didn't even feel a thing, since they were already healed up. I do feel a little bad about it, but then again, I didn't kill them. I'll probably do something nice for them later in life too. If we meet, that is. But now, time to rescue a bloody French major. Hey, I wonder why the British are handling this mission. A/N, I probably won't bring Victor and James into the Howling Commandos. Mason, probably yes. But no feral mutant brothers. Chapter 34, well fuck. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Warning, this chapter is not something many people will like, keep hateful comments to the minimum. Darla White was an aura in the British Ministry of Magic, and a muggle-born to boot. She had been through a lot of shite in her life, from childhood in fact. Confusion over why her parents wanted her to dress a certain way, and worries over why she didn't like it much. The oddities that kept happening around her, like exploding light bulbs, plates, and glasses just added onto it. When she realized out she was a witch, and made good friends at the wizarding school, she thought her troubles were over. But then, she went through puberty, realized she liked girls, and she began going through even more shit. Having a wonderful woman named Anna as her girlfriend was worth all those troubles though, in her opinion. Then she fought a literal demon god, helped her best friend defeat said demon god, and saw said friend almost die because of some sort of corruptive magic the demon god left behind. Thankfully, the head healer of St. Mungo's, the idiotic friend's master, managed to cleanse that magic, with the help of her Pody-Wunner husband, but still, Darla was afraid. Afraid that the next time something happens, she'll be once again just a helpless spectator. She didn't want to be a watcher, she wanted to be a doer. And so, she decided to become an auror, and she got into the program, all on her own. She then begged Mason to teach her wizarding dueling, trained physical endurance with him, and even agreed, when he asked if she wanted to learn Muggle fighting. All because she didn't want to be helpless to save her friends. She even said she'll think about it, when Mason asked if she wanted to learn the mystic arts of sorcery, even if she had no plans yet to learn said arts. The fact that it will make her almost 5 times stronger, did tempt her, but she was not rushing into things. Then, when Mason was called to the Muggle War, she had drinks with him, knowing with full confidence that he will come back, although not completely fine. She knew that he was stronger than most Aurors in the Ministry, and hence, she was not worried. She trusted him to return safely, alive. And she kept on with her training, trying to get stronger and stronger, hoping that she doesn't become a helpless spectator in front of the next demon god, or something, because there's no guarantee that nothing like that will ever happen again. All of that, however, did not prepare her for the sudden appearance of Mason's eagle patroness, that spoke in his voice, "Go to my home in Islington. There's a delivery for the Ministry." And when she went there, after being let in by the sweet elf, not house elf, Mason does not like that term, Blinky, she definitely did not expect to be shown a dead body, with its head turned completely around, and a hole through the shoulder. She did not scream, already used to seeing such stuff, but she did groan, knowing that Mason gave her too much damn paperwork for no reason. Seeing the dead man's wand, still in his hand, and the easily recognizable locket, belonging to the cult of Grindelwald, hanging off his twisted neck, Darla groaned some more, and then tapped her aura badge with her wand, and said, "Madam Crickerly, I want to report a dead body, wizard, Grindelwald's man, from the looks of it. Location Malvern Terrace, Islington, house number 1, belonging to Mason Aves." Seeing a letter addressed to her placed in the man's front pocket, she lifts it up, and reads it, waiting for her team to get here. He was okay, not harmed, but this was Grindelwald's soldier who had attacked him, and a pair of muggles. Keeping the letter tucked inside her pocket, she returned to waiting. Within 10 minutes, she found herself welcoming a group of Aurors, her team, and then, with her team leader's approval, she finally began with an investigation. 15 minutes later, she had to force not to groan anymore, as she hands the letter attached to the body to Madame Persephone Crickerly. It was addressed to the Ministry, and right now, she was the highest authority figure here. As Madame Crickerly reads the letter, Darla says, "The body belongs to a wizard, level 4. Death by broken neck, 47 minutes ago. Someone really strong grabbed his head with both hands, and turned it completely 180. No identification marks, other than the locket that carries the mark of Grindelwald. The levels were something that the Aurors, healers, and only unspeakables used, but it is not a perfect scale. Any wizard or witch can come under 6 categories. Level 0, for anyone under 11, Level 1 for those who have yet to finish their school, Level 2 for the average wizard or witch, that don't focus much on combat, Level 3 for the average Auror or combat specialists, Level 4 for top Aurors and stronger wizards and witches, and Level 5 for those right at the top, like the headmaster, or the Transfiguration Professor Dumbledore, or even Grindelwald. There was another level, Level 6, but it was only reserved for truly godlike wizards, like Merlin. Madame Crickerly hands the letter to her, and says, "No need. Your friend overseas encountered this man, a Victor Wagner, and was forced to defend himself and 2 other muggles. He killed the man himself, and sent the body here for processing." Turning to Jimmy Moon, she adds, "Take the wand to Mr. Ollivander, ask him if he can identify its maker." Darla frowns, understanding the implications. She knew that Mason wanted her to call in her team for the investigation, thanks to his letter to her, but this just puts him under an investigation. She asks, "Is Mason in trouble, ma'am?" Madame Crickerly snorts, and says, "Mason Aves killed a wizard during war, and that too in self-defense. If it's proved that Mr. Wagner here was actually a dark wizard working under Grindelwald, then Mason Aves has committed no crime. Besides, your friend already has a license to kill any dark wizards he comes across during the Muggle War, or a white. We just didn't tell him about it." Darla breathes out, relieved that she did not just help Mason get himself into legal trouble, or arrested for murder. Thankfully, she did not share the fact that the killer was a Muggle, or things would have gotten very awkward for the Muggle. A Muggle killing a wizard is a crime punishable by Dementor's kiss, no matter the situation. Ignoring the frankly disgusting laws in the wizarding world, she prepares the body for transportation, the initial examination done, finally realizing that Blinky the elf had disappeared almost as soon as she had seen the body, and never returned. As she prepares to leave, Madame Crickerly says, "Your friend said that he will send any dark wizards he finds, dead or alive, during the war to this house, and he might not always inform you of it." Darla did know that, having already informed of the same by Mason himself. "I would like to keep an Auror posted here at all times, Auror White, you're responsible for working out a schedule that won't harm the work of our team. Move out." And then, the Aurors leave the house, Darla staying behind to work on the schedule. She already knew the ins and outs of the house anyway, and had permission to stay here whenever she wants. She'll just have to inform Anna that she'll have to stay here a while, and that she can't join Darla here. Flying on a plane has always been a dream of mine, as poor as that makes me seem. I never got the opportunity, since I didn't have enough money to even afford a domestic flight ticket, back in my old life. And now, here I am, finally taking my first flight, and that too internationally. But this isn't what I meant when I wanted to fly on a plane. Don't worry. We'll push you on time. You just count 30 seconds, and then pull this. A paratrooper yells over the sound of speeding air, as we hang at the open cargo door of the cargo plane, hidden amongst the bomber planes of the Royal Air Force. I was holding on to the man for dear life, my fear of heights resurfacing. The only thing stopping me from passing out, was the fact that I could fly on my own by now, even if it isn't as easy as I'd hoped. If the parachute fails, I could just fly down on my own. Thankfully, I was going to land in the Mediterranean Sea itself, which means the impact on land won't kill me, but the surface tension of the water might. I yell back at him, "Why the fuck can't one of you twats do this mission?" The paratrooper laughs loudly, and yells, "I don't even know what the mission is, mate. That's the beauty of IT. Now, good luck." And before I can even thank him for the well wishes, the man removes himself from my hold, and pushes me down, making me immediately scream out into the air, as I start falling down. 5 seconds in, I manage to bring my focus back into the mission, and I spread my arms and legs around me, as I was taught in the crash course I just got, on my way over. All around me, different missiles, and high-caliber bullets keep getting exchanged between the Luftwaffe and the RAF, while the ground forces try and take our planes out with their anti-aircraft weapons. I feel some of the bullets come near me, but my telekinesis takes care of diverting them away from me, even without my prompting. Meanwhile, I focus my magic through my arms, legs, and my torso, focusing on the intent of magically engraving runes on my bones itself. When the runes temporarily engraved by my magic interconnect with each other, I feel myself slow down, right as the 30th second ends, and I pull on the string, activating the dark parachute, that hopefully stays hidden in the darkness of the night. Unfortunately, my hopes crash immediately, when a few rounds of bullets tear through my parachute, with only my telekinesis saving me from the same fate. I immediately lose the parachute bag, and start falling down. Thankfully, my self-flight was active, and I slow myself down before falling completely underwater, enough that I don't harm myself at least. This method of flight was crude, and definitely not the best method out there, but it is the one I have. I could control my magic completely, when it is inside my body. I had said that before a lot of times. Even when wandless magic was a pipe dream for me, I could move and shape my magic around my body, around my blood. I had first thought, that this will make flight easy peasy lemon squeezy for me. It was only when I began actually researching self-flight, that I learned, that no wizard had managed the feat without depending on some other method. Some used enchanted clothes, some developed a harness or something, that enabled flight, and some even created a replica Mjolnir, to pull them into the air. Yet, that last one didn't work out so well for their shoulders. Some people even managed to sacrifice a magical bird or something, to gain the gift of flight, and it worked. Somewhat. The speed, time, and the altitude of their flight depended on the magical value of the bird. So, yeah, it was not easy peasy lemon squeezy. But, what I realized after a lot more research, is that magical brooms fly by dispensing tiny amounts of magic into the air, continuously, and from every inch of it. The shape of the broom gives it maneuverability, and the bristles give it better aerodynamics. So, theoretically, if a wizard can dispense magic from everywhere on his body, continuously, then he can fly. Which is what I did. I use runes to channel my magic everywhere at once, which I am unable to do as of this moment without their aid. This allows me to work as my own flying broom, and it works completely by my own will, with my arms and legs providing the direction, the runes giving me the maneuverability, and control over the speed. The way this works, is my magic carve the runes on my bones itself, completely painlessly, and temporarily, and then the runes and my magic work together to allow me to control every aspect of my flight. It was all according to my own will, and there's no chance of failure, as long as I have control on my own mind. But, I couldn't go faster than 30 km/h yet, and not for more than 20 minutes. Not yet at least. I haven't worked on it for a long time, since I also had many other projects to work on, and I was called to war. Definitely at the top of my list when I get back, though. As I splash into the water, with only minor damage to myself, I cast a bubblehead charm, and swim downwards, and to the east, deactivating my flight enchantment for now. Once suitably away from the base, I approach the beach, using my telepathy to ensure that no one sees me come out of water. I stay silent, knowing that I can't purposefully bring attention to myself, and turn invisible as soon as I'm completely dry. Then, I transform my clothes into those of an Italian private, and start my trek to the Troina village. 2 days later, thanks to a healthy dose of my telepathy, staying invisible, and taking the portal express back to Aves Manor to eat some actual food, and rest, I reached the village of Troina, and into an empty house. Italy was currently divided, and so was Sicily. Some people wanted Mussolini to rule Italy, supporting his fascism completely, while some wanted him and his fascism gone, buried underground till kingdom come. Many such people, who had spoken out against Mussolini and fascist Italy, had lost their lives, leaving their homes either empty, or occupied by the Italian armies. I had found one such empty house right in the center of Troina, and claimed it for myself. According to an encoded message sent to HQ by Captain Jean-Pierre Monet, he visits the local church every Sunday, with an old Italian woman, who always wears a pink headscarf. Stupid, if I do say so myself, since someone could notice the pattern. But, I don't need the clues anyway. Sitting down in the empty apartment, I close my eyes, and breathe out, as I expand my mind. Slowly, my telepathy goes from passive to active, and I begin traveling mind to mind, checking names, and moving forward. Finally, 20 minutes later, I find Major Dubois, who was hiding in the attic of the woman's house, and then, I find Captain Jean-Pierre Monet himself, along with the woman. My curiosity taking over, I enter each of their minds one by one, to see why the Allies want them extracted so urgently. Well, I'll be damned. This Monet is a good soldier, that's for sure. He has access to some documents that describe the plans of fascist Italy, and the troop placements too. And he wasn't even ordered to bring those documents. His only job was to rescue Dubois. Speaking of, Dubois is useless, that much was certain. But I didn't think he'd sell us out like this. He had promised to sabotage the Allied navy, from the inside, which would have helped the fascists, and the Germans stay in Sicily. And he was actually planning on doing it, not that he'd succeed, but still. The only reason Monet even managed to rescue Dubois was that the Germans let him. Well, fuck that. I won't let the Germans mess with our navy like this, even if I do believe that there's no reason Dubois would have succeeded in sabotaging the navy. Getting their location, and knowing that Monet and the old lady were currently out of the house, to buy some groceries, I apparate inside, and wait for them to come. My senses return slowly, as if something is inhibiting them. My mind felt as if I had drunk a lot of alcohol again, as if I was back with James and Victor, losing a drinking competition to the two. Thanks to this, my hold on my magic was slippery. I could feel a hard cot underneath me, which wasn't unusual, since most of the days, we slept on the ground itself. But this wasn't ground, it was colder than that. Metallic. I look around, not recognizing the room, and try and get up from the cot. Unfortunately, my hand snapped to a stop before it can move more than an inch, and drop down helplessly on the metallic cot I was laying on top of. I look at my hands, finding them to be bound to the cot by manacles, quite heavy ones in fact. Raising my head a bit, I look down, to find that even my legs were bound in a similar fashion, and there was a thick leather belt, metal claspings, around my thighs, my biceps and my chest, which had me completely bound to the cot itself. Dropping my head down, I focus on clearing my mind, trying to use my feeble hold on my magic to speed things up, hoping to remember my last memories. My occlumency was intact, but I was just finding it hard to recall things, mostly my most recent memories. Finally, 10 or so minutes of meditation later, my mind clears enough for me to remember what happened. Alas, my magic still stays away from my control. I was on a mission to rescue 2 French military men from the Troina base in Sicily. Captain Monet had already rescued Major Dubois from his prison, and they were hiding in the house of an old woman named Romola Biscardi, an Italian rebel. I managed to bring the 2 Frenchmen easily enough, to a Luftwaffe plane I had stolen away for our escape, and waited until the raids began to start our escape to Africa. Monet was going to fly the plane, while the Allies rained cover fire on the Italians, giving us enough time to go home. Unfortunately, the Germans had somehow foreseen our escape plan, which wasn't in any way related to Dubois' treachery, and we were attacked while Monet was getting the plane ready for flight. Dubois, the hopeful traitor, was shot dead by multiple bullets, and I got thrown into a boulder, head first, by a grenade blast before we could even start mounting a defense. Thankfully, before I lost consciousness, I saw Monet taking off, using the jet's weapons to attack the Germans back. Hopefully he successfully escaped, but I was captured it seems. I once again look around, to at least get a clue of where I am, but nothing catches my eye. My connection to my personal dimension was intact, but my wand was missing, and so was my moleskin pouch. My clothes were still the same, but I could feel that all my weapons, knives, ammo were all taken away from me. I was completely helpless, with the drugs in my blood messing with both my magic, and my telepathy. I could barely keep a hold on my own mind, fuck trying to do that on other minds. I should have foreseen something like this happening, and prepared something for cleansing my blood. I know a few methods to do it with runes, but I didn't have a food enough control to do that yet. I try a few more times, to get the manacles off by force, and even try the Alohomora spell, but that just causes them to make a lot of sound. I was not afraid, not that much anyway. If my jailers wanted me dead, I would be dead. They're probably Italians, who want me to give up my Italian contacts for this mission, or Germans, who want me to give some secrets for them. Whoever it is, I am pretty sure I can escape after I get my mind and magic back. Sergeant Mason Lucas Aves. I hear in a German accent from somewhere over my head, which I can't see, from someone probably reading my file or something, since I don't carry any identification on me. I'll worry about how they got the file later, but at least now I know that I'm in the hands of the Germans. 6 confirmed missions with Special Ops Squad 7, over 500 confirmed kills, a combat medic with a kill streak is very hard to find, Sergeant Aves. And oh? What is this? You're a wizard? Marvelous. Fuck. It did not sound like it surprised the man. I wait for the man to come forward, waiting patiently as he took one step at a time. He keeps the file on a stool beside my head, and I see the stamp of the MI6 on it, which means the Germans have spies there. This is bad. And finally, the man himself comes in my sight, and I try to attack him on instinct, before the chains around my hands stop my hands a single foot above the bed. The man chuckles, and says, "That won't work, SGT Aves, the chain can stop even those Canadian freaks that you call friends from escaping. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Johann Hermann Schmidt, leader of Hydra, the Weapons and Deep Science Division under the Schutzstaffel. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Fuck. Hydra. Hydra? I'm fucking captured by fucking Hydra. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. Schmidt knows I'm a wizard, I cannot be sure what else he knows. You're a Nazi. I snarl at him, not hiding my anger at being captured by Hydra, the reason of which he might misinterpret. Johann Schmidt chuckles, seeing me helplessly try and hit him, and says, "Please. I am much more than that, SGT Aves. Much, much more. You might be wondering how I know you're a wizard?" I lay back down, realizing that I can't do anything yet. Even if I get out of the manacles, which is currently not that easy thanks to the drugs in my body, I'll have to defeat Red fucking Skull, which will be almost impossible for now. He's too strong, and too fast. Glaring at him, I hiss out, "I don't need to wonder. You have spies in MI6. Schmidt claps a few times, the rubber gloves of his hitting together, and he says, "Bravo. You're correct, of course. But that's not all. Let me tell you a tale, Sergeant Aves. A wonderful tale of enlightenment, and of ascension. I was approached by a man, 4 years ago, claiming to be a wizard who had similar aims to the Führer, and to me. Global domination. The wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, gave me a lot of information about the occult, about the gods of old. In return, he asked me to kill a few people, to get him a few things, or for some meaningless information. This sounds very unlike Grindelwald. He will die before allying himself with a muggle, even someone like Johann Schmidt. I stay silent, knowing that I don't want to give anything away even by hint. Schmidt goes towards the back, where he had a few flasks and bottles kept in a shelf, and fiddling with one, he says, "That was how our partnership has been, for 4 years. He asks me to do some stuff, gives me information about the occult in return, leading up to his last tip 4 months ago, thanks to which I came across something that has proven to be most effective. But no matter what I offered to give him, Gellert refused to give me one thing that I sorely needed. The blood of a wizard." He then turns towards me, and I see an empty syringe in his hand. It is then that I notice that my arm already has a lot of black spots, from previous injections. They were stealing my blood. They were stealing my blood. I freeze, my rage clouding my mind even more than before. So much so, that I don't even react, when Schmidt pierces the needle and takes a full syringe of blood from me. They took my blood. My blood. My blood. Oh, I don't give a fuck about the timeline, I'm going to make sure that he dies as soon as I'm free from this drug-induced high. As Schmidt keeps the syringe away, and prepares another one for blood extraction, he says, "Until you just landed in our hands, thanks to Grindelwald's own tip about your mission. We just refused when he asked for you to be turned over to him. Wizard prisoners should stay in wizard hands," he said, "but well, I had something that I had wanted for a long, long time. And I wasn't going to let it go. My doctors worked on healing your body, taking a half a dozen vials of blood every day, giving us a prime experiment material. All for more than a month, that you've been unconscious for. We did not do anything to you, however, so you're welcome." Schmidt says, as he extracts the 3rd vial of my blood from me. As he puts a piece of cotton over the hole in my hand, I glare at him, and calmly ask, "Why are you doing this?" Why are you taking my blood? What do you hope to achieve? Schmidt chuckles, and says, a revolution, Sergeant Aves. The magic in your blood, just like the magic in the gods of old, has power in it. And I am going to tap into that power, turning myself into the most powerful being on the planet. I snort, disdainful, and say, you'll fail. Magic doesn't work like that. You won't just become a wizard because you put gallons of my blood in your body. Schmidt says, au contraire, Sergeant Aves, I'm not even aiming for that. He then presses a button, that makes the metal cot I'm laying on to rise up, until I'm almost vertical. A press of another button moves the cot towards a glass window in front of me, and he joins me in looking through it, into a small room, or lab. I see a scientist, Dr. Arnim Zola in fact, working on a chemical formula written on the blackboard, while some sort of chemical was heating up in a beaker. I have some basic understanding of chemistry, but even my currently shoddy perfect recall does not allow me to understand any of the writings on the board, other than the chemical notations for most of the elements. That is Dr. Zola, my second in command. He is working on recreating a serum, that will make each of my soldiers worth 20 of the normal soldiers. Your blood is one of the ingredients in his experiments, that he hopes will cause it to succeed. Dr. Zola thinks, that wizarding blood might have the necessary power to forcefully bond the serum to a subject, without any side effects whatsoever. Alas, we're still in the theoretical stage, so that's too far away. But this. He then presses another button, that moves my cot towards the left, near another giant glass window. This time, I look over a hall, easily as big as the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Written on a big green board, was a runic array, that I could tell at just a glance, was meant to summon someone. Or something. Near the wall, on a shelf, were a few containers full of ink, kept under a guard of 6 people. But the floor of the hall is what immediately grabs my attention next. There were a dozen soldiers, carefully working on writing on the floor with a thick brush, and a small bucket quarter full of ink in each person's hands. They were copying the runic array down on the ground, scaled as per measurements already written on the board. Those buckets aren't filled with normal ink, as I assume you've deduced. Most of the blood we took from you was mixed in the ink. I will be sure to note down your contribution to this cause, once we succeed. Schmidt says, confirming my suspicions, as my stomach sinks. Grindelwald. How low have you fallen? You taught muggles the value of wizarding blood? Why though? It does not, literally does not, make sense. No matter what angle I look through. Why would Grindelwald, a man who hopes that wizards rule over the muggles, teach the muggles the power behind wizarding blood? Why would he teach them something so dangerous? Unless he plans to use this to his advantage somehow. Fuck. He's planning on using this to incite chaos, and war, isn't he? Muggles killed a wizard in a dark ritual to summon a demonic entity. Grindelwald saves the day, this is sure to gain him millions more followers. Suddenly, one of the soldiers writing on the ground spills some of the ink on the floor, probably ruining everything. Immediately, a soldier shoots him in the head with a blue energy bullet, which completely disintegrates his body, and people walk inside, to clean the entire hall with some heavy-duty bleach. And then, they empty the room. As if it was a daily routine for them. Sighing, Schmidt says, as you can see, it is going slow. Competent soldiers are sometimes very hard to find, you know. A single mistake means I have to start all over again. Probably a day or two later, knowing the stench of bleach. He then turns me around to face him, and as I furiously stare at him, he says, any more questions, Sergeant Aves? I chuckle, all my mirth thrown out the window as soon as he told me about my blood, and say, you're making a huge mistake, Johann Schmidt. Nothing good ever comes to those who play with things they don't understand. You think you know magic? You don't, I do. All magic has a price. And when I get out of here, and I will make you pay that price. That's a promise. Schmidt smiles, and it is only now that I notice his face mask slip a little. He says, when will you come after me, SGT Aves? When you are unconscious. Or after you die. Make no mistake, Sergeant, the only reason I am telling all this to you, is that your death is guaranteed. If not now, then whenever the runes are successfully written. I have waited a long time for this. And I will die, before I fail. He then gets close to my face, and whispers, Hail Hydra. And then, he once again injects me with another needle, this time, a sedative. A/N, whoa, this chapter felt so good to write. I haven't seen something like this in any FICS, but if I did somehow coincidentally copy some other FIC, I'd like to apologize and just say that I came up with this all on my own. An explanation, Mason was in a coma for more than a month, I wrote it, but just in case it's not clear. Hydra did not experiment on him, like they did to Bucky, but they took a lot of his blood. You saw what for. I'd just like to say that I can't write dark moments very well. It makes me sick, depressed, and I stop writing. I know, I've tried. So, I might not portray the events as depressingly as they actually are. Chapter 35, Escape. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Floating in spirit form, right above my body is something I should have gotten used to by now. But this time, there's a short deviation in the norm, thanks to my capture at Hydra hands. And there was no one else to blame, but me. It was my arrogance, my stupidity, that ensured my capture at the hands of the Germans, who then gave me to Hydra, instead of sending me to one of the concentration camps. If I had just seen the attack on us coming, read minds to ensure they're not just pretending to let Dubois go, then I would have not been captured in the first place. But well, no need crying over spilt milk now. At least, I'm not completely helpless. After the talk with Johann Schmidt, when he injected me with a sedative, and I was blacking out, I did something, as a last-ditch effort. I focused every bit of my control on my magic, as shoddy as it was, on expelling my astral form from my body. Thankfully, I succeeded, and now, I was looking at Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, standing in front of my body, as some scientists take my blood vials away, wondering in what ways should I kill him. Was it wise, bringing him into consciousness? We don't know much about his kind. He could develop a resistance to the sedatives now that he knows of our methods. Dr. Arnim Zola, the scientist who was working on using my blood to recreate the super soldier serum, which I'd previously heard no news of, says, as he enters the room I'm kept in. If he's already desperate to recreate it, it must mean Dr. Erskine succeeded in the United States, which means I missed the birth of Captain America, the dance monkey. Damn, I should probably utilize my time travel later to witness the amazing event. But not now. Fanboying later, survive now. Schmidt barely glances at Zola, and says, I have come too far to worry about him developing a resistance, Doctor. Just like our work with the Tesseract, the wizard's blood is sure to grant us many gifts. Even Grindelwald must know this, why else would he stop pestering us? Dr. Zola, who looks almost as if he's afraid of his own shadow, glances at my body, and says, even still, we should increase his dosage periodically, and keep him under. Now that he's healed, the power within his blood may turn to the only thing wrong it can find, the sedative, and try to get rid of it. Schmidt turns around to walk out of the room, and says, do as you deem necessary, Doctor. Besides, the wizards are almost useless without their pesky wands. Even if SGT Aves wakes up, he will still have to get out of this base, get through me, without having access to his magic at all. I'll prepare the next dose right away then. Hail Hydra! Dr. Zola says, and follows Schmidt out the door, leaving my ghostly self to float right there back again. Okay, first things first, I wave my hand in front of me, and cast the time and date spell. I frown, when nothing happens, and try again, this time really focusing on casting the spell, as if I'm doing it for the first time. I keep increasing the effort, and finally succeed on the fourth try. July 7, 1943. Which means I've been unconscious, and captured for a month and a half. I didn't fail to notice that it took a lot more effort to cast the simple time and date charm than it usually takes me, which means the drugs in my body also mess with my astral form somehow. I did not expect this, I really did not. Frustrated with the situation I stupidly brought myself in, I take a moment to really think, but not before spending a half a mo on really cursing myself out. This could all have been avoided if I just didn't accept this mission. I could have faked an injury, I could have changed their mind forcefully, I could have brought in some help in the form of either James or Victor. There were literally dozens of ways I could have used to prevented myself from going to this mission, but no, I wanted to be a moral piece of shit, and keep their minds intact. Now, I'm in a drug-induced coma, my mind isn't working like it used to, and my control over my own magic is shot to hell. I completely blame myself for that, even if I also blame Schmidt, Zola, and Grindelwald too. Fucking traitor to WizardKinda. And now, onwards to actually thinking. I still have my astral form, but it'll only work this well as long as I'm here, in the astral plane. The moment I go inside my own body, it's back to lights out for me. I won't be able to return here unless Zola wakes me back up, and that's highly unlikely, judging by the way he's so afraid of me. What are my choices? What can I do now, to get loose? First thing first is to get rid of the drugs in my blood, and get the control over my magic and mind back. These drugs are also suppressing my Shinnik abilities, so I can't even hear anyone's thoughts, despite being in the hub of all thoughts, the astral plane, which makes them priority number one. The rest can wait until I'm healthy enough. And thankfully, I'm in the one place that can help me regain my Shinniks and my magic, even through the sedatives in my blood. The astral plane. The magic of the astral plane, by itself, is really geared towards the magic of the mind and spirits, which means the longer I stay here, basking in the magic of the plane, the more I should be able to heal my spirit, and then through it, my mind, and then my own magic. So, let's start, shall we? I have a revenge to plan. September 22, 1943. Exactly 77 days later, I finally succeed, although not in the way I'd preferred. 77 days of constant meditation, with very infrequent breaks in between, is all it took for me to use the magic of the astral plane to jumpstart my magic. The frequent, repeated injections to my body didn't help matter, neither did them frequently taking my blood, while only keeping me on a saline solution. It made things worse, actually, by turning the clock backwards on the work I was actually doing, which is why it took me so long. Almost too long, since my body literally looked emaciated by now. But at least I have my magic back. It isn't perfect, since even now it took my astral form almost twice the amount of effort to cast spells, and since I wasn't in my body, I couldn't do anything too serious. I wouldn't be able to cast anything offensive at least, even if I bring my astral form out into the physical world. But, I should be able to cast healing spells on my own body, using the connection my spirit has with it as a channel. And that's good enough for me. Dr. Zola would come in my room every day, without stopping, to extract 4 to 8 vials of my blood on each trip. And without forgetting, he would inject me with sedatives once more, trying real hard in keeping me unconscious. The sedatives doses had kept on increasing every week, which meant my body didn't stand a chance in waking up on its own. I haven't just been sitting around meditating, because of that. I had other tasks to complete too, like finding out where my stuff is being kept. I found my wand in Schmidt's office, right on his table, where he would try and cast spells with it at least once every few hours. I wished, really wished, my mind was strong enough to possess him at that point, because I would have loved to teach him what happens to those who touch my wand without permission. Alas, his body was too strong, and so was his spirit, while my own spirit was too weak. If I'd have tried, I would have failed spectacularly, and he would have known that I was spying on all of them while being unconscious on top of that. As for my moleskin pouch, they had kept it in a drawer full of useless stuff in Zola's lab, not knowing what they had hidden away. The moleskin pouch had an amazing talent of hiding itself away when someone else looks at it, and it did so this time by transforming into a plain cloth pouch. Simply amazing, I didn't even know it could do that. My weapons, meanwhile, were kept in a room 3 floors down, with some of the other weapons Hydra had access to. I was definitely stealing them later. Then, I also had to make sure that the summoning ritual doesn't get to completion, and that Zola doesn't succeed in making my blood compatible with his serum. The first was the easiest. I just flew through a random Hydra person, that had a brush in his hand. That sudden flying through his body made him nauseous for a moment, which caused the stroke to miss, every time. Then, the guards killed the man, ordered a clean-up, and took a break for 24 hours. And then, I chose another random person, at another random time, to mess things up some more. And I didn't always use the same method either. I could also push my hand out of the astral plane momentarily, to physically push someone's hand or something, that could cause them to mess up. And no one even suspected anything, since they immediately killed the person that messed up, before they can even give an explanation. Is it right? No, nothing gives me a right to decide who lives and who doesn't, which is what I was doing. But on the other hand, I know that if the ritual succeeds, it'll bring destruction onto the wizarding world. Either it summons the being it is supposed to, and they kill everyone on the planet, or Hydra leaks the wizarding world's secret out, which causes a war that Grindelwald is looking forward to. Plus, they're literally extreme Nazis. So, yeah. My morals are currently not in any equation I'm using. I just hope this doesn't have an effect on my guardian's oath. As for Zola's experiments, I couldn't do anything without them knowing about my spying, so I was allowing him his freedom for now. Not for long, though. Currently, I was staring at my body, waiting for the doctor to dose me up again, after taking 6 vials of my blood. There was a constant 4 drip attached to my hand, for these 77 days, which provided me some of the needed nutrients, but not everything. I was definitely 10 kgs down, with only my magic ensuring I didn't lose any more weight. As soon as Zola and his assistants leave, I begin with my work. Floating down, I land on the ground, still in the astral plane, and spread my legs in a stance. Taking a deep breath, I go through smooth, delicate motions from Tai Chi, using my spirit's motions to channel the spell. At the end of a few minutes worth of such motions, I cross my hands in front of me, ducking my head down, and spread them apart with a snap, at 10 and 2 o'clock respectively. Almost immediately, 2 Tau Mandala spells form into existence on the palms of my 2 hands, soft brown in color. These Tau Mandalas are what I will use to cleanse my body of any toxins it has, including the drugs in my system. It was a healing spell that I'd worked out for myself, since there wasn't anything in the books I'd read, about removing toxins from one's own body while in the astral plane. Really inconvenient. Sorcerers should have really seen this coming. Taking a step forward, I approach my physical body, and place my left hand's mandala on my body's stomach, my hand not touching it. The right mandala, meanwhile, I place on the metallic cot I was laying on. Without saying anything, I spin the mandala on my stomach counterclockwise, seeing the Sanskrit symbols spin with my hand. Slowly, a transparent energy starts leaving my body, at the point of contact between my tail mandala and my body, and then the same stuff exits out of the second tail mandala in my right hand, and flies through the cot, and into the ground. This entire process happens only in the astral plane, with the only change in the physical plane happening to my body. The toxins, after going through the metallic cot, will seek out the earth, and disperse there harmlessly. The transparent energy that was leaving my body, and going towards the ground is the matter-to-energy converted form of the sedatives itself. Unfortunately, this process is too slow, which means it'll take me literally hours to completely cleanse my body. But, I needed to do this, or I will die, and Hydra will succeed in their summoning ritual. 3 hours of constant siphoning of the sedatives, and all the other drugs inside my body later, I finally feel it. My magic was returning to its former state, slowly, but it was returning. Another half an hour later my Shinnik powers return completely, allowing me to listen to the thoughts of everyone inside the base. This also has a side effect of making me a little bit stronger while inside the astral plane, allowing me to speed things up a bit with the siphoning. And then, in the middle of the 4th hour, it finally happens, and I feel it, the freshness. My body has been completely cleansed of all my sedatives. But my body is still too weak, and I can't take revenge this way. Alas, I'll have to quit while I'm ahead, and return for revenge another day. With a dive, I push my astral form back into my body, and force myself awake, with a gasp. Almost immediately, I hear alarms blaring, as many Hydra soldiers start running towards my room. With a small snap of my fingers, the manacles binding me to the bed snap off, and I stumble off the bed. As soon as I take a step forward, I drop back down on the ground, my body not yet strong enough to support its own weight. With another purposeful snap of my fingers to direct my magic, and to give it purpose, I conjure a vial of pepper-up potion from my personal dimension, thankful that I can access it once again, and drink up, immediately feeling its effects in energizing me up. Now, when I stand up, I am not the weak person they turned me into. I'm once again the powerful wizard that they tried binding to their will, even if I'm not as strong right now. And I'm not going to let them weaken me anymore, or let them capture me again. Not gonna happen. Seeing Zola look at me with a lot of fear in his eyes, I apparate inside his lab, right in his face, and immediately cast a Kala Porchus, and an impervious at the door and the windows. No. 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 You were supposed to be in a coma. The sedatives were working, I know they were. Zola yells, taking a few steps back at my sudden approach, sending a lot of files and papers scattering about. Ignoring his blabbering, I hold him by the neck, and look straight into his eyes. Legilimens. I whisper, while summoning my moleskin pouch back towards me from the drawer it was kept in. By now, the soldiers were outside Zola's office, trying to get into the lab. So, I speed things up, and immediately copy all of his memories into my own mind. I'll go through them later, when I have the time. Along with that, I erase all of his memories of ever experimenting on my blood, or even seeing it. He'll know me, and he'll know what I did, but he won't know what I did it to. Ignoring the banging of guns, and battering rams on the glass window, and even the bullets trying to take the window down, I drop the now unconscious Dr. Zola on the ground, purposefully kicking him in the balls once. And then, I sit on Dr. Zola's chair, and wait, playing with a small sparrow made of flames flying above my right hand. 10 minutes is all I have, before I run out of juice, so I'm going to make the most of it. All the while, alarms blare all around the base, and soldiers keep trying to get into the lab to no avail. Their bullets hit the impervious glass harmlessly, dropping down on the ground, and a few that try with the Tesseract energy weapons mysteriously fire at their own comrades, causing everyone to stop using them immediately, and sticking to physical bullets. But then, I see him coming, more like hear him coming, with the way he's yelling at the soldiers. Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull. As soon as he comes into my former prison, to look into Zola's lab through the window, I smile at him, already feeling satisfaction at the rage he's giving off. I cough right after that, feeling some of the weakness returning, and wave my hand at him. He pulls his hands back, and punches with full force, the glass actually wobbling a bit. As he frowns at the glass, I look him in the eye, cast the Legilimens spell, and as the memories start getting copied, I say, I told you I would get out. I told you I would make you pay the price. I might not be able to possess him right now, or control his mind, but nothing is stopping me from copying his memories. Nothing at all. Schmidt pulls out a gun from his hip, this one an energy weapon charged with the energy of the Tesseract itself, and says, "You're still trapped here, Sergeant Aves. And I am standing between you and your escape." I smile, as he points the gun at the glass, and say, "Au contraire, Johann Schmidt, you're exactly where I wanted you to be." And then, I apparate to Johann Schmidt's office, right before he shoots the Tesseract energy-charged gun at the glass window separating me and him, and right after dropping the flaming sparrow on the pieces of paper, and the chemicals spread around Zola's chemistry table. As Schmidt fires his gun at the window, the highly dense energy bullet forces its way through the barrier protecting the glass window from the normal bullets, and then through the window itself. Just before the energy bullet breaks the window, however, Schmidt sees Sergeant Aves disappear from the chair, in the same manner that Grindelwald would disappear from right in front of his eyes, and then, there's fire everywhere. The energy bullet crashes into a beaker full of an alcoholic solution at the back of the lab, breaking the beaker, and sending the alcohol flying all around the lab. Coincidentally, some of it lands on the prone Dr. Zola, as well as the flames having set to a stack of paper on the lab table. The flames explode with the chemicals, causing everything to start burning, even Dr. Zola, much to Schmidt's anger. He throws one of his soldiers through the now open window, and yells, "What are you waiting for, you fools? Get Dr. Zola out of there!" And then, he runs back towards his office, knowing that his office has something that the wizard definitely wants. When he gets there, however, he finds not his office, but only ash, with everything in his office already burnt down. He stares at the burnt pile of ash that once used to be his office, and cannot help but punch the stone wall, creating a crack in it. Clenching his bleeding fist, he looks up into the air, and yells, "I'll find you, Mason Aves. No matter what." After burning Johann Schmidt's lab, reclaiming my wand, my blood and weapons, as well as clearing the weapons room of its contents, I take a few stops in some other labs, setting fire wherever I go, and apparate to the place that holds the one treasure that trumps them all. The Tesseract. My weakened form sorely needs some energy, a lot of it, and the Tesseract is currently the only thing that can grant me it quickly enough. If I manage to absorb some safely, that is. The Tesseract was held in a siphoning tool, its energy being drained continuously into batteries. There were a few stacks of a dozen or so batteries each, some big enough to power a building, or even the advanced panzers, and some smaller, suitable for the guns. Ignoring the batteries, I approach the Tesseract itself, and move my hand forward to pick it up. But right before I can touch it, I get an intense feeling of wrongness from it, as my hand refuses to go forward. No matter how much I try to push through, my hand stays in its spot, refusing to budge forward. It doesn't stop when I try to retreat, however, and I understand. Sighing, I drop my hand, and say, yeah, I get it. I'm not the person meant to carry your energy. Picky, aren't you?" A little disappointed, but not disheartened, I take all the stacks of Tesseract batteries, put them in my moleskin pouch, and then apparate out of the base I was in, right outside its lands, in fact. And then, I immediately drop down, resting my back on a tree, the cold ice underneath me not even bothering me anymore. I had run out of energy, and I was just running on sheer willpower now. I had to get out of here, but I don't think I had enough energy to apparate outside Austria, let alone to England. Knowing I'm going to regret this later, I down another pepper-up potion, and start spinning my hand, to create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets, as I feel some of my energy return, but not for long. A second dose of pepper-up potion is only valid for a minute or two, max, after which I'll be out of commission for a day or two, completely helpless. If I don't get any medical attention, I'll die, I know that, but I can't let Hydra experiment on my blood, not more than they already have. I could still hear the thoughts of the soldiers panicking over the multiple fires I'd started in the base, as well as the missing barrels of my blooded ink. Red Skull was smarter than I'd given him credit for, since he suspected that I was close. He had already ordered a sweep over 50 miles, wanting to recapture me. Well, I'm not waiting for that. As soon as the portal forms, and I see the chamber on the other side, I jump through the portal, and drop down on the cold stone floor. I could feel the pepper-up potion having its toll, the second dose worsening the effects. Right before I could completely lose consciousness, I managed to whisper, "Blin Kentucky." And then, I start to black out once again. Only this time, I know I'm completely safe, since I could see the tiny feet belonging to my lovely elf friend Blinky appear right in front of my face. I'm safe, that is what matters. It isn't over yet, but I'm safe. When I next wake, I immediately jump down, summoning my gun in one hand, and my wand in the other. Seeing something move, I point both my weapons at it, and stop just before I can fire on instinct. I keep staring at her, not believing in what I'm seeing, but then, my mind catches up to my memories, allowing me to realize where I am. "Blinky," I whisper, looking at my faithful friend of a few years, and realizing that I was in my bedroom, in Aves Manor, under Fideliu's charm. Which means no one else knows where I am. Looking down, I see that I was wearing nothing but a patient's robe, open on the back. I could feel that there was a small bandaged sticker stuck to my lower abdomen, near where my kidney is. This was my own invention, a filtration system for the body's digestive system. The stickers come in pairs, one to be placed on the kidney, and the other in the toilet, or in a chamber pot enchanted to destroy everything. This makes sure my waste doesn't stay in my body itself, while food is given in liquid forms. Is Mason sir okay? I felt your pain, and anger, but you told me not to come for you even if you are dying. Blinky says, for the first time in a long time, looking as if she's Blinky the house elf once again, and not Blinky the elf, my faithful friend. I did not spend 3 years improving her English, and teaching her the value of her life, just to endanger it all thanks to some stupid mistakes. Sighing, I say, I'm sorry, Blinky, for worrying you. I was hurt, not too badly, but I was. Well, my physical hurt wasn't much, but the psychological hurt, that's a bit more difficult to quantify. For a few minutes, we both stay silent, as I think over what I'm going to do. What happened to you, sir? Who did this? Blinky asks, her soft voice breaking the silence. I turn towards Blinky, and explain to her about my situation, because if anyone else deserves to know, it's Blinky. She had been in a similar situation, when she was with her last master. She was completely helpless, forced to follow the orders of a wizard. On the other hand was I, captured by muggles, because of the manipulations of Gellert Grindelwald, drained of my blood every day, so they can experiment on it, and seeing them try to use my blood in a ritual. Something like this is horrifying enough to disgust even a pure being like Blinky, as evident by the tears in her eyes. My strength hasn't fully returned though, and 10 minutes of talking later, I start coughing, my breath still short. Blinky brings me a glass of water, from the table, and says, Mason sir should rest. Your body is still not completely fine. I healed you as much as I could, referring to your books, but I'm not a healer, or a medi-witch. Ain't that the truth? I am definitely not fine. I'm still missing 10 kilograms of my previous weight. I drink the water, and follow her order of resting up. Laying down on the bed, I ask, how long has it been, Blinky? And did you tell anyone? Shaking her head, Blinky says, I did not tell anyone, I didn't think you wanted me to. I thought of calling Ms. White, who is staying in your Islington house for now, but ultimately, I couldn't even do that, as she doesn't know the secret, and you weren't safe to be moved yet. And you came here 36 hours ago. I sigh, thankful that it hasn't been too long, but worry's still not over yet. I look at Blinky, and just stare for a moment. Blinky stares back, blinking in between. She has improved so much since the days of her enslavement. Her English is perfect, her clothes are clean, and she had even learned to replicate most wizarding spells and wards, with her own twist to them. Of course, I also learned from her. Snapping my fingers to cast spells is something I learned from her. More importantly, Blinky isn't anyone's servant anymore, nor anyone's slave. She's her own person, and she just stays with me because we haven't found a way to get rid of whatever bond she has with me. Heck, I haven't even found a way to feel out the bond yet. I smile at her, and say, Blinky, I want you to do me a few favors, please? Until I can get off this bed without falling down 2 minutes later. Anything, sir? Blinky says, enthusiastic to help. I frown, feeling a bit bad about this, but it's necessary. Until I can walk more than 5 steps without falling on my face, I need her help. I say, I want you to bring me a few things. You can find them all in my potions lab, but if something is missing, then visit the chamber for it. Blinky mutely hands me a quill and parchment, and I roughly start writing the ingredients that I was going to need, along with explaining where she can find these things. And then, I sleep once again, my body desperately needing the rest. The next day, after a healthy dose of rest, nutrition mixes, water, and some apples to get me used to actually food, I get to work with everything Blinky brought to me. First things first, I need to get my health back, and I have the perfect ritual for that, which will have 2 benefits at once. I could use my healing spells, or potions to get my old strength back, but it will take time. A month at least, which I don't have. This ritual will heal me back up within a day or 2, at most, thanks to the gifts it'll give me. There's a ritual, designed to be used with an animal's blood, bone, and flesh. Taking part in this ritual fuses the properties of the animal's magical gifts to your own blood, over a course of 3 very painful hours. But in the end, the gifts are merged perfectly, allowing the wizard to use them as if they're his own, and not stolen. During the era of Merlin and King Arthur, this ritual was used to grant the strength of Riem to anyone that wants it, and most of the Knights of the Round Table had gone through the ritual. Other than that, some had gotten the speed of a unicorn, resistance or strength of a giant, and even flight from some birds. Soon, however, this ritual disappeared from the wizarding world, and people began to drink a strength potion, made out of Riem's blood, to get the same strength, albeit temporarily. You can only use this ritual twice in your lifetime, without any side effects. Any more, and your body starts to deform, your magic starts giving up. There was also the fact that you cannot take part in any ritual for 5 entire years after this one ritual, a period of time that allows your body to settle down with the new gifts. This is why I didn't go through with it when I first found out about it. Staying away from all rituals, even those that don't affect me, is not something I could do just yet. But now, there's a desperate need for it. Not the strength, no. But something else. I was going to go through the Riems ritual later, or use something else for strength. But I didn't have a strong enough need for strength as of now. I needed healing. And I had the blood, flesh, and bone, from someone who has an amazing healing gift. I really hope Victor doesn't mind me stealing his mutation, though. The ritual was modified for humans' gifts easily enough, within a few hours at most. Thank you, Room of Knowledge. In the ritual chamber of the Aves Manor, I take the ink I'd stolen from Hydra, already mixed with my blood, and start drawing the ritual diagram with a brush made of equal parts of the hair of thestrals and unicorns, bound to a bone of a hippogriff. A giant circle comes first, with the thickness of the line just centimeters, and the diameter of the circle at 7 meters. Then, inside the circle, I draw an equilateral triangle, each with a side of length 73 meters, again, the thickness of each line just 7 centimeters. The triangle divides the circle such that there are 3 equal parts of the circle that stay outside the triangle. In each of those areas I place a copper bowl, right in the middle. In those copper bowls, I place the blood, bone, and flesh of Victor, respectively. Surrounding each bowl, I write the runes denoting each ingredient, and their purpose in this ritual. The blood, bone, and flesh of Victor Creed will ensure that I get the full package deal, when it comes to his mutation. And there's a reason why I'm choosing Victor over James. His healing might be inferior to James's, but it is still good enough to keep him looking in his 30s till he was 150. His senses, strength, durability, are all definitely better than James's too. Which is why I'm choosing to take in his mutation, and not James's. Plus, James's 3 claws aren't exactly subtle, whereas Victor's nails definitely are. He can hide them if he wants to, just like James, but he just refuses not to. In between the bone and blood and flesh and bone, I draw an identical runic scheme, the adaptation runes, to ensure that this ritual works with a human's gifts too. Then, I draw lines going from each ingredient to the adaptation runes next to it, on both sides, such that they form a hexagon. On the circumference of the circle, I place 6 beeswax candles, such that each of them are equal distance away from the next. 3 of the candles are placed on the vertices of the triangle, and 3 in between them. A few more runes are written inside the circle, and even the triangles, but I keep an area empty right at the center, for me to sit in. And then, once everything is complete, I light all the 6 candles, enter the ritual, and sit down with my legs crossed. I glance at everything once again, to ensure that everything is correct, and then, I snap my hands together in a praying pose. 5 seconds later, I slap my palms down on the ground, and activate the ritual. Immediately, the 3 ingredients float up into the air, on their own, as a non-existent wind blows around the room. The wind spins the ingredients in a clockwise circle, with me at the center, and starts speeding up. Once the ingredients reach a fast enough speed that they become almost a blur to me, I say, De mi idonum huius sanguinis, caro, et asa. As soon as I say asa, the flying ingredients slam into my body with full force, throwing me towards the back wall. The candles also burn out completely, and the ritual ink burns into thin air. I don't notice all that, however, as I was clenching my mouth to stop myself from yelling at the pain. I keep thrashing from place to place, my fists clenched, and me feet hurting from all the kicking I was doing. Meanwhile, my body starts going through some changes of its own, as the mutations start merging with my body. And I could feel all of it, even the pain that came with my body changing so much without my own doing. All the while, I'm helplessly trapped in my own body, the pain making it so I couldn't even expel my spirit from my body. The pain wouldn't even knock me unconscious, since I needed to pay my own personal price for the ritual, and the pain was it. Slowly, bit by bit, the damage done to my body during my stay at the Hydra base was being repaired, thanks to the slowly merging healing mutation. All the while, I keep on screaming, moving around thanks to the pain. Finally, after 3 hours of constant pain, of constant thrashing around, punching and kicking the wall involuntarily, I black out, once again, the ritual finally ending. Once I wake up, I can take care of the Hydra's summoning ritual, and my own revenge. No way I'm letting them off as easily, now that I'm on my way to healing completely. A/N, there was another way I wanted to write this, but it didn't make much sense to me. I wanted Steve to rescue him, when he comes for Bucky, but I didn't want Mason to be a helpless person. People will be furious, that he didn't have any more actions of revenge, but remember, he was weakened, malnourished. It was only his magic, and the pepper-up potion, that kept him standing even for the small confrontation with Schmidt and Zola. Once again, I'm not that used to writing helpless MC, in any situation, so please forgive me for any logical mistakes. If there's something I can do to fix those mistakes, feel free to comment, review or PM. Chapter 36, Small Revenge. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Yes, many of you have complained that Mason's capture came out of nowhere, and it did. I didn't explain it properly, and there's a reason. I couldn't do it, I couldn't write his capture and make it believable. Mason was lax in his vigilance, which is very unlike him. He believed that the Germans and the Italians will let them leave, because of the deal they had with Dubois, but well, they lied. He still should have kept a better eye, or mind, out, but he didn't. His fault, entirely, and he knows it. As for Zola, as a character, killing him would have been a perfect revenge. But, as an author, too many changes means I can't write stuff properly later. There isn't anyone in Hydra as smart as Zola, to replace his future actions. So, he had to live, for plot reasons. Hope this helps, if not, well, I'm not going to change much anyway. Read on. I growl, when I smell someone approach my dining table, but then, my mind catches up to my nose, and I realize that it's just Blinky, bringing another dish full of chicken. As I continue eating, I force my mind to calm down, and growl out, these animalistic instincts will take some getting used to. Even now, my voice sounds as if I was purposefully lowering the pitch, but I wasn't. It's just how it is right now. Ever since I woke up from my ritual a half an hour ago, it's been like this. I should have realized that when I asked for all parts of Victor's mutation, I was going to get all of it, good and bad. My body had healed up pretty good, thanks to my new healing factor, although I was still not in top shape. I was still thinner, since my body didn't have any material to work with, which is why I was continuously eating food while Blinky brought me whatever food I felt the need to eat. Seriously, Blinky's a godsend right now. Any other person would have left me to growl by myself. Speaking of the growl, it was one of the many bad parts of the mutation. I could feel that I was more animalistic, not feral, but I was more aggressive. My senses were pretty much enhanced, allowing me to smell anyone coming towards me, and see in the dark. My mind just hasn't gotten used to those senses, or the additional aggression, meaning my aggressive side takes over way too frequently. There's definitely more, but I haven't encountered it yet. Swallowing another entire chicken leg, bone and all, I look at Blinky, who was sitting on the chair in front of me, looking on in amusement, and snarl out, "The fuck are you looking at?" Pausing, I use my occlumency to calm myself down, and say, "Sorry. Still getting used to this. Damn, my throat would have gotten hoarse with all this growling if I didn't have a healing factor." Blinky laughs a little, and says, "Mason sir, you worry too much. I'm not going to turn into a slave just because you asked me to prepare a few dozen dishes. I like cooking. And I trust you, you will gain control over your mind and instincts soon enough, I know." I smirk at that, my ego swelling a bit. Once again, I use my occlumency training to calm myself in a few seconds, and then turn back to my food. Almost an hour full of eating various chicken dishes later, I finally sigh, my stomach feeling full, and my body finally looking like it was, before Hydra kept me prisoner. Hydra, the thought of the Nazi organization sends another growl through my throat, as the anger towards them comes to the forefront. And I'm not going to calm my mind this time. I want revenge, something that will suit the time I spent there. But first, I need to do a few things. Like observing the changes that I went through for once. Nothing had changed visibly about my body size, I wasn't suddenly a foot taller or anything like that. I did have a noticeable beard now, where before I would frequently shave it. But that's only because I haven't shaved it for so long. Conjuring a small mirror, I float it in front of my face, and use both my hands to open my mouth a little wider. A blink of my eyes zooms the image on the mirror until I can see my teeth clearly. My teeth were definitely sharper, I found that when I chewed through chicken bone as if it was meat, but it is just now that I register it. My canines didn't look different, but a single thought is all it takes to grow all four of them until they're almost twice their normal size. Same thing happens when I try to grow my finger and toenails. A single thought, clenched hands, and a highly dense nail forms out of the place where my usual, normal nails are. Just as an experiment, I use the nail on my own palm, and see it cut through easily, with barely any pressure from my side. So they're as sharp as they're strong. Good to know that at least they're under my control. My palm heals right before my eyes, leaving not even a single mark. The speed of healing amazes me, as it's faster than anything I've ever experienced before, save for the two mutant brothers. I was just a bit faster than Victor and James, though, when it comes to healing. This is most definitely a side effect of me having magic. My magic is already geared towards keeping me healthy before all else. It is what makes us wizards, and some squibs, more durable, and it is what allows us to play such a dangerous sport as Quidditch and not die every match. It also makes our healing 20% faster than a normal human's, which isn't that fast practically, but it is pretty good. That, combined with my mutation, is what's making me a faster healer than the two brothers. Plus, their healing factor is also focusing a lot of its power on not letting them die of old age, so there's that. There's not much of a difference in my strength, at least not yet. Maybe it will come with time, or the more fights I have. But for now, I was still the same average British soldier in the 1st Infantry. I smirk, because I was anything but average. I am a wizard, one of the best wizards in Wizarding Britain, and I was trained by two of the oldest military men around. Victor Creed, and James Howlett. Speaking of, I really hope I don't encounter the two yet. My scent has changed, even I can smell it, and while I don't smell even remotely close to what Victor does, it won't take anyone long to figure out when I heal in front of their eyes by a lucky shot or something. I'll figure something out for my scent later. Shaking my head, I banish the nails back, and then do the same to the mirror still floating in front of me. Using my metamorph magic, I slim myself down a bit, and then, turn to Blinky. I hesitate a little, and ask, "Can you prepare this ritual?" I would have, but the ritual I just went through last night prevents me from carrying out any ritual for 5 years. Blinky nods, and conjures a book with the snap of her fingers. Opening it, she asks, "It's this one, right? I'm going to need your blood for that." Without hesitation, I conjure a test tube, and cut my wrist to bleed into it. Filling it up, I conjure a rubber cork, and hand it to Blinky. She says, "It will be done within an hour, so you can do whatever you want. I suggest resting, or training your senses." I nod at her, thankful for her presence here, and wave her goodbye. I'll rest at night, it's still too far from even noon. But first, I'll have to train my senses. And I know just the place where I can do it. The Forbidden Forest. The most dangerous forest that I know of, thanks to the variety of dark creatures that call it home. The forest should give me enough control over my powers to at least control my own instincts. But first, with the wave of my hand, I summon a few things that I'm going to need for this impromptu camping trip. Save a tent. I'm used to sleeping in the outside anyway. Once done, I store it all in my personal dimension, and stop in front of a blank wall. Summoning my time watch from the personal dimension, God, I have to think up another name for that. I summon a portal for 7 days into the past, in the forge itself. Entering it, I operate on the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest, which is very much outside the wards of Hogwarts. Heck, it is outside the borders of even the Hogsmeade village, the forest was that big. Cracking my neck, I enter the forest proper, and take a deep breath. At first, every little smell assaults my nose. From the rabbit hiding behind the tree, to the deer that was drinking from a lake about 20 meters inside the forest. This time, I don't control my senses, and let them guide me. I cast a few spells around myself to hide my presence from everyone, even Hogwarts professors, and sit down on the ground, my back to a tree. Closing my eyes, I brace myself for 7 long days of meditation. Meditation will give me the calm I sorely need, while hunting for food will give me the necessary experience with actually using my senses. I just hope that 7 days of training is enough, or I'm going to have to find another forest to train in, for however long it takes. Surprisingly enough, it just takes me 5 days to come to grips with my now enhanced senses. I could now smell scents from almost 50 meters away, and distinguish each smell perfectly. I can hear the twig breaking 100 meters away, and I could hear the soft footsteps of a thestral from as far as 20 meters away. And boy, thestrals are stealthy as shit. Their footsteps barely make any noise at all, when I don't enhance my senses. I could also see quite clearly in the dark, which was a benefit just as much as it is a curse. I'll create an artifact to block those extra senses whenever I want to. That should get me used to normalcy too, I think. Best part was my tongue. My taste buds have definitely gotten more sensitive. Good tastes make me ecstatic almost immediately, while bad tastes make me extra aggressive. I can use telepathy to control that, however, so that's alright. I'm just going to have to get used to it. My speed has increased though, from what I noticed. I could hunt a hare with my bare hands, my eyes and legs easily keeping up with the tiny little thing. It is what I lived on these days. With the point of my finger, I fire a single piercing charm at my prey's head, killing the hare immediately. Sometimes, though, magic is faster than running behind an animal. All in all, 5 days in, my mind was completely mine once again, with the aggression kept to the minimum. My mind arts training helped a lot in that, which I'm really thankful for. But, I still stay 2 more days in the forest, my thoughts focused on my thirst for revenge. I wanted to be my perfect self before I began with the revenge plan. At the end of those 7 days, I wait until my past self left the house to go into the past, and apparate to my house. I know that Blinky must have just begun with the ritual she was going through just for my sake, so I leave her alone. Instead, I summon a few gemstones, which Blinky brought for me from the room of hidden things, and get to carving runes on it. I then gather a few more things that I was going to need during this mission, and keep them in the nowhere. Hey! This works as a name for my personal dimension, it's beautiful, and a good joke whenever someone asks where I bring stuff out of. Nowhere. Ha, this is genius. Shaking my head, I sit down to finish drinking the nutrition mix potion that Blinky no doubt left for me, and meditate. I'm going to need to be extra calm, and in control, during this mission. I was not going to let my instincts get in the way of my revenge. I wasn't going to kill him, Schmidt, or even Zola. No, I wanted them to suffer. Schmidt's future was already very torturous, and there were 2 infinity stones involved, which I knew nothing about. So, I wasn't going to kill him, just in case the space stone decided I made a better keeper for the soul stone. But Zola? He's fair game. He'll get his win, he'll get to his highest point, and then, I'll be there, ready to take his life. He'll see everything good about him crumble down before I kill him, though. 3 hours later, I feel it happening. A wave of magic was emitted from somewhere inside this house, and it was damn fast. Blinky soon walks out of the ritual chamber, tiredness evident on her face, and gives me a thumbs up. She says, "The ritual was successful, sir. Your blood should start getting destroyed soon." The ritual I had Blinky do, was the one to destroy every drop of my blood, dry or wet, from anywhere that's not my own body. Doesn't matter what protection spells hid the blood, or where that blood was, the only blood of mine that exists right now, is in my own body. I smile at Blinky, and say, "Thank you for this, Blinky." Really? Soon, I feel a shiver go through my spine, and I instinctively understand, I was safe from the summoning ritual. Hydra didn't have my blood anymore. Hey, I didn't know I will actually feel it happen, but maybe it's because it's my blood? Blinky gives me a sad smile, and asks, "You're leaving again, aren't you? To go to war?" Shaking my head, I pat Blinky on the head, and get up. I say, "Yes, I'm going to go back out there, for war. I have unfinished business there, Blinky. With Hydra, with Grindelwald. I need to see this through." Blinky nods, more than a little upset, and latches onto my legs in a hug. Leaning down, I hug Blinky back, and say, "Don't worry, I'll always come back. I still need to find a way to free you completely, Blinky." With a pat on her shoulder, I say, "Take care, alright. And go travel sometimes, see the world." Blinky nods, and separates from the hug. With a smile, I reassure both myself and her, and then create a portal out of there, to Austria. Standing on top of a tree, on top of a hill, my newfound feral nature loving this, I look at the base where I was kept in for a couple months, drained of my blood for their own sick purposes. Using my telepathy, I scout the Hydra base, while my new senses keep me aware of my surroundings. There were about 500 people in there right now, including just 50 or so prisoners. There were scientists, sympathetic to their cause as well as prisoners of Hydra, working on creating weapons. They weren't the Tesseract weapons though, since I had stolen all the batteries, but the normal ones, ballistic. The prisoners of war were being forced to do the heavy lifting for the scientists, under the threat of being gunned down. Unfortunately, Red Skull and Dr. Zola weren't in the base, and neither was the Tesseract. They had moved to some other base, taking the ink and Tesseract with them, and probably also the books that describe the ritual. Which means they're still trying for the damn summoning ritual. Pity, I wanted to destroy the ritual, and every trace of it. I'm going to have to find them for that, aren't I? Damn. With my nails digging into the bark, I settle down on the branch I was standing on. I'm going to stay here until midnight, which is when I'll begin my attack. I could, theoretically, attack now, in the middle of the evening. But if I do that, then I'll have to explain to the Muggles how I managed to sneak into a base that has 450 guards, in broad daylight. I'm not going to tell them that I used magic to sneak in, nor am I mentioning my new genetic addition. Better attack at midnight, when they're not expecting it, and when most of them are asleep. Around midnight, I jump down the tall tree I was resting on, and land on the ground 50 feet underneath me with a soft thud. No one was around me anyway, so I did not try to force myself to be too silent. But, my camping experience did train me to be more silent than my prey. And right now, that's what Hydra is, prey. I sniff my nose a few times, finding no one close, and move in the direction of the chain fence that protects the base. Approaching the fence, I cut into it with my goblin silver dagger, the highly sharp material making quick work of it, and then, I walk in. The base was big, with an area as large as Hogwarts Castle, probably a bit smaller. There were 8 watchtowers all around the base, with 3 guards in each of them. I approach the closest tower first, making sure not to make a sound as I walk, my senses not detecting anyone on the ground near me. My telepathy was also actively looking for any threats, but nothing came up, so I climb the stairs to the tower without any issue, and slam the door open, making the 3 guards jump. Hello boys. I say, smiling wide at their startled faces. They point their guns at me, but before they can even press the trigger, I speed closer to them, slamming my standard issue knife in the chest of the middle man. Gah! The man gasps, dropping the gun, and clutching at the knife. Leaving the knife, I punch the nose of the one on the left, while at the same time lay a left kick on the one on the right. The right one opens his mouth to scream, but I summon my knife from the first one's chest, and slam it into his throat, stopping it before it begins. I throw the knife at the head of the one I punched on the nose, killing him immediately. All this happened within 10 seconds, before anyone even notices. Cracking my neck, I smirk to myself, my inner animal loving this feeling. This time, I'm not even trying to suppress it, I need the killer instinct my feral self gives me, because wizard or not, going against 450 people is not an easy task. 10 minutes later, I take care of 2 more towers, and a total of 12 guards, few of whom I found on the ground, patrolling. I had also planted my runic bombs on each of the towers, along with a few strategic places, as taught to me by Matthew. I'll definitely thank him for the lessons later. It is as I was climbing the 4th tower, that alarms sound, with the Hydra goons finally finding the dead bodies I had left behind. I click my tongue in annoyance, as the guards on the watchtowers immediately start spreading the lights around the grounds to look for me, and the guards from the inside run in various directions, to look for me. I immediately speed up the stairs, getting bullets fired right at me in return, the people being already vigilant. I duck the first few bullets, but unfortunately, a lot more shots hit me, the machine gun fire too rapid to dodge without using magic. Argh! I gasp out, dropping down on the ground, bleeding from my wounds born out of multiple bullets tearing through my skin. I guess getting shot through still hurts, even if I do have an improved pain tolerance. The 4 men that fired at me all breathe a sigh of relief, seeing me drop down, and one of them says, "We killed the Intruder." Probably through a radio, in German. How the hell did he manage to get this far without any of us knowing? Another one asks. Before they can continue the conversation, however, I cough, and start rising up. My wounds were healing right in front of their eyes, as I glare at the 4 Hydra Nazis standing right in front of me, staring at me, terrified out of their minds. One of them definitely shit his pants, much to my annoyance. "Hello, enhanced senses here?" I run towards them when one of them starts raising his gun once again, and cut my nails through his throat. Before the first one can even drop down, I stab my knife into another one's chest, and kick the remaining 2 towards the wall of the tower. Summoning my gun, I quickly shoot all 4 of them dead. My cover was blown anyway. Doesn't mean I'm going to show myself to them yet though. Planting the runic bomb and hiding it under the wood, I apparate towards the weapons cache. This time, I summon a runic bomb, as well as one of the Panzer Tesseract batteries I'd stolen during my escape. I plant the pair of highly dangerous materials together, knowing that this will be a marvelous explosion to see. I place another pair in the giant hall that they used for the ritual, and another one in the factory that they were using for building ballistic weapons. After operating away from there, I apparate in the prison cells, which had 50 prisoners currently. Before they can even react to the soft crack, I throw my knife killing one soldier, and then start shooting at the others, all the while, most of the bullets they fired at me mysteriously missed. I ducked in between, knowing that all bullets missing would be suspicious for the prisoners, who were watching the fight intensely. Finally, within 3 minutes, I kill all 23 soldiers currently stationed within the prisons, and take a breath of relief. I look over at the prisoners, and observe all of them. There were 13 Frenchmen, 20 Britishers, 7 Canadians, and well, this is interesting. 10 Indians, belonging to the British Indian Army. Each group was kept in different cells, probably to minimize the fightings, and I don't recognize any one of them. I look them over, and nod, at each of them. My telepathy had taken care of removing my apparition from their memories, so I ask, "You lot all right?" The Canadians and the Britishers nod back, relieved that I'm a Britisher, the accent giving it away. Taking the keys from the body of one of the guards, I throw 2 of them at the Britisher, and the Canadians, and turn towards the Frenchman. This time, I ask in French, "You are all right, yes?" The Frenchman, who is most definitely the leader of the group, nods, and asks, "Who are you?" I tilt my head towards the Britishers, and say, "Sergeant Mason Aves, 4th British Infantry Division, of the British First Army." I throw the key to their own cell toward them, and approach the Indian cell. This time, I first ask in Hindi, "Are you guys all right?" "Geez, kid. How many languages do you speak, et?" One of the older Canadians asks, which I ignore for now. The prisoners share a look, and one of them replies in Hindi, and says, "We're okay." "Who are you?" I smile, and say, "A friend, for now. I'm going to blow this base up, so, do you want to come with us?" The people inside the Indian cell group together to start discussing, using 3 different languages. I recognize Marathi, Hindi, and even Tamil, which I take the time to understand, using my mutation. Finally, the 10 people agree to my offer, and start picking weapons off the dead bodies. All in all, amongst 50 people, we had 25 guns, including the pistols and machine guns the guards had as backup. Meanwhile, I have my pistol, and my knife with me. For a while, we just stand there, not having an actual plan of escape. We could hear the shouts of the people above ground. So, you got us out of the prisons, son. You have a plan of taking us out of here alive? The Britisher from before asks, holding a shotgun in front of his chest. In reply, I take out my pocket watch, and hold my finger up in the motion to stop. After 5 seconds of watching, I say, follow me. 15 seconds to first set of explosions. Obviously, that was all bullshit. The bombs reacted to my own commands, and not on any timer. In 15 seconds, I am going to command the watchtower bombs to explode, which will distract them enough to get us out. The group of 50 people follow behind me, mutely. As soon as we get out of the prison gate, we see the soldiers running outside, with their tanks and their guns, to look for us. With a giddy grin on my face, I activate the tower bombs, immediately killing about 40 people that were inside, along with injuring 20 or so people that were closer, in an explosion equivalent to that of a few hand grenades tied together. Boom! Another explosion sounds, as one of the advanced panzers starts firing at the other tanks, my mind in control of the people inside it. I yell, come on! Fire at everyone! They're all your enemies! And start running towards the exit, my rescues right behind me. In between, we fire at the panicking soldiers, that are trying to defend themselves from the rabid panzer, killing everyone that gets in our way. My nails take care of anyone that gets too close, while my telekinesis shield keeps my rescues mostly safe from the crossfire. When we reach outside the base, 15 minutes later, we have almost 300 soldiers dead at the hands of 51 of us, with only 7 injured, none dead. I turn back to see the remaining soldiers having dealt with the rogue panzer, were now gearing up for a chase, with their guns ready to fire, aiming to kill us. With a smile, I activate all the other bombs, even the ones that were stuck to the Tesseract batteries. Boom! 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 Multiple simultaneous explosions sound, as fire bursts out all over the Hydra base. Only this time, the fire is blue in color, thanks to the Tesseract's energy. I knew that the Tesseract batteries were volatile, and dangerous, but I didn't expect them to be this deadly. 7 bombs in total took care of turning the entire base to flames, leaving not a single survivor. My blood, even the one I leaked on the 4th tower, when I was shot, was all also gone, with not a single trace remaining. That was bloody brilliant, Sergeant Aves. The oldest Britisher says, patting me on the shoulder. I smile at him, turn towards the others, and say, this explosion is bound to gain attention, and not necessarily the good kind. We need to get away while we still have the chance. Should have left a few cars intact for the rescue, non. The Frenchman says, sounding none too pleased with walking for so long. I start walking towards where I know an Allied base is, and say, you have a decision to make, mate. Wait for the Nazis to get back, to see what the explosion was about, or start walking. Grumbling, the soldiers all follow after me, the Indians not knowing what we spoke, but understanding that this place is too dangerous to stay in right now. Indians, this is certainly an unexpected encounter. I mean, I know many Indians volunteered to fight for Britain's cause, and many were forcefully drafted for the war, but I never thought I'd actually rescue a group of Indians from Hydra hands. From their memories, I know that this batch wasn't experimented with. Some of their comrades were, probably with my blood, and they all died, never to return. I'll just leave them in Allied hands, and then ask for a ride back to Africa. I have a report to complete soon, and see if my mission actually accomplished something. All in all, I'd say this was a good mission, and a better test for my new powers. My speed could do some working with, but my other powers are still alright. I'll just have to get used to the aggression, and the higher input of stimulus. 50 soldiers rescued, and 450 Nazis dead, a good mission, if I say so. Definitely something worth a medal or two. And this just brings me one step closer to being strong enough to survive the future. Which is my end goal, isn't it? To survive? To live a life away from all the troubles. A good reputation in the Muggle world will definitely not be something that'll get in the way of that. Yup, I'm awesome. Chapter 37, Strategic Scientific Reserve. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. September 30th, 1943. A few days after my solo infiltration, rescue, and destruction mission, we had successfully gotten out of the danger zone, away from Nazi-occupied Austria. Getting 50 people, prisoners at that, out of hostile Austria, and into relatively safe Italy was no easy job, I'll tell you. The climate was cold, which meant food was scarce, and I had to use my telepathy a lot, so that my rescues don't die of starvation. I would apparate away into greener territory, hunt some animals, bring them back, and use my telepathy to make them less suspicious. Telepathy also helped in keeping us away from anyone's sights, meaning no one saw such a big group travel across the border of Austria. These people were tired, but they were also hopeful for the escape, which, I had proved to them, was not a dream anymore. We didn't encounter any enemies, but that didn't mean that we encountered any friends either. It is on the 7th day of our walk, that I hear them, the thoughts of some British soldiers, some 500 meters away from us. With barely any pause, I continue walking towards their direction, knowing that Italy is already occupied by the Allies. I'd gone away for almost 2 months, and the Allies took over an entire country. As soon as we get into sights of a clearing occupied by what looks like a small scout camp, we stop. From within the forest itself, we spy over them for a while. We could see their uniforms marking them as British, all 10 of the ones outside at least, but just by looking no one can be sure. Other than I, but well, telepathy is not admissible as evidence. Hearing a rustle, I turn towards my right, to where GP Capt. John Blunt was, our senior-most member, and ask, "What do you think, sir? Think they're actually British?" John stands up, dusting his pants off, and says, "Only one way to find out." And before anyone can say anything, he walks out into the clearing with his hands raised, immediately getting guns pointed at his face. "For fuck's sake, there are more ways to find out." "Hold it!" one of the British soldiers yells, stopping anyone from firing on instinct. Thankfully, John was wearing his military uniform, which was a bit worn off, but intact, and hence, they could tell that he at least looked a senior officer to them. The soldier, a captain from the looks of it, looks Colonel Blunt over, and says, "I'm going to have to ask you to identify yourself, sir." John looks at him, hands still raised, and says, "Group Captain John Harold Blunt, of the British Royal Air Force." "Identify yourself, soldier." The last part, he says as an order. Immediately, the soldiers all salute, their guns withdrawn, and the leader of this party says, "Captain Oliver James, sir. Of the 8th British Infantry Division. I'm afraid I need to take you into custody, until we can confirm your identity, GRP Captain." John waves his hands forward, signaling us to get out of hiding, and says, "I'm not alone, soldier." Once again, the party points their guns at us all, getting guns raised in return. John orders, "Stand down, soldiers. We just escaped from a Nazi base, where we were kept prisoners for months. I'd appreciate some thought before you take any actions." Captain Oliver James drops his gun, slowly, prompting all of us to do the same, and says, "I'm going to need a list of all of your names, ranks, and positions, so I can send it to HQ for confirmation, sir. Until then, we're gonna have to stay here." I understand why he isn't looking forward to a gunfight, he's outnumbered, and he knows it. If we're friends, we won't attack him. And if we're enemies, then they don't stand a chance anyway, or so his thought process is. Soon, we settle down in the camp, talking amongst ourselves, telling the tale of how we escaped from the base, while Captain James's group told us about the invasion of Italy. 2 days later, we get our identities confirmed as all missing in action, or Kia in my case, and get shipped to the Italian HQ. Turns out, Captain Monet did escape from Sicily, and managed to reach Africa pretty safely. But, he thought that I'd died when I smashed into a boulder, thanks to the grenade that took me out. Thank you, magic and telekinesis, for saving my life. It was the information that he stole, and I helped bring back, that allowed the Allies to take over Italy so easily, even after Hydra had declared its independence from Nazi Germany about a month ago. I say I helped, but let's be honest, it was my rescue mission that made it possible in the first place. Now, don't thank me. Currently, I was standing in front of Colonel Gray, my commanding officer in the 4th Infantry Division, giving a brief summary of what all went down from the moment of my capture, till the escape with 50 other people. So let me get this straight. You not only escaped from hostile territory, after getting some chemicals pumped into your blood, but you also took out the entire base, by yourself, and then rescued 50 other soldiers, once again, by yourself? And I'm supposed to believe that? Colonel Gray asks, looking at me as if I think of him an idiot. Along with him, there were 2 other people, all of them old, and above my rank, looking at me the same way. I knew this was going to come into question, whether I liked it or not. There's no way any mundane, completely normal, person can escape custody, kill 450 people, and rescue 50 prisoners of war, all within a couple hours. Nodding, I say, I took advantage of the situation, sir. I was trained as an infiltration specialist by Captain Creed, as you already know. I waited until the leader of the group went away, waited until they stopped feeding me chemicals, and then carried on with my tasks. I knew about the prisoners before, and I couldn't just leave them there, so I went to rescue them. I came across the munitions room by coincidence, and stole away a few bombs to use. You know the rest. One of the generals there leans forward, and asks, you expect us to believe that you blew an entire Nazi base, a fortress, with a few bombs? Turning towards Colonel Grey, he adds, are you sure he's not a nutter? He certainly speaks like one. I keep my voice respectful, and answer, first of all, it was a Hydra base, the now rogue Nazi science division. Their bombs and weapons are very much superior to ours, so much so, that a few bombs is all it took to do the job. Secondly, and with all due respect, sir, maybe ask some of your people to confirm my statements before declaring me an idiot. Before the general can tell me off, which he was definitely gearing up to do, another voice asks, did you just say Hydra? I look behind me, and freeze. There, standing was the Agent K himself, Colonel Chester Phillips, of the American Army. I stand at attention, and say, yes sir. We were all kept prisoners by Hydra. The colonel looks at me with a lot of critique, and says, no one's escaped from Hydra before. That set of explosions up on Leans, that was you. I nod, and say, yes sir. We destroyed the base before leaving. The colonel just nods, and walks inside the tent to stand on one side, to wait for my briefing to be over. I once again turn towards the panel that was going to decide my fate today, just as Colonel Grey asks, even if we do believe, that you managed to do all that you claim to do, without anyone's help, there's still the matter of why you were kept separate. Why were you the only person to survive being experimented on by this Hydra? There were originally over 30 prisoners in addition to the 50 that I rescued. All 30 of those had died in whatever experiments Zola put them through, using my blood, and his version of super soldier serum. I wasn't going to tell them that I'm a wizard, or a mutant. I'm not an idiot, I know they'll ship me off to be experimented immediately if they even suspect I'm different. So, I'm going to shift the blame. I look down, a bit hesitant to say this, and say, you're going to think me crazy, sir. Now he thinks he's crazy. The general from before huffs out, and then orders, answer the question, Sergeant. That's an order. I snap back into attention, and answer, they wanted to use me as a sacrifice in some sort of satanic ritual, sir. What kind of madness is this? The general yells, slamming his hands on the table. You seriously expect us to believe that a science division, rogue or not, believes in witchcraft? In magic? The second general adds, just staring at me. For fuck's sake, Sergeant. Don't play with us. Colonel Grey adds, rubbing his forehead, while I keep myself internally amused at their reactions. I speak a bit louder, and say, I'm being completely honest sir, I don't believe them myself, sir, but they spoke a lot about it. The chemicals they were injecting me with were supposed to make me stronger, a better sacrifice. Once again, the 3 people in front of me start yelling, telling me to go to hell, calling me all sorts of crazy, before something stops their tirade at once. I believe him. Colonel Phillips says, turning all of us silent, as we snap our necks towards him. When none of us say anything for a few seconds, he says, Hydra is led by a man named Johann Schmidt, and he definitely believes in the occult, in magic. That is why I was here today, to talk to you about sending some of your people my way. The general looks him up and down, and asks, and who are you, Colonel? Colonel Chester Phillips, head of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. We're a secret group of Allied soldiers formed by President Roosevelt, in partnership with your MI5, specifically to battle Hydra, before they were independent of the Third Reich. Colonel Phillips says, walking to stand forward, right beside me. I look him up and down, while he does the same. I turn around just in time for Colonel Grey to ask, and what do you mean, you believe him? You can't possibly believe in the occult. Colonel Phillips snorts, and says, damn right I don't, and I doubt the sergeant does either, but that doesn't mean the Red Skull doesn't. He believes in a lot of things, and he's willing to cross a lot of lines to prove them to himself, and to get himself on top of the world. Sacrificing a human is nothing new to him. Besides, it doesn't matter what we believe in, Hydra already has superior weapons to ours, that stump even our greatest scientists. Occult, or some deep science, we don't care, our job is to just get rid of them. When they all stay silent, not able to answer, he continues and says, the SSR was formed to battle Hydra. Even if you don't believe they're dangerous, our superiors seem to think so, considering I'm actually here, and not making dinner for other, more deserving soldiers. Whether the Red Skull would have succeeded in summoning some demon or not, who cares, we just need to stop him, and this soldier here has information that can help us do that. For a while, they stay silent, not saying anything. And then, General Pardon says, fine, take him off our hands then. You wanted our soldiers, you get him. Be crazy on your own selves, out there, and leave us normal folk alone. And then, with a stamp on a form, he transfers me over to the SSR, just like that. I turn towards Colonel Phillips, and say, guess I'm in your hands now. Thank you for believing me, sir. Colonel Phillips turns around, and starts walking outside. He says, I don't necessarily believe in your words, Sergeant, I'm going to confirm them myself just as soon as we're back at HQ. I just don't want to let go of a gold mine of information on Hydra, just because you were labeled crazy by the brass. Honestly, what were you thinking, telling those idiots about a satanic ritual? I walk behind him, and say, well, forgive me if I didn't want to lie to my superiors. I don't believe in all that shite either, but I told them what I heard from my captors. Colonel Phillips just grunts, motioning towards a tent, and says, gather your things and be in this tent by 2100. We'll be leaving for London as soon as I get more men for the SSR. Nodding, I salute the colonel, and walk towards the shared tent I was given a bed in. There wasn't much of my stuff here anyway, just my new uniform, a couple new guns I was commissioned, along with my handy knife that I had used in this last rescue mission. Well, I guess I won't be getting an award for this rescue mission. But, at least I wasn't arrested on suspect of being a spy, or crazy, which is good. I would have hated to fake my death and escape into the wizarding world so soon. At exactly 8 o'clock at night, after having my dinner, I walk towards the big tent Colonel Phillips had mentioned before. Pushing the flap away, my bag held over my shoulder, I enter the tent, and stop, seeing a gun pointed at my head. Who are you? The woman holding the gun asks, in an American accent. I look from the tip of the small gun, to the woman in question, and damn that's a beautiful woman, and say, Sergeant Mason Aves, ma'am. Colonel Phillips asked me to come here. The woman drops her gun to her side, offers me her hand, and says, Sergeant Aves? Like the one who escaped from the Hydra base with 50 prisoners. Taking her hand, I leave a peck on it with a smile, and say, that's me. Glad to know you've heard of me, miss. She smiles at me, and I can't help but smile back, as she says, Private Lorraine Smith, secretary to Colonel Phillips. But you can call me Lorraine. Still holding her hand in my hand, I ask, how are you finding Italy, Lady Lorraine? Lorraine giggles, at the lady, and says, it was dreadfully boring, until now that is. Colonel Phillips was really impressed by your feats, you know. Your infiltration mission in Tunis, the rescue mission in Sicily, and now this. Rescue of 50 soldiers from a Hydra base. Really impressive. I smile at her, take a step forward, and ask, and what about you? Did I impress you, Lady Lorraine? Lorraine takes a step back with a smile, says, why don't you come and find out? And starts walking towards the back, through another tent flap that leads towards another room. Keeping my bag down, I gleefully follow after her. Like hell I'm losing the chance of sleeping with a Natalie Dormer look-alike. As soon as I walk inside, Lorraine places her hands around my neck, and kisses me hard. Grinning to myself, I return to kiss with equal fervor, my hands around her hips. Soon, the kiss starts getting hotter, and our clothes get dropped on the floor. Welp, cheers to losing my virginity at 24. A few days later, we have our first fight with Hydra, near the Austrian borders. Lines were drawn, sides claimed, and a firefight had ensued a couple months ago, which is why Colonel Phillips had come to Italy personally, asking for reinforcements. And I, for the first time since my capture at the hands of Hydra, was enjoying myself. Don't get me wrong, this war was anything but enjoyable. War means death, hunger, coldness, lack of sleep, and a lot of sickness, not just for you, but everyone around you. But, my animal side was the one enjoying it a bit too much. My instincts were getting worked so much, that I didn't even need to keep my telekinesis field active anymore. I'd just duck on instinct, and if need be, move away. At least that was the happy part of the war, me getting practice in using all my gifts, save for my magic. As for magic, I was using my nighttime to get to the Chamber of Secrets, so I can keep my magic in use. My time watch came in real handy during these trying times, and so did my time slower. But, not all was happy. I had lost a lot of good acquaintances that I made during the war. I knew that I was going to see many of them die, just like I saw many of my other comrades die when I was in the 4th Infantry Division, but that didn't mean I was used to all this death. Hydra is a tough nut to crack, we all knew that. They had panzers large enough to make our tanks look like tricycles, their energy guns were enough for a one-hit kill, and many of their soldiers had some sort of armor that protected them from most regular ballistics. They also had flamethrowers mounted in their arms, which had a range of about 20 meters. All in all, it made Hydra into a dangerous enemy, didn't matter that their numbers weren't as large as the other enemies. Currently, I was in the middle of an assault, where we were trying to push the line into Hydra territory. I had a Tommy gun in my left hand, which I was using to kill Hydra soldiers from afar, while my right hand had a German dagger, that I was using to cut into those closer to me. I duck under an energy blast that came from my right, letting it hit the Hydra goon that I was fighting, As he disintegrates into thin air, I shoot my gun at the one who fired the energy blast, and continue fighting the next Hydra soldier that I find. Even if they had better weapons, better panzers, I was still way better in terms of hand-to-hand combat. It is as I was running towards a group of Hydra soldiers, my weapons raised, that I see him, just standing there, ignoring everything happening around the battlefield. But that wasn't what caught my eye, no. It was the fact that everyone around us was also ignoring him, as if they couldn't see him. Damn, a wizard, hey? But why is he here, in the middle of a battle? He then suddenly points his wand at a group of SSR soldiers, who were getting too close to pushing the line backwards, and casts a spell at the ground, blowing it up, and killing them immediately. Fuck. So that's why. He's here to make sure the line doesn't get pushed too far back. He's here to sabotage our attempts at defeating Hydra. And I'm the only other wizard here, great. Seeing him ready his wand for another interference, I make a split-second decision, and apparate directly in front of him. The man startles, and starts taking a step back, but I hold onto his hand, and apparate us far behind the allied soldiers. As soon as we appear out of the apparition tunnel, the wizard blasts me away with a wandless depulso, which, while low-powered, does the job of throwing me away from him. I fly away from him, but land on my legs itself, about 10 meters away from him. Standing up, he looks at me still standing, and snarls, the Aves. I take my wand out, holding it on my side, and ask, you've heard of me? The wizard says, of course, Gellert told me to keep an eye out for you. Ever since you and that freak friend of yours killed Victor, we have been looking for you. I look him over, and say, well, this is a good opportunity to gain some information about Grindelwald's movements. The wizard points his wand at me, and says, you'll know all about them, Aves, when I take you to Gellert himself. He casts a reducto curse at me, which I slap away with the shield charm, and say, I would love to talk to you mate, but I'm afraid I'm being missed out there. So. Toodles. What do you? The man begins speaking, and then suddenly drops down, unconscious. Turning a rock into a portrait, I throw it on the man's body, and send it to my Islington house. The Aurors will know what to do, since I know at least one of them always stays there nowadays. I wasn't going to waste time dueling people, that I know I can defeat, when I could just enter his mind and knock him unconscious. I didn't even need to interrogate him, because I had my telepathy with me. I just needed some time to confirm a few things in his mind, and to learn of Grindelwald's plans. And now, I know some of them. Grindelwald is still banking on the summoning ritual to cause a wizard's death, and he had no lack of prisoners to do it. Hydra had moved the ritual onto a different base now, which I didn't know of as of this moment, and Grindelwald had sent his top lieutenants there to guard the base against wizards, ergo, me. Putting my wand away, I apparate back into the fray, and start firing bullets from behind a boulder, after using my telepathy to make everyone around me think that I was always there. Heck, I never even left. The next month went by just like that, fighting Hydra, and maintaining a constant war with them. We weren't Hydra's only enemy, not even close. They were also fighting the regular Allied forces around the world, and even the Nazi German forces for their territories. We had lost a few battles, lost good soldiers, in this month, and we had not gained a lot of ground inside Austria. Their weapons were just too superior to anything the Allies had. I did use my magic to subtly bring us an advantage, but my magic could only go so far. But, we weren't losing hope, not at all. Italy wasn't won in a day, and neither would Austria. It'll take a long time to win the entire war, and Hydra is just another enemy in the war. And SSR is wonderful at combating Hydra. Howard Stark, a mad genius that he is just as good at building weapons from scratch as his future son. I've met him just once, when he graced us mere mortals with his presence, and I have to say, even though I have all his knowledge in my mind and Zola's and Schmidt's, I will still never be smart enough to hold even a candle to him. I have borrowed knowledge, while he's just that smart. Currently, I was in the hospital tent, patching up the soldiers as they were brought in from battle. This time, since the medics at this camp were in shortage, I was posted in the hospital tent. We had gotten intel that Hydra was moving a force of 100 soldiers through Azzano, a commune in a part of Italy that was currently in Hydra's hands. The USA had sent their own battalion to fight this force, over 200 men from the 107th Infantry Division. Alas, it was a trap. The battle had happened 15 days ago, and we were still getting reports of wounded soldiers being found after Hydra went through them. By now, only 40 soldiers had been found, the rest considered missing, dead, or captured. Seeing another ambulance stop outside the tent, I run towards it to load it down. There were 7 soldiers seated, and 1 sleeping on a stretcher. The seated ones had various kinds of wounds, from burns to mangled arms, while the sleeping one had completely messed up his legs. Damn, that's not going to go well. I order a few corpsmen to pick the stretcher, carefully, as I join the others in taking the other soldiers to some beds. I see Agent Peggy Carter, whom I had met a few times thanks to Phillips, looking at the soldiers with a lot of sympathy, and nod at her. I help one patient lay down on the bed, and start with the treatment. I might not be able to outright heal them using magical potions, or salves, without breaking the statute, but that doesn't mean that I can't ease their pain by using a pain relief potion. Met, no one will know anyway. Using my telepathy to make sure no one's looking at me, I summon the bottle of essence of Dittany from my pouch, and pour a single drop on the mangled legs of the soldier in front of me. Along with that, I summon a vial of Skull-Gro potion, and spell a single drop into his stomach. The single drop will be so much diluted that it won't suddenly fix anything, but it will make sure that the legs heal at least majorly. This won't fix it completely, but at least he'll be able to walk again. Taking their list of names, I walk through the heavy rain, towards the office tent of Colonel Phillips, and stop, hearing raised voices. Well, this is curious. Phillips never yells, so it must be pretty serious for him to raise his voice. They're 30 miles behind enemy lines, through some of the most fortified territory in all of Europe. The only way we're getting them back, is by winning the war. Colonel Phillips says, almost shouting but not. He then sighs, a bit of sympathy showing, and says, "Look, Rogers, I'm sorry about your friend, but there's nothing we can do right now. Do you understand?" Rogers? Well, goddamn. I'm finally meeting him, Steve fucking Rogers. As I enter through the open flap, I look at the man in question, and just stop, as he says, "I think I understand pretty well." Jesus Christ, this guy's good looking. I mean, I've seen him in his posters a few times, but that's nothing on the real thing. He's buffier than me after my ritual, he's as tall as Victor, and he's as confident as the most seasoned veterans. Which, considering he hasn't been in a single battle, says something. Good, then understand it somewhere else, I got work to do. Phillips orders Steve Rogers, dismissing him. He waves me forward, as Steve starts walking out, and asks, "You two got something to say, then this is the perfect time to keep it to yourselves." I snort, as Peggy just huffs and walks out, hand him the list of names, and say, "You realize that he's not going to give up, right?" Phillips signs on the paper, and hands it back to a corporal waiting for it. He says, "Rogers might be headstrong, and also actually strong, but he's nothing but a dance monkey, and he belongs to Senator Brandt. I can't just send him on a rescue mission just because he asks for it. Brandt will have my job, and my hide, if a single hair gets off of Rogers's head." I drily look at the map hanging innocently behind Phillips, which showed exactly where many of Hydra's closest bases were, and shake my head. Steve already knows exactly where his friend is kept, and if I know my lore right, he's going on a rescue mission tonight. Taking the list of names back from the corporal, I turn around to walk back towards the hospital tent. But nothing says I have to let him go alone, right? I mean, I have some experience in that department. Stopping right near the opening, I turn around to look at the colonel with a confident grin on my face, and say, "Colonel Phillips, I might have a terrible, yet wonderful idea." A/N, whelp, you probably guessed it. Mason is going along with the rescue mission. What will go wrong? What will go right? What will go perfectly? Chapter 38, The Rescue Mission. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. Peggy POV. Margaret Elizabeth Carter, or as she was more commonly known, Agent Peggy Carter. She was a spy in the Special Operations Executive, having been there after her brief stint as a code breaker at Bletchley Park, followed by her job at the MI5, and currently, the SSR. In her years of working espionage in the SO, the MI5, and even in the SSR, she had seen a lot of men that thought they knew better than her. A lot of those men had asked her to bring her tea, snacks, even when she was a fully qualified agent, and had a doctorate to her name. Which can't be said about the majority of the male agents there. Stephen Grant Rogers was not one of those men, but he was certainly acting like it, and Peggy did want to lay a punch on his face. He wasn't condescending her, not purposefully at least, but he was ignoring all the obvious signs of his stupidity. Peggy had seen him talk with Colonel Phillips, seen him beg the colonel for a rescue mission, so that he can get his only friend back from behind enemy lines. And then, when the colonel refused, rightly so, she saw his face. His face then had reminded her of her own face. News of her brother's death had made her determined to sign up for field missions, not caring that she might die. And Steve Rogers was just as determined as her, in going on a suicide mission. Seeing him start packing his bags in a hurry, no doubt for a solo mission, Peggy follows after him as he gathers stuff, and says, "You heard the colonel, your friend is most likely dead. Which is why I need to hurry." Steve Rogers, the man with barely half a plan, says, picking a shield from the rack, and observing it for a second. Peggy asks, "The colonel must have a plan for rescue. He must be devising a strategy. If you jump in without a plan, you can mess it." I can't wait, Peggy. By the time the Colonel makes a move, it could be too late. Steve says, looking at her with a distraught look on his face. He then whispers, I can't lose him, Peggy. I can't. Steve wipes his eyes, picks up his bag and shield, and starts walking outside the tent. Steve. Peggy calls out, but Steve doesn't stop, making her follow after him towards a jeep. Turning around once near the jeep, Steve asks, you said that I was meant for more than this. Do you still feel the same? Peggy doesn't hesitate, and answers, I do. Then let me go, Peggy. Let me do this. Steve begs, his eyes so sad that it makes Peggy, someone who was used to emotional manipulation, stop and think. Ignoring the pang of hurt in her own heart, Peggy says, Steve, please, just stop and think for a minute. There's no way you can go in alone, with just that shield, and even hope to rescue your friend. And what? You're going to drive 30 miles through Hydra territory? You'll be going in hostile territory, Steve. Alone. Steve pauses on his way towards the driver's seat, and says, then what do I do? Because there's no way I'm not leaving for Krausberg, Peggy. Peggy hesitates a little now, her mind going through all the possibilities, and people that can help in this idiotic mission. She didn't want to see Steve hurting so much, and she knew, that there's a tiny bit of a chance that Steve's friend is still alive out there, a prisoner, but alive. Sighing, she says, I'll come with you. I know a couple people that will also help without a question. Are you sure? I can't ask you to do this, Peggy. Steve says, scrunching his eyes at her, in a way that Peggy finds really adorable. Ignoring his worried face, Peggy says, I might not be working field right now, but I am a field agent. I have some experience in infiltrating Nazi bases, and one of the people I have in mind has experience in rescuing people from there. I'm sure he'll help. Steve POV. Steve sighs, a bit relieved. He might not want anyone else to get into harm's way, but he knows that this is a war. If Peggy says she can do this, then she can. She might be a dame, but he knows firsthand how hard she punches. Gilmore Hodge can attest to that. He looks at the shield, debating the offered help for a second, and asks, who is he? And how sure are you that he'll help? Ahem. A third voice clears their throat, making Steve and Peggy jump, one with his fists raised in defense, and another with her gun pointed at the sudden voice. There, leaning right on the door of the jeep that Steve was hoping on stealing, was a soldier, a sergeant, as far as Steve could tell, just smiling at them in amusement. Jesus Christ, Sergeant! Could you not do that? I could have bloody shot you. Peggy Whisper yells, putting her gun away, while the man just smiles at her. Waving his hand at them as a hello, he says, I could, but where's the fun in that, love? Besides, I hear you were looking for me. Steve looks at the man warily, having not seen him walk towards the jeep, or even noticed anyone walk towards them at all. He then notices his face, and frowns, knowing that he's seen the man only recently. His memory having been enhanced by Erskine's formula, it doesn't take him long, before he says, you're the medic. You were in the Colonel's tent before. The man bows his head theatrically, and says, guilty, Mr. Captain America. Sergeant Mason Aves, at your service. How did you? Steve begins, but trails off, not knowing what question to ask first. Sergeant Aves smiles, as if he knew exactly why Steve was so confused, and he definitely enjoyed it. Peggy says, I never said I was looking for you. Aves turns towards Peggy, and scoffs. He asks, shall I leave you two idiots alone then? I think Colonel Phillips might love to know that his British helper, and the Senator's chorus girl are planning on deserting together. Still with that damn smile on his face, Aves turns around and starts walking in the direction of the Colonel's tent, but Peggy races forward, and pulls him by his arm, taking him towards the tent they had just emptied. Steve follows after them, frowning at the wariness in his mind. There was something about this medic Aves, that put Steve on edge, and it wasn't just the fact that Peggy was still holding on to his bicep. We need your help. Peggy says, dispensing all denial from before. Taking the cue, Steve begins to explain, there are at least 150 soldiers from the Allied armies held POW at a Hydra camp in Krausberg, one of them is my friend. Let me stop you there, mate. Aves says, interrupting Steve's explanation. He then says, I'm in. We'll leave in the dark of night, if Agent Carter here finds us a pilot. What? Just like that? Steve asks, incredulously looking at the odd man in front of him. As the man just shrugs, he asks, and what about the Colonel? Are you really going to risk a court-martial just because we asked? Snorting, Aves says, not bloody likely. I was already going to leave for the rescue mission, courtesy of Colonel Phillips himself. You're just going to be an add-on of sorts. Peggy snaps her neck towards Aves, shock evident in her eyes, reflecting the feelings that Steve himself was going through. So the Colonel did have a plan, and he wasn't abandoning Bucky. It did make Steve feel a bit better about the Colonel. Peggy asks, the Colonel is sending you on the mission? Truly? I didn't think he would risk you of all people. What do you mean by that? You of all people? Steve interjects, before Aves can do more than nod at her question. Aves answers, I'm a combat medic, as well as an infiltration specialist. Medics are in short stock, since about a month or so. Steve observes the man for a few seconds, wondering what about this medic is different. He has to be different for Peggy to be this surprised. He turns towards Peggy, and asks, you trust him? Just because he was British, Steve wasn't going to trust him completely. If he's not trustworthy, then Steve would just leave for the mission as he had planned, alone. But, if Peggy trusts the guy, then there's no way Aves is anything but a good man. Peggy is a good judge of character, he knows that. Peggy nods, not without hesitation, and says, Mason is a good man, if a little over the top. Pausing, she adds, if you want to hope to rescue your friend successfully, then you're going to need Mason's help. Steve nods, and offers his hand to the man, who's just a little shorter than him. As Aves takes the hand and shakes it, Steve realizes that he's not as weak as other men. Heck, he's almost as strong as Steve himself is. And that just makes him respect Aves a bit more. Welcome to the team, Sergeant Aves. Steve says, as the two shake their hands. Mason POV, first person. Smiling, I say, please, Mr. Rogers, call me Mason. Convincing Colonel Phillips was a hard thing to do, but not impossible. He knew we need all the soldiers we can get, as the Allied nations are not as focused on the war against Hydra, as they are on the war against the Axis. But, even when he was ready to mount a rescue mission, he didn't want to send me, since I'm a medic, and hence, more valuable. Well, I had to use my telepathy to convince him then. And there's a reason I went through all this to get an off-the-books mission assigned to me. Namely, Grindelwald. There's no way that Grindelwald doesn't have at least one wizard stationed at the Hydra base where the fucking Tesseract is kept. And that wizard might try to harm Steve Rogers, the man who is yet to become the icon that he's destined to be. I couldn't risk the wizard messing up the timeline by killing Steve Rogers, in order to keep their own goals intact. Smiling at me, a bit half-heartedly, Steve says, call me Steve. He then turns towards Peggy, now feeling a bit less helpless about the rescue mission, and asks, who's the second person you wanted to ask? Peggy sighs, already dreading asking the arse of a man that is Howard Stark to fly them to Krausberg. I chuckle, knowing how much Howard loves to annoy Peggy with his flirting, as she says, he's a civilian contractor. You might have heard of him, Howard Stark of Stark Industries. Oh, this is going to be glorious. A few hours later, after a light supper, we sit on the plane flown by Howard Stark. It was a small cargo plane, belonging to Howard himself. Peggy, Steve, and I were looking at the map, trying to plan the actual mission, but without the building plans of the base, we won't be able to do much. I had already dressed in my stealth gear, with black clothes, a complete face mask already propped atop my head, ready to be pulled down. I had 2 pistols with me, a Tommy gun, a few rounds of ammo, and 2 knives. I could also summon my goblin silver daggers, that I had practiced with, from the nowhere, my personal dimension. You know, you two are going to be in a lot of when you go back. Steve notes, while just caressing the shield he had brought with him. Peggy snorts and asks, and you won't? Don't forget that only Mason here is actually supposed to be going there. Smiling a little, Steve says, yeah, but where I'm going, if anyone yells at me, I can just shoot at them. Undoubtedly, they're going to shoot back. Peggy says, sounding concerned now. Patting his shield for emphasis, Steve says, well, this has got to be good for something, right? Peggy breathes out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief at that, to which I drily say, glad to know you worry about us, Agent Carter. Not that anyone asked me. Jumping a bit, Peggy mumbles, I'd forgotten you were still here. Ouch. Hurts, right here. I say, laying down on the group of chairs, and holding my hand above my heart. Hey Carter. Stark yells over the noise of the plane, making us turn to look towards him, at the cockpit. He asks, if you're not in a hurry, can we stop by for some late-night fondue? I snort, at the way he gestures with his eyebrows at fondue, much to Peggy's disgust. Ignoring the confused Steve, Peggy says, Stark is the best civilian pilot we have. He'll get you there safely, don't worry. Steve nods, staying silent. Peggy then hands us 2 transponders, to contact them whenever we need a ride out, and then we stay silent once again. So. Do you and Stark? Fondue? Steve asks, suddenly speaking up. Boom. The plane shakes, saving us all from second-hand embarrassment, as Hydra starts firing at us. Steady the bloody plane, Stark! Peggy yells, as all three of us drop down from the plane moving around so much. Controlling the plane through evasive maneuvers, Stark yells, I'm trying, but it'll be hard to get through. Taking the parachute from under my seat, I strap it in, and see Steve do the same. As I start moving towards the hatch, putting my goggles on, Peggy yells, Rogers, get back. We're taking you all the way in. Gee, Peggy. You're really forgetting I'm here, aren't you? Where's the British solidarity? Another missile blasts extremely close to us, making the plane lurch even more. Steve bangs his hand on the button to open the jump door. I stop right at the end, not able to hear the conversations for a few seconds. I take the time to check over my math, to calculate how long it'll take for us to get over with our freefall. But then, I see Steve approach me at the open door, and nod. Holding Steve by his parachute pack, I yell, count 37 seconds, and then pull the cord. Not before, not after, at the 37th second. Steve nods at me, now looking afraid. But I know he'll be alright. If an alternate Steve can do this without help, or experience, then he can definitely do it with some guidance. Turning towards Peggy, I salute her, and to her horror, throw Steve out of the plane. Before she can yell at me, I jump right after him. For the first few seconds, Steve is right in my sights, my enhanced sight not being bothered by the darkness. But then, we're forced to switch directions thanks to the missiles bursting close to us, and the bullets that keep firing at Stark's plane. As soon as I land on the ground, Steve nowhere close to me, I climb a tree, and sniff. I'm in hostile territory, a forest in Hydra's control, and I need to first take stock. Expanding my mind, I use my telepathy to first see if I can catch any minds close to me. Not finding any, I sigh, relieved. It wasn't that I was afraid of the men, no. If there's people close to me, I'll be forced to kill them, and a single kill before time could jeopardize the entire mission. The person closest to me was a simple Hydra goon, about half a mile away from me. Using his mind as a piggyback, I go from one mind to another, each addition expanding my range of telepathy, until finally, I find out what I'm looking for. Steve is about 7 miles away from me, due east, while the Hydra base is due northeast, 5 miles. There were about 500 minds within the base, including about 100 guards, and 50 scientists, and other Hydra personnel. Which means there were about 350 prisoners of war, all waiting to be rescued. Steve was walking towards the base, since it is where he knows I'll be too. But, knowing him, he won't wait for me to find him. Plus, he's closer to the base than I am. He'll definitely reach there before me. If I was a normal person, that is. Pulling my hand back, I throw an empty punch downwards, summoning the gateway to the mirror dimension. With a simple step off the branch I was standing on, I fall through the gateway, and enter the mirror dimension, now free to do as I want. Now inside the mirror dimension, once again, I focus my magic inside my own body, and magically carve the runes that I need for achieving self-flight. As I float into the air, I take aim, and shoot towards the Hydra base. I fly through the air, the mirror dimension keeping me hidden from anyone that could have seen me, and I look at all the sentries posted around the base. Hidden in trees, bushes, in watchtowers, there were at least 50 additional people here. I'm lucky that I'm a wizard. I wonder how Steve will manage. Knowing him, with a shitload of luck. Within a couple minutes, I reach the Hydra base, way before Steve, and start with my job. First, using the advantage of invisibility given to me by the mirror dimension, I scout out the entire base, find out where everything, and everyone is. Only after I know the actual plans of the building can I begin my assault. But, before I can do that, I need to do something else. In a clearing at the north side of the Hydra base, there stood 2 men, looking as relaxed as ever. None of the other people there even reacted to their presence, however. It was as if they couldn't even see these 2 men. Still in the mirror dimension, I observe them for a few seconds, and then, with the single wave of my hand, I bring them into the mirror dimension. For them, it looked like their surroundings just rippled for a microsecond. Other than that, nothing else changed for them. But that small ripple was enough to raise their guard. Keep your eyes open. One of the men says, as the 2 stand back to back, their wands out. Wizards, Grindelwald's men. From their minds, I understand their names were Stefan Kohler, and Heinrich Kruger. I knew there was going to be at least one of his men here, thanks to the presence of the Tesseract, but I did not expect 2 of his lieutenants to be present. Standing about 20 feet to their side, I become visible once again, immediately getting their wands pointed at me. I stay silent, as they observe me for a while, taking the time to go through their minds. Mason Aves, the traitor. Kruger snarls, finally recognizing my face. I knew Grindelwald knew about me, since he did make my capture happen. And I also captured or killed 2 of his wizards. I look at Kruger, and ask, How am I the traitor, when I was never a part of your idiotic crusade? Kruger takes a step forward in anger, but Kohler stops him, as he says, you are a wizard, who fights in Muggle wars. Of course you are a traitor to our kind. Even after seeing all the destruction these filthy people have wrought upon this land, you still support their war. Frowning, I say, I don't support anything. I just don't agree with the type of shit the Nazis do. Besides, you're ones to talk. Doesn't Grindelwald support the Nazi cause? He might not support them now, but he also backed Hydra too, didn't he? I guess Grindelwald is the biggest traitor of them all then. You dare! Kohler yells, sending a dark red curse at me. With the wave of my hand, I break a piece of earth from beneath me, and use it to block the curse. The piece of land breaks into multiple pieces, that I send flying towards the two men. They block it with a simple shield, but don't retaliate. Kruger says, you still have time, Aves. Join us, and enjoy the fruits of our campaign. Oppose us still, and sooner or later, you will die at our hands. Smiling, I say, it's funny how you two think you actually have a chance of defeating me. My mind then catches something in the mind of Kohler, and I freeze. Controlling my anger, I ask, well. What is this? Why were you there when my family's home burnt down? Ah, the Aves, yes. Of course you are one of them. Kohler says, relishing in having something over me. He says, Gellert thought you were all dead, but evidently not. Did your family manage to hide you away? Oh, that's not possible. The fire happened what, 40 years ago? You're too young for. Ah, one of your parents were hidden away. Smart man, Harrison Aves. He was just stupid enough to refuse our cause. That's it. These people killed my family, because they refused to join Grindelwald. I don't like my grandfather much, heck, I barely know anything about the others, but this is a slight against me. I can't let this go. My animal nature won't let it go. Pointing my wand towards the two, I fire an explosive hex at them. It flies towards them, looking like an orange bolt of light, and hits a shield charm erected by Kruger. Kohler and Kruger fire two spells simultaneously, to which I just raise my left hand, conjuring a shield charm, stopping the two spells. My right hand, meanwhile, casts a spell on the ground beneath me, transfiguring it into 10 snakes. I hiss, bind their legs. And then, I focus back onto the barrage of spells hitting on my shield, just in time to see a dark cutting curse hidden underneath the cover of stunners and reductos. Spinning around, I let the curse deflect off of the shield, which breaks in return, and shoot a rapid fire of expulsos, and bombardas, breaking the shields they erect. One of my spells lands on the ground, and it explodes, sending the two flying into the air. Kruger, however, is anything but helpless, and fires an exploding hex on the ground right in front of my shield, sending me flying as well. I land on my feet, my body naturally making it happen, and then, I disappear, turning invisible. Stay on guard, he must be close. Kruger yells, once again back to back with Kohler. From in front of Kruger, the more dangerous of the two, I become visible once again, only this time, on all four limbs, and definitely not human. I growl, as soon as I turn visible, and start running towards Kruger, my fangs extended. This was my first animagus form, a white tiger. Kruger widens his eyes, and raises his wand to fire spells at me, but before he can get a single spell out, I speed forward, and jump on top of his body, my teeth sinking into his shoulder, and my claws slamming into his body. Arg! Kruger yells, from the pain of my bite. The force of my jump, as well as the hit, together with the transfigured snakes rising out of the ground, and holding on to his legs at that exact moment, sends Kruger tumbling backwards, on his arse, taking Kohler down with him. The snakes take the moment to come out of the earth completely, and bind the two Nazi wizards completely, making it so they can't even move. Turning back into a human, I spell the blood off my body, and my mouth, and with 2 consecutive spells, stun the 2 fallen, bound, men into unconsciousness. BLGH. I say, shuddering to myself. Becoming a white tiger animagus, as well as my new feral mutation, did not make it so I liked the taste of human blood. It's awful, and I'm just glad that I didn't puke. Bending down, I put my hand on Kruger's head, and have a fast, deeper peek through his mind. 5 seconds later, I do the same to Kohler. Damn. This is bad, real bad. Grindelwald is more dangerous than I thought, and his army more vast. I didn't know where he was based right now. Either he was using a Fidelius charm, or both Kruger and Kohler didn't know it. Or both. What I did find out, is what the ritual Grindelwald is going through is, and why he targeted my family, the Aves. The vinculum sanguinis, the bond of blood, is a very dark ritual, the mention of which I had found in only 2 places. One, the Room of Knowledge, and the other, the Aves Vault. Grindelwald must have somehow found out about it, probably because of his scrying abilities, and targeted my family for it. He tried recruiting them, and when it failed, he tortured them until they surrendered the ritual. And then, he killed them anyway, because they knew about his purpose for the ritual. The bond of blood. Sacrifice a single being, and gain the complete life force of it. Animal, plant, human, wizard, hag, elf, mutant, it didn't matter. Anyone sacrificed becomes a life force battery for the ritual master. And Grindelwald was using the ritual to absorb not just life force and magic, but also mutations. He had absorbed 3 mutants by now, that Kohler knew of. But none of these 2 knew what their abilities were. Which means I don't know what abilities Grindelwald has right now. For now, I'll just assume that he's dangerous, even more so than a normal super wizard. Binding the wound on Kruger's shoulder, and healing the scratches on his face, I cast Somnus, and send the 2 criminals to my Islington home. Somnus will make sure that they don't wake for at least 6 hours, which will mean the Aurors will have enough time to secure them. My side quest done, I start running towards the Hydra base, still inside the mirror dimension. Time to get back to the main quest, the rescue mission. The first target of my infiltration was the weapons cache. Already being inside the mirror dimension, it doesn't take me much effort to enter the room which holds the weapons. Exiting the mirror dimension with the help of my portal ring, I look around. Taking a few of their guns, the energy rifles, I place them on my back. Along with that, I take a few of the energy pistols and place them on my body too. And then, I leave for the prisons, this time outside the mirror dimension. I'm not going to risk being seen needlessly, however, and so, with the tap of my wand, I turn invisible with the help of the disillusionment charm. By now, Steve had reached the base too, and was currently just beginning his infiltration. Which means I need to rescue the soldiers before he's found out. And he will. This isn't a movie, this is a real war. And his blue, red, and white shield is anything but discreet. The base was definitely bigger than the last one I infiltrated, since it is a factory. They were building bomber planes, big ones at that, and I was going to make sure to steal away a few of those Tesseract batteries that were going to power those planes. But for now, I'll focus on the prisons. The prisons were made of 2 floors, one for the prisoners, and the other for the guards to patrol. The lower floor had no guards at all, since the guards were all on the upper floor, right above the prisons. Turning visible behind a pillar, I look over the prisons, and frown. The number of guards was too low, at just 14, for over 350 prisoners. Either they're very confident, or they're a trap for us prospective rescuers. But, I also couldn't feel anyone else close to us, and none of the prisoners were spies. I know, I checked. Well, whatever it is, I'll deal with it. As soon as one group of 4 Hydra goons walk closer to me, I come out of hiding. Throwing both my knives, I hit 2 of the soldiers in their necks, and while the other 2 are distracted, I grab them by the necks too, and pull them both behind the pillar, my nails taking care of killing them. Peeking from behind the pillar, I see that the other groups hadn't noticed me killing them yet, but the prisoners from underneath the 2 bodies had. Seeing a few of them look at me wide-eyed, I put my finger on my mouth, and silently say, SHH. The prisoners nod, so I move on to the other Hydra soldiers. Hey, what's that? Someone says, making me click my tongue. Someone noticed the bodies, which had to happen sooner or later. Quickly running towards the voice, on top of a narrow platform, I kick the startled Hydra goon in his chest, and towards his partner. The strength of my kick throws them both off the platform, and onto the lower floor, their heads hitting the ground with a loud crack. We got an escape. Another Hydra goon yells, as he fires his gun at me. I duck, letting a few bullets pass by harmlessly, and summon my daggers from the nowhere, waiting for the gunfire to be over. Click. The sound of the magazine emptying cues me in, and I immediately get up, leaping over the platform, and onto the top of a prison cell. I throw my 2 daggers with both hands, straight through the vest of the 2 soldiers and into their chest. Smelling another group of soldiers approaching me from behind, I flip to the side, and finally take out my guns. 5 shots is all it takes to take care of the remaining 5 soldiers, with not even a scratch on my body. Sighing, I approach one of the dead guards, and search him for keys. Not finding any, I move on to the next guard, and do the same. Who are you supposed to be? A distinctly American accented voice asks, from underneath me. Looking down, I see a group of American soldiers looking up at me, a bit wary. Finding the keys on the belt of the soldier, I throw them through the bars, down at the prisoners, and say, I'm your bloody knight in shining armor, mate. Get everyone out, we're about to take you home. The guy who caught the keys, a white guy with an impressive mustache, moves towards the lock, and mumbles, it had to be a fucking Brit, didn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get everyone out. I search the pockets of the other soldiers, and find a few more sets of keys. Taking them, I check over the serial numbers, and throw them down the appropriate prison cells, and there were a lot. 350 people is not a small number. Okay, fellas. Listen up. My name's Mason Aves, I'm a sergeant in the British Army, part of the Allied Special Division of SSR. I begin, once all the soldiers are out of their cells. Some of them were holding weapons, that they either got from me, or from the now dead Hydra soldiers. Hearing a bang, I turn around towards the door, my gun at the ready, and stop, seeing Steve Rogers standing there, his all-American shield held in front of him. You sure took your time. I say, looking him over. I'm honestly surprised he wasn't caught, but well, he is a super soldier. And who the fuck is that? The same mustached man asks. I say, that's Steve Rogers, he's with me. Thank God, an American. He mumbles, and stays silent after getting a few looks in return. I'm looking for a friend of mine, James Buchanan Barnes? He was a part of the 107th. Steve says, jumping down the platform. One of the men answers, there's an isolation ward, where the crackpots do something to the men. None of them have ever returned. Steve turns towards me, and asks, you got this? I need to find him. I sigh, and say, yeah, go. Find your friend. We're going to go out, and through the northwest exit. See you in 10. Steve nods, and jumps up, running out the way he came. Now I begin, once again, to lay down the escape plan. Wait, Mason Aves. Another voice interrupts, this time in a British accent, making me scowl and turn towards the voice. The person comes forward from the group, and asks, you were in Stockwell's orphanage, right? I look at the who said that, and blink, recognizing the face somewhat. Timmy Roth? Holy shit, mate, how've you been? He's the guy who helped me awaken my telepathy. Granted he did it by hitting me with a cricket ball, but still. Wow, what a damn coincidence. Ah, Timothy, actually. I hated the name Timmy. Timothy says, with a small shrug. Small world, innit? Hey, why don't we have a drink once we're out of here, eh? Catch up and all that. I say, smiling at him. Turning towards the crowd once again, I say, now, here's the plan. The exit's through that door right there, and then 800 yards until the trilene. There's barely 150 guards out there, but they have their weapons. Don't get hit by their blue energy weapons, it's not good for your health. They're certain death. And don't get hit by bullets, because, well, I'm the only medic we have currently, and I don't have any supplies. Any questions? The American from before cocks the shotgun he had stolen from a dead Hydra soldier, and asks, when do we start? Smirking, I say, we already have. And right at that moment, I activate the runic bomb that I had hidden away in the weapons cache, blowing the entire building up thanks to the volatile batteries stored there. Boom! The explosions sound, sending tremors through the ground, and through our bones. Holding me own brand new energy rifle in one hand, and my dagger in the other, I turn towards the door, and yell, let's go. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. Silence. Silence was all that the Hydra soldiers could hear at that moment, at around 9 p.m., 2nd of November, 1943. No one could have told them, that it was the calm before the storm. Let's go. A loud voice yells, as a door opens into the factory's assembly room. This was the room where the different parts were being brought together to be assembled into bomber planes, jet ships, and panzers. At once, everyone turned towards the voice, at first curious about the noise, and then terrified. There, moving towards the other end of the hall, were the former prisoners of war. And they were killing everyone in their way. Some turned around to flee, and were immediately shot in their backs by either bullets, or the energy blasts of their own weapons. The remaining soldiers put up a defense, but were quickly run over by the exceedingly large numbers of the prisoners. Looking at the prisoners having their fill of revenge, I smile, and join the attacking force, shooting anyone wearing black clothes with the amazing energy gun I had in my hand. This was definitely one of the better weapons, as it could fire 5 energy shots per second, as opposed to a single shot per second of the energy pistol, and the 1 shot per 3 seconds of the rifle. Within a minute at most, we take care of all the Hydra soldiers, and turn towards the outer door, some of our men having already left through the open door. I could hear screams, gunfire, and blasts happening from behind the door, as I run towards it. As soon as I walk out the gate, a dozen other people a few steps behind me, I am forced to duck, since one of the Hydra soldiers was holding a flamethrower, and was firing it at the door itself. Thankfully, I was far enough ahead of the others for them to get a warning, and they immediately open fire at the flamethrower, causing it to explode and take the man down. With a thumbs up at the people behind me, I run towards where I could hear more Hydra thoughts than allied. I jump over a jeep's hood, my leap clearing the jeep easily, and land on top of a Hydra soldier. Stabbing him in the head with my nails, I force his dying body to fall down, and turn towards the next victim. He fires his energy weapon at me, and I throw the body of his own ally at it. The body disintegrates into dark blue smoke, shocking the Hydra soldier. Taking the opportunity, I fire my own energy weapon at his head. The only thing left behind is his own energy pistol, which he had dropped in shock. I pocket the gun, and seeing a group of 5 former prisoners about to get overwhelmed by 9 Hydra soldiers, I run towards them. The Hydra group was in front of a line of trucks, standing out in the open, while the Allied group was hiding behind a few cars in the back. And I was right behind the Hydra group. With 4 clean shots, I disintegrate the 4 most dangerous men there, who had some sort of bodysuit that was bulletproof, and flamethrowers in their hands. The remaining 5 soldiers turn to look towards me, but I'm already right near them, my enhanced speed and stealth meaning they don't even see, or hear me coming. Taking my dagger out, I cut into the neck of the closest soldier, and before the first one even registers the cut, I throw the dagger at the head of another soldier. Leaning to the right, I dodge an energy blast and without even looking, shoot my newly acquired Hydra pistol at the man. The last 2 get riddled by bullets fired by the trapped soldiers, whom I had just rescued from certain death. Pointing at the trilene in the distance, I say, "Run towards that direction, people. Take weapons off of your enemies if you want, they're no use to dead people, and we're no use to anyone dead." And with that, I keep on attacking any Hydra soldier that I find, while only using physical force and energy weapons. My own SSR assigned guns had long since been discarded, having been deemed inferior to the energy weapons that I now have. Hearing a blast go off, I turn towards it, and see the factory start blowing up. Ruhuyun! Someone yells, as everyone, Hydra and Allied, starts running away from the base. Not needing to be told twice, I do the same, seeing a few mini tanks follow me from behind. The thoughts from inside the tanker told me that it was Allied soldiers, so I ignore it, and shoot my gun at a few fleeing Hydra goons. All of 15 minutes after beginning our escape, we had gotten half a mile away from the now destroyed base, and stopped to rest. Everyone here knows, that once we start walking now, we'll only get to stop once we're safely home. Approaching Steve, who had returned sometime during our walk, I ask, "Please tell me you still have your transponder, Rogers. Mine got shot sometime during our escape." Actually, it wasn't shot. It blew up when I had a full-on wizarding duel while wearing it around my hip. Moronic of me, to be honest. Shaking his head, but somehow still smiling, Steve says, "Nah, busted it when I was rescuing Bucky here." It is then that I notice the shorter man staring wide-eyed at Steve, wearing a helmet, a machine gun, and a vest. James Buchanan Barnes was rescued successfully, which is a good thing, but he wasn't all right. Outwardly, Bucky was still in shock, and it was evident on his face itself. He was weakened, from whatever tortures Zola put him through, and his body was shaking every few seconds. He didn't even have enough nutritional value in his body. Then there's his mind. It is chaotic, is one word for it. He was constantly repeating his name, serial number, and his posting inside his head, along with saying, "Steve's all right. He's just bigger now. Steve's all right. He's just bigger now." Offering him my hand, I smile at his distracted face, and say, "Nice to finally meet you, Sergeant Barnes." "Bucky," Steve softly says, shaking Bucky lightly by the shoulder, startling him back into attention. As Bucky looks at me, a bit confused Steve loses his concerned look behind a facade of calmness, as he adds, "This is Sergeant Mason Aves. He's the one who rescued these soldiers. If it wasn't for them giving the guards some hell, I would never have gotten to you." Well, to be fair, I barely did anything for Bucky's rescue. Steve infiltrated the base by himself, found Bucky by himself, and fought with Red Skull by himself. Fucker still escaped though, and so did a burnt-up Zola. Good to know that the gift I gave him is still there, covering half his face in burn scars. Steve's memories are weirdly detailed, almost as good as mine. It must be something about the serum that enhanced his brain so much. Sighing, I say, "Well, let's get this show on the road then. We've had enough rest for now." Nodding, Steve looks at the crowd, and asks, "How do we get them moving?" I shrug, and say, "How about we ask them nicely?" Turning around, I shout, "Gather around, you twats. Gather around. I need to say something." I wait for the 275-odd surviving men to create a crowd around me, Steve, and Bucky, who had gone back to reliving his trauma. Man, I gotta do something for his mind. It'll fuck him up, otherwise. Once they're all gathered within half a minute, I loudly start speaking, and say, "As much as I'd love to give you men some rest, we can't. This base just blew up off the face of the earth, and this means the other Hydra people, those near to this base, will come looking for it. Sooner or later, someone will come here. We cannot take the risk of staying here. Seeing a few realization-filled faces, now turning either angry or afraid, I add, we got your arses out of this prison, and I promise you that Steve and I will do everything in our hands to get you back home. I'm a medic, so if you think you're injured, come to me. But we need to start walking within 10 minutes, to make sure that Hydra doesn't see us moving. Any questions? 15 hours of constant walking later, we finally come within sights of the SSR base camp. I had seen a few sentries posted on trees, that had taken the time to inform the base of our arrival. So, by the time that we reached the main entrance, a crowd had already gathered to welcome us back. Look, it's Captain America. It's Captain America. Holy shit, that's Captain America. Yes, yes, because he's the only one that everyone here knows of. I'm renowned, but not that much. Only the higher-ups know my track record, and the others know me as just another medic. Meh, I'll be famous soon enough anyway. Turning towards Dugan, I say, can you have them park the Panzers somewhere safe? Away from everyone's sights? I doubt the colonel will want it be known that we have 3 of those. Dugan nods, and goes towards the back, where 3 of the Hydra Panzers were following us back to back, with James Morita, a Japanese-American soldier, along with a few of his other mates were driving them. The rest of us keep walking forward, with me and Steve leading the group from the front, Bucky right beside Steve, with a machine gun on him, now looking a little less worried about his sanity, and Timmy Roth was right behind me, an energy rifle in his own hands. Tim and I had caught up on our lives after we had separated. He had been adopted at the age of 14, right after I had awakened my telepathy thanks to him, and I hadn't seen the man since then. Turns out, he went through some mechanical engineering training under his adopted father, who owned a garage in London. For years, he helped his dad out at the garage, and when war broke out, he signed up for the RAF, as a pararescue. He was captured in Italy, during a Hydra attack on an RAF base some 4 months ago, and he has been forced to work there for this time. Poor sod. Still surrounded by the whispering crowd, I see many of the rescued soldiers go around, meeting those that they knew, and some that they didn't know. In times of war, solidarity is something that everyone is in much need of, and being allies is good enough to call them friends. Smiling at the tearful reunions happen all around, I turn towards a parting crowd, while still walking, and stop, seeing Colonel Phillips, Agent Peggy Carter, and a corporal appear from the direction of his office tent. Saluting him, and before he can scold me for taking Rogers, I say, mission successful, sir. Just as you asked, Captain Steve Rogers and I managed to infiltrate and rescue these brave men from their capture, sir. Phillips looks at me, his disapproval plain on his face, and he mumbles, we'll talk later, you can count on that, son. I salute him, once again, knowing that I'm not going to face any punishment. The mission was off the books, but it was completely SSR sanctioned, except for the part where Steve participated. Steve, after a few seconds of just staring at Peggy, takes the moment I salute to say, some of these men need medical attention, Colonel. Sergeant Aves patched them up as well as he could, but we didn't have too many bandages, or other supplies. Colonel Phillips nods, and motions a corporal to call for the medic corps. Turning back towards me and Steve, he says, freshen up, briefings in 30 minutes. I'd like to know how your mission went, before we present the detailed report to the brass, in London tomorrow. Turning towards Peggy, he says, Faith, I'd like to see you during the briefing too, Carter. He then turns towards the gathered crowd, sees them enjoying the happy rescue, and says, please make sure the men have enough food and water, they've already been through a lot, let's make their welcome as warm as possible. Seeing Peggy and Steve approach one another, and just start staring with their weird sexual tension thrumming between them, I hold Bucky by the shoulders, and moving him away from the embarrassment, I say, okay, buddy. Let's get you to a bed. After whatever hell Zola put you through, you need it more than anyone else. Bucky glances at Steve for a second, as he was still staring at Peggy's eyes, and asks, is he stupid? Why isn't he making a move? I snort, and say, you should have seen them in the plane. He's more awkward than a lovesick virgin teenager. I stop in my steps, and slowly ask, he's not a virgin. Right. Bucky scoffs, and says, yeah, no. I took him to a place, when we were 19. The girls there taught him a lot of stuff, from what I heard him gushing about. Hey. Girls? Plural. Didn't expect this from Mr. Innocence over there. Stopping in his spot, Bucky says, I'm going to give him a push. 5 quid says he still won't make a move. I say, knowing how deep their sexual tension runs. Bucky smiles over at me, and says, I'll take that action, even if I don't know how much a quid is. And then, he looks over at the crowd, and yells, hey. Let's give it up for Sergeant Aves, and Captain America. Thank God, he didn't call me Sergeant Britain, or something stupid. Woohoo. Yeah! Woo! Everyone starts yelling, as most of them clap at Steve, surrounding him and Peggy, while some approach me with bats on their back. But despite a lot of pushing around by people, Peggy and Steve don't even hug. To be honest, Bucky's plan was a bit stupid. He had hoped that being praised so much would give Steve enough confidence to go for the kiss. Or give Peggy the push to finally kiss him. Alas, this is Steve Rogers we're talking about. As much as I love the guy, he's not one to make the first move like this. Bucky says, alright, you win this one. Steve's slower than I thought. As we continue walking towards the tent I was going to give him, he asks, how much is a quid, by the way? Quid is just another term for pound, mate. And I have no idea how much that is in terms of your American dollars. I answer, after a second or so of thinking. Once Bucky is all settled in, close to Steve's tent, which he had used for the USO show, and once he's gone to sleep, I leave the room to go to my own tent. I only have 20 more minutes, before I'm to give a briefing about this rescue mission to Colonel Phillips, and probably a few more higher-ups of the Allied nations. Bucky Barnes. His head was healing, a little bit. All the mental torture that Zola put him through, not to forget the physical torture, had taken a toll on him. Heck, I had to use my telepathy, and a dreamless sleep potion, to force Bucky into sleep. It was that bad. Zola hadn't just been torturing him, no. Zola was already trying to brainwash Bucky into being a weapon for Hydra. For weeks, Zola tried to force Bucky to convert, using hypnosis, electric shocks, and even a few drugs that he had. And Bucky went through all of it without once giving in. His friendship with Steve was what still kept his focus, which I have to give him credit for. It isn't easy, resisting torture, hypnosis, and drugs. It isn't easy, saying no every time Zola offered to grant him a good position in the Hydra army. There's nothing that can heal psychological wounds, not even with magic. And erasing memories of trauma is ill-advised, since it can actually cause harm to the mind, instead of healing it. But, what I can do is train a mind to look on the bright side, while still not being too chipper. I used my telepathy a bit, on our way to this base, and while I was putting him to sleep, to help his mind do just that. I put a subtle instruction in his mind to slowly push the bad memories to the back. They'll still be there, even decades from now, but they just won't be the focus of his thoughts. I was trying to condition his mind to focus more on the happy thoughts, not turn him into a happy psychopath. Hopefully, this small thing helps him in the long run. London, Allied Headquarters November 4, 1943. And the last base was here, in Strasbourg 40 miles away from the Maginot Line. Steve says, marking the positions of the Hydra bases that he had seen with a red marker pen. I only got a quick look. He adds, seeing Peggy's impressed look. We were in London, in an underground bunker, giving a detailed report about our mission. This was a big blow that we caused against Hydra, and the Allied nations were excited for this. We rescued 250 soldiers from imprisonment, destroyed a factory, and forced the Red Skull to flee. This was a win, as far as everyone was concerned. We were sitting around an oval table with Steve and I at one end, and a panel of 3 generals on the other. 2 of those generals were British, with General Anderson one of them, while the third one was an American. We were also being heard by the nation leaders of France, Britain, as well as the United States over the radio, and they had asked a few questions during our initial briefing of the mission. Before the corporal can take the map from him, I take it, and mark 3 more points on the map in a green-colored ink, and then 2 more in black ink, and say, these green ones are other factories. They are building something big in these factories, planes, I'm guessing. And the black ones are research centers. From what I found out from a very much legal, and voluntary questioning, it contains some Nazi prisoners. Jews, that Hydra uses to experiment on. Well, the information was legit, I had seen the map while doing my first reconnaissance from the mirror dimension. But the rest, well, I hadn't tortured anyone. Why torture when I don't need to do that, since I have telepathy? The soldier I did it to did feel some pain though, I made sure of that. As the corporal now takes the updated map away, Colonel Phillips asks, what are they experimenting? Is it related to whatever was being done to Barnes? The corporal then starts pinpointing the locations on the map on the bigger map that was the oval table. For better visibility, but he doesn't color code them like I did. Waste of effort. I shrug, and answer, could be, the Hydra soldier only told me that much before I had to kill him. He was making too much noise. Talking. I'm guessing it's Dr. Erskine's formula, as well as some other stuff. One of the American generals present for this meeting, a General Lewis scoffs, and says, we can ignore them for now, then. There's no way Hydra replicates Erskine's work, when the smartest scientists in the United States can't, and we have the blood samples of the only successful experiment. I frown, because this is the worst mistake someone can make in a war. If the good guys can't achieve it, then the bad guys definitely won't. This is definitely something that no war general should do. Plus, he just called Steve Rogers an experiment, right on his face. Seeing both Colonel Phillips and Peggy Carter jump in to argue with the general, I stand up from my chair, and say, with all due respect, General, you don't know Hydra, and you underestimate them. Don't dismiss Zola's genius just because he's the enemy. He's just as innovative as Dr. Erskine, and almost as smart. I know that, I've been inside his head, I have an entire shelf in my mind's library dedicated to his knowledge. Zola's a fucking genius, and I cannot understand half the stuff he knows, even with Stark's memories to help me. Before the general can say anything, Colonel Phillips says, he's right. Arnim Zola is as smart as he is dedicated to Hydra. I've fought his weapons, and I have seen the results of his experiments in Sergeant Barnes. We'll put it on our agenda too. Good work, Aves, Rogers. General Lewis nods, not agreeing, but not having a choice. Colonel Phillips is completely in charge of fighting Hydra, and he answers directly to the President of the USA. He says, very well, this concludes our meeting for the day then. Dismissed. A click sounds over the room speakers, informing us that the President and the Prime Minister had stopped listening to the meeting. Peggy nods at me, when I look at her, telling me that the room was actually secure. The General then turns towards us, and asks, well, Captain America? Captain Aves? What are your plans now? I smile, finding it nice to hear. I had gotten my second field promotion, thanks to this recent mission. A captain, straight from sergeant. Life is good, ain't it? I share a glance with Steve, both of us asking each other an unspoken question. Nodding to each other, I turn towards the general, and say, we'll be keeping the fight going, of course. If Colonel Phillips has a place for us in the SSR, that is. The colonel says, we can decide that later. Generals, I'm assuming you have more important things to do. Please, allow me to show you out. Rogers, Aves, wait here. I'll be back within a minute. As soon as the colonel walks out with the three generals following behind, I chuckle, loving how Colonel Phillips dismissed the curiosity of even his superiors. This guy's a certified badass. I don't like that guy. Steve says, frowning at the now closed door. Patting his shoulder, I say, no one does, mate. No one does. He's a general. Hey, weren't you two supposed to be in DC in like 10 hours? Starks says, walking into the room as if he owned it, with the Tesseract battery cartridge from a pistol in his hands. He keeps it on the table, sits down, and adds, I definitely heard something about a couple medals for valor, or something. Steve smiles softly, and says, I'm officially off the publicity circuit. I don't much care about a medal. Shrugging, when Stark turns towards me expectantly, I say, well, American awards, that too from an attention whore of a senator, do not mean much for me. The colonel walks into the room, tosses a medal at Steve, and says, you just embarrassed Senator Brandt in front of a dozen reporters and 10 members of the parliament. You deserve a medal just for that. I chuckle, and looking at the battery, I ask, you figure it out yet, Stark? Yes, please Stark. Tell me you found out what this is. The colonel adds, sitting down on the chair. Now, the only ones in the room were members of the SSR. Except for the colonel, Steve, Peggy, Stark, and I, there were only 7 soldiers of lower ranks, mostly technical officers and all that. Stark waves at the cartridge vaguely, and says, other than the fact that Rogers believes it to be the most powerful explosive, and Aves here believes it to be an unstable power source, nothing much. I'm leaning more towards Aves's explanation, however. As the colonel turns towards me, I shrug, and say, Zola liked to talk, when he thought I was a helpless prisoner. They were creating the blue batteries out of something, what I don't know. Stark takes it in his hand, plays around with it for a few seconds, and says, judging by how this tiny cell was present in a pistol, and the fact that every different weapon uses different cells, I agree with Aves's statement. These are definitely batteries, of the volatile kind, and Arnim Zola uses them to power the weapons that he designed. Steve then adds, Bucky. Sergeant Barnes said that they shipped the bombs. Batteries, those glowing blue thingies out for another factory. I don't think it's on this map, though. And he doesn't know where it is. Shaking my head, I say, neither do I. It could be one of them, or it could be some base hidden from the soldier I interrogated. Colonel Phillips looks down at the map on the table, for a minute or two, just thinking, while we all stay silent. All right, Stark. See if you can get the power source out in the open, but do it in a contained environment, and start with the smaller ones. I don't want you to blow up a building, because you mess up for once. Colonel Phillips says, looking up at Stark. Howard Stark nods, picks up the battery, and walks out. The colonel then waves a hand, calling someone from behind us, and says, Agent Carter, coordinate with MI6, I want every allied eyeball looking for the main Hydra base, wherever Johann Schmidt fled off to. What about us? I ask. The colonel takes the file that a female aide brings him, and says, we are going to light a fire under Johann Schmidt's ass. Are you two in? It's your map, think you can wipe Hydra off of it? Leaning back, I say, hey, I'm already in the fight. This promotion means fuck all to me, pardon my French, I'm still fighting on the front lines. Steve turns to look at the map, and says, I'm in, I want Hydra gone as much as everyone else does. But we can't do it alone. We're going to need a team. The colonel smiles, and says, well, I'll put together a team of our best men for you to lead, Captain Aves. Excuse me? I ask, because what the fuck? I can't lead the Howling Commandos. That's like, the one thing that turned Steve into the leader of the Avengers that he is supposed to be. And wasn't the Howling Commandos supposed to be an American-led squad? Colonel Phillips raises his eyebrows at me, and says, you're an experienced fighter, who has been on the front lines doing one thing or the other for almost a year. You've personally dealt with more Hydra soldiers, and bases, than anyone in the world. This was your second time mounting a rescue mission in hostile territory. Comparatively, Steve Rogers is just a super soldier, and he's not even a real captain. Okay, all great points. But counterpoint, I'm a normal man as far as he knows, and Steve's a super soldier, with a far better tactical mind thanks to the procedure. He can literally think up plans better than me, despite me being a literal telepath. I open my mouth to say just that, when Phillips raises his hand and says, I'm not done yet, soldier. He turns towards Steve, not even a little bit sympathetic, and says, no offense, Rogers, you're a great soldier, but not many people would listen to your orders, doesn't matter what team we build up. Save, I think, for your friend Barnes. You just have one mission under your belt, son, and I can't in good conscience let you lead a team of soldiers with leagues more experience, just because you're a super soldier. Steve just smiles and says, none taken, Colonel. I joined the army to be a soldier, and I never expected to do even that, even after becoming this. I'm happy with you allowing me to join this team. If I'm still allowed, that is. The colonel scoffs, and says, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to stop you from going to war, because God knows you'll seek it out. He then turns towards me, as I had stayed silent watching the two decide my fate, and says, now, I'll meet you in 2 days with a team ready for you. And with that, he starts walking towards the door, leaving me with Steve, and his aide. Snapping my mouth close, having no idea when I actually opened it, I call out, Colonel Phillips. When he stops and turns around, I say, if I'm being forced to lead this team, I'm doing it on my terms. With the team I built. And I already have a few candidates ready to be asked. Sir. The colonel looks at me, just stares at me for a second, and then smiles. He says, knew you had it in you, Aves. Get your team here tomorrow morning, sharp at 8. We'll discuss our future then. As the colonel leaves, leaving me with a bit of worried look on my face, Steve slaps my upper back, and says, buck up, soldier. You're a team leader now. Guess the rank of captain will really come to use. And then he leaves, leaving me just staring in space. Damn, team leader? In 1 year? And that too for the fucking Howling Commandos. Wonder what ripples this sends out. You know. We have to stop meeting like this. The aide of the colonel from before says, snapping me out of my worries for the future. I look up at her face, and blink. Lorraine? Bloody hell, I'm so sorry, I didn't even notice you. I say, horrified at having ignored Lorraine, the woman I lost my virginity to. Her statement popping back in my mind, I rub the back of my head, and say, well, it seems I do love rescuing people from prisons. I just hope this doesn't become a habit for when the war's over. Lorraine smirks that damned beautiful smirk at me, and says, well, if you ever need a partner for more prison breaks, I'd love to join the business. And thank you. I've been practicing some stealth, learning how to go unnoticed by people. Glad to know my work's been paying off. Oh, damn. She's actually good, then. Her body language was the thing that made me dismiss her as just another SSR soldier, and it isn't easy, learning such body language. I chuckle, a bit nervously, and say, still, I shouldn't have ignored you. Allow me to apologize over a drink. Smiling, Lorraine hugs the file in her hands to her chest, and says, I wouldn't say no to a drink. When, and where would you suggest? Thinking a bit, and remember that I need to talk to the team I have in mind, I say, how about whenever you get off duty? As I told the colonel, I need to talk to a few people, ask them if they're willing to join this team. Nodding, Lorraine offers her hand, and says, I'll be free at 9. I'll wait for you here itself. Deal. Taking her hand, I stare at her right in the eyes, lay a kiss on her hand, and hold the fingers gently in both hands. I say, deal, Miss Smith. See you in 2 hours. So, let me get this straight. You want us to go back out there, right after our escape? Timothy Dum Dum Dugan asks, a mug of beer in front of him, and a cigar in his hand. James Jim Morita, the only Japanese American from amongst the rescued soldiers adds, away from the safety of our drinks, and warm bed, after so long of sleeping on floors. After we barely got out of there alive. Gabriel Gabe Jones adds his own 2 cents, looking at me as if I had grown another head. I just smile, already having explained everything. Sounds rather fun, actually. My fellow Brit, James Montgomery Falsworth says, casually sipping his beer, thereby giving his affirmative answer. I turn towards Jacques Frenchy Dernier, who excitedly blabbers in rapid French, we'll get to kill the bastards that captured our division? Will I get to blow shit up? I chuckle, and answer, you can blow as much shit as you want, Jacques. But only if it belongs to Nazis, or Hydra. Gabe Jones laughs lightly, and says, let's just hope he doesn't blow us up if we get taken prisoners again. He then looks the other non-French speaking people look at us, and gesturing to himself and Jacques, he says, we're in. I smile at him, and turn towards the last person that I asked. Timmy Roth. He sighs, and says, mate, I so wanted to go home and retire from the army. But if a fraction of the things we heard Hydra talk about are true, then there's no way in hell I'm backing down. I'm joining your bloody team. Dum Dum finishes his mug of beer, and says, I'll join, but you have to do 2 things for us. First, coin us some badass name. I ain't working in a team called Spec Ops Squad 3 or shit like that. And second, I ask, already knowing the name of this team. Slamming the empty bottle on the table, Dugan lets out a burp, and says, open up a tab. Chuckling, I say, sure thing, Dugan. Sure thing. I'll tell you the name tomorrow. Remember, people, we have to meet the Colonel at 8 tomorrow morning, so don't stay up too late. What, that easy? Dugan says, seeing me agree for the tab opening so soon. Chuckling, I take the empty glasses from the men, and say, I can buy the entire bar, mate. Then, I loudly say, a round of beers for everyone here. On my tab. Now that's what I'm talking about. Dugan yells, seeing everyone cheer at my proclamation. I go towards the bar, where Steve was sitting with his best mate, Bucky, and ask, so, what about you, Barnes? Ready to go back to war and kill the twats that did all this to you? Bucky turns towards, his eyes looking still a bit haunted, and says, I knew a kid in Brooklyn, once. He never knew when to give up, even when everyone kicked him down. If he trusts you enough to follow your lead, then so will I. I'm in, Captain. I'm in. Smiling, I pat the pair on their backs, and leave them to their private talks. I then approach one of the bartenders, just as he asks me, where are they even putting all this stuff? Chuckling, I say, hey, I'm just as surprised at this as you. So, how much do I owe you? That's 5 pence per pint, and your group has taken a total of 22 pints. Including the 48 pints you just bought for everyone here, that makes the total £3, 50 pence. I really hope you got the cash, mate. The bartender says, doing the calculations on a piece of paper. Shrugging, I take out my wallet, and remove 5 £1 notes. Handing them to him, I say, use the remaining 50p to give anyone a drink if they look like they need it, yeah? And keep the rest for yourself. You deserve it, after all the shite you'll no doubt experience tonight. Handing him another 30p, I say, you know what, enjoy around yourselves. You and your mates deserve it. Taking the mug he was preparing for me as I was taking the cash out, I say, cheers. And then, I leave the bar, my new team already ready. I leave them to enjoy this night, because God knows they've been through some shite. I might be leading this team, but I'm not an invader to their freedom. Besides, I have a date with a wonderful, and totally bombshell of a lady. Lorraine Smith. Damn, I'm stealing everything from Steve, aren't I? Hope he never finds out about his actual fate, before my birth here. A/N, some would probably hate me for this. Why didn't he reject the leadership position? Why didn't he change Phillips's mind? Why is he changing something so significant while already worrying about the changes his birth is already causing? Etc. etc. I know, this is a bit uncharacteristic. But, there's no logical way an inexperienced soldier will be given leadership over an actual experienced one. They're the same rank, but Steve got his directly when he was cast as Captain America the Dance Monkey. Mason earned his promotions on battlefields, first under Victor Creed, and then when he rescued the POWs. Doesn't mean that Steve is suddenly not famous, nope. Steve is still the Dance Monkey, the mascot of America, and the person who helped Mason rescue 275 soldiers. He's just sharing the spotlight here, with Mason, beginning only from now. Wonder how this will change things in the future. Chapter 40, Howling Commandos. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. November 4, 1943. Daily Prophet. Wizard genius in the Muggle army. Surprises everyone, and becomes an international Muggle hero. London. We all remember how shocked we all were, when it was announced that one of our own wizards was going to take part in the Muggle side of this war. The Ministry of Magic had announced it almost a year ago, that Mason Aves, a wizard genius, the first person to graduate Hogwarts 2 years early, ever since the establishment of the Ministry was conscripted for the Muggle World War. The Ministry of Magic had told us then, that they had decided to allow him that, since there were too many people who knew about Mason Aves in the Muggle world to obliviate. But, there had also been reassurances, that young Mr. Aves wouldn't use magic unless it is in his own life's defense, or against a wizard, and away from the sights of any Muggles. And he has kept his word, diligently. He fought as a Muggle for almost the entire time, and only used magic when he encountered other wizards, belonging to Gellert Grindelwald's wizard army. He also captured 4 of Grindelwald's dark wizards, one of them even his lieutenant, Stefan Kohler, just 2 days ago, and had them transferred to the Auror department. These arrests have helped our own Wizarding World War effort extremely, thanks to the information our Aurors and Unspeakables managed to extract from the dark wizards. And this, in turn, has already turned Mason Aves into a small hero in our own world, comparable to the likes of Madame Persephone Crickerly, whose team is Mr. Aves's contact in the Auror department. From bringing back important information from hostile territory, to helping the Muggles take over an important line in the war front, Mason Aves has had an eventful 1 year in the Muggle War. He even mounted a few rescue missions in the past year, solo, in the first of which he rescued an important soldier in the French Air Force, getting captured in return. The French Air Force soldier that he helped escape, did manage to escape, and took some information that helped the Muggle Allied army win a long battle. When Aves escaped from the Nazi group that had taken him prisoner, he also facilitated the escape of a group of 50 soldiers of various nations, destroying the camp in the attempt. Refer to PG number 4 for the full recap. And now, in a surprising turn of events, Mr. Mason Aves, now Captain Mason Aves, of the British Royal Army, and the Allied Nations Agency of Strategic Scientific Reserve, has become an international hero in the Muggle world, and the Wizarding world too. On November 2, then Sergeant Mason Aves was assigned a mission to infiltrate a Nazi base, to rescue over 350 captured prisoners of war. He did so, with the help of a Captain Steve Rogers, and rescued the 350 men, but not before fighting, and arresting 2 more of Grindelwald's dark wizards. Yesterday, on November 3, Aves escorted the rescued group of some 280 people to the SSR base he had left from, the rest having died during the rescue attempt, or of their injuries. And now, after having his deeds made well known, the British Muggle royal family announced an award ceremony for him, where he and the so-called super soldier, Captain America, were going to be given medals for their courage. The American Muggle government, similarly, declared a medal each too. Our contact in the Muggle Prime Minister's office had this to say: not one of them came to the ceremony we had organized for them. The PM did speak to the 2 of them, over radios, and so did the Muggle President of the USA. Turns out, they had some secret meeting with the government leaders. The head of the DMLE, former Auror Shafik, in the press conference he held yesterday, said that he completely agreed with the actions of Captain Aves, and that he deserves every bit of praise he gets. When asked about possible breaches in the Statute of Secrecy, the head of the DMLE said, "We don't know if Captain Aves used magic, but if he did, he made sure to obliviate any Muggles who saw it, of it. We can tell you for sure, that the Statute of Secrecy was not broken by Captain Aves from the moment he began his training, to this day. It is, however, possible, that Captain Aves used magic to get inside the base undetected. But, since he and this Captain America were separated, it doesn't matter. He broke no laws. Whatever the means, the newly promoted Captain Mason Aves, or as a few of the enthusiastic Muggle children are calling him, Captain Britain, has rescued at least 330 people, and given a considerable advantage to the Muggle side of the war. And we, at the Daily Prophet, can say this for sure. Magic, or Muggle, Captain Mason Aves, or Captain Britain, if the name sticks, is a certified hero to the people of our nation. For more details about the rescue mission, refer to PG number 4. For more details about the life of Captain Mason Aves, refer to PG number 4. For more details about the Muggle World War II, and the super soldier Captain America, refer to PG number 5. For more details about the Wizarding World War against Dark Lord Grindelwald, refer to PG number 5. Walking inside the underground headquarters of the Allied forces, I wait in the small room I was given. It had just a chair, a desk, a few books, a small cot, and the newspapers. I had just gotten around to buying the papers for the last 2 days, knowing that my mission was being broadcasted everywhere. Pulling the chair forward, I sit with my back to the door, and my legs on the desk. I had just left the bar from 2 buildings away, where the newly formed Howling Commandos were enjoying their first day of actual freedom from their imprisonment. Since there were still a few minutes till Lorraine got off her duties, I passed the time by reading all the papers I had bought. I had even swung by the Diagon Alley, on the way here, and bought a copy of the Daily Prophet, to see if they had something to say about me, not necessarily expecting it to be nice. The Daily Express, front page. The People, front page. The Daily Mirror, front page. The News of the World, front page. Heck, even the magical newspaper, the Daily Prophet, had done a large article on my mission, calling me a hero. And literally all of them calling me the Captain Britain to the States Captain America. Bloody children named me a superhero. I guess I am a hero, aren't I? I might not be goody two-shoes, but I am a hero to the people, as of now. Could change anytime, the minds of the public are really fickle. Captain Britain. Almost ironic, really. It's the one name I hated the most amongst all the aliases I had imagined in my mind. I really hope the name doesn't stick. It's bad enough that I'm stealing Steve's position from him, I don't want to steal his literal name. As I read the honestly flattering articles inside the Daily Prophet, I feel the mind of Lorraine Smith start walking towards me, and at the same time smell her scent walking closer. Folding the wizarding newspaper neatly, I put it inside my jacket's inside pocket. Taking my watch out of my trousers pocket, I see that it is about 9:10 p.m. I pick the Daily Mirror from the table, and start reading it, my back still to the door. Can't exactly read the magical newspaper in front of a muggle. There are protection spells to hide wizarding stuff from the papers, but Lorraine is an intelligence officer. Her not recognizing the paper is bound to raise suspicions in her mind, which could lead to the statute breaking. It is as I was halfway through the article, the door to my room opens, silently, and Lorraine walks in, also staying silent. If I didn't know she was coming, and I wasn't me, I probably wouldn't have heard, or smelled, or felt her walk towards me. Captain Britain, honestly Lorraine, couldn't they come up with something better? I say, without even turning back, or pulling my legs off the table. Lorraine chuckles, after I hear her heartbeat get louder for a few seconds, as she walks and sits down on my bed, and she says, "Well, you were named by literal children. They're your fans, you know." "How did you know?" Keeping the paper down, I turn my neck to look at her, and say, "You're still learning stealth, my dear, I have already embraced it. You don't infiltrate multiple enemy bases, and only get caught once, and still escape, by being ignorant of your surroundings." Lorraine narrows her eyes at me, and says, "I meant, how did you know it was me? I could have been anyone, even an assassin. And you had your back to me the entire time." Smiling wide, I say, "I have my ways." Lorraine pouts a little, and leans back, loosening her tie. She says, "You promised me a drink, Captain Britain. I hope you haven't forgotten." "Nope, I haven't. Where would you like to go?" "The rowdy bar where most of our rescues are, or my home a half an hour away, where I have a small collection of bottles stored away," I say, as I get up, and offer my left elbow to her. Lorraine twists her right arm around mine, smiles at me, her expression being as seductive as ever, and says, "Wherever you want." And then she leans towards my ear, and whispers, "Captain Britain." Shivering a little, I turn my head away to hide the red creeping up on my face, damn my horny side and say, "My house it is, then." The Colonel probably already knows where it is, so I'll just leave him a note informing him of us going there. As I turn away to go write the note, Lorraine pulls me back, and starts walking towards the door, as she says, "Nope, no need. I already guessed you'll be taking me home tonight. For a drink, of course." And informed him that I'll be there. Seeing her smirk, and not hearing her heart skip any beat, I obediently follow beside her. I say, "As my lady wishes." Lorraine giggles a little, and pulls my arm just a little bit closer to her body, as we start walking outside the base. My mutation was evolving, I'd noticed. At first, I could just hear prey moving around the forest, or smell it. But now, I could hear the heartbeat to the clearest detail, for anyone less than 30 feet around me. This means I know when anyone's lying, without even using telepathy. But, in Lorraine's case, I'd already used telepathy before I even slept with her. I wasn't going to sleep with a hiding assassin, or a spy. She didn't have any ill intention the first time we slept, just lust, and a lack of sex for a few months. I was just the lucky bastard who flirted with her when she was sexually frustrated. And now, I'm going on a date with her, after she had gotten even more sexy, somehow. Lucky me. Yeah, they purposefully boasted the numbers when they leaked the news. Rescuing 500 men is far more impressive than rescuing 280, doesn't matter that what you did was already impressive. Lorraine says, as we sit in the taxi, on the way towards Islington. Nodding, I say, I sort of realized that when every newspaper gave the same number, 500. I also noticed that the British newspapers are implying that Steve was just a hanger-on, and the American newspapers are reporting that I was the hanger-on. Seriously, propaganda at its finest. Chuckling, Lorraine says, "You read the Washington Post, I'm guessing." But, to be fair, Steve was the actual hanger-on, as far as I know. Sure, he brought back the locations of other factories, and the bomb, but you were the one to rescue all those people first, even without his help, and you also led them in a fight against Hydra. Seriously, the British newspapers aren't exactly lying. I look away, feeling a little bit guilty. I don't like the fact that I basically took Steve's first big accomplishments away from him, and I'm doing it again. I'll need to give him some bigger missions to lead later, if I find any suitable for him. Lorraine entangles her fingers with mine, and pulls a little, bringing my attention back to her. Smiling, she says, "Don't be upset about your accomplishments, Captain. You both are an important part of the SSR, doesn't matter what the people think." Pressing her hand softly, I say, "Yeah, I know. Without Steve there, I probably would have gotten in well enough. But I wouldn't have gotten all these people out of there safely. Red Skull only fled, because Steve was there with us. The 280 people that survived only did so, because Steve was there. I doubt the number would have been over 200 otherwise, if we had even managed to escape. Steve was a far more important part of our mission that day than anyone realizes. Heck, Steve could probably have carried that mission alone too, and brought back over 200 men, alive and well." Lorraine suddenly pulls me down by my collar, kisses my lips softly, which definitely manages to shut me up. As our lips separate for a breath, she whispers, "Less depressive thoughts, more kissing." Chuckling, I rest my forehead on hers, and whisper back, "I won't say no to that, usually, but we're there, my home." And sure enough, the taxi stops right outside my house, at number 1 Malvern Terrace, Islington. After we get out of the taxi, and after I pay the fare, Lorraine stares at my house for a few seconds, and asks, "You live there? Do you stay alone?" I hold Lorraine's hand, smiling a little at the feeling, and say, "Usually, yes. One of my school friends drops in, from time to time. But I don't think she's here right now." "Oh?" Lorraine asks, and then says, "A female friend has the keys to your house, and permission to live here whenever she wants? Do I need to feel threatened? I feel like I should." Lorraine says, as we start walking forward. Chuckling, I say, "Hardly. Darla's like my little sister. She's one of the first friends I made, in school, and we stuck throughout our education, even after we went separate ways. After she went through some troubles, I offered her a spare room in my home, and then, after she got back on her own feet, she still stayed in touch. She uses my house as a getaway from all the troubles of her job, and relationships. Well, not much in the way of relationships. Her and Anna were still going strong. But I can't just say Darla and her team visits every day to see if I have dropped a body off, and that Darla stays here 3 days a week. Thankfully, today was not one of those days. Taking Lorraine towards the kitchen, I open up the alcohol cabinet, and ask, "I have scotch, whiskey, vodka, wine, and beer. What would you like to drink?" Sitting down at the dining table, Lorraine looks over the bottles, and says, "The whiskey, please. I haven't tried it yet." I obediently pull the bottle of single malt whiskey out of the cabinet, and get 2 glasses for the both of us. Pouring it, I hand 1 glass over to Lorraine, and start slowly sipping it, enjoying Lorraine get a feel for whiskey. As she scrunches her eyes after the first sip, I ask, "Well, how is it?" "This is good. I'm glad I tried it, Mason," Lorraine says, drinking the rest of the glass in one gulp. Chuckling, I say, "You're well." I don't get to finish my sentence, thanks to Lorraine getting up, and leaning forward, giving me a good enough view under her shirt. I shamelessly stare at it, and continue my previous sentence, "Come," whispering it softly. Lorraine giggles, and leaning a bit more forward, pecks me on my lips. "Separating," she says, "you know. I'm not looking for anything serious. I'm just 23, not yet ready to settle down." Getting up, I pick Lorraine over the dining table, and settle her down on the spot in front of my chair, making her laugh a little. Holding both my hands on her hips, I say, "Lorraine, don't worry. I'm not looking for anything too serious either. Now, less thinking, more kissing." Smiling, Lorraine drops down from the table into my lap, and starts kissing me, now with a lot more heat behind it. As she starts taking off my shirt, I allow it, and start working on her own army shirt's buttons. Once my shirt is off, I get up off the chair, helping her take her own shirt off completely. Picking her up, as we continue kissing, I place her around my front, her legs locking around me, and my hands holding her by her butt. And then, I start walking towards my bedroom, her skirt getting thrown down on the way. All the while we keep kissing each other everywhere on our faces and necks. Soon, we reach the bedroom, with neither of us wearing anything on our upper bodies, and my hands groping her. As soon as I get the door open, I lay us both down on the bed, sideways, and keep kissing her. Pausing from the kiss after about a minute of just that, and groping, Lorraine looks at me with a flushed face, her eyes twinkling from the excitement, and starts taking my pants off. "Oh, damn!" I whisper, as soon as she starts working her way down my chest. Life is damn good, and I have no regrets. The next day, a bit before 8, Lorraine and I walk inside the Allied HQ, and into the section given to the SSR. Before Lorraine can separate from me, to go towards Colonel Phillips's office, since she was his assistant, I pull her towards me, and kiss her once again, my right hand on her butt. "Really?" Lorraine asks, smirking up at me. She says, "Didn't we have a conversation just yesterday, about how we're not looking for anything serious?" Smirking back, I give her a press, and say, "What can I say, I can't just not worship a beautiful bird like you. And just because we're not going to settle down yet, doesn't mean we can't have some fun." Shaking her head, Lorraine rises on her toes, and kisses me back, just as hotly, her own hands now on my behind. Grinning, she says, "It's a good thing you're good looking, Mason. Your flirting doesn't exactly speak a lot about you. Now, Stark and the Colonel are waiting for you, best not make them wait too much." And then, she leaves me there, swinging her butt just a little bit more. A hand lands on my shoulder, as Dugan walks to stand beside me. He says, "Now we know where our squad leader disappeared off to yesterday. That's a wild woman, isn't she?" Grinning in answer, I just shake him off, not actually saying anything. "She's a wild one, all right." Walking towards the room where I was told to come with the team, I ask, "Anyone else here yet? Or are they still hung over from yesterday's binge?" Laughing loudly, Dugan says, "Rogers and James are waiting in their rooms, I think. The rest are all nursing headaches, having slept in the bar itself yesterday. And you didn't? I remember you drinking 4 pints, before I left. God knows the song didn't help you lot." "Stop," I say, as we come in sights of Steve, wearing his captain's uniform, kissing a female private, a brunette, with a lot of fervor. Hearing the sound of footsteps, I turn back, just in time to see Peggy stop in shock. "Ah! He's fucked," I whisper, only loud enough for Dugan to hear. Dugan, the helpful man that he is, coughs loudly, making the pair stop kissing. Steve jumps away from the woman, making me sigh internally, since it wasn't actually Lorraine, and seeing Peggy, he says, "Peggy. I can explain." I slap my face, feeling embarrassed by just being a spectator. That's literally the worst words to say when your love interest catches you kissing someone else. Peggy turns towards me, and says, "Howard is ready for you, Captain Aves, Captain Rogers. Unless one of you has a more important matter to attend to." And then, she walks away towards Howard's lab, with Steve following after her, asking for forgiveness. Dugan starts pulling a cigar out of his pocket, and says, "Gods, this team is fucked. 5 members hungover, 1 depressed, 1 a trigger-happy asshole me, and the 2 captains are lovesick puppies." I snort, not bothering with the lovesick comment, and say, "Yeah, and the trigger-happy arsehole is the only voice of reason in our team. Best not keep Stark waiting. You coming?" Shaking his head, he drags a puff out of the cigar, and says, "Nat, I'll gather the others. You and Rogers take care of the official business, leave the grunt work for your underlings." Gods, he really is an asshole. Shaking my head, I walk through the open door, and into the large hall that Stark calls his lab. "You still don't know a bloody thing about women." I hear Peggy whisper from a few dozen meters inside the hall, and see Steve staring at her wistfully. Approaching him, I ask, "What did you do? And I'm not talking about the mess out there. Why did you assume I did something?" Steve asks, feeling insulted, judging by his face. Scoffing, I say, "When a woman's angry at you, and you don't think you did something, you definitely did something." Steve pauses, thinking it over, and then asks, "What's a late-night fondue?" Groaning, I whisper, "For fuck's sake, Rogers. Tell me you did not bring Stark up, 2 days after you heard the comment." Walking out of his personal office, Stark joins us, and adds, "Fondue is just bread and cheese, my friend. It's a food. I wasn't asking her to my bed." He then starts walking again, and mumbles, "Lord knows she's rejected my proposals enough times." I chuckle, and follow after him. I ask, "You figure out how to use those batteries in anything yet?" Stark waves his hand, and says, "Except for weapons, yes. Those motorbikes, and the car, you see around you run on a few of those batteries you brought back. Had to destroy a couple dozen guns, but the Colonel was surprisingly alright with it." I look at the engineers working on the bikes, feeling impressed. Stark figured out how to use Tesseract energy to power motorcycles, and I don't think he just replaced the batteries. What about fuel? Petrol? I ask, feeling curious. Smirking wide, Stark asks, what about it? These are the first bikes to not need any sort of fuel. Well, I've had to still use the fuel tank, filled with water, to keep the engine cool, but that's it. No gas, no petrol. That's impressive. Steve says, joining me in admiring the bikes. Turning around, Stark then leads us towards a long table, and says, yup, sure is. Unfortunately, I don't know how to create more of those batteries, and I can't even split the charge already inside the bigger batteries inside of the Panzers. So, we're stuck with 4 of those bikes. If they get destroyed, that's it. Pointing at the table, he says, but we have other stuff. The first thing on the list was a mesh armor. I touch it in curiosity, feeling the strength behind it with just a single touch. It is definitely knife resistant, but not completely. I should be able to pierce it with my nails, and so should Steve with a single knife. Carbon polymer. Knife resistant, bullet resistant. Should stop your average German bayonet. But Hydra won't attack you with a pocket knife. Stark explains, and then starts walking forward. I hang back, and ask, is it possible to make our entire team a uniform lined with this? While it won't stop everything, it should help us shrug off minor rounds, and knives. Stark looks back, and shrugs. He says, sure, have your team come by later to decide on their designs. He then pats the dented steel shield, with the American flag on it, and asks, Rogers, I hear you're rather attached to this. It's more useful than you realize. Steve says, as we follow after Stark. Stark walks behind the table, and says, yeah, the Colonel hoped you'd still want a shield. Says it'll boost morale amongst the allies. Stark motions towards a rack of shields, each one looking bulkier than the others, and pointing towards one, he says, this one's fun. It's been fitted with electrical relays that allow you to absorb the energy blasts from Hydra weapons. It should do that, since it worked during the trials. What's that? Steve says, pointing towards a shield kept at the bottom of the table. No, no. Don't pick that, it's just a prototype. Stark says, trying to stop Steve from taking the shield. Steve spins the shield around itself, and says, whoa, this is light. What's it made out of? Sighing, Stark answers, vibranium. It's stronger than steel, and a third the weight. It is completely vibration absorbent, as far as we know. Why isn't it standard issue, then? Steve asks, mounting the shield on his left arm, and posing with it. Stark answers, that's the only vibranium we have. It is the rarest metal on Earth, and probably the strongest too. Can I see it? I ask, holding my hand out. Steve looks reluctant to part with it, but hands it over almost immediately. Taking the shield in my hand, I knock on the front a couple times, hearing the sound go off. That's odd, being vibration absorbent, the shield shouldn't make a sound from the front. I ask, is it an alloy? Stark shrugs, and says, probably. I melted the vibranium we had, got ready to pour it inside the cast, and then, I got distracted by the lovely Miss Carter, and dropped some of my other stuff in. One of the other SSR scientists says that he also dropped something in the mixture as he tripped when walking by. For all we know, it contains a few chemicals, my protective glasses, Dr. McLean's ink pen, and my pure gold watch. So, don't lose it. Putting it on my left hand, I raise it in front of me, and tell Steve, punch it. Use your full strength, if you can. Steve furrows his eyes in concern, and asks, you're sure? I don't want to hurt you. Rolling my eyes, I ask, don't be a pussy, Steve. Hit it. Unless you think you can punch harder than a 7.2mm bullet, fired from 10 feet in front of it, punch away. Stark says, leaning on the table to watch the show. Steve frowns once more, and says, if you're sure. Pulling his right arm back, Steve punches with as much force as he can muster, his hand moving at speeds definitely too fast for Stark to see, and hits the vibranium alloy shield with a loud gong. I grunt, feeling a lot of the force transfer over to my arm, and to my body, as I get pushed a half a foot backwards. As Steve pulls his hand back, I straighten up, look at the completely unharmed shield in astonishment, and turning towards an astonished Stark, I say, he definitely punches harder than a 7.2mm bullet, mate. Throwing the shield at Steve, I say, the metal is as good as Stark says, but you won't be an immovable object with it. If your body can't handle the force, you'll still feel it, as you just saw. Really? So it's bulletproof? Steve asks, putting the shield on his hand again. I see Stark make a face, as he says, that's an oversimplified explanation. That's a completely vibration-absorbent metallic shield, that could shield your body from bullets, mortar shells, and even punches. So yes, it is bulletproof. Steve hefts it, and turning towards me, he says, my turn. Punch. Shrugging, I lean backwards, my hand pulled back, and taking a step forward to build momentum, punch at the shield, dead center. Once again, a loud gong sounds, as Steve pulls his hand back a little to absorb the force that managed to leak. Other than that, he was completely fine. Looking at my hand, which was hurting a little, I say, yeah, I think Steve should have this shield. It's not for me. I am not going to take this shield away from him. It's not my style anyway. I'm more of a daggers, or guns kind of guy. Or my fists, or my nails. Literally anything but a shield. I shrug when Steve looks at me, the question right on his face, and say, hey, you're the super soldier. I'm just a regular guy who trained his arse off. Steve smiles, and says, yeah, I think I like this shield. Red Skull definitely hits as hard as me, probably just a bit harder, and this should give me a small advantage. Hearing the sound of heels once again, I look beyond Steve, and see Peggy walking towards us, her anger definitely not abated, judging by the icy look she's sporting. She looks at us, and asks, what's all this ruckus about, then? Steve shows her his new shield, and says, Peggy, look. What do you think? Peggy looks over at an adjoining table, picks up a gun. Almost immediately, Stark ducks down, and I hide behind the larger body of Steve, as Peggy fires 3 bullets at Steve, without stopping. I hear a few soft gongs go off, as the bullets hit the shield, and then a few clinks, as the bullets fall on the ground, now flattened. God damn it, woman. A little concern for a fellow Brit? I think it works. Peggy says, and then walks away from where she came in. Patting Steve on the shoulder, as all 3 of us watch at the retreating Peggy, I say, well, you're the luckiest unlucky guy, mate. About my uniform. I had some ideas. Steve says, and hands Stark a piece of paper. Whatever you want, sport. Howard says, still staring at Peggy. I look at Steve, having peeked at the sketch he made, and ask, the American government still intent on making you their mascot, eh? Nodding, Steve says, I don't mind. If wearing a colorful uniform boosts people's morale, then I'll do anything. Shaking my head, I say, the only way I'm wearing the Great Britain's flag, is if it can fit under my palm. I'm not wearing eye-catching clothes, I'm not a bloody super soldier. Yeah, there's no way I'm wearing Britain's flag like Steve does USA's. Or Puerto Rico, more like. After we leave the lab, and start walking towards our rooms to have our first team meeting, Steve glances at me from time to time. Finally, after the 5th time of him doing so, I get annoyed, and ask, what is it? Steve stops walking, prompting me to do the same, and says, you're holding back. Excuse me? I ask, honestly impressed at him, but hiding it behind confusion. Steve frowns, and says, I'm not stupid, Mason. You're stronger than a normal man, I know that. I realized that the first day I met you, and when I saw you fight Hydra that day. Today, you could have handled my punch without even moving back a little, and you could have punched at least 4 times harder than you actually did. Why are you hiding your strength like this? I stare at Steve, contemplating. He is smarter than I gave him credit for, that's for sure. And I can't just obliviate him, or take his memories away. He's a good man, for starters, and my friend. If I can't trust my teammates with my capabilities, then what sort of team leader am I? Besides, he'll just come to the same conclusion again someday, if I change his memories today. And I'm not evil enough to do this to Steve, a friend of mine. Tilting my head, I say, let's go to the team, there's something I want to show you all. And then, I walk into the room where the team was, Dugan having gathered them all in a small meeting room. As soon as I walk in, and after confirming that everyone here were just members of my team, I say, gentlemen, I have a revelation to make. Almost immediately, everyone stops talking, as they turn towards me, as Steve sits down next to Bucky, looking as serious as before. Raising my hand into a fist, I punch it towards the wall, causing it to crack a little, and creating a small dent into the wall. As one, all of the members of my team jumps up, with some astonishment, and some fear mixed in. I look at Steve, and say, I am stronger than normal people, very strong. I can probably take Steve Rogers over there, and win most of the fights we have. Wow! That's good for the war, but how? Dugan asks, ever the sensible one. I did say he's the only voice of reason here. Shrugging, I sit down on a chair, folding my arms, and say, I used to be a normally strong person before my capture. Either this strength was always inside me, and Red Skull's and Zola's tortures awakened it or something, or they put something in me to give me this strength. I was an experiment for them, not a person. This strength is how I managed to escape Hydra, and how I rescued the other soldiers. That's a lie, but that's the cover I'm going with. If, and this is a big if, I someday meet Victor again, he's sure to know that something has changed about me, even if I don't give out any scent anymore. He's damn perceptive, I know. Why are you telling us now? Bucky asks, his eyes once again becoming haunted. My mention of the 2 Hydra leaders probably took him back. I sigh, and say, Steve said something out there, which made me realize. We're a team, and we're going to be fighting for our lives out there now onwards. I'm being trusted by you lot to lead you, trusted with your lives. I wanted you all to know this, so that you know that I have your back. So that we don't have any secrets anymore. Dugan stands up, and walks towards me. Putting his hand on my shoulder, he says, this changes nothing, Aves. You're still our captain, except now, you're just stronger. The other people nod, making me smile, as Steve says, I'm sorry, Mason, for putting you on the spot. You're strong, and I know of only one thing that can make it possible. It just made me wary. Shaking my head, I say, you're a good man, Steve. You were curious about why I held back, and why I'm stronger. That's normal. Can I ask why you hid it? Gabe asks, looking at me in curiosity. I snort, and say, America created one super soldier and took a lot of his blood away, so they can figure out how to replicate him, and they tried to shut him off in a laboratory. I am queasy about giving my blood, thanks to Zola, and I'm not about to hide away in a lab. I'd prefer if this stays in this room, in our team. Almost in a joking tone, Timmy asks, sure thing, mate. Any more secrets you want to share? Thinking for a few seconds, I say, I can also do this. And then, I hold my right hand out, in a claw shape, and slowly extend the nails until they're an inch long each. My nails are made of bone, denser than normal bone however, and are very sharp. So sharp, that I can definitely stab my hand into steel sheets, and even concrete. Dragging my index finger's nail on the table, I make it carve out the name of our team on it, thankful for the war we are already going through. Thanks to it, the only thought after seeing my super strength in all their minds, was glad that he's actually on our side. Not one member of my team doubted my loyalty to the Allies, to the SSR, to the team. And I already love that about them. Howling Commandos. Steve asks, amused, looking at the name carved on the table. I just shrug, smiling wide. He chuckles, and says, could have been worse. It could have been the super secret squad of badass. As we all look confused at the weird-ass name, Bucky groans loudly, and says, I told you that name in confidence, Steve. For a second, there's no sound. And then, ha 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 ha. We all laugh at Bucky, the atmosphere now once again normal. Super strong, or not. I'm loving this team, and I'm proud of getting to lead it. The Howling Commandos. Dum Dum Dugan, Timmy Roth, James Falsworth, Jim Morita, Bucky Barnes, Jacques Dernier, Gabe Jones, Steve Rogers, and I, Mason Aves. 9 members of the Howling Commandos, 1 leader, me. Captain Mason Aves. 1 deputy, Captain Steve Rogers. And both of us were known amongst the team to be super soldiers. I am definitely not going to make it known to the outside world, however. I'd prefer to be a normal human outside, even if my friends know it to be otherwise. Can't say it'll stay secret, however. I smile, as we start planning our attacks on the factories and Hydra bases that we know of. This is what I hope we stay like this, throughout the war. But, knowing my luck, it probably won't. A/N, his mutation was going to come out sooner or later. This way, it's on his terms. And Steve is observant as hell. He memorized an entire map within one glance, so he definitely remembers how Mason fights Hydra, and how fast he punches. Hope this is the right decision, speaking as an author. Chapter 41, Summons. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Knocking on the door to Colonel Phillips's office, I wait. Just a few hours after the meeting I had with my team, where I revealed my mutation to them all, I had received a message from a corporal, informing me that the colonel had called me to his office. We, the Howling Commandos, had spent the last 3 hours just making plans for our first attack, and designating positions. I was the team leader, medic, and also one of the direct assault members. I was also sharing the role of squad translator with Gabe Jones, who can speak 7 languages. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was the game maker, since his mind is actually pretty good for it. The serum enhanced everything about him, even his mind, turning him into an amazing strategist. Bucky Barnes is our sniper, since that was his speciality in the 107th too. Jacques Dernier was our demolitions expert, and he damn near begged for the position. James Falsworth, Timmy Roth, Jim Morita, are the ones who don't exactly have a fixed position. They will be part of the frontal attacks, along with Steve, Dugan, and me, while Dernier blows shit up, and Bucky grants us cover fire. As for the last one, Dum Dum Dugan, who was the most experienced soldier of us all, was responsible with keeping our young blood in check. If a plan is too stupid, or risky, then he's the one that can stop it from happening. He has veto powers to call a plan dumb right to our faces, and I know he won't hesitate to do that. On paper, Steve was the deputy of the Howling Commandos, and I was the leader. While that is also correct in actuality, we take Dugan's voice just as seriously as one of our own. Along with that, we were planning an attack on the Hydra factories, deciding which one to attack first, when I received the message. The door opens, bringing me away from the last few hours, and I see Lorraine on the other side of it. Smiling at her, I enter the office, and snap a salute at Colonel Phillips, who was sitting at the table, with his fingers crossed in front of his face, looking serious. More than usual. He stares at me for a second, and says, "Close the door on your way out, Private Smith. The captain and I need to have a discussion." Lorraine follows the order immediately, and walks out, leaving just the colonel and I in the room. For a few seconds, we just stare at each other, with me being a little bit uncomfortable in the silence. He states, "You're a wizard." Starting off with the elephant in the room. He didn't even ask it, as if he already knew. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. He is a squib, and I knew that since day one. Really surprised me when I found out. But the fact that he knows I'm a wizard really came out of the blue. As far as I know, from the first and only stroll I had through his mind, Colonel Chester Phillips does not stay in contact with his wizarding relatives. He has completely separated himself from that world, going so far as to not even keep up to date with the Wizarding World War. And no, I haven't made it a habit of using telepathy on those I'm actually close to. I give them that much privacy. The first one is just so I can satisfy my curiosity once and for all, and to make sure I don't get caught off guard by a spy, or an assassin. I look at him, a bit confused, and ask, "Are you all right, Colonel? A wizard? Really? I can't just outright say it, even if I know the Colonel isn't planning anything against me. I was in an agreement with the Ministry not to." "Cut the bullshit, Aves," the Colonel says, standing up from his chair, looking a bit angry. Taking a newspaper out of the drawer, he throws it at my chest, as I catch it on reflex, and says, "I'm a damn squib, you don't have to hide the secret one with me." Yeah, the thing is, I made a deal with the Ministry, that I won't do just that. Even if someone says they know of the wizarding world, I am to keep silent about it. Doesn't matter who asks it. I take the newspaper, looking at the title, and ask, "The Magical Post? Really? Sir, I was having a very serious discussion with my new squad, planning our eventual battles against Hydra. And you brought me here to talk about wizards, and fake newspapers? Don't you think this is you taking the Hobbit way too seriously? Holy shit, this lad in the image just moved." Colonel Phillips clenches his teeth, as if he's just refraining from hitting me, and visibly takes a few seconds to calm himself down. Damn, he's really pissed, isn't he? "Read the headline, soldier," he says, after having calmed himself down. Opening the paper, holding it in my pinched fingers as if I'm wary of it, I start reading, now showing amusement on my face openly. It was basically an edited copy of the article written in the Daily Prophet. My history, my missions, etc. As I keep reading, fairly curious about the American newspaper, he says, "Don't lie to me, soldier. I know that you are forbidden from telling anyone about the wizarding world, but I am the one nomage you can actually tell it to. I'm what you wizards call a squib, a non-magical born to magicals. Well, either I can keep the denial going, holding true to my condition at being allowed to war, while being presented by a pretty good proof in the form of the magical American newspaper, or I can just say, fuck it. Very well, I am a wizard. What of it? I say, keeping the newspaper down, and subtly waving my hand. The wave of my hand checks for any eavesdropping instruments, magical or mundane, and then for any human eavesdroppers. Then, not finding any recording instruments, or any eavesdropping going on, with another wave, I make it so not a single sound will leave this room for a while, giving us the privacy I want. The Colonel slams his hand on the table, and says, "I needed to know that as soon as you joined, Aves. The SSR is my organization, and I needed to know that a wand-waving, memory-erasing wizard is here, on my team." I frown, not liking the accusations. Hey, I'm a telepath, but I never use telepathy for anything but my own knowledge-based gain. And if it is bound to harm someone not completely guilty, I don't do it. I just give him a look, that I learned after observing Steve for a few minutes, showing my disapproval, and say, "Please be careful what you say, Colonel. You might not like me, but I am still a captain in the British Army, and the leader of the Howling Commandos, your own anti-Hydra squad." Sighing, the Colonel rubs his head, and says, "I don't hate you, son. I hate not knowing stuff. I won't get into why you aren't using your magic mumbo-jumbo to grant us an advantage in this war. That debate is as old as war as a concept. What I want to know, is how the wizards got accurate data about the mission, when even our own newspapers, and anything short of official reports tell exaggerated tales. I want to know if my base is infiltrated, or if you are leaking our data. I shake my head, and say, I haven't given any information to anyone, not even my wizard friends, and I haven't seen a single wizard on base. If there's been an infiltration, it isn't here. The colonel stays silent, not entirely believing me. I could understand his thoughts on the matter. I get it, I really do. This is a war, and if good wizards can get such confidential information so easily, then what about dark wizards? Allies of Grindelwald, or wizard allies of Hydra? I lean forward on my chair, and ask him, do you trust me any less, Colonel Phillips? He shakes his head, and mumbles, you're a good soldier, Aves, better than almost anyone save Rogers, which is definitely related to your magic, in hindsight. I just needed to be sure. Then believe me when I say this, if any wizard, good or bad, takes a single step inside this base, I will know it immediately. Heck, if a wizard flies in, even when turned into an animal, I'll know it. A wizard casts a single spell inside the base, or towards the base, I'll know it. No matter where I am, I will know it, and you can be damn sure that I'll be there to confront them. I say, looking at the colonel right in his eyes. And I wasn't lying. There were runic wards placed all over the Allied HQ, mostly focused around the archives, and the SSR area, and focused on detecting magic. Any magic that doesn't belong to me is flagged by it. Doesn't matter if the magic is of a sorcerer, wizard, demon, god, elf, magical creature, artifact, spell, hex, wand, staff, etc. If it's magic, and if it's not mine, I will be informed as soon as it appears. And since I have the time turner, I can be here before the thing/animal/person even gets here. Of course, stronger magic users definitely have ways to get around those protections, but I have already made contingencies in that case. The point is, not a single magic user will be able to get here without my knowledge. And knowledge, is something I pride myself on. The colonel looks at me, once again, only this time with a small smile, and says, I knew there was a reason I trusted you to rescue the soldiers that day. You actually care about the mission, don't you? Leaning back, I look at the picture hanging on the wall, and say, Muggles. No mages, are defenseless against magicals, I know that. And the current Dark Lord wants to rule over the entire world, Muggle and magical combined. The drafting was just a lucky coincidence. I was going to take part in the war either way, because I couldn't leave you all completely defenseless. As I see Phillips open his mouth, no doubt to praise me, I say, but, I don't use magic against Muggle threats, which includes Hydra. Magic against magicals, and Muggle weapons against Muggles. Excluding the one time I used magic against Hydra when I had to escape capture. But well, it was before I had made this rule up. And excluding legilimency/telepathy of course. My thirst for knowledge definitely trumps this rule. And of course, emergencies. Okay, I have many exceptions to this rule. Not that I'm going to tell him that. The colonel stands up, and salutes me, as one does in lower-ranked soldier, his demeanor totally different from just a few minutes ago. He says, I completely understand your concerns, Captain. And don't worry, I won't even mention magic to anyone not magical, or already in the know. I know the rules, and I know the consequences, being a squib myself. Don't want to forget the magical world yet. I smile, and salute back at him. He then pulls something else out of his drawer, and says, there was another reason I called you here. You've been sent a letter from Buckingham Palace. A black coat from MI6 came in today morning, to personally deliver it. Said something about a meeting with you. Taking the invitation letter from him, the seal still intact, I hide it inside a pocket, not smelling anything dangerous off of it, and say, thank you, Colonel. Just. Maybe next time, try a bit light-hearted approach. The colonel scowls at me, and says, they don't pay me to be polite, son. They pay me to be authoritative. Now, get out and get to work. We leave for Italy in 3 days, and I want a plan of attack for the first factory ready in 2 days. And with that, I walk out of the room, winking at Lorraine as I pass her, getting a smile in return, and go towards my room. Captain Mason Aves, British Armed Forces, you have been cordially invited to the Buckingham Palace for a meeting with His Royal Highness, King Albert Frederick Arthur George, of House Windsor. Well. Damn. This is huge. But I wonder why the king wants to meet now. Probably because I'm in England now, where before I was almost always on the front lines. A car was going to come pick me up tomorrow, for the meeting, and I was to be ready in my formal captain's uniform. Well, the new one at least. After I was transferred to the SSR, from the British Armed Forces, I was given a new formal uniform which showed my alignment to the UK, as well as the SSR. This is obviously going to be a meeting discussing my future in the army, as well as my wizarding identity. Really not that hard to figure out. The colonel gets a newspaper from Wizarding America, and I get a royal summoning, on the same day? Definitely connected, and I don't even need to be a genius to know that. Well, looks like I'm meeting the royals now. Should I tell anyone in the wizarding world? Nah, I'll just tell them if the meeting goes bad. Not like I expect it to, but better be prepared for anything. The next day, at exactly 8, a black Daimler car stops in front of me. In the driver's seat, was a black-suited man, wearing goggles. I can also smell that he has 3 guns hidden on his body, and 4 in the car, along with a total of 5 knives, which have definitely seen blood. An agent then, an assassin more like. I don't hear a change in his heartbeat, however, so either he doesn't consider me a threat, or he isn't here to kill me. He doesn't even look at me, but taking the cue, I open the back door, and sit down behind the driving agent, seeing a glass window separating us, probably the toughest they have access to. I wasn't carrying any weapon, save my wand, since this was a meeting with the king himself. It is literally illegal to take weapons anywhere near the Buckingham Palace. But, I doubt I'll need them. If the time comes, I can just use my mind, my magic, or my mutation to take care of the situation. Or summon any desirable weapon from the nowhere. After a 20-minute drive we reach the palace gates, and after 10 minutes of searching my body, I am let inside, another agent accompanying me. Captain Aves. The agent says, offering his hand as soon as I'm free from the checking. My name is Special Agent Watson of the MI5. I'm here to take you to the king. Nodding at him, and shaking his hand, I say, Captain Mason Aves, of the SSR. Pleased to meet you, Agent Watson. As we walk towards wherever he's taking me, I go inside his mind, just as I did with the driver. The driver didn't know anything important about this meeting. He just knew he had to drop me here, and that I'm dangerous. This Agent Watson, however, is a lot more senior than the driver, and apparently, he knows a lot more about this meeting. Seems my guess was correct, they want to discuss something about the wizarding world. Going deeper, I momentarily stop, barely control my anger, my feral side not liking what I find in his head. So that's how it is, hey? This meeting won't be a simple one after all. Are you alright? Agent Watson asks, seeing me stop. Nodding, I smile at him, the anger hidden away for now, and say, I apologize, this painting here really fascinated me. Van Dyke, if I'm not wrong. The agent looks at the painting I pointed out, and it was beautiful, which is fortunate. He says, I wouldn't know, Captain. I'm not much of an art enthusiast. Shall we move on? Smiling at him, I say, sorry for that. I'll be sure not to be distracted anymore. As we reach a giant door, after many more flights of stairs, and open doors, passing many a palace guard and black suit on our way, no doubt leading towards the king's throne room, Agent Watson stops me right before the door, and says, I'm afraid no weapons are allowed beyond this door. I look at him, a confused expression on my face, and say, but I'm not wearing my weapons on me. I knew about the no weapons rule before, and so, I left all my weapons at the HQ itself. Agent Watson smiles, and says, I'm not talking about your guns and knives, Captain. He goes towards a cabinet left conveniently near the door, and opens it up. Taking a long wooden box out of it, he says, please place your wand inside the box. I assure you that you will get it back as soon as you leave this room. Raising my eyebrow, I look at him warily, not immediately surrendering the wand. Sighing, Agent Watson pulls his sleeve back, and shows me a wand holster strapped to his left arm. He says, I'm a wizard myself, Captain Aves, just like you. I assure you, I will personally hand you the wand after this meeting. You just aren't allowed to carry it inside. Frowning, and with a lot of visible reluctance, I take my wand out, and hand it to him. He carefully opens the box, and places my wand inside. As soon as he closes the box, it glows once, showing me the runes for the enchantment, and then dims back down. The enchantments prevent anyone from summoning the wand to them, and the only way to open the box, is through a specific pattern of knocks known only to Agent Watson, and now to me. Which is why, I didn't give him my own wand. I gave him one of the wands I'd found in the Slytherin castle, another acacia wand, 13 inches long, fairly similar in looks to my own, just in case they know what my wand is. Meanwhile, my wand sits comfortably inside the nowhere. Agent Watson places the box inside the cabinet once again, and I see it glow once too. The runes on them tell me, that the enchantments on the cabinet are the same as the ones on the box, along with a simple but effective additional ward. If I try to summon the wand, or if Agent Watson triggers the enchantments, the cabinet will burn the entire box, destroying the contents within 2. Smiling, he says, there, your wand is safe now. Only I can open the cabinet, or the box, so you don't have to worry about anyone stealing it. Nodding, I say, glad to know there's at least one wizard here, to have my back if anything goes wrong. He wants me to trust him, completely. The sole wizard amongst the group of muggles. And so, I'll make it seem as if he's succeeding. And then, he opens the door directly, showing to me for the first time, the throne room of the Buckingham Palace. Walking inside, I look at the hall, marveling at the sheer elegance the room brought forth. It isn't as big as I'd expected, and the platform that contained the thrones was just a couple steps high. And sitting on those two thrones, were the current King and Queen of the United Kingdom. King George VI, and his wife, Queen Elizabeth. Their daughter, Princess Elizabeth, was nowhere to be seen, but there were other people there. A total of 4 people, 2 on each side of the red carpet that led to the monarchs, sat in soft chairs, looking completely relaxed. There didn't seem to be a chair for either me, or Agent Watson. Then there were the guards, a total of 20 guards, including the Royal Palace Guards, black suits, and 7 wizards, surrounded the room on all sides. As I reach halfway towards the throne, Agent Watson motions me to stop, and both of us bow to the King and Queen. Rise. The King says, in a barely audible voice. I do so, and look at him. The King was a soldier, that much I knew, and it is apparent on his self. He definitely looks like he can take care of himself. The Queen, meanwhile, was just starting to gain some weight, her age making it so. Agent Watson clears his throat, and says, "May I present to you, His Royal Majesty King George VI, and his wife, Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth." The two in question nod at me, and I bow back. Agent Watson then points at the person closest to the King, on their right, and says, "Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Winston Churchill. The Chief of the MI6, Major General Sir Stuart Menzies. The Director General of the MI5, Sir David Petrie. And lastly, Lieutenant General Adam Rivers, of the Miss." I nod at each person, showing proper respect, whenever Watson says their names. My anger at what they had planned for me, was currently hidden away deep inside me. Outwardly, I look confused, and ask, "I don't think I've heard of the Miss. Is it a new branch?" Rivers smiles, and says, "We're a top-secret branch, Captain Aves." The King clears his throat, making us all turn to him, purposefully straightening up a little. He says, "Captain Mason Aves. Or Captain Britain, whichever you prefer. You might be wondering why we have brought you here. First of all, congratulations on the rescue mission. We read the reports, and we have to say, you exceeded all our expectations." Bowing my head, I say, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I just did what any British citizen is wont to do. In any case, you rescued 281 soldiers from Hydra hands, saving them from a fate that we don't know of. And while Captain America did help you, we know that you were the one that actually rescued the soldiers, while Rogers went to find his friend. Admirable." The King says, while the others stay silent. I nod, and say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The King then says, "This is why we want you to work for us, for the royal family. You will be working under the banner of MIS, the Magical Intelligence Services, which is an organization under the MI5. We already have 27 wizards working for us, and you've already met Agent Watson, so you won't be totally alone there. You may speak up, if you have any questions." As he paused, allowing me to think, I ask, "What is the purpose of the Miss, Your Majesty? And why is it that you're asking me, a pretty famous face, to work in a covered organization?" The King smiles, and motions towards Rivers, who says, "The Miss was created to help the Ministry of Magic safeguard the statute of secrecy from our end. We make sure that no wizarding artifacts, or objects enter the Muggle world, and that the wizarding threats don't harm us Muggles. Like that current Dark Lord, Grindelwald. We have already killed dozens of his soldiers, when they tried attacking various places in the Muggle world, to cause chaos. His sales pitch was good, that's for sure. I wonder how many people they actually swindled by showing themselves to be the good guys?" His mind tells me the answer, and I internally chuckle, the answer is far too many. Turning towards the King, I ask, "What about SSR then? I do need to lead a team starting today, to defeat Hydra. I cannot do that by being in the Miss." The King and Rivers share a brief look, as the King says, "You may keep your current job, Captain. But, I want you to officially join Miss today itself, and give us reports about any of the wizards you find during those raids. After the war is over, you will have to move away from the public sites, and join Miss permanently." Shaking my head, I say, "I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline, then. I appreciate the offer, but I am actually happy just working for the SSR, and on the front lines. I might be good at it, but I don't like to do spy work." "That wasn't an offer, soldier. That was an order. You're still a soldier of the British Armed Forces, just on loan to the SSR. And don't forget, your wizarding world comes under the British monarchy. The PM says, speaking up for the first time. I turn towards him, and say, no offense meant, Minister Churchill, but I am not going to become a spy. After the war is over, I am going to become a healer, and work at St. Mungo's. And no offer is going to change my mind on that. You don't have an option. Captain Britain. The king says, bringing my attention back to him, as I feel a wand tip on the back of my head, at the same time that the other wizards point their own wands at me, and the guards point their guns. Well, this was fast. I wondered how long it'd take them to resort to threats. I freeze, not moving, as the king continues speaking. He says, you're a good soldier, very well-rounded. And you're being limited in the SSR. A wizard has no place in the front lines of a regular person's war. You, however, do have a place in the dark side of it. Imagine it, Captain, a wizard assassin, who can go unnoticed anywhere, someone who can kill people with just 2 words, someone who's actually had experience in infiltrating enemy territories, and someone who can fight like us normal people, while also being a strong enough wizard to threaten the lieutenants of the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Now, you will join us, willingly, or you will be forced to. Just do it, Captain. I'm a wizard, and I'm actually happy working in the miss. You'll be making an actual difference here, you know. We also have good medical insurance. Agent Watson says, while still holding a wand to my head. What should I do? I can't kill them all, and definitely not the 6 highly important people here. There are too many people who know I'm having this meeting, and it will take too long for me to track everyone they told it to. Well, I do need to get out of here, without hurting them. So, theatrics it is. I say, you know. This would have actually worked on me about a decade ago, the making a difference speech. Feeling the wand push a bit forward, I snap my fingers, casting an area-wide Petrificus Totalis spell, freezing everyone right in their places, unable to even move their mouths. Turning around, I see Agent Watson moving his eyes rapidly, stuck in his body, his wand still raised, now pointed at my forehead. Raising my hand, I catch the wand in my 2 fingers, and pull it out of his hands. How are you doing that? Your wand is locked. The king says, moving his neck around, looking at all the trapped soldiers. Even the 5 wizards inside the room, including Watson, were completely useless in stopping me. I'd left him able to move his neck, just because he's a king. Royals should get better treatment, no? Smirking at the king, I drop Watson's wand on the ground, and say, a wand does not make a wizard, Georgie old boy. It just makes magic spells possible. There are still a lot of things that aren't strictly spells, that I can use without the need for a wand. These wizards that you have in your miss are barely more competent than an average auror. And besides, I'm Captain Mason fucking Aves. Sooner or later, I always find a way to escape capture. Guards! Guards! The king yells, still not able to move more than his head. Chuckling, I say, you think they can hear you? Your guards can't hear anything inside this room. The wizard guards of yours cast spells to prevent eavesdropping, by your own orders of course. Turning serious, I say, now, I might be an orphan, but I have learned a lot about the wizarding world, and that includes its laws. I know we're autonomous, working inside our own lands, so don't try and say you're the ruler of the wizards too. What do you want? King George asks, tearful from fright, being completely at my mercy. Now he knows how the wizards he recruited feel. I glare at him, and say, you're the one who brought me here, you absolute dimwit. Pausing, I say, what I want, is to kill you, and every person here. Seeing him start tearing up even more, I relish a little, and continue, fortunately for you, I can't do that. Not yet at least. Now, I would have threatened you more, but well, I have a planning session to get to. Please, don't kill us. The king begs, pleading with just his eyes. I stop my hand, as I was raising it to my forehead, and say, I will kill you, George. For all that your miss did under the banner of keeping peace, keeping the statute, I'm going to kill you. But not yet. Assassination, torture, mind control, stealing, forceful unbreakable vows. Every single thing you did, you'll pay for it. Alas, you won't remember this conversation enough to be on guard. And then, I raise my hand to my forehead, and a second later, cancel the Petrificus Totalis charm. As they all get back to their senses, Watson's wand back in his holster, they immediately forget that they were frozen at all. King George wipes his eyes, and says, a beautiful tale of your mission, Captain Aves. Truly. Now, what about your answer? 5 minutes later, I leave the Buckingham Palace, my spare wand back in my possession, and after fooling all the people that were inside the throne room. I changed all their memories to show that I agreed to their condition, and took the vows. But, the king told me not to give reports until I come here personally, which I won't, not yet. In return, the king personally knighted me, that I kneeled for only in their memories, in honor of all the great deeds I did, and am going to do, in this war. Well, he offered the knighthood of his own accord, who am I to refuse? Miss, another organization to look out for. Outwardly, it's Mission Intelligence Services, a sub-branch of the MI5, that's just focused on data analysis. But, for those in the know, it is the Magical Intelligence Services, an intelligence agency specifically created to keep an ease on the wizarding world. Created during the reign of King George V, MIS was formed when a group of dark wizards caused a lot of mayhem during the WWI. They killed over 100 muggles, and burnt down a lot of food go-downs. At first, MIS was tasked with recruiting disgruntled squibs, that the British wizarding family had discarded. They kept an eye on the squibs throughout their life, and recruited any that looked promising. By recruiting, I mean manipulated into turning their family secrets over to the MIS. They were trained intensely, paid well, and had good lives all around. They were actually appreciated, just as long as they spied on the wizarding world for them. This, in return, made them completely loyal to the MIS. They gave the muggles access to the prominent wizarding surnames, so the MIS can keep an eye on any that pops up out in the muggle world. Even I was amongst the list, but since I was a wizard, and hence under the surveillance by Aurors, they didn't approach me before. Drafting me was the first step, giving me promotions, and a good posting, was another. I really should have realized that my promotions were a honey trap, seriously. But that's not that important. After squibs, MIS turned their eye towards the muggleborns who had left the wizarding world back. Claims of the wizarding world being under the rule of the monarchy was enough for them to talk, and to promise loyalty to them. And they already have 27 scorned muggleborn wizards in the MIS, as of this moment. Thank you, pure bloods. This was on the wizarding world itself, though. They scorn a lot of people, and then cry when those people complain. But, I can't sympathize with the muggleborns either. I'm basically a muggle raised, and I did my own research about the wizarding laws as soon as I had gotten access to the library. Everyone knows what the muggle world has done to the wizarding world in the past. Countless attacks, burnings, witch hunts, putting one wizarding group against another. Half the reasons for the establishment of the ICW, and the statute, can be laid at the hands of the muggles, and the church. And these recruited wizards, scorned or not, basically turned traitor against their own kind. They informed the muggles about goblin contracts, vows, oaths, different spells, rituals, and all, and then got trapped in those contracts themselves. They bloody took unbreakable vows to always serve the royal family. 27 wizards, working for the muggles, spying on the wizarding world for them. Betrayal. I know. I know wizards aren't completely innocent. We have dark lords that create problems for them, we have dark wizards, most of them free, who love hunting muggles as a sport. But the rest? Most of the wizards just want to live their own lives. Other than the dark wizards, everyone literally wants to live their own lives, not wanting any troubles. Even when Muggle Britain was out there, colonizing everything, Wizarding Britain left the wizarding countries alone, not wanting to put the effort into invasions. And Muggles, meanwhile, sought us out, repeatedly, to ask us to solve their problems. And when we refused to solve all their problems, well, which is gonna burn. And the 27 wizards vowed their loyalty to the ones that did all that. MIS, and the DOM. Both of these organizations are looking to harm the wizarding world, or take over it, and I won't let them. Not yet, but as soon as the war is over, I'm going to start working on taking care of the two organizations. But now, I have missions to get to. A/N, this was a callback to my original FIC. In the original, Mason lets Helena and Doria, who are his two GFS, which is technically not a harem, but it is, and one of the reasons I quit the story then, deal with the MIS as they see fit. In that story, Helena takes over the MIS, bit by bit, using her telepathy to not mess things up, and turns it into an actual statute-protecting organization. I might do something similar here, or I might not. Depends on my mood. Chapter 42, The Howling Commandos. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. Just a clarification, which I've been forgetting about writing for so long lol. Mason only used Victor's blood, flesh, and bones in his ritual. I know I wrote James's blood at one point, and I had thought that I had fixed it, apparently not everywhere. I'm fixing it now, don't worry. Once again, Mason only used Victor's blood, flesh, bones, and he only got his mutation. As for his healing factor being slower than James's, that is true. I'd originally written it that way itself, and made Mason's thoughts reflect it. I have no idea why I changed it, probably to make it reflect the comics or something, but I'm changing it back. Victor. Thank you, now read on. What are we doing here again? Steve asks, holding his new vibranium shield, as we stand in a boxing ring, still in London. We were going to begin with our attacks on Hydra soon, but until we get the green light from the higher-ups, we're stuck at the Italian base. Facing Steve, holding two of my longer knives in my hand, I say, you're currently stronger than me, there's no doubt there. You punch harder than me, when you want to, and your kicks have a good strength in them too. I'm sorry. Steve says, looking confused, and then asks, but didn't you tell the team that you're stronger than me? Pointing my right knife at him, I say, I said I would win most of the fights we have. It's not the same. I'm strong, and I will grow stronger with age, but right now, you're definitely stronger. But that's not the point is, you don't know how to use that strength. If you fight the Red Skull as you are now, you will lose. Steve nods, admitting his lack in this regard, and says, I've been trying to control it, limit my strength so I don't break anyone's bones unintentionally. But I'm still working on that. I look at Steve, internally say, fuck it, and run towards him, my knives extended. Within a few seconds, I reach him, and swipe at his head. Steve blocks the knife with his shield, and as his sight is blocked, I knee him in the gut, sending Steve skidding backwards. As he looks up at me, betrayal and shock apparent in his expressions, I say, you need experience to become better at controlling your strength. Your strength may have been enhanced, but your actual fighting skills are still close to nil. You're basically an untrained person, with just damn good instincts, strength, and flexibility. You need to train your body to be an actual fighter. Nodding, Steve stands up, and this time attacks me with his shield, punching with his left hand at my head, the edge of the shield speeding towards me. I lean to the side to let the shield pass, and as Steve punches with his right hand, I turn around, catching Steve's punch, and throwing him away in a judo throw. Thankfully, other than us, no one else was here to witness my show of strength, not even Peggy Carter. She was with the Colonel and Stark, going over the Hydra intel, while our team was going over the new uniforms they had just gotten. I wait for Steve to stand up, and ask, that the best you got? Because you might as well quit now. Standing up, Steve glared at me, and says, I can do this all day. I wave my knife towards him, in a come on gesture, and say, well, show me then. Steve runs towards me, and jumps up, his right leg extended in a high kick. I barrel roll under his kick, and immediately turn around, my knives primed to attack his back. But Steve was already ready, and the shield stops my knives in their spot. Turning around, he lets the knife go towards the side, and punches at my head. I lean backwards, letting the punch go harmlessly, but then, Steve ignores my head, and holds onto my left hand, with his right. I punch at his elbow with my right hand, and Steve dodges by moving his arm to his left. As my hand starts retreating, Steve catches it with his left hand, and locks our arms together in a battle of strength. I try to use my strength to separate our arms, and he uses his superior strength to hold them together. My legs still free, I kick at the side of his knee with my right leg, making him drop down. He headbutts my stomach, barely missing my groin, making me drop down on my own knees, our hands still locked in a battle of strength. He then surprises me, and headbutts my face as soon as I'm down, making me lose my strength and drop down backwards, my nose definitely broken. Thankfully Steve takes the time to take a few steps back, probably afraid of having hurt me. Getting up, I take my hands away from my nose, I chuckle. As my nose starts healing, right in front of Steve's surprised eyes, I say, now, that's what I'm talking about. Let's continue, shall we? I am strong, Steve is stronger. But I am also faster than him, with better instincts, and better fighting experience. This was a freebie, to show him that I'm not afraid of his hits, that his hits won't actually harm me. And now, I can begin with actually making him a better fighter, someone who doesn't depend on his strength and shield for everything. Maybe this way, I won't have to worry about him dying in this war. That was weird to watch. Is this also part of your gift? Steve asks, looking at the blood drop down on the ground harmlessly, as my wound heals. This reminds me to take care of securing my blood. I'll do it tonight. I shrug, and say, for all I know, yes. Now that you know you won't kill me, can we get serious? Steve nods, and attacks with his right hand. Let's start training Captain America. December 1943, France. Black trousers, black shirt, and a grey carbon polymer chest protector. There was also a black helmet that Stark himself made, guaranteed to stop most handgun bullets. The trousers and shirt were plain, but the chest armor had an image of the British flag painted on the right side of it, while the helmet had the image of the SSR symbol, wings, painted on both sides. That was my uniform for the Howling Commandos. To denote me being the team leader, the colonel had asked Stark to add the symbol of the SSR as a light watermark on the front and back of my chest armor, and only mine. On my tactical pants, and inside the chest armor, there were many throwing knives held by holders, since Stark knew that I like throwing knives. On two sides of my hip, were two handguns, while on my back was the Bren light machine gun. There were many magazines inside the chest armor. All in all, the uniform protected me pretty well. Why do you even need that much armor? Don't you heal quickly? Steve had asked yesterday, when I had first worn the uniform as a trial. I had told him then, and I say this now again, I might not stay injured, but every injury still hurts the same. I made the error in getting shot on purpose once, and only the adrenaline had stopped me from breaking down into tears then. It fucking hurts, and I don't look forward to getting shot at again. Steve still had the red, white, and blue uniform, only made to be more durable than the one he used in the USO. The entire uniform of his was lined with carbon polymer. He also has the vibranium shield, now painted in red, white, and blue, the American colors. The others had chosen their own colors, depending on their own preferences, but even their armors were designed to protect them, while also not slowing them down any. Currently, we were all approaching the first Hydra factory on our list, after 3 days of complete planning, and we had tried to compensate for everything. This factory was the smallest, and it was the only one still standing in France. The only reason France hadn't taken care of it, is that they didn't know it existed. We had gotten the green light from France to carry out the attack against the base. The factory was where they assembled guns, rifles, and bombs for Hydra to use, sending them over by trains. Looking at it, I turned my head around to look at Barnes, who was about 100 meters away from me, sitting on top of a tree branch. Beside me, were Steve, Dugan, and Falsworth, waiting for the go order. Dernier, Jones, and Timmy were at the back of the factory, waiting for us to provide them the distraction. They were going to rescue any prisoners they find, if there are any, extract any information they can get their hands on, and plant bombs to blow the factory up. Raising my hand upwards, I signal Bucky to start the attack, and start walking towards the base, my machine gun in my hand, the rest of the team right behind me. Steve was holding a handgun in his right hand, while his left held his shield. Dugan had a shotgun in his hands, while Falsworth also held a machine gun. It doesn't take us long to gain Hydra's attention, as I see a man point his gun at me. He dies almost immediately, courtesy of Bucky's bullet, but this catches the attention of the others. Immediately, we start running towards the factory, not minding the gunfire raining down near us. My telekinesis was taking care of it all, as my team and I were busy taking care of the ground forces. As soon as we enter through the gates of the factory, dead bodies already littering the ground, I turn around to the left, Falsworth with me, while Steve goes towards the right with Dugan. I see 3 soldiers on the ground, hiding behind barriers, while 2 point their guns at us from the windows of the factory. Falsworth shoots one of the window soldiers in the face, killing him immediately, while I fire at the hiding soldiers as soon as they appear out of hiding, killing them all. Within a couple minutes, the grounds of the base is cleared, with only the factory remaining now. Meeting at the door, I turn towards Steve, and say, "Do the honors, Captain America." Chuckling, Steve says, "As you wish, Captain Avalon." For the public, despite not being a super strong super soldier, I was still a good enough soldier to lead a team and command the only known super soldier in the world. This was enough for them to start naming me a superhero too. Captain Britain, which was my favored nickname, by the public, not me, turned into Sir Captain Britain as soon as the news of my knighthood got out. Thankfully, it didn't stick. It however didn't take long for the British newspapers to come up with the names Captain Avalon, the Howling Knight, Captain Knight, and many other names for me. And as much as I loved the name Captain Knight, it wasn't in my hands. The public chose the name Captain Avalon, after a lot of propaganda by the British government, since calling me Captain Britain would have been too arrogant, and would have totally copied the USA. They literally took Captain Aves, and turned the last word to Avalon, to make me seem a bit more. But, oh well, it could have been worse. Pulling his leg back, Steve kicks the door down, and immediately puts his shield up, to block a few bullets fired at him. Walking inside the room, I point my gun at a soldier at the top floor, and shoot. Switching my aim as soon as I confirm the hit, I move on to the next person, trusting my team to carry their own tasks. I, Jim and Falsworth were tasked with the balconies, and the upper floor, while Steve and Dugan were tasked with the ground floor. As I aim towards a person that I see aiming his own Hydra energy rifle at Steve's back, his head explodes, thanks to a bullet hitting him in the back of his head. Bucky Barnes was tasked with killing as many people as he can, while keeping an eye on our backs. Soon, Dernier, Timmy, and Jones join us 5 in killing Hydra soldiers, and without saying anything, we keep killing them all. We don't enjoy killing, none of us do, but this is a war, and none of us is going to hesitate in killing right now. 25 minutes after beginning our attack, Dernier yells, "Now! Retreat!" There were still more than a few dozen soldiers still alive, firing at us from their hidden locations. But they won't be alive for long. Taking Jacques' cue, the team starts running back out the door we had just broken in, while Steve and I stay at the back, giving cover fire, Bucky doing the same from the trees. As soon as we reach the tree line, some of the Hydra soldiers following after us, the factory explodes, Dernier having planted bombs to ensure it. Boom! The explosion is massive enough, that even from behind the trees, we're forced to cover our faces to protect our eyes. It also sends the Hydra soldiers that had followed after us flying towards us, dropping them harshly on the ground, still alive, but definitely injured. Taking a few breaths to gather myself, I say, check them, see if anyone's alive. Steve, call for the ride. Let's go home and celebrate, boys, our first mission's a success. One factory in France, in December of 1943. One factory, and a couple of Nazi bases in Belgium, in January of 1944. This is what we have accomplished in these 2 months, and there's a lot more to come. The SSR was still based in London, and we would go there after every attack, to plan the next move. Which is where we were right now. In the conference room, with the map of the war on the big table in front of us, were all of the 8 Howling Commandos, Agent Peggy Carter, Colonel Phillips, PVT Lorraine Smith, a few corporals, as well as Howard Stark. There in front of us, marked, were the Hydra and Nazi bases still remaining, but all of us had our attention on 4 marks in particular, all of them in Poland. 2 of those marks were marked with the Nazi symbol, a slanted swastika, while the other 2 were marked with the Hydra symbol, an octopus. I really find it weird how the symbol of Hydra is a damned octopus. But, not the point. The point is, the 2 Hydra bases were very close to each of the Nazi concentration camps, within a few miles in fact. Which means, we can't afford to hit them one at a time, since the other camp will know it immediately. I can't allow that, it's too risky, attacking with half our strengths. The colonel says, arguing against the idea I just put forth. Sighing, I say, we don't have a choice. If we attack the Hydra factory first, then the Nazi camp will know, and call for aerial backup before we even begin our attack on them. And they might also threaten the prisoners. If we attack the Nazis first, Hydra will have more time to prepare. We need to attack them both at the same time. The Nazis aren't our responsibility, son. Just because Hydra plans on taking over the bases within a month doesn't mean it makes us our job to liberate it. The colonel says, with what looks like regret on his face. Steve, ever the passionate, stands up, and says, we joined this war to defeat the Nazis, Colonel. Our primary target may have been switched to Hydra, but it doesn't make Nazi any less our responsibility. Nodding, I say, Tim, Falsworth, Jim and I will attack the Nazi camp, in a rescue mission, and Steve, Bucky, Dugan, and Jones will attack and destroy the Hydra camp. We'll do the same for the second set later, when we have planned for them enough. The colonel stares at us, and sighs. He says, I wonder when I became so soft. Fine, plan your attacks, give me a briefing and then leave. I want both the Nazis, and Hydra gone. And then, he leaves, taking Peggy and Lorraine with him. Looking at Steve, I nod, and say, you'll lead your team. Ask Stark for the factory's blueprints, and start with planning. Steve nods, and takes his team outside. Now alone with my half of the team, excluding the corporals working there, I say, let's go somewhere private to plan, shall we? An infiltration mission is not something we can just describe out in the open. The team nods, and we go towards the private rooms, where we can plan in peace. At sharp 11 p.m., 2 days later, our team succeeds in our mission, rescuing more than 100 Jews, and over 30 sympathizers from the concentration camp. As soon as every prisoner is out of the camp, I blow it up to Kingdom Come, so that Hydra doesn't take over it anyway. Meanwhile, a few miles away, we see a fire burning, the Hydra camp destroyed by Steve and his half of the team. And just like that, our first split team missions were done. A few days later, we take care of the other pair of Nazi and Hydra bases, before the Nazis can plan too much for a defense. And so, at the end of February, we cleanse Poland of any Hydra presence, while also liberating over 400 Jewish prisoners, and 100 rebels. All in a few days of work. Are you seriously recording us right now? I ask, annoyed at the SSR publicity crew, filming us tired soldiers, the rescued people, the burnt ground and even the destroyed Nazi camp, corpses of the Nazi soldier covering the ground. A corporal turns towards me, apologetic, and says, I'm sorry, sir. Colonel's orders. I sigh, and let the men do whatever they want. The higher-ups probably need proof that we're doing something. Plus, seeing Captain America and Captain Avalon doing a good job in the army is bound to increase recruitment rate, and the sale of war bonds. Fucking politics. But, Steve is probably also acing a camera right now, in the base a few miles over. Just imagining him messing something up, however unintentionally, makes me chuckle. Tim walks over to me, as we see the corporals nurse the prisoners, and asks, you aren't going there? Aren't you a doctor? Snorting, I say, I was a medical student, and I worked as a combat medic, during battles. These corporals have more experience than me, and I'll just turn into an annoyance for them if I go. Besides, I'm really second-guessing my doctor dream now. I mean, it wasn't mine in the first place, it was Child Mason's, but still, when we became one, I had all but embraced his dream, wanting to honor him, and our mother, that way. But now, after seeing so many injured people, so many different types of wounds, and so many illnesses. Well, I'm really not sure about it anymore. I'm tired of seeing injured people. But well, this is not the time to decide, not after a battle at least, or not after I was just shot. I absently rubbed my shoulder, the phantom pains irritating me just a bit. I'd bandaged the wound, despite it not being there anymore. It was a lucky shot, since usually I bend the bullets with my telekinesis field anyway. This man was just too close to me, that I couldn't move it too much without my team getting suspicious. Seeing the plane landing, ready to extract us, and the prisoners, I pat Tim on the shoulder, and say, "Come on, let's get out of here. I need a warm bath right now." Tim chuckles, and supports me as we walk towards the smaller plane, Falsworth and Jim discussing something ahead of us. As we sit down in the plane, along with a dozen other soldiers, I look at all of them, since these men had also taken part in the attack, and say, "You did good, soldiers. Today's round's on me." Most of the men just nod, while Jim just raises his hand to acknowledge it, too tired to even cheer. Well, they deserve the silence, and so do I. For over a year, our team moved around Europe, liberating as many Hydra bases as we can find. The ones we had gotten info about during the rescue mission were already destroyed in the first few months itself. Including them, we had destroyed a total of 17 Hydra bases, and 7 concentration camps, after rescuing all the prisoners. And all of us had improved a lot, becoming closer as the days went. Steve and Bucky were becoming famous in America as the superhero and sidekick duo, which Bucky was really annoyed about. While I was becoming known as a superhero in Britain, the name Captain Avalon becoming a name everyone now knows me by. I was the first British superhero, someone who was leading the Howling Commandos into liberating the world of Nazis. Right now, a day after our latest raid in destroying a well-defended Hydra base in Austria, we were waiting for our next target. And this one was pretty well defended. The Howling Commandos had to lead an entire company of 150 soldiers against this base. There were big panzers, smaller tanks, and heavy artillery, not counting the 300 men defending the factory. But, we had won, losing a few good men in the process. Alas, this is war, and death is inevitable. I had already seen far too many of our men die, and my eidetic memory means I remember all of their faces, and their names. I really just want this war to be over, despite how eager I was to join it in the beginning. Seeing Lorraine going over some papers, I smile, a bit melancholic. Our affair was over now, both of us too busy with our duties to do anything save for talk infrequently. Besides, I never wanted to pursue her seriously. She's a muggle, and highly unlikely to ever be immortal. Body enhancement rituals don't work on muggles the same, and the ritual that I did, was of the same type. But well, at least we had fun in this short while. "You're going to have to split up again, President's orders," the Colonel says, as soon as he walks inside the conference room. I look at him, already dreading the answer, and ask, "What's the mission?" The Colonel slides a file over at me, and says, "We have intel that Hitler is going after a weapon of the gods, some occult weapon that could make anyone into a god. We don't rightly believe it, but even the President can't take the risk of letting something like that go into Hitler's hands. And he doesn't trust the regular soldiers to do it successfully." I raise my eyebrow, after briefly reading the file, and ask, "The king agreed to this? Sending just me and Timmy, to Norway?" The mission was legit, that much I know. Or at least, it's legit as far as the Colonel is concerned. Don't know about the weapon though, least of all what it actually is. A weapon of gods? On Earth? Not impossible, but highly unlikely that Hitler will find something like that, not without help. Fuck, damn you Grindelwald. The Colonel nods, and says, "The higher-ups have already talked it out, don't worry about it. The only reason just the two of you are being sent, is that you are best suited for it. Aves for infiltration, and Roth for being lookout. Besides, Rogers's mission is something just as important." Sliding another file towards Steve, he says, "We have found Arnim Zola." Snap. I close my file as I was reading it, and scowl angrily at the Colonel. I say, "If Zola is found, then I need to be there. That bastard took my blood. I might have destroyed all of it, but that doesn't mean it's even. Heck, even the burned face I gave him doesn't mean it's even." Snorting, the Colonel says, "And that's exactly why you aren't going, son. You've already burned his face, if you see him next, I doubt you'll leave him alive, and we need him alive. No, your mission is in Norway. Now, pack, and rest up. You leave in 3 hours, all of you." Fuck. This smells like a manipulation, from very high up. Steve and I being sent on different missions is not rare, we've already done independent missions before. But this happening right when Zola is found? This is weird. I look at Bucky, hiding my sadness at his fate from my face, as we start walking towards our rooms. I just realized. This is the mission that he gets captured in, the one where he starts becoming the Winter Soldier. Seeing Steve and Bucky talk animatedly, with Bucky describing all he'll do to Zola when he's caught, I frown, thinking. Should I interfere? Or will I unleash something far worse if I do so? Sighing, I let them leave, not saying anything. Despite all that is fated to happen to him, Bucky becomes happy, not too soon, but he will be. There's no guarantee that by saving him now, I don't condemn him to a fat hundreds of times worse than this one. I'm a really bad friend. Maybe I really should have stuck to the wizarding side of the war. But well, I have a mission of my own to focus on, one with a possibly divine weapon, or just a magical weapon. Wonder what Grindelwald's side goal is this time. A/N, as many of you have noticed, the only ones going on Capture Zola mission are the ones who were already there in canon. Tim and Mason are leaving for their own mission, orchestrated by Grindelwald, or so he thinks. Many people will condemn me, for trying to keep canon intact, and yes, I'm doing it like that. I can give many excuses on Mason's behalf, on why he isn't acting on his knowledge, but I won't. Because this is my decision. Too many changes now, in the past, means that I won't be able to predict the consequences happening in the future. As a writer, I will get frustrated with all the ripples I'll create by changing something, and I don't want that. I'm not that good of an author to write those changes without crying myself to sleep. So, canon, yay. Chapter 43, Trap. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Sorry for being late, I was very busy for the last 2 days. For those who like it, I've uploaded a plot bunny collection on FFN, and currently have 4 plot bunnies up. Interested authors can adopt any of those stories freely, just send me a link. Read on. Tim and I lay prone near a few trees, covered by ghillie suits, looking down at the small town that is our target. Asgardstrand. Asgardstrand is a very small town, almost a village in fact, about 10 kilometers away from Tønsberg, Norway. It is a port town at the east coast of Norway, and is one of the many places where Nazi presence is very high. There were almost 300 soldiers down there, right now, to guard a town of just 350 Norwegians. The rebels were all probably already dead, or imprisoned somewhere else. Tim and I came to Norway last night, with a stealth plane especially designed by Stark dropping us off. He flew the camouflaged, almost silent plane, without turning the lights on at all, and had us parachute down here, 3 miles outside of Asgardstrand. That was last night, at 11 p.m., local time. After that, we had to walk, and sometimes crawl towards the village, moving silently in the darkness of the night, which took us almost 8 hours. And now, for the last 3 hours, we have been sitting there, silently observing the digging going on, after eating our rations, also silently. I was continuously using my telepathy to make sure that we weren't found by anyone. The ghillie suits themselves were well made, no doubt there, and they were built by using the data about the flora here that we had. But, this is a war, and I doubt the Nazis are any less vigilant, just because they rule Norway. Even without the telepathic field of nothing's wrong here, we had stayed completely still for the last 3 hours, watching over the village, and the giant hole being dug right in the middle of it. Knowing that no one's around us, thanks to my telepathy, I whisper to him, I don't think the dig's done yet. They haven't found whatever weapon they're looking for, but judging by the excitement on the general's face, they're definitely close. From my right, Tim says, they look excited, all right. You're going in. Nodding, I say, I'll cover you while you get into position, after that, I'll go in. Tim nods back, both of us still looking at the dig, and says, I'll find a tree to hide on top of, ready to back you up, if anything goes wrong. Tim was going to be my lookout, while I infiltrate the town as a Nazi soldier. The thoughts that I could hear didn't seem to hint that it was anything but an honest dig, to find the divine weapon, ordered by Adolf Hitler himself. But, I still wasn't going to let my guard down. I guess he must be trying to find something to combat Hydra, as well as us howling commandos. And a weapon that can turn him into a god is not something he'll ignore. Since we were hidden very well, Tim gets up, still wearing the ghillie suit, and starts walking backwards. I see through my binoculars, to see if someone has seen him. Finding one such soldier, in a watchtower, looking in my direction, I enter his mind, and find him about to raise an alarm, since he had actually seen Tim. Immediately, I control his mind, and forcefully calm him down. What's wrong? His companion asks him, having seen him momentarily startle. Directly controlling him, I answer through his mouth, sounding fascinated, and say, I just saw an amazing pair of birds. The other soldier slaps the one I possessed on the back of his head, and says, "Pay attention, damn it, don't just look at birds." The Führer wants this mission to go without any issues. Changing his memories to reflect the birds, and his fascination at them, I retreat back to my own mind. This is the first time I've actually directly controlled anyone, and I don't know how I feel about it. It's everything my morals condemn, since it's too damn similar to the Imperious curse. I've possessed people, sure, and even ridden the back of their minds. I've also copied the entire memory bank of almost a dozen people. But actually controlling them? Nah, this is the first time I did it. But well, I needed to do this, or our mission would have failed. Seeing Tim settle down in his position, on top of a thick branch of a tree, hidden within the leaves, a single sniper rifle extended out of it, I nod, and start crawling backwards. Time to become a Nazi, and infiltrate the village. Getting out of the ghillie suit, once outside the view of the town of Asgardstrand, I wear the set of a lower-ranked Nazi soldier that we had liberated for this exact purpose, and start walking. Within 5 minutes, I once more reach the treeline, and look at the town, the digging still going on with the help of cranes, and the imprisoned Norwegians. The Nazi soldiers were all surrounding the hole being dug, their guns pointed inside, and some of them pointing outside to guard them. Taking my wand out, I tap it on top of my head, and whisper, "Illusion," immediately feeling as if someone cracked an egg on top of my head. My disillusionment charm was now good enough, that I was completely invisible. Not even running around would allow anyone to see me. Now invisible, I use my telepathy and connect to Tim's mind, making his mind, and just his mind see me clearly. And then, I walk out, confidently, towards the town. No one stops me, on account of me being invisible, but for Tim, it must look as if I was just that good at infiltration. Sure enough, I feel a lot of awe in his mind, at how I pass a pair of gun-toting Nazis, without even getting a single glance from them. As soon as I reach the hole, however, I stop, and frown. I could feel every mind in this town, thanks to my telepathy, now being in the very center. But something was wrong. The minds that I could hear the thoughts of were normal, nothing about them said anything regards to me, or Tim, or even the weapon, whatever it is. But 10 of these minds were different. I could feel them, but I couldn't hear a single thought from them. Just like when I felt the minds of the Flamels, but couldn't hear their thoughts. This is wrong, something definitely feels wrong. 10 minds inaccessible to me, even with the Phoenix's training? 1, I can excuse, even 2, since a telepath, or even a sorcerer can train to completely block offensive telepathy. But 10? It was as if this is a trap. And I walked right into it. Feeling the hair on the back of my neck stand up, I immediately duck, and see something fly over my head. Something small, with a blue light that was blinking. I blink at it, seeing the item fall into the hole almost in slow motion. I immediately bring my hands forward, casting my strongest and quickest shield spell, and then boom! The shield charm breaks, the force of the magical explosion too much for it to handle. Pain. Burning. Melting skin. Blackness. Unknown POV, third person. Behind Captain Avalon, the brave Sir Mason Aves, stood a building, 3 stories tall. On the terrace of the building, stood 7 men, seemingly Nazis, with guns in their arms. They were all looking over the ground around the hole, waiting for something. "He's here," one of them suddenly says, pointing down, in a German accent. Another one removes a wand from his sleeve. Pointing it at his own eyes, he casts a spell, Percipio, allowing him to see through any illusion, even invisibility. Smirking confidently, his spell showing him exactly where the invisible Captain Avalon was standing, the man keeps his wand back inside his sleeves, and throws a small item at him, using the wandless banishing charm to speed it up. Amazingly enough, the captain dodges the item by ducking down, letting it sail over his head harmlessly. Or so he thinks. The man doesn't lose his smirk, however, raises both his hands up, and summons a giant telekinetic shield around him and his companions. The transparent shield raises, and completely surrounds the 7 people, just in time to protect them all from the inevitable explosion, the highly dense energy shield protecting them all from the explosion, the flames, as well as the shockwave that was emitted from it. The shield crackles, but holds, keeping those inside it safe from the explosion. Alas, the brave Sir Captain Avalon was too close to the explosion, and was immediately thrown towards the building to his back by the shockwave, his shield destroyed by the magical bomb, but not before the flames massive enough to burn all his hair, and his face off completely hit him point blank. The man bends down, to see the captain slam into the building they were standing on top of, making the building shake some more. The explosion also kills over 200 of the Nazis and Norwegians that were inside, or close to the digging site. The shockwave, meanwhile travels even further, sending many a people flying away from their positions, most of them landing harshly, and killing many Asgardstrand residents from broken necks. All over Asgardstrand, glass windows break, walls fall, and buildings crack, thanks to the massive explosion, and the shockwave. Outside the town, the lone man sitting atop a tree, looking through the scope of a sniper rifle, also falls prey to the shockwave, and drops down on the ground, breaking both his legs, and an arm, and immediately blacks out from the pain. The man who had raised the telekinetic shield drops it, immediately feeling the warmth of the air, thanks to the explosion, and turns to his companions. To the first German wizard, he says, "Hilbert, go find the muggles that came with him. They should be somewhere around the town. William, the weapon should be out by now, thanks to our explosive help. Find it, and bring it here." Gellert asked us to bring it directly to him. Cha, the man, named William begins, as the man named Hilbert operates away to find Captain Aves's companions, but is forced to stop by the telekinetic force field of the leader snapping his mouth shut, and holding him still. Glaring at William, he says, "I will take it to him myself, William. But first, we need to take care of the other pests that are after it, and subdue Captain Aves. We aren't the only ones here to survive the explosion. It seems the good captain is recovering faster than we anticipated. No wonder Gellert wants him alive." A woman says, from her position, looking down at the fallen man. Glaring at William once more, for good measure, he says, "His regeneration is second only to the ferals that Victor failed to capture. Let's go and secure Captain Aves. We need to escape with the weapon, and Aves, before the others catch on." Nodding, William operates away to extract the weapon they had come here for, and the team leader says, "Don't let your guard down, no matter what. We all know what his gifts are, and what he's capable of. He's a dangerous enemy, even with the 7 of us fighting together. So, stick to the plan." He glares at them all, one by one, and menacingly whispers, "If this mission fails, if Aves gets away, I will flay you all alive, giving you a very painful deaths, and then create inferi out of your corpses to fight in the war." Knowing he's entirely serious, the remaining 4 people nod, and then, as one, they all apparate down, seeing Captain Aves start standing up, already healed up nicely. Everyone thinks it. "You had to give a threatening speech and give him time to heal, didn't you?" But not one of them says it out loud, afraid of his anger. When I wake up, after the explosion knocked me out, with the help of the wall I slammed into, I first feel nothing but pain. Everywhere on the front of my body hurt, as it had faced the full brunt of the explosion. But my back wasn't entirely unhurt. I had slammed pretty hard into the building wall, and a lot of my bones had cracked. Not for the first time, I thank the fact that I had taken Victor's healing factor into myself, and have developed some minor pain tolerance, over all these months of injuries. So, very slowly, the pain dulls, and I start healing once again, my skin itching with every inch that heals. Putting my hand on my head, I rub it, and look around. The explosion had taken out most of the people here, and the crane was completely gone, disintegrated. I'm lucky to be alive, and it's only because I have the healing factor of Victor Creed himself. If I didn't, I would have surely died. I should know, whoever did it used my own runic bomb. They did it exactly the way I did it, making a runic bomb powered by the highly volatile energy of the Tesseract. And I know exactly who did it, who brought me here to be caught in an ambush. As I start standing up, I feel the space in front of me twist, and barely a moment later, 5 people apparate in, their wands already pointed right at my face. I look at each of them, recognizing a few faces as famous soldiers of Gellert Grindelwald, and one as someone unexpected. Ignoring him, at first, I turn towards Vinda Rosier, and raspily ask, "Gellert really wants me dead, doesn't he? Is he afraid of little old me?" My body was yet to heal completely, the injuries too much for it to heal immediately. The backlash of the broken shield spell had also messed with my magic control a bit, so I need to stall, until my control returns. Vinda smirks, and says, "You're just a small thorn at his side, Captain Avalon. That is what they call you, right? The champion of Avalon, the knight of Avalon, Captain Britain? How does it feel, knowing that you work for Muggles, the ones who forced us into hiding? You aren't the champion of Avalon, you're the champion of Muggles, Captain Aves. And you'll die a champion of Muggles. Now, Vinda. Let's not taunt him too much," the unexpected man says, putting a hand on Vinda's shoulder. Surprisingly enough, Vinda listens, and stops angrily taunting me. Well, my magic might be shot, but my mind is still intact. Expanding my telepathy, and making it subtle, I try to enter their minds, and immediately slam into a wall. It'll take me literal hours to get through, if I keep trying like this, so durable their mental shields are. Captain Aves. Your mind is useless against us, no matter your strength. The man says, making me realize that they actually know about my attack. I look at the man, chuckle, and say, "You got me all figured out, Charles. Charles Henry Potter. The son of Henry Potter II, the younger brother of Fleamont Potter by 3 years, and Elaine Rosier. Vinda Rosier's cousin, a very distant cousin. But most importantly, he's Monty's nephew, and he's working for Grindelwald. I doubt Monty knows that. Heck, the last Monty knew, Charles was studying for his mastery in defense against the dark arts. Obviously, he didn't just learn defense. Well, of course. You were a thorn in Gellert's side, and he doesn't like thorns much, you see. So, say good night, Captain Aves. Charles says, and with a wave of his wand, sends a stupefy at my head, the other 4 doing the same from their own positions from around me. At the same time, 5 bright red stupefy spells speed towards me, 1 going towards my head, 2 towards my legs, and 2 towards my chest and back. They were completely surrounding me, leaving me nowhere to dodge. So, I don't just dodge. Summoning my new magical shield artifact, one I enchanted after studying Steve's vibranium shield, I spin around, and slap Charles's stupefy with it, straight at the wizard behind me. The ones approaching my legs are avoided by just stepping around them, and the last 2 I send upwards, hitting them with the shield. But then, I'm suddenly hit with a tremendous amount of pain, and drop down, the shield falling in the ground. Crucio! Vinda yells once again, pointing her wand at me. I clench my fists, my nails enlarged and digging into my palms, the pain of the Cruciatus curse hitting every nerve at the same time. Pain. 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 For a few seconds, pain is all I feel, even after my mutation tries to heal my hurt. And then, as suddenly as it came, it stops. I feel a hand touch my chin, and raise it up, making me look at the nephew of my pseudo-uncle. Breathing hard, I look at Charles, too tired, and too hurt to even move a finger. My body was making my pain go away, but since this happened because of a curse, it wasn't happening fast enough. Thankfully, my magic control was back now, but I need to be of a clear enough mind to cast spells. Which is taking a lot more time than I'm comfortable with. Smiling at me, and my hurt, Charles says, you see, Gellert tasked us with your capture, and if not possible, then death. In preparation, he taught us everything about you, so that we can finish his task for him. Your mental arts, your mystic arts, your metamorph magic, your physical talents, and even your animalistic gift. We even know how you duel. There isn't a skill of yours that we don't know of, and we have prepared for all of it. Crack. The sound of apparition sounds, as I keep focusing my magic internally, to help speed up my healing. Looking to my right, I see another wizard, this one a German from the looks of it, holding something in his hands. Looking down, I notice the groggy figure of Timothy Roth, my orphanage mate, and my teammate. He was injured. Gravely. His arm was turned the wrong way, and both of his legs were broken. If he's not looked at soon enough, he will die, and it'll all be my fault. I brought him into the Howling Commandos, I brought him to this mission. I brought attention to myself, by targeting Grindelwald's wizards. If I'd just left them alone, then maybe Grindelwald wouldn't have set this trap for me. I'm sorry, Timmy. Because of me, you got captured. I say in my mind, sadness coloring my face. Is this how the Nazis felt when I was about to kill them? Is this how Zola felt when I scared him shitless? Is this how Hydra feels whenever they see one of us Howling Commandos approach? Hopeless. Ah, Mr. Roth, I presume. Was he the only muggle there, Hilbert? Charles asks, looking at the German, who I assume is named Hilbert. I slowly move my hand, to cast a spell, but immediately clench my fists in pain, twisting my body from the nerves hurting again from another Cruciatus curse. Please stay still, Captain Aves. We're having a discussion here. Vinda says, being the one who cast the curse. Huff. 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 I breathe, the pain dulling all my senses. I couldn't even smell anything, the nerves too scrambled to make sense of anything it catches. Thankfully, my normal senses still work, allowing me to hear the conversation. The man named Hilbert says, yes, he was unconscious when I found him. He fell at least 2 stories, and broke an arm and both legs. Shall I kill him? Charles immediately yells, no, startling the wizard. He then calmly says, Gellert insisted we keep the muggles alive, for some reason. Whatever it may be, Gellert has his reasons. We will take both of them to Nernengard, where he can decide what is to be done to them both. Not so fast, wizards. Another voice drawls, making me turn towards the voice, my body once more healed by now. Thankfully, even Vinda was distracted by the newcomer, and didn't hit me with the Cruciatus again. There, floating above the hole that had just exploded, was the general of the Nazi group, the one I had seen before. As far as I had seen before, this general was right on the edge of the hole. So, he should have been hit by the explosion as hard as me, and I'm different. Which means, this general is different too. I hadn't tried listening to his thoughts before, but now, I couldn't even if I tried. Even his mind was completely silent to me. Floating right beside him, on one side, was the body of a wizard, probably one of Charles's group. While on the other side, was an old wooden box, about 7 feet long, and 1 foot wide. The weapon. Charles snarls, looking at the box, making me look at it in turn. He points his arm at it, and tries summoning the box. But, the flying man simply raises his own hand in turn, stopping the telekinetic pull that Charles just tried with his own telekinesis. Seeing them distracted, I move my left hand towards my right, and activate the time slower, and switch the dial to 10, immediately slowing the time down all around me. I myself was experiencing time moving 10 times faster than the others. This allows me to heal faster, without the stress of getting hurt again and again. Guess they don't know about the time slower. I see a Cruciatus curse appearing towards me in slow motion, from the wand of the one named Hilbert, and I stand up, limping away from the spell leisurely, and walk towards Hilbert. Summoning my claws, this time voluntarily, I move to stab his neck. But, the hair at the back of my neck stand up, once again, and I quickly spin away, seeing a spike made of the earth itself speed towards my previous location, stabbing into Hilbert's chest. Looking at Charles, I see his expression slowly morph into horror, seeing his attack kill his own companion. Before I can move towards Tim to send him somewhere else, I see another spike made of earth near Tim's neck, and see Charles's mouth move very slowly. His words may have been slurred, thanks to the time slower, but I understand his threat clear enough. Move, and I kill him. Even with the time slower on full blast, I won't be able to save him without Tim's neck being cut, or at least nicked. And there's the other 4 wizards, and the unknown man still. I turn off the time slower, and stand still with my arms raised. The wizards were all divided, 3 of them pointing their wands at me, including Charles Potter, and the other 2 with their wands pointed at the Nazi general, who was staring right at me. Time manipulation. Fascinating. I've met a few time travelers myself, in my long life, but it is the first time I'm seeing someone manipulate the flow of time for themselves. The general says, as he starts floating back down on the ground. He then turns to the wizards, and says, "Carry on, I won't interfere. I'm actually curious about where your battle will go." And then, he just sits down on the box, throwing the body of the other wizard away, to watch us. Charles frowns at him, and immediately casts the killing curse at the man. The man, who I think is a muggle mutant, negligently waves his hand, telekinetically moving the earth itself to defend him. As the killing curse slams into the raised earth, the man twitches his hand and sends it flying towards Charles. Charles waves his right hand at it, sending the piece of earth away. The man says, "Please, Mr. Wizard. I might be, as you say, a muggle, but I am far from defenseless. Aren't you wondering how I defeated this companion of yours without you even knowing?" Charles stops his wand, as he had moved to attack the man again, and asks, "Who are you?" All the while, now Vinda stands with her wand pointed at me, along with 2 other wizards. Vinda stood 20 meters away from me, while one of the 2 wizards was just 5 meters behind me, and the second was to my left, 15 meters. The man smiles, and says, "I'm the Nosferatu, Mr. Wizard. I'm sure your leader has heard about me." I don't focus on the conversation however, despite listening to it. My focus was on the spike near Tim's neck. Seeing the spike of earth stable, and seeing Charles distracted by his anger at this Nosferatu, I make a move once again, desperate to at least get Tim away from here. With the wave of my hand, I send Tim's body skidding away from the spike, and the wizards, and with another wave, send 2 giant birds made of flame towards Vinda, and the wizard to my left. Meanwhile, I spin around, letting a bone-breaking curse pass from right in front of my face towards Vinda and kick my right leg at the wizard's chest. Surprisingly enough, the wizard catches my full-powered kick, without any consequences, and throws a punch at my knee to break it. I throw a knife at his hand, stabbing into his wrist, and stopping his punch, but my leg is still stuck in his arms. Focusing on my toes, I grow the nails on both my legs, just like the ones on my fingers, and spin, my right leg still held by the wizard. My left leg moves towards his neck, and is about to stab him, when a very strong telekinetic blast hits my body, sending me crashing into the ground. And it is telekinesis, I've experienced Rowena use it often enough that I can't mistake it for anything else. Looking up, I see Charles with his left hand pointed at me, breathing hard. So, he's a telekinetic, the other wizard is strong. Looking slightly to the left, I see Vinda Rosier pointing her left arm at the firebird in front of her, dousing it with water that she conjured out of thin air. She can control water, hydrokinesis. There was another wizard right next to Charles, with his wand pointed at the general, and his hand at me, a single white bone partly extended out of it, and I had no doubt that he can banish it at me if he wants to. So a discount Kimimaro, or is it like Kagaya? As for the last wizard, he was not there, my firebird having killed him, and turned him to ash. Whatever gifts he had, were completely useless in defending him from my firebird. Behind me, was the unconscious form of Timmy Roth. I need to get out of this quickly, so that I can heal Timmy. If I don't give him medical attention within 10 minutes, his injuries are sure to kill him. Oh? Wizards with mutations. Now this is a surprise. In all my years of experimenting on both of your races, I've never seen a person with both magic and mutation. But you're not all natural, are you? You, Captain Aves, you're perfectly natural, that much I know. But you people. Your gifts. They're forced. Ah. Rituals. Never was a fan of them myself, since I have no inclination towards the mystic arts, but well, to each his. Or her own. The general says, sitting quite relaxed to my left, right next to the hole, on top of the wooden box that contains the weapon I'm actually here for. Now in front of all 4 remaining wizards, I glare at them hatefully. They tried to attack me, they want to kidnap me, also they can bring me to Gellert Grindelwald. Worst of all, they threaten Timmy's life. And they think they can defeat me? Just 7 of them? They might be enhanced by rituals, using mutants as sacrifice to gain their gifts, but what they don't know, is that they haven't ever seen my full power, no one has. 1 telekinetic, 1 hydrokinetic, 1 super strong wizard, and lastly, a wizard with dead bone pulse. With a snap, I move my hands to my side, and summon my nail claws. Vinda summons some sort of water directly from underground, and throws the water she had collected at me, in a highly dense single beam. Spinning around the water blast, I touch it with my hands, and inject my own magic into it. My magic fights with the mutation of Vinda Rosier, and defeats it, taking over its control. Completing my spin, I throw the water blast at the stronger wizard, who was running towards me, his wand poised to cast a spell. The force of the water blast takes him flying into the air, and when it slams him into the ground, he's unmoving, dead. From his nose and mouth, water leaks out, showing the reason for his death. Drowning. I hadn't just hit him with the water, I had forced the water to go inside his lungs, through his nose, and frozen it then, drowning, and suffocating him. He might be stronger than me, but his lungs aren't any different. Looking at the terrified Vinda, I smile at her, making sure to make my anger at her known, and say, "You're good at manipulating water. For a newcomer. But I'm just better. Stick to the bloody plan, Vinda. Attack at the same time." Charles yells, as the 3 remaining wizards start their attacks anew. Charles sends a blood-boiling curse at me, silently, that I dispel using its counter-curse, the blood-freezing hex, after taking my wand out, all in a split second. Thank God I always keep it inside the nowhere, or it would have been destroyed in the explosion, like my gun and knives did. I summon a shield charm, protecting myself against whatever spell Vinda had cast at me, and saving me from being shot by a bone dagger from the other wizard. The bone dagger sticks into the shield, thanks to its density and sharpness, and Charles hits it with a depulso, destroying the shield, and sending it stabbing towards me. Opening a small portal, I let the dagger go through it, and watch it hit the discount Kimimaro in his neck. The man isn't dead, since he does have a minor healing factor to deal with the bone extraction, but he's out of commission for now. I widen my eyes, and cross my arms in front of myself, making sure to protect my head behind them, and cast a shield charm just in case. The highly focused telekinetic force blast sent by Charles hits and shatters my shield, and then hits me, sending me flying into a curse cast by Vinda. Arg! I wince, feeling some of my flesh start melting. My mind flashes back to the explosion, and I shake it off, immediately casting the counter curse/healing spell, the flesh-binding charm. But just that isn't enough. Summoning a vial from the nowhere, I drink the Org Grow potion, to help my healing factor fight the curse's effects. Even before the potion starts taking effect, I roll away from my position, a blasting hex hitting the ground a moment later. Charles sends a small boulder at me, using his telekinesis, and fires a spell after it. Catching the boulder in my hands, I throw it back towards him, taking care of whatever spell he cast. With the wave of my hand, I slap the next spell sent by Vinda, and send it flying at Charles, who is forced to jump away to avoid having his blood boiled, after being forced to destroy the boulder from before. Standing up, I kick my leg at empty air, doing a corkscrew above a telekinetic blast Charles sends my way, and throw my dagger at Vinda. She stops it with a wall of water, and sends the water wall at me. Charles joins her side, and speeds it up by using his telekinesis. Pointing my left hand at the wave of high speed, and highly dense water coming at me, I conjure a Sanskrit transmutation circle around my fist, and punch at the water, immediately turning it all into bats, which start flying harmlessly around me. With the wave of my right hand, I control the bats, and have them attack the pair fighting me. Charles uses his telekinesis to swat the bats away, but Vinda switches back to her magic, not yet used to her new mutation. She starts hitting the bats with killing curses, and blasting hexes, and even exploding hexes, when even a simple stunning charm would have also worked. Taking aim with my wand, I fire just 2 spells at the pair, each one a powerful cutting charm, and hit the right wrists of both of them. The bats move away, giving way to the spells, and not getting in between, thanks to my mental commands. Both of them yell, their yells of pain really satisfying the animal side of me, as my cutting charms hit. Both of their right hands fall down on the ground, cut off at the wrist, taking their wands with them. Summoning their wands to my left hand, I disperse the bats back into the ground, start walking towards the fallen dark wizards, and ask, I didn't make a single noise when you hit me with the cruciatus, and you scream when your hand is cut off? Pathetic. All the while, the General Nosferatu of the Nazi Germany, who had a suspicious British hint of an accent, looked on, seemingly enjoying the show. He didn't do anything to me right now, however. This group of wizards did. Reaching the pair of screaming wizards, I catch Charles's left hand, as he was about to hit me with a telekinetic blast, and squeeze. The strength of my hand, thanks to my highly dense bones, crushes the bones in his hand completely, making him scream once more. Vinda tries to attack me with her water manipulation, but I just slap her face, sending her into unconsciousness. Pointing my wand at his head, I prepare to stun him, and say, be thankful for your relationship with Monty, he's the only reason I'm bringing you in alive. Stop. Don't take a single step forward, or he dies. An unfamiliar man yells from behind me, making me turn around, annoyed. That annoyance quickly turns into anger, when I see the man I had knocked unconscious with his own bone, the Discount Kimimaro, holding Tim by his hair, with a bone dagger pointed at his neck, and a wand pointed at me. I freeze, my face showing no emotion, when I look into the open eyes of Timothy Roth, my teammate. My friend. Ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good work, Boris. Charles says, laughing silly. He then starts standing up, and plucks his wand from out of my frozen hand. I look at Tim, and mouth, I'm sorry. I neglected to see to his safety, and now, Tim's captured. He simply smiles at me, his eyes watering, and then whispers, thank you, Mason. Realizing that he's planning something idiotic, and potential deadly, my heart skips a beat, as I yell, Timmy. Don't. And start running forward, but a telekinetic blast to my back throws me on the ground. Before I can enter his mind and stop him, Timmy takes a knife out of one of his pants' hidden pockets, and stabs it into the stomach of the bone mutant wizard, named Boris. Ack! You filthy animal! Boris yells, taking the dagger out, and letting the wound slowly close. I try to enter his mind, once again, but just like before, I hit a wall. Charles yells at Boris, Boris! No, don't do it! At the same time, I point my own hand at Boris, to summon the wand in his hands. Before I can do that, however, Boris yells, Avada Kedavra! The green spell hits Tim in the face, point blank, immediately killing him, just as the wand flies out of Boris's hand, falling uselessly on the ground. Pain. Terror. Sadness. Death. Rage. This is all that I feel when I see Tim's body drop down on the ground, motionless. And then, I yell in anger, my nails once again fully grown, my senses clouding as my anger takes over. Elbowing Charles on the head, I send him flying to the back, and run towards Boris, for the first time, on all 4 limbs while human. The nails of my fingers, and my toes being extended, gave me a better grip. Boris raises his left hand, which once more held his wand, to attack me with a spell, and a dagger made of bone shooting out of his right hand. I catch the dagger in my teeth, bite into it to crush it into pieces, and slap the Homer Faust charm away with my bare hand. Before Boris can do anything else, I reach him, and stab my right hand in his chest, my nail claws digging their way in very easily. His bones might be denser than normal, but my bones are almost 3 times as dense as his own, and just as sharp. When my hand exits out of his back, I hold within my hand his heart, still beating. Seeing him start choking, no doubt dying due to the lack of a heart, I create a portal and kick his body, and throw his heart through it, to the Chamber of Secrets. And then, I look up, just in time for the ground to explode all around me. I ignore the rocks already digging into my skin, and flex my magic all at once, for the first time without using runes, to blast the debris away from me. Seeing Charles fly above, his head bleeding along with his stump of a right hand, I point my blood-covered right hand at him, and with the flex of my own telekinetic powers, summon him towards me. Catching him by the neck, I ignore his pleading eyes, and growl at him, you made a lot of mistakes when you tried to capture me, least of all doing it with such a small group. But thanks to you, now I know something. Gellert is watching this fight, right at this moment. Maybe he's doing it from the past, maybe he's doing it from the present, or even, the future. But hear this, Gellert Grindelwald. No matter how many people you send after me, or who it is, they will all suffer the same fate. Death. And now, I'm coming for you too. And then, I hold Charles Potter's head by my hands, and once more try telepathy on him. I still hit a wall, but this time, I'm actually touching the target, and I am angered beyond belief. I try once again, and this time, my mental probe shatters through his protections, put up by external means, and I take a single second to copy all his memories. Please. Don't. Kill me. Charles whispers, the pain from the broken mental barriers making him slur his words. Holding my nails at his neck, I say, I was actually going to take you alive, just because you're Monty's nephew, as I said. But now. Well, I hope Monty forgives me. Piercing his neck with my nails, I pull his throat out. Negligently creating a portal, I throw his body through it, to the chamber too, and turn my attention towards Vinda. Absorbing her own memories, after slamming through her shields, I kill her, and send her corpse to the Chamber of Secrets, to join Charles Potter's corpse. With the snap of my fingers, I create portals underneath the bodies of all the other wizards there, without even looking at them, and send them all to the Chamber of Secrets. I'll deal with them later. My attention, meanwhile, is at the body of Timothy Roth, my friend. I stumble towards Tim's body, and drop down, tears welling in my eyes. For 5 whole minutes, I stay there, just staring at him with tears in my eyes. I was called here, in an ambush, but I brought Tim into this. This may have been orchestrated by Gellert Grindelwald, but I am just as much at fault here. But now, I know what I have to do. First, I'm going back home, to meet a few people. And then, I'm going to look for Grindelwald. Sniffle. Hearing someone other than me sniffling, I turn back, to see the man, Nosferatu, still sitting on the box, looking at the show I'm putting forth for him, wiping his own eyes to taunt me. Standing up, I send Tim's body to a guest room in Aves Manor, and say, I'll give you one chance to leave, Nosferatu. Go, and I won't seek you out to kill you. The man stands up, and starts stretching his body. As he does that, his clothes start changing, going from the general's uniform he was wearing, to a 3-piece suit, grey in color. As he bends down to open the box, he says, but Captain Aves, where's the fun in that? Besides, I actually want you, to experiment on you. To see how you work. As he opens the box, that held the so-called god's weapon, I see something shine from inside it. Cautiously, I see the dark glow shine on this Nosferatu's face, as he gleefully takes the weapon out. The weapon was a sword, made of a material that was very dark grey in looks. Its blade was perfectly smooth, and the build was similar to a long sword, almost 5.5 feet long blade, and a 1 foot long handle. Nosferatu lifts the sword up with his right hand, making the skies rumble as a storm gathers overhead. The darkening skies make an ominous noise, as he hefts the dark sword high up into the air. I see his already impressive muscles bulk up some more, as the veins of his blood darken. He then drops the sword back into the box, and says, well, wasn't that impressive? I look at him, curious as to why he didn't keep the weapon on him. Smiling, as if he already knows the question, he says, for starters, I prefer using powers I already have inside of me, relying on magical weapons to grant me the strength to defeat my enemies is, not my style. As for the second, well, I don't need the divine weapon to capture you, Captain Aves. And then, he takes a single step forward. And drops down on the ground, his head separating from his body with a gush of blood. As I register that someone as dangerous as him, Nosferatu, died so suddenly, I see his attacker, whom I hadn't even seen arrive here, pick the box up, and start running. Scowling at the fleeing man, I wave my hand to send Nosferatu's body to the mirror dimension, and run after the one that killed him. I'm already tired, pissed, and all over angry at Tim's death. I'm holding on to my sanity by a single thread, knowing that if I go berserk, I won't be able to stop myself before killing many innocents. And now, there's this guy, who just stole a weapon that I've been trying to stop from getting into Nazi, Hydra, or Grindelwald's hands. Oh, I'm going to enjoy taking all my frustrations out on him. A/N, so. Tim's dead. Mason hasn't completely processed it yet, since he just experienced one thing after another right now. He's angry, yes, and sad at Tim's death, but the situations aren't allowing him to mourn properly. I hope I showed his strength properly this chapter, but I might change a few things tomorrow, to better write it. Chapter 44, Ninjas? A/N, part2, HelloDarkness07. People are still confused about Mason's decision to take Victor's mutation, despite his healing being slower than James's. No, it isn't just because of his claws being subtler. Victor's senses are better, and his potential for increasing his mutation is higher. Just take the movie version, in 10 to 20 years he went from losing to Adamantium James to throwing him around easily. Then, Victor can smell mutations, smell mutants, which James cannot do. Overall, the only thing James has over Victor, is a faster healing. It's enough to make it so Victor cannot safely inject his bones with adamantium, but that's not an issue for Mason. If he ever wants to inject metal into his bones, he can just enchant it to not poison him, not stop the production of blood, not kill him, and not inhibit him anyway. Magic, baby. Not saying James's mutation is any weaker, he's still the badass Wolverine we all know, but right now, Victor offers a better package. Mutation package, not the other one. As for Mason being nerfed, he isn't. I admit, the first time he was captured by Hydra, with Grindelwald's help, I made it happen just because I wanted it to, not giving a good enough explanation. But this time, Mason was actually very vigilant, he was ready to cast spells at a moment's notice. The wizards ambushed him, threw a magical bomb of his own design, and blew it in his face. He still tried to shield himself, but the bomb broke the shield. He didn't have time enough to cast tougher sorcery spells, which definitely would have saved him. The short time he did have, only allowed him to cast wizardry spells, that too wandlessly. As for him not being able to read anyone's minds, it will be explained. Don't worry. Nosferatu and his killer being immune to telepathy will be explained in this chapter, the wizards in the next or the one after it, I don't remember. Now, read on. Sound of footsteps? None. Sound of his breathing? Nope. Sound of his heart beating? Not there either. Sound of his thoughts? Nope, also not there. I can barely tell that he has a mind capable of thinking, but that's it. Even with all this training under Rowena, this man is somehow so talented, that I can't even enter his mind. I couldn't hear the man who had just killed Nosferatu as easily as I'd done many muggles during this war, at all, not even while using all of my enhanced senses. I couldn't smell anything from him either, which is really weird. If it wasn't for me looking straight at him, I would have believed him to just not be there. The man was wearing all black clothes, an armored layer of what appeared to be leather covering his chest, and his back. He was wearing a thin, tight helmet around his head, which looked far too advanced to be from this era. It had a black visor, which stopped me from seeing his face, or even his eyes. On his back were two swords, katanas, from the looks of it, one of which he had used to kill Nosferatu. And on his left shoulder, was the wooden box, that contained the dark sword which I had just witnessed summon a storm, and at least double the strength of Nosferatu. And now, this ninja, because he's certainly dressed like one, was running away, his running not even making a single sound. I'm already pissed, having just lost my friend, having been attacked by wizards, and then the Nosferatu himself. And now, the weapon I was here for, to protect it from any and all hands, even the SSRs, was being stolen. I follow after him, running at speeds just a bit slower than the ninja. Hey, after getting the feral mutation, and the microevolution I just went through after the trauma, I can definitely run at least 5 times faster than any known human. And this guy was still many steps ahead of me, and gaining distance. And this man can run, he could definitely outrun any normal human, and even some cars of this time with the way he runs. But, I don't have time to just run after him. Within one step and the next, I disappear from my position, and appear right behind the ninja, still in motion. I see him turn, despite my apparition being silent, as he swings his sword at my neck. I didn't even fucking see him take the sword out. Ducking down, I slam my left fist in his gut, punching with my full force, sending him flying into a tree. Slam. He hits the tree, the wooden box falling from his hands, and drops down on the ground. Fuck, that hurt. I wave my hand a little, since I'd broken a bone while hitting him, and start walking towards him. The man looks up from his position, surprising me with the fact that he's okay despite being thrown almost 50 feet away, slamming into the thick trunk of a tree, and dropping on the uneven ground. I just feel him narrowing his eyes, despite not seeing through the visor, as he says, "Attack." Attack? Why is he telling me to attack? Suddenly, I duck, letting a sword pass by harmlessly, and then raise my hand, catching the arm as it tried to cut me with the sword again. My attacker, whom I also did not smell or hear coming, was wearing red ninja clothes, with a lot less protection on his body. This one was also slower, and weaker than the thief ninja. Raising my hand, I pull the ninja up, and slam my knee into his stomach, stunning him breathless, and with a stab of my claws in his heart, kill him. I frown, annoyed. For some reason, this guy also didn't have any thoughts playing out loud, and I couldn't even feel his mind. It's as if his mind isn't there, but the thief ninja definitely has a mind, even if I can't hear anything within it. Turning my head towards the tree, where the thief was supposed to be, I find him gone. But, I can still smell the wooden box, and the dirt still clinging to it, even if the man himself is odorless. Spinning around my foot, I apparate once again, this time guessing the distance by the scent, and appear about 10 meters behind the thief ninja. He turns his head to look at me, as I start following him once again, and throws something at me. I catch the object between my fingers, on reflex, and throw it back at him, finding it to be an honest-to-God, ninja star. Feelings goosebumps rise out of the back of my neck, I jump up, letting another red ninja pass. Still mid-jump, I take a knife out of the nowhere, and throw it at him, hitting him square on his head. Dropping down on the ground, I use my arms to stabilize myself, and keep running behind the man. Sniff, sniff. My nose, and my ears, catch it at the same time. A helicopter, which is already on, with a single mind inside it. Considering that I can't sense any of the minds of these red ninjas, I'm guessing this is not a red ninja, and that there are probably more red ninjas there. The chopper was in the direction of our run itself, with the black ninja taking me right towards it. Thankfully, it was still about a kilometer away, but our running speeds mean that it's barely a minute away. Well, I can't let him leave. Summoning a handgun out of the nowhere, I empty the clip at the back of the black ninja. Turning around with a sword in his hand, the black ninja does something that impresses, and scares me at the same time. He swipes his katana, and deflects each and every one of those bullets with one swipe each. Okay, bullets are useless, and so is telepathy. What about spells, though? Pointing my hand at the man, I first cast an Oxio, trying to summon the box. The box barely even twitches, my spell not even working. Which means the box itself is unsummonable. And I don't have actually telekinesis, so I can't do that either. Taking aim, while still running, I fire a stupefy at his back. The man turns around, having somehow sensed the spell coming, and swipes his sword at it. And the spell dissipates. What the fuck? I whisper, looking stupefied. Pardon my pun. You can't just dissipate spells like that, not with plain steel. And it is steel, even if I can't smell it. I can see it is steel. The man takes advantage of my shock, and speeds up even more, gaining more distance between us. Operating, I appear in front of him, and fire a few more spells. Stupefy, he swats away with his sword, dissipating it. Bombarda, he jumps away, using a piece of debris as a platform to jump over me. Expulso, which he once again dissipates, using his sword. Now once more behind him, I growl, frustrated. He's either absorbing the magic behind my spells, or unraveling the spells itself. The Expulso should have blown his sword up, taking his hand with it. Waving my hand at the ground, I transfigure the land into a few snakes, that I banish at the ninja, and send a few fireballs, lightning blasts, and even the Cruciatus curse at the man. The man cuts the transfigured snakes cleanly, turning them to dust, and swipes his sword at all the other spells, dissipating them. This does, however, make me understand, that the swords allowed him to turn any spell into pure magic, sending them unraveling into the universe. Conjuring a thick chain made of purely my own magical energy, I throw one tip at the man. The man once more swipes his sword, and diverts the chain away from himself. However, this time, the chain does not dissipate. So, his swords can only unravel projectile spells, and not those that I'm not touching. Delay him. The man says, not too loudly, but enough that I hear it even from about 20 meters away from him. 4 more red ninjas appear right near me from out of nowhere, all poised with their swords at me, leaving me no place to dodge. I yell, enraged at the thief, and the situation overall, expelling magic from everywhere over my body. The force of the expulsion throws the 4 red ninjas away from me, slamming them all into boulders and trees. Conjuring daggers out of thin air, I send them all flying with a depulso, hitting all their necks, cutting straight through. Enough games. Growling, I apparate near the helicopter, knowing that the black ninja is about to reach it. The helicopter was in a clearing, about as big as a football ground. Its propellers were already spinning, fast, and it was just ready to take off. There were 3 men already inside the helicopter, only one of whom had a sensible mind, but even that was inaccessible to me. Unfortunately, I had landed on the extreme end of the clearing, and on the opposite side from where the black ninja comes running. Pointing my hand at the chopper, seeing the black ninja notice me, and I feel him startle, and raise his hand in panic. I smirk at him, relishing in finally feeling some emotion from him, and whisper, Expulso. An orange beam of light zigzags out of the palm of my right hand, and flies towards the chopper. The pilot sees the spell, and tries to lift off, but unfortunately for him, the spell is too fast, and hits the fuel tank of the plane. Boom! The chopper explodes, sending parts of it flying all around. The propeller itself flies towards me, and I drop down, letting it pass right over my head. In the place of the helicopter, were now flames, and melting metal. Smelling blood, I turn slightly to my left, seeing the blue ninja clothes wearing pilot laying there, on the ground. The black ninja, whereas, was nowhere to be seen, along with the box. I apparate right beside the pilot's unconscious form, and place my hand on his forehead, to try to enter the pilot's mind. Unconscious minds are easier to enter, or so I've experienced in terms of normal humans, and even wizards. This is also how I succeeded in entering Charles's and Vinda's minds, when they were inaccessible before. I smile, once I succeed, and start going through the man's memories. The man was named Han Chimera, a member of an organization called The Hand, and the Black Ninja, named Kuronin, real name unknown, was his superior. He was a member of the faction of The Hand under Murakami. The Hand wanted the weapon extracted, either to use it in their quest of world domination, or to destroy it. Han didn't know which. Unfortunately, Han also didn't know what the weapon actually was, and neither did he care. He was here just to fulfill his mission, extract the Kuronin and the weapon, with the weapon being the priority. Before I can go deeper into Han's mind, or start copying his memories, I am forced to jump back, feeling danger approach. A ninja star hits the pilot in his head, killing him, and I sigh, thankful that I wasn't in his mind when it happened. I've never experienced death, second hand, but I doubt it'll be pleasant. Turning towards the trees, from where the star came, I am met with the Kuronin, wielding both his katana, the weapon box right behind him. You are not the first mind mage we have encountered, Captain Aves. The Kuronin says, in Japanese, swinging his sword in the empty air once. Summoning my goblin silver daggers, I ignore his statement, and ask, what does the Hand want with the sword? I didn't find anything about the sword in Han's mind, not even what it's called. This Kuronin killed him before I could find anything out, much to my annoyance. The man looks at my daggers, and says, our goals are beyond your mortal understandings, Captain Aves. And then, he runs at me, his sword poised to attack. With a downward swing, the Kuronin swipes at my head, and I raise my dagger, using the left one to parry the sword. The right dagger, meanwhile, I stab at the Kuronin's stomach. He uses his own left sword to divert the swing, and raises his knee in an attack towards my chin. Leaning back, I let the knee pass, and hold my empty hands up, the daggers thrown down, just in time to catch the spinning kick thrown by the Kuronin while still in the air. Using his foot as leverage, I raise him up, to slam him into the ground, but a stab in my hand makes me drop him before it happens. I frown, looking at the wound healing very slowly, and then at the swords. They're definitely made of steel, but they're enchanted. Enchanted using sorcery, I think. There are no runes visible on the surface, but from what I have seen, the swords inhibit healing factors, dissipate spells, and can easily divert bullets. But, it seems they aren't perfect. My basilisk venom-imbued goblin silver daggers certainly can harm it, judging by the chips already there. And it seems the Kuronin noticed it too. He runs towards me once again, and I towards him, both of our weapons drawn, and ready to be attacked. He swipes his left sword at my neck, which I lean away from, and kicks at the side of my chest, which I block using my forearm. I punch at his head, the dagger held in my fist, pointing to my right, which he ducks away from, and blocks the knee I send at his face. For a few seconds, we just keep on exchanging fists, and legs, none of us actually making a hit. He was faster than me, in movements too, but he was just a bit weaker than me, physically. But, he was skilled enough that the strength advantage I have is completely useless for me. My instincts were what are helping me balance things during the fight. Finally, I block another swipe from his swords, using my dagger. Either the force with which he tried to attack me, or the sharpness of my daggers, or a combination of the two, caused the sword he had slammed into my dagger to break, one piece in his hand, one piece flying over my head, and more than a few tiny pieces flying in front of my. The Kuronin jumps up, letting a thrown knife pass harmlessly, and kicks the broken piece of his own sword towards me, fast. I catch the makeshift dagger in my nails, and throw it at him, while at the same time using my newfound magic expelling talent to send the small broken pieces of steel, from the sword, flying at the ninja. The ninja dodges the bigger piece by leaning back while still in mid-air, but the cracks in the helmet prove to me that he didn't dodge the smaller metal pieces. He leans away from my hands, as I try and stab his head with my dagger, and throws a smoke bomb, momentarily disorienting me. Ventus! I whisper, annoyed at the smell of the smoke, now once more losing the man to the trees. Once the smoke clears, I stay low, looking around to see if I can find him. HNGH. I grunt, feeling something stab in my back. Turning around, I use magic to expel the ninja star stabbed in my back, and sniff, still not finding the man. My wound heals, the stars not having been enchanted to inhibit healing factors, and I snap my head to the right, hearing something soar through the air, towards my neck. Lifting my dagger, I catch the star using the hole in it, and throw it at the fast-moving person I could see in the trees, using the Depulso charm to speed it up. The shadow waves his sword, and I see a flash of sparks, as the star hits a sword. Now able to see the target, I throw my goblin silver dagger at him, once again speeding it up using Depulso to make it instantly reach him. The man had no time to dodge it, and the only way to not die, is to use his sword. He raises his sword to block it, but the sharpness of my dagger, and the speed which I threw it with causes the dagger to cleanly pass through the sword, and towards his face, barely a foot away now. He still leans away, through some not so mundane methods, almost dodging the dagger, but the dagger still manages to cut through the visor of his helmet, cutting it clean off. And then, the Kuronin, while still in the trees, throws another smoke bomb, making me lose sight of him once again. For a few seconds, I just look around, not finding him anywhere, but keeping all my senses open. And then, I feel it, a mind moving towards my back, this time a lot more sensible. Spinning my body around, hands raised in front of me, to block a punch coming straight for my heart. Crack! This time, the man's punch was far, far stronger than before, as if it has suddenly multiplied by 10. Well. Fuck. The force of the punch is far too much for my forearms to handle, and I feel the bones breaking, as I get thrown away from the man, dozens of meters away. Oof. I slam into a tree, passing through it, and then get stopped by another tree, thanks to the amazingly strong punch. As my hands start healing once again, I look up, to see that the man was standing in the place I had just been in, now wielding just a single sword. However, it wasn't the sword he had killed Nosferatu with, or even the other katana he had in his possession. It was the sword he had killed Nosferatu for. The dark sword. I summon my dagger's hack to me, and stop, to look at the sword, and the now maskless man wielding it. His body was definitely bulkier than before, and his muscles were almost doubled. His veins were dark green in color, and his eyes had a bit of red in the whites, just like what had happened to Nosferatu when he'd pulled the sword out. Over our heads, storm had already begun gathering, with lightning flashing a few times. The sword of the accursed. You should feel lucky to die by the sword of my ancestors. The man whispers, both to himself, and to me. I look at the definitely magical sword, feeling a bit of fear start creeping in, but still resolute to stop him. I ask, what do you mean? He turns towards me, not seeming to be in any hurry to end the battle, and says, long ago, almost 7,000 years ago in fact, the gods and the elves warred on earth. The war went on for 2,000 years, before the gods finally prevailed. This sword belonged to one of those demons, called Arankit, the accursed, who was an elf sorcerer of the highest caliber. When he died, the gods hid the weapon away, until it was found by one of my ancestors, 1,200 years ago. He used the sword to rule all of Asia, until the sorcerer supreme of the time defeated him, and hid the sword away once more, using his magic to hide it. And now, I have found the sword, thanks to your foolish wizard friends. Just like my ancestor did before me, I will rule over the world once again, the hand right beside me. So, it belonged to one of the dark elves? Damn, I really regret not going to Kamartaj right now. I would have gotten the knowledge of the strengths, and the weaknesses of the sword if I had. Snorting, I ask, you think the hand will allow someone that's not a finger to rule the world? Please, I doubt even your master Nobu will be allowed the honor. As I blink, the man disappears, and I feel a kick slam into my chest, sending me crashing through 3 trees, and stop at the 4th. Even before I begin healing, I open a portal behind me, and fall through it, closing it just in time to see the tree I was resting on get hit by lightning coming from the skies. Fuck, the sword can call down lightning too? I mean, I expected it, thanks to the storm's gathering, but still. Besides, this wasn't normal lightning. It's darker? Yeah, it was definitely more on the grey side than white or blue. Now back in the clearing, I look at Kuronin, who was staring straight at me, as he says, don't speak of matters you do not understand, wizard. I shake my head, not wanting to argue, and say, believe as you must. But, I can't allow you to take the sword away, Kuronin. And then, I raise my hand towards him, and yell, foolman. A thick bolt of lightning, this one white, travels towards him, at the speed of lightning, and hits Kuronin before he can even react. Unfortunately, when the lightning dissipates, I see him standing there, with not even a single burn on him. He chuckles, seeing me dumbfounded, and says, you think your tiny wizarding spells will work on the user of the sword of the elves? The sword makes me completely invincible, immortal. Throughout all this, he doesn't look overconfident. He looked as if he's just stating hard facts. He's not even saying it to taunt me, he's just saying things to make me understand the uselessness of my actions. And I don't like that. Summoning my wand, I scowl at the man, summon all my anger at everything happening right now, and yell, Avada Kedavra. This is the first time I've used the killing curse, and I already hate it. I have a sufficient anger, pain, want for death, and sense for revenge against the sword itself, allowing me to cast the curse perfectly. But I can feel a part of myself breaking, as if I had torn my finger off, with my own teeth. I can feel my own soul tear, while still staying connected. Now, I really don't understand how someone can cast this spell repeatedly. If every killing curse tears your soul, then I don't ever want to use it. Once more, the killing curse slams into the chest of the man, but once more, nothing happens. Now, if I was a normal wizard, I would have panicked, wondering what this man was. Killing curses do just that, kill. Without fail, without any way to shield from it magically. Even sorcery shields cannot stop a killing curse, or even divert it, doesn't matter what manner of shield you use, if it's a magical shield spell, then the killing curse will break through, and hit the target, and kill the target. But, I'm not normal, I have more than magic to fight my fights. If the killing curse failed, it means his statement is actually correct. Which means, I need to defeat him physically, or make him drop the sword, to defeat him. I raise my daggers up, just in time to block a hit by his sword. The force of the hit drops me on my knees, creating fissures in the ground. I move the daggers away, to make him slam the sword into the ground, and stab at his stomach, believing that basilisk venom might be enough to still kill him, and if not that, then delay his recovery. Alas, before my dagger even reaches his stomach, it gets cut into 2 parts, from the dark sword cutting through it. I immediately summon my enchanted shield out, to block the returning sword. Gong! The sword hits the shield, making me skid back, but it survives. Thank God I enchanted this new shield to behave like the vibranium alloy shield of Steve's. My nose, however, gets hit by the foot of the Kuronin, sending me crashing on the ground, on my back. Seeing the man jump at me, his sword poised to cut into my forehead, I slap my hand on the ground, creating a giant fist out of earth, that sends him flying away from me with a hit. Getting up, I drop the second dagger, knowing that it's useless, and hold the shield in my left hand. In my right hand, I conjure an orange bastard sword, made out of universal energy. And then, I see the thief running back at me. I lean away from a few thrown ninja stars, these ones too fast for me to catch, and raise my shield, blocking a downward slash from the Kuronin's new sword. The force of the hit pushes the shield downwards, and the man spins around, to hit the sword at my neck. I jump up, my legs moving into a kick, as I use my conjured energy sword to push the dark sword downwards, while at the same time kick both my legs at his chest. Landing down after flipping through the air, I see him just one step behind where he was, still standing, barely in any pain. Fuck, his durability has increased too. I look at the sorcery sword I had conjured, and frown. That's not normal. The orange-colored sword had a dark red patch, exactly in the place where I'd hit the dark sword with it. The dark sword was corrupting the sword spell. If I keep this up, it'll corrupt my magic too. I don't get to think too much, however, when the man disappears from his place, and appears right above me, his sword raised. Taking a step back, I let the dark sword miss me by about a foot, and stab my energy sword at his head. The Kuronin raises his sword out of the crater it created, and slashes at my energy sword. My energy sword diverts from its path, but stays intact. However, the red part has now become brown, and it was spreading. For a minute or so, we keep exchanging slashes, his dark sword corrupting my sword with every hit, until the entire blade was now brown, beginning to turn black. My shield, meanwhile, lay in pieces, not able to handle the multiple hits by the dark sword. I wasn't unharmed, either, with my chest, arms, legs, and back having many cuts in it, that refused to heal. The dark magic in the sword was not just inhibiting my healing factor, it was corrupting my magic with every hit. Not even my healing spells were of any help in healing me, and I've tried. You see how futile your efforts are? You're stronger than a normal human, Captain Aves, but the chi masters of the hand are far stronger. And I, with the sword of my ancestor in my hands, am even stronger. The man says, slowly walking towards me, as I sit on the ground, on my knees and hands, with cuts covering my body. HNGH. I grunt, feeling something stab in my shoulder, as the man lifts me up, and fixes me to the tree right behind me. Looking up, exhausted, I see the Kuronin holding the dark sword, with its tip stabbing in my shoulder, passing through it and into the tree behind me. He says, "Rejoice, Captain Aves. You're the first person to die at the hands of the sword of the accursed in this millennium. But you won't be the last. I'm tired, I'm angry. I just want this battle, and this war, to be over. So I can go home. Already many things have happened, that I'm really regretting my decision to join the war now. Arg. I scream, feeling him pull the sword out of my shoulder, and immediately raise my hand to the wound to stop it from bleeding. Looking up, I see the man raise his sword sideways, to cut my head off, and I reflexive raise my right hand, summoning a weak Presidio shield, hoping to stop the sword. Now, it's over for you. The man says, and swings his sword at me. The dark sword moves through the air, towards the shield, and I feel the backlash once again, from the shield breaking easily, and snap my eyes shut, not wanting to see it happening. Is this how it ends? By the hands of a bloody ninja, right after losing my friend? Is this a punishment for not trying to save Bucky? For losing Tim? For not killing Tom Riddle? Or for torturing Morphin Gaunt? Clink. Hey? That's not how the sword should sound after cutting through my neck. I then feel something enter my body, and start healing it slowly. Some sort of magic was helping my body heal, even through the dark magic coursing through it. It is so pure, that it immediately makes me smile, as I feel strength to my body returning. What? That's not supposed to be possible. I hear the Kuronin yell, still in Japanese, and it makes me smile more, even without knowing what's happening. I open my eyes, and widen them immediately, seeing the hand that once held the shield spell, now holding a white sword, that had stopped the dark sword in its place. If the dark sword was dark, this one was its exact opposite. It was white, with a white blade, and a golden handle. It was a curved blade, not unlike the weapons that were used by the elves in the Lord of the Rings movies. About 5 feet in length, the blade was pure white, made of a metal I know not of. Its handle was about half a foot long, which told me that it's suited for just a single-handed use. I don't know how to fight with a sword, at least not at the level of the ninja I'm fighting. I'm more practiced with the daggers I use. Used to use. But, I have instincts good enough that I can at least stop his attacks. Besides, the sword was already helping me, negating the force behind his attacks. Or else, his attack from before would have still taken me flying away, so much was his strength. And it had stopped the dark sword in its spot, while also helping me cleanse my body of the dark magic. I wonder what else this sword can do. I also recognize this sword, since I had actually seen it before, albeit not in the same condition. This sword was kept on the vault of Slytherin, last I remembered. And it was rusted beyond belief, causing me to just glance at it once, the last time. I'll wonder how it came here later, probably with another visit to the vault to find out about it. But first, I have an enemy to defeat. Seeing the Kuronin startle at seeing his sword stopped, I raise my legs, and kick at his bare stomach, sending him flying away from me. Crashing through 4 trees, he stops at the 5th, over 20 meters above ground, and slides down it. Getting up, I look at the sword, and flip it a few times. It was heavy, but not anything I couldn't handle. It also didn't give me any other strength benefits, like the dark sword gave Kuronin. It just helped me cleanse my body, and helped my body heal itself. Now completely healed, I look up, just in time to see the Kuronin start getting up. He looks at my sword, and says, "You surprised me when your sword stopped mine. It won't happen again." He then raises his sword up into the air, and I look up, seeing a thunderbolt start dropping down. Raising my sword, somehow knowing I don't have a reason to be afraid, I catch the lightning bolt with my sword, and spinning around my foot, stopping with the sword pointed at the Kuronin, and send the bolt flying out of my sword, towards him. The Kuronin puts his own sword in between, absorbing the lightning bolt I sent at him. I was counting on it, however. With the sword held on my back, in a conjured scabbard, I hold a tree trunk in both hands, weighing about a ton, and slam it straight at the blinded Kuronin's side, throwing him into a giant boulder. As he starts digging his way out of the boulder, I run towards him, my new light sword once more in my right hand. Seeing him get up, I apparate behind him, and stab at his back. Even despite being completely silent when operating, the man senses me coming, and turns around, catching my sword with his own. He kicks his left leg at me, while both our swords are locked, and I stop it with my right leg, raising it up. Still in the same position, I kick the raised foot at his stomach, sending him skidding backwards. My strength still isn't enough to defeat him, it seems, even if the sword has given me relief from the dark magic poisoning. Kicking on the ground, I summon a giant rock, and kick it towards him, sending him and the rock flying backwards. I apparate in the direction he was flying in, and cut at his back, the rock stopping him from turning away to stop my attack. My sword cuts into his back, all the way from his left shoulder to the right hip, and I see him bleed. His blood, however, isn't red. It is brown, probably a side effect of the sword. Seeing him wince, I apparate away, just in time to see him destroy the rock with summoned lightning and stop in his position, in the air. He drops down on the ground, creating a tremor, and glares at me, now definitely showing emotions. Taking my chance, I use my telepathy to enter his mind. Maybe it is the fact that I'm holding the light sword, which can somehow negate the dark sword's magic, or the fact that he's not in control of his emotions anymore. But, when I try and enter his mind this time, I get no obstruction, and I enter his mind easily. As I start copying all his memories, I look at him, and ask, "You said magic spells won't work on you as long as you're holding the dark sword, right? But are you sure about every type of magic? You yourself saw your killing curse fail, wizard. Are you so certain you know of a magic worse than that?" The man says, slowly taking his steps forward, towards me. Touching the blade of my sword with my left index finger, I raise it at him, and show him his own blood. Smiling, when he stops instantly, I say, your sword just stops spells that are directly thrown at you, Iragi Kurosawa. Blood spells don't need to be thrown anywhere. You just need to cast them. He glares at me, hatefully, giving me access to more of his private memories, and says, that's only useful, when I allow you to cast the spell, isn't that right? I smile at him, making sure he sees how pissed I am at him, and say, that's the problem, Iragi. I see him disappear from his place, the sword increasing his speed immensely to help him do it. As he appears right in front of me, his sword poised to attack my heart, he suddenly stops, eyes widening. I've already cast the spell. I whisper, seeing his heart stop beating, thanks to my curse. Snicked. The dark sword slips out of his dead hands, and falls on the ground, the tip digging inside the earth. His body follows soon after, not able to handle the lack of blood flow. Looking at my left palm, I see a runic circle, painted using his own blood. The runic circle did one thing only, stop the blood owner's heart. Instantly. And there's no stopping it, other than making your blood obsolete when outside your body. Even if someone does it using my own blood, I'll die instantly. Which is why, this is one of the few times I'm glad that the Ministry, or the DOM made this spell disappear from the face of the earth. The only place this spell exists in right now, is the library of Rowena Ravenclaw, the Room of Knowledge. I should probably take care of securing my blood completely, so that I don't get the same method used on me. Can't believe I didn't do this before. Picking the ninja's body, I throw it through a portal, taking it to the forge, and do the same to the body of the pilot. There's a lot that can be learned from studying the dead, and studying dead ninjas is something that'll teach me a lot more than normal. Then, I wave my hand in the direction I could feel the wooden box in, that once held the dark sword. Within a few seconds, the box itself comes to me, riding on an earthen wave, and drops down next to me. So, what if I can't directly summon the sword, or the box, I can do it indirectly. And then, I finally look at my prize, the dark sword. A sword of dark elves, if my guess is right, from the time they were at war with Asgard, just before the last convergence. From Iragi's small story, and the stories he heard in his childhood, which I got from his memories, the sword cannot be used by just anyone. One needs a good enough control over your own self to use it, and even after that, the sword can only be perfectly used by a dark elf. But, since the sword wants to be used, it begins turning whoever wields it into a dark elf. If you have complete control over your mind, then you keep your mind as you begin your transformation. But, if you aren't, well, his ancestor knows that pretty well. The ancestor got his mind possessed by the dark elf whom this sword belonged to, and got himself consumed by him. The Sorcerer Supreme then came, deeming the newly reborn dark elf sorcerer too dangerous for the planet, and defeated him. He then hid the sword away, in Norway, under heavy enchantments. Until now, when Grindelwald somehow found out about it, pointed Hitler at it, and sent his own goons to steal it from the Nazis. Nosferatu, as well as the Hand had the same idea, it seemed. But, I have no idea how they found out about it. Well, Nosferatu is a Nazi scientist general, so Hitler probably asked him to do it, but I don't think Nosferatu planned to give the sword to Hitler. Then I turned to look at the light sword in my own hand. Perfectly balanced, with enough whiteness to shine without any light. This light sword was the perfect opposite of the dark sword, which just makes me wonder if there's actually any relation between the two. They don't look similar, nor do they look as if they're made of the same metals. The white sword is made out of silver, I can smell it now, while the dark sword is made out of some sort of rock? I don't know, it's not anything I've ever smelled before, but it does smell like rock. It can't be URU, at least, I don't think so, but it is something similar. Maybe the dark elves had a URU of their own, or something. But, not my problem now. Waving my hand down on the ground, I summon the mud from beneath my feet, which slowly rises out of the ground, and starts covering my left hand. Once it has formed a tight earth glove around my hand, I pick the dark sword up with it, and place it neatly in the box. Closing the box, I cut into my palm, and write a few Sanskrit symbols on the box, and the latch with it, with my blood, locking the box up completely. The Sorcerer Supreme probably already had the box enchanted, but more enchantments can't hurt. Especially if the original enchantments have gotten weaker. With a wave, I open a portal to the Aves Manor, and send the box through. Keeping the portal open, I call out, Blinky. Blinky, the faithful elf immediately appears near the portal, on the other side of it, and I say, can you keep the box safe, please? Don't touch it if you can avoid it, and also don't try to open it. Blinky nods, and says, of course, sir. Pausing, she asks, when will you be back from war? Sighing, I say, a year, at most. Trust me, Blinky, I'm tired of fighting too. But I need to do this, I need to see it through to the end, because I somehow know, that Grindelwald will be there, at the end, waiting for me. As Blinky nods, and operates away with the box, I close the portal, and close my eyes. The mission was over, the weapon safe. But at what cost? I used 2 unforgivables in this day, lost a friend, and had to depend on a weapon appearing to save my own life. What are you going to do with the sword, may I ask? A female voice asks from behind me, making me freeze. Then there's this. Most of the people I've seen today didn't have any indication of their appearance. No sound, no smell, no thoughts. Turning back, I look at the woman who asked the question, and immediately get annoyed. Snorting at her question, I ask, shouldn't you already know that? What with you keeping an eye on my life through that handy eye of yours? Hey, she's the Stonekeeper of the Time Stone. I'm sure I've told her about my knowledge in the future, or in some alternate timeline. If I didn't personally tell her, in any of the timelines, then I'm sure that she's known about my knowledge for years anyway. I could have made a mistake and revealed my knowledge, before present, or maybe after. The Ancient One smiles, and says, it isn't often that I have a conversation with someone who knows about me peering through time, so I am in the habit of asking questions I already know the answers to. Forgive me for that, but please, indulge my curiosity. What are you going to do with the sword? I'm not going to use it, ever. If that's what you were afraid of. I say, while keeping the light sword in the scabbard I had conjured for it, and then placing it in my nowhere. I wonder why the Sorcerer Supreme is showing herself to me now, why not before? There were many other times she could have done so, especially when I and Darla fought Set. Smiling, the Ancient One says, you're wondering why I'm revealing my presence to you now, am I correct? There are several reasons for that. I wait, and when after a few seconds, she does not continue, I ask, what are they? Making sure to sound as annoyed as I actually am. The Ancient One says, for starters, that sword is actually a weapon that I'm afraid of. In the right person's hands, this sword can turn the entire planet into a battleground once again. The sword multiplies the strength of the wielder 10 times, when it's used, and 100 times, when the elf spirit starts merging with the wielder. So, the stronger the initial user strength is, the stronger the final product becomes. And you're afraid that I might use the sword, for some reason, giving the dark elf extra power to possess. I finish for her, as I sit down on the ground, resting my back on a tree. The Ancient One walks closer towards me, and sits down on the ground beside me. She says, am I wrong to be worried? You did face a terrible loss today, enough so that you might see the sword as your path to revenge. I scoff, and turn my head away from her sympathetic looks. Thank you, Mason. Remembering the moment of Tim's death, I close my eyes, to stop the resurfacing tears, and whisper, as much as I want to, the dark sword isn't the way. And what is the way, Captain? Going back into time and fixing Mr. Roth's death? And how will you do that? Use a golem to replace Mr. Roth? Take his place? Please, even you know that there isn't a golem spell in the entire world of magic, or science, that can fool your past self. The Ancient One says, making me scowl. I really need to do something to prevent scrying. It might not outright prevent the time stone from looking at me, but it should do something to make my life not completely visible to her. I feel her lay a hand on my hand, and give my hand a soft squeeze, as she softly says, believe me, Captain Aves, whatever future lays ahead of you now, is a paradise, compared to all the timelines where you succeed in saving Mr. Roth, or Mr. Barnes. Give me an example, what happens if I succeed in saving Tim? I ask, looking into the eyes of the current Sorcerer Supreme, ignoring Bucky for now. I'm already conflicted enough as is, from all the moronic decisions I've taken. I know, I want to save Bucky, rescue him from the Russians, from Hydra, so that he doesn't become the Winter Soldier. But I cannot guarantee that he doesn't have a worse life that way. But Tim? Tim is completely unknown, when it comes to the future of Marvel. I have no idea what fate awaited him if I do manage to save his life. Smiling softly, the Ancient One waves her hand, and conjures an illusion in front of me. The illusion shows different worlds, as they start playing out, and I stare at them, dumbfounded. In one, Doctor Strange makes a deal with the Dread Lord Dormammu, and kills the Ancient One himself, and then kills me, along with someone else, a woman with her face obscured, when we try to stop him. Dormammu then swallows the earth, and takes over the entire universe. In another, Red Skull succeeds in summoning a champion for Hydra, something I cannot see clearly, which kills us all, taking advantage of me being distracted by trying to save Tim's life, during the final battle. Again, the earth is destroyed. In the next one, Tim inadvertently reveals the wizarding world to the public, and it causes a war to happen between the two worlds. This time, the earth burns completely, with no one staying alive. In the next, Tim joins the miss after the war, finds the ether during a mission, and somehow destroys the Earth by not being able to control the power of the ether while fighting Malekith. One by one, many timelines go by, with either the Earth burning completely, the wizarding world being destroyed by the Muggles, or even the entire universe being destroyed. Frowning, I ask, what even is the connection between me saving Tim, and the next Sorcerer Supreme being evil? Chuckling, the Ancient One says, time works in mysterious ways, and so does the butterfly effect. It might not be directly related, but I assure you, those two situations are related. Do you still plan on trying to save Mr. Roth? Snorting at her question, I stand up, waving my hand to wave her worries away. I say, I have seen 45 of my close friends, and thousands of my allies die during the war, Sorcerer Supreme. I remember each and every one of them, even if I might not know all their names. Tim was special, but I am not selfish enough to not let him have his rest. He's done his duty, he's lived his life, and he got his rest. Who am I to pluck him out of it? My perfect recall means that I do actually remember the names of all of my friends that I've made in this war. I didn't even know some of the names, but I remember everyone that I did know the names of. What sort of person will I be, to save one person, and refuse saving the others? That's not something a healer would do, or a guardian. What are these two swords anyway? The dark one I know belonged to a dark elf, but what about this one? I ask, and pat the sword on my back to signify the second sword. The Ancient One turns her head forward, to look at empty air, and says, long ago, when Asgardians and the Dark Elves were in the middle of a war, one sorcerer amongst the Dark Elves rose to fame. Arankit, the Accursed. He enchanted the sword to control the very fabric of nature, and to absorb any and all forms of magic thrown at it, or its user. He died fighting against a group of 17 Asgardians, 5 amongst whom were sorcerers themselves. They hid the sword away, on earth, and then, it was found once again. By a novice sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, called Hiroshi. The rest. You know. I nod, having known about the rest of the story from Iragi's tale, and his memories. Then, glancing at the sword on my back, the Ancient One says, that, meanwhile, is a mystery to even me. I know it once belonged to your ancestors, but that's it. I'm assuming your vault must have something that can give you more details about it. The sword is older than I am. I look at her, suspicious, and say, you just don't want to tell me, do you? Fuck it, I'll find out myself. And then, I create a portal to the Chamber of Secrets, and say, now, unless you're here to arrest me for practicing sorcery outside Kamar-Taj, or something, this conversation is over. Goodbye, Sorcerer Supreme. This conversation might be over, Captain Avalon, but there are going to be many more such conversations, I assure you of that. And then, she creates a portal, to Kamar-Taj, I assume, and says, you're welcome to Kamar-Taj, whenever you want. The doors are always open, when it comes to learning, be it now, in the future, or... As she walks in, and right before the portal closes, I hear her whisper, in the past. And then, the portal snaps close, making me frown. Shaking my head, I go through my portal myself, and appear in the Chamber of Secrets, in front of Salazar's statue. Creating another portal, I go to Aves Manor, and in the guest room that housed the body of Timothy Roth, my friend. Looking at his resting form, I sigh, and sit down for a minute, giving useless apologies. And then, I pick his body up, and walk through a third portal, this time, back to Norway, in the cover of trees. Waving my hands, I cast a few wards, that are geared towards keeping our sounds, smells, and sights unnoticed to all. This should prevent the Nazis from finding us when they inevitably come looking. Giving one more glance at Tim's body, I create a portal, this time to the same mirror dimension which I had thrown a single body in. Time to deal with the Nosferatu. Nosferatu POV, TPP. With very slow movements, over a matter of hours, or minutes, he didn't know what, his head began to move towards his body. When it finally touched, it began healing immediately, his healing factor not in any way inferior to those ferals he had seen fight for Canada. As he stands up, now completely healed, he looks around, trying to see if he recognizes the place he's in. But, nothing rang a bell. It looked as if he was in Norway, but the view was wrong, the skies uneven. A spell. Nosferatu mumbles, looking around in awe. But then, his memories catch up with the past, and he scowls. How low have I fallen, to almost die at the hands of a simple shinobi? His sword was a pesky one too, ignoring my durable skin as if butter, and inhibiting my healing factor making me take so long. How long has it been anyway? 5 hours, 27 minutes, and 13 seconds. Someone answers, even when he hadn't said anything out loud. Nosferatu turns around, and sees him, the Captain Avalon. A wizard, a soldier, and a mutant. A perfectly prime specimen, and he was going to kidnap him for research, before the ninja cut him down. I thought I had my telepathy shields raised, how is he still able to hear my thoughts, he thinks. Ah, Captain Aves. Nosferatu says, greeting Captain Avalon with spreaded hands. The good captain just stares at him, however, and says, you don't have to worry too much about the house, Essex. You were unconscious for quite a long time, giving me ample opportunity to gain every piece of your memories from your head. Sure, defeating your mind shields was tough, you're a better telepath than I expected, but well, I'm an actual mutant, whereas you're just a science experiment. This angers Nosferatu, or as he's also known as, Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister. Pointing his palm at the offending man, Essex fires a concussive telekinetic blast at him, which is 10 times as strong as the one used by Charles Potter just earlier this day, and thrice as fast. Aves, however, just leans away from it, looking bored, as if it was too slow for him. Essex frowns, seeing the man move so fast, and creates a telekinetic shield around himself, to protect him from any unknown attacks. This, however, causes the Captain Aves to smile. He says, thank you for your generous donation, Mr. Sinister. I'll be sure to remember you. And then, Essex opens his eyes, in another body, in another country, his previous body dying of something he doesn't know of. Scowling, Essex stands up from the cot he was laying on, moves towards his computer, and pauses in his typing. Who was I going to search for? I was going to search for someone, but I don't know who. Someone messed with my memories. Essex widens his eyes, immediately realizing that his mind has been messed with. He uses his telepathy, that he had injected within himself a few decades ago, and tries to gain the removed memories back. The only thing he manages to retain, is that he had met with a few wizards, other than that, nothing. He didn't even remember which wizards he'd met. Which means, whoever messed with his head was at least 10 times better at mental manipulation than he was, which is the only way someone can completely erase his memories. Essex yells, as he slams the highly advanced computer on the wall, angry at being messed with, and not even having a target to vent his anger at. I promise you, when I find you, I will make you wish you had killed me completely. Essex says to himself, promising himself to find the culprit. And then, he begins fixing his mental shields, as well as the computer, so he can continue with his research. Mason POV, FPP. Seeing the body of Nosferatu, the general of the Nazi army responsible for the protection of the Norwegian town of Asgardstrand, I smile. Waving my hand, I watch as his body floats towards me, and move it around a few times. Finally, I had access to actual telekinesis, even if the cost for it was too high. Snapping my fingers, I summon fiend fire from my hands, and have it burn Nosferatu's body, leaving not even ash behind. He might have survived, in whatever body he's now awake in, but I'm not leaving any chance of his blood creating an Essex of its own. His healing factor is a combination of multiple healing factors, which means it's far superior to my own. But, at least now I have all his memories, including his memories of his one-time ally, and all-time sworn enemy. Ensabanur, Apocalypse. Well, he's asleep right now, so I probably don't have to worry too much. What is important, though, is Essex's studies of the X gene, the mutant gene. I don't necessarily need more mutations, since my magic is enough for that, but this does give me an advantage for when I do actually need something like this. Besides, he's a genius in medical sciences too, and has almost 200 years of experience in the field. His memories are sure to come handy. Creating a portal, I reabsorb the curse's flames into myself, and walk out, just in time to see Stark's stealth plane land in front of us. Picking Tim's body, once again, I walk towards it. Let's go home, buddy. I whisper, holding Tim in both arms, sardonically remembering one single line from a series I enjoyed in my last life, which isn't even a book yet. And so his watch has ended, they said, when one of their own died. I think this is a suitable enough time to say it. A/N, whoa, that's a big chapter. I only noticed when I finished writing. The dark sword, and the light sword, both in the possession of a single wizard. What will he do with them, I wonder? Tim is still dead, and Mason did plan on going to the past, and trying to save his life. His plan was to create a life-size golem, that is a perfect replica of Tim, to replace Tim at the time of his death. But, Tao's talk made him realize that his idea is stupid, and that the past him will never believe a golem to be the true Tim. Which means his plan will ultimately fail, creating a worse timeline, erasing his own timeline, and him. P.S. I probably won't be including the Time Variance Authority, TVA, in this FIC, since whatever is happening, is actually meant to happen in this universe. This universe is already in the sacred timeline, so the TVA has no reason to interfere in Mason's life. And, if they do, he won't know about it anyway. P.S. MC hasn't seen any of the Disney TV series, so no Loki, WandaVision, Falcon and the Winter Soldier references. He doesn't even know something like the TVAU for your support. Chapter 45, The End Nears. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. February 28, 1945. I sit still, staring at a picture in front of me. The picture was one we had taken of the entire Howling Commandos. I was at the center, to denote my position as the team leader, with Steve to my left, and Tim to my right. Bucky, Dugan, and Jones came to Steve's left, in that order, while Falsworth, Jacques, and Morita came on Tim's right. This was one of the many pictures that we have of the Howling Commandos, but it was the one I was currently staring at, because this is the one picture where Tim's smile is the most radiant. It has been an hour or so since I returned to London from Norway, and I have been holed up in my room for the entire time, not saying anything. And what am I even supposed to say? That wizards ambushed us, killed Tim? That a pseudo-immortal scientist from Victorian-era Britain tried to kidnap me for his experiments? That a ninja tried to kill me, with the very weapon that I was supposed to protect from getting into the bad hands? That I almost failed? Captain! A voice says, bringing me out of my morose thoughts, making me look up at the open door. Gods, I'm getting sloppy already. I didn't even notice the door open, or hear the man walk in. The corporal at the door salutes me once, and says, I apologize, sir. But you're being called for a briefing in the colonel's office. Sighing, I place the picture back in my pockets, and follow after the corporal towards Colonel Phillips's office. Walking in, I distractedly nod at Agent Peggy Carter, and Special Agent Watson of the Miss. Hey, wonder why he's here. Last I knew the Miss believed me to be their own agent. Captain, you already know Agent Watson, or so I've heard. The Colonel says, as we sit down to begin with the briefing. Nodding, I say, we met at the Buckingham Palace. How do you do, Agent? Agent Watson smiles and says, I'm good, thank you. I wish this meeting was held under better circumstances, but alas, it's not. We need to ask you a few questions. What happened out there? Agent Watson asks, already beginning with the hard questions as soon as I nod at him to continue. I sigh, once again, my mind flashing back to the initial infiltration, the explosion, and then chaos. It was a trap, it was always a trap. I whisper, not looking at any of them. I turn towards the Colonel, my eyes red from all the anger and tears, trembling, and say, they had laid the trap specifically for me, or for Steve, whichever one of us was sent to Norway. As I pause, taking a few breaths to control my breathing, the Colonel softly asks, what do you mean, son? Closing my eyes, I say, there was no divine weapon, no. They were digging into the earth, to make it convincing. The general who was in charge of it, someone named Nosferatu, wanted to experiment on us, to create more people of Steve's strength, or my physical conditioning. I've heard about this Nosferatu character, yes. He's a sadistic Nazi who experiments on children, women, and old people alike. Agent Watson whispers, looking horrified. Nodding, I continue, we went there well enough, Tim stayed away to grant me cover fire, and I went in. As soon as I was near the hole they were digging, however, someone blew it up. I was thrown away, miraculously safe, and Tim, he lost his balance, and fell. The explosion killed or knocked out the majority of the Nazis, but there were some people still alive. We fought, and one of them killed Tim while trying to hold him hostage. After that, I killed all of the remaining ones, and hid away with Tim's body, so Stark could extract us. The three people in front of me keep staring at me, until finally Agent Watson says, well, the story checks out, according to our recon. Agent Carter, would you mind leaving the room for a moment? As Peggy leaves the room, after giving me sympathetic glances, Agent Watson asks, now, what is it that actually happened? Our reports say that there were signs of a magical battle in Asgardstrand. How did Flight Sergeant Roth actually die? I frown at Watson, and say, what happened is what I just said. We were ambushed, Tim lost his life, and I had to fight just so I can get Tim's body home. Does it truly matter that the people who attacked us, the people that killed Tim, were Grindelwald's men, wizards who wanted to capture me? The Colonel sighs, and says, you know he didn't mean anything by that, Aves. We need to know such things for future preparations. Please. Tell us what happened. Off the books. Ignoring Warson, I look at the Colonel, just stare at him for a minute, and say, Grindelwald sent some of his soldiers to capture me, luring me with an infiltration mission to extract a divine weapon. 7 of his wizards ambushed us, one of them died at the hands of this Nosferatu character, one captured Tim, and the rest of them battled me. I really tried to save Tim. But I was too slow. I'm a medic, and I was too slow in saving my own friend's life. In the end, all of them died, and I took Tim away, hiding from the remaining Nazis, so I can bring him home. That's it. There truly was no divine weapon, no weapon that could turn anyone into a god, nothing of the sort. Grindelwald fabricated all of it with the help of Hitler, so he can have me killed, or captured. Now, can I leave? There are a few things I need to do. I wasn't going to tell them about the dark sword, or the fact that I had it. Better everyone believes it was a complete trap, and leave thoughts of the divine weapon of gods alone. The colonel looks at me, sympathizing with me. And he should, he's also had to face such helplessness in his life, he's also seen many of his friends die in wars. Sighing, Colonel Phillips says, "You may leave. I'll have some men prepare Flight Sergeant Roth for transportation. I'm assuming you're going to personally take him home." I nod, not saying anything. It's the least I can do, he did die because of me. Shaking my head, I walk out, belatedly realizing that the colonel had actually dismissed me, but I just hadn't heard it. Time to take Timothy Roth to his home. Oh. In a small neighborhood in London, called Greater Whinging, in a house looking very similar to all the other houses here, I sit still, sipping the tea I was given. In front of me, were the parents and wife of Timothy Roth, along with his 7-year-old daughter. Jacob and Ellie Roth had adopted Tim when he was just shy of 14, and raised him the rest of his adult years. He hadn't forgotten their kindness, and was still living with them, taking care of all their needs. He married his wife, Olive, when they were both 21, and had their daughter, Holly, within the year. But then, 2 years later, war broke out, and he had to leave, having been called to arms. Timmy always spoke highly of you, in his letters. Said you're a good leader, that you would never lead anyone astray. Tim's mother, Elaine, says, as she sips her own tea with trembling hands. Sighing, I mumble, I used to think that too. I guess we were both wrong. Tim's father, Jacob, scoffs, and says, if you keep that attitude, then sure, you're wrong. My Tim believed in you, believed in the fact that you would help them all win this war. He might not get to see the end, but are you really going to just give all hopes up just because you failed to save our son? Are you really going to spit on all his hopes that he laid on you? Jacob. Father. Elaine and Olive whisper, both at the same time. Staring at Jacob, I say, no. I'm not giving up. I do want to, hell, everything in me is telling me to just say, to hell with the war and go hide away somewhere, away from all this death, but I can't. If I do that, then Tim's death will be for nothing. It'll be as if I turned my back on Tim, and I want to see this through to the end, to make sure his soul gets the peace it deserves. For a few seconds, no one says anything, but Jacob nods me in approval. I know, he has some anger against me, because I was the one who led Tim to his death. Doesn't matter that it was a mission gone wrong, I know he blames me somewhat, and I understand. But, he also understands that it's a war. Death, mostly that of your loved ones, is something far too common in this period. The last time we got just a letter, saying that Tim got captured by the Nazis, and was presumed dead. We believed that we had lost him. We mourned him, just like we're doing now. Then, we heard that he's alive, and that you rescued him from his prisons. It wasn't until he himself came to visit us that we believed it. Olive says, hugging her daughter close. She then looks up at me, and says, thank you for bringing him to us, thank you for not leaving us with our hopes up of him returning to us once again. I nod, understanding her feelings completely. My eye catches the small smile on her daughter, Holly, and I can't help but smile myself. I whisper, she has his smile. Sorry. Olive asks, as she lifts Holly up into her lap. Smiling in reassurance, I say, I remember one evening, at the orphanage, Tim and his friends were playing cricket, and I was reading some book or the other. I remember his smile then, when he was enjoying the game, right before he hit the ball at my head. Chuckling, I add, he was a twat then, but he was also very young. I turn towards his parents, and say, thank you for giving Tim the life he learned to treasure. Thank you for turning him into the man, the soldier that I knew, and respected. Standing up, I look at them all, and say, I think I should leave now. If any of you needs anything, feel free to send me a post, and I'll be there immediately. And then, after a short bout of goodbyes, I walk towards the jeep I had been given, and seat in the front passenger seat. Nodding at the officer who was responsible for driving the jeep, I say, drop me off at my house, why don't you? Tell the colonel I'll be back at HQ by tomorrow evening. Sir, I don't think. The officer starts, but one of the 4 officers sitting in the back of the jeep just pats him on the shoulder, to shut him up. Good men, these guys. God knows they've seen a fair share of tearful goodbyes, and dead bodies themselves. As we start driving towards Islington, I spend the time looking out the window, and smile, seeing a few wall graffiti arts of Tim, James Falsworth, and I, being heralded as the British heroes. Then, I snort, seeing another Chad was here art on one building. What? No petrol, it said. Ha, no matter the era, memes are memes. Tim might be gone, but the war is far from over. And I have already been too lax in my preparations. Thanks to my worries that I was being too paranoid, I've actually stopped being paranoid enough, and now, Tim paid the price for it. But not anymore. Which is why I'm going home, to the Chamber Forge, for God knows how long, to prepare for these upcoming battles. First Hydra, and then Grindelwald. This is surely going to be an uphill battle, with the dangers getting more and more deadly. Better be completely prepared for anything I might encounter, than to be caught off guard again. God knows I've already caused the death of one friend because of my carelessness, I don't want to lose any more. But first, I have one more short stop to make. Oh. Seeing Sister Agnes like this, was very depressing. She is bedridden, thanks to being almost 80 now, and has a newer caretaker, Sister Mandy, constantly with her, to take care of her. Smiling sadly, I look at her, wondering if this is another close person I'm going to lose soon enough. Should I try to extend her life? No, that would be selfish. Sister Agnes has already done so much for me, I'm not going to make her prolong her suffering just because I didn't want to lose another loved one again. She helped raise my mom, she took care of her throughout her childhood, and she did the same with me. She deserves to pass on peacefully. Why are you here, Mason? Shouldn't you be at war? Sister Agnes asks, taking breaths in between her words, and immediately starts coughing. Handing her a glass of water, I say, I just missed you, sister. That's all. Constantly fighting, and not getting to see you? I'd gotten bored. Seeing the smile on Sister Agnes's face reaffirms my decision of not telling her about Tim. She has good memory, I know she does, and she definitely still remembers Timmy as the one who hit my head with a cricket ball. But, he was also a child of hers, she cares for him just as much as she did for me. I'm humble enough to admit that I'm not special, for her. And I'm not going to make her last days more sad by telling her about his death. I'll let her live in peace. Oh. Indeterminate time, Forge, Chamber of Secrets. Waving my hand, I pull the slab of almost melted iron out of the furnace, using this opportunity to practice my new telekinesis that I had obtained from Essex's mind, and place it on the table. Waving my finger over the melted metal, I raise it gently above the surface, so that it creates a rune, the rune for blood. Sighing, once the first rune rises perfectly, I move on to the next, and the next, until there's a perfect circle of just 6 inches diameter, filled with over 17 runes, all of them designed to do one thing. The circular runic scheme, at the end of my carving, is something that is meant to actually be tattooed over someone's heart, on their skin. This runic scheme is meant to protect a wizard's blood from being used without his express permission. However, thanks to my healing mutation, tattoos won't stick on my skin. And I'm not going to try and find a magical tattoo artist, who can actually make it stick on my skin, and not ask why I need such a tattoo. So, I'm improvising. Outside the circular runic scheme, I place a few more symbols, these ones in Sanskrit, with just a single character being repeated 4 times in the north, east, south, and west of the runic circle. OM. The OM is supposed to denote stability here, with the energies of the universe itself helping to keep the circle intact, even through the healing mutation that I have. Of course, I've carved all the symbols backwards, otherwise all my efforts will be useless. Placing the branding stamp, once the symbols have been perfectly written up, back into the furnace, I turn towards a bottle of squid ink. Taking a goblin silver dagger out, which I had just enchanted to inhibit healing factors like mine, 2 hours ago, I cut into my palm, and bleed into the bottle of ink, until the ratio of ink to blood is 3:1. Turning to the now red-hot branding stamp, I pull it out of the furnace, using telekinesis, and hold it above my heart, as I lay down on a bed. Another wave of my hand, and a leather belt, made from the hide of the basilisk of Salazar Slytherin himself, places itself in my mouth, between my teeth. Clenching my teeth tightly on it, my highly sharp teeth not even making a single incision, I start slowly pouring the ink and blood mixture on my heart, and immediately slam the hot brand on my chest. HHNGGGHMMMM. I yell, the pain of the high-temperature brand carving itself into my chest, taking the ink with it, causing me to thrash around. The basilisk leather is the only thing that's stopping me from actually yelling out loud. I still focus on keeping the ink pouring, and the brand on my chest. 5 minutes later, I stare in the mirror I conjured for myself, looking at the brand new tattoo I have on my chest, which will never disappear. And this is just one of the brands I'm going to have to face today. The second brand, that should protect me from being scried on from this moment on, sits comfortably in the furnace, still not hot enough. It won't work against the time stone, but whatever precognition powers Grindelwald has, it should work against it perfectly. Or so I hope, since I can only believe the journals of past wizards, and my own talents so much. Touching the brand on my heart, I wince, feeling the OM flare up with the universal magic, the circle still not stable enough. I still need to wait an hour or two, before branding the second tattoo into my skin, permanently. Until then, let's try to see if we can cleanse the dark sword, shall we? Raising my hand up, I focus on the wooden box, and snap my fingers, immediately teleporting it next to my feet. Thank you, Blinky, for teaching this to me. Can't believe I didn't try this yesterday. Opening the box, I raise the dark sword out of it, using telekinesis, and don't touch the sword, at all. With the sword floating in front of me, I hold my palms together, and breathe in. Breathing out, I start curling my fingers inwards, and then slowly open my hands, the fingers still curved, so that my wrists touch each other. Spinning my hands around my wrists with a snap, I separate them, and smile, seeing two purple mandalas raised above my palms. I place both the mandalas on the sword, my hand not directly touching it, and keep whispering to myself, cleanse the sword, cleanse the spirit. Repeatedly. I doubt it'll be this easy, but this is a start. If it was easy, then the Sorcerer Supreme who defeated the last wielder would have already done it. But, it's not like I have anything better to do. I have the knowledge of 1,000 years of sorcerers, wizards, and witches. I'm sure I'll find something there. Oh. The Stone of Death, the Resurrection Stone. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows, that belonged to Cadmus Peveril. I've had this stone in my possession for a few years now, and this is the first time I'm actually going to be using it. Usually, my morals are pretty flexible, when it comes to gaining knowledge. But, disturbing the peace of the dead, using what might be a necromantic artifact? Yeah, I was really reluctant to use it. But, it seems I had need of it sooner than I'd thought. Sorcerer Supreme Yao. I whisper, turning the ring that contained the Stone of Death in the palm of my hand 3 times. Almost immediately, a ghost of a figure floats out of the ring, as if the ring was smoking, and forms into the figure of a man. The ghost was of Chinese ancestry, had a mustache to prove it, and had an amazing beard. He had a red sorcerer's robe on, one of a far older fashion than the one I've seen the current Sorcerer Supreme wear, and had a top hat of the same color, with golden trimmings. As soon as he appears, his eyes moves towards my enclosed fist, as he frowns, and says, "The Stone of Death. Never thought I would be recalled to life by it." Standing up, I bow a little, and say, "Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme Yao, I apologize for calling you back to the mortal world like this. I wouldn't have done so if I could have avoided it." Yao turns his head towards me, and asks, "Then speak, boy. What is it that you want from me?" "I need your help in cleansing an artifact. I believe you have encountered this artifact before," I say, and with the wave of my hand, I summon the dark sword towards me, and float it in between us. Immediately, Sorcerer Yao scowls at seeing it, and says, "You should have kept it where you found it, boy." Nodding, I say, "I really should have, but I wasn't the one to find it. A few wizards, a muggle, and the members of the Hand did. I was there on a mission of my own, and managed to steal it from them. I've seen firsthand the effects of wielding this sword, and I didn't want to leave it in anyone's hands, not even my own. And I can't just drop it back into another hole, someone is bound to find it, which is why I need your help." The Sorcerer Supreme waves his hand, surprising me, and telekinetically pulls the sword towards himself. Ignoring my shock, at him using his magic spells even when dead, he says, "I had managed to lock the spirit away, all those years ago. But, it seems being wielded again has broken those locks. What methods have you already tried?" Blinking my shock away, I say, "I tried the purple rings of cleansing, one of Lady Saraswati's spells, a few spells that should have banished any spirit into one of the realms of death, and even a few spells that turned back time until the sword wasn't even connected to the dark elf. I even tried basilisk venom, but nothing happened. The other methods all worked, for a minute or two, and then the spirit returned. Always. I might not be in a hurry, thanks to my time watch, but still, I'd rather like to get this over with sooner than later. I've literally scoured books in the Room of Knowledge, and the Slytherin Vault, to see if I can find anything to cleanse the sword. Some methods didn't work at all, while those that did, always failed, returning the sword to its possessed state once again." Yao hums, and conjures a purple mystic circle around his right hand, similar to the spell I myself used to try and cleanse it, sends the symbols, and starts moving it over the sword. It had no symbols, as far as I could see, but I could also feel that it was an actual spell, meant to scan the sword. "Hey, maybe after a while you stop showing runes for anyone to decipher? Certainly seems like it. I'll have to start trying to make the runes disappear too." After a short while, he says, "If cleansing this sword was easy, I would have done it after defeating a Rankit spirit myself. I know of a method that should do it, completely, but I'm going to need a few things, some of which are impossible to find." Getting up, I summon a parchment and quill, and look at him expectantly. As he stares at me, I say, "What does it hurt to try? The things might have been impossible to find during your era, but nothing says they have to be impossible to find now." Yao sighs, and mumbles, youth, always so optimistic. He shakes his head, and says, write everything down, and get the ingredients perfectly. Saliva of a werewolf who hasn't yet transformed even once. Blood of a chi dragon, that needs to be alive. Piece of wood from a wizard's staff, that is at least 500 years old. Ashes from a phoenix's first burning, and the same phoenix's first tears. Leaves of a mango tree, taken right after first light hits it. Goblin silver that hasn't been used in any weapon yet, 7 ounces of it. 3 complete horns of a unicorn. Water from a lake that has never seen the light of day. On and on the list went, until the number of ingredients was in the dozens, some easy to find, some difficult but not impossible, while some outright impossible. I mean, where would I even find a chi dragon? They don't even show themselves to wizards, or even sorcerers. Damn, this is going to be tougher than I thought, isn't it? Oh. Entering the room of knowledge, I say, dragons. And wait for the room to change. As soon as it does, I activate the time slower, and get to work. Let's see, dragons. There are 3 main types of dragons, classification depending upon the energy they feed on and use, and where they were born. The first type are obviously the magical dragons. These are the species of dragons which the wizarding world has the most access to, and the most knowledge about. Hebridean black, the dragon whose heartstring makes up my wand core, Norwegian ridgeback, Chinese fireball, etc. are all from this category of dragons. They are born on Earth itself, mostly in volcanoes or places of great heat, and for thousands of years, they have fed on magic, and other magical animals. They also use purely magic to create their flames, and to toughen their hide. These types of dragons only show themselves to wizards, preferring to avoid contact with sorcerers, muggles, and chi masters alike. Next category is the chi dragons. They're found almost exclusively in the microdimension of Kunlun, where chi is the most dominant energy around. They feed on chi, and use it in their flames. These dragons avoid contact with wizards, sorcerers, and muggles, choosing to only interact with chi masters. And finally, come the biggest, baddest dragons humans have ever encountered. Outer dimensional dragons. These dragons don't come from our Earth, they're born somewhere else, fed on the highly dense dimensional energy. Where the chi and magic dragons grow up to be at most 100 feet long, for the biggest species, the dimensional dragons can grow up to thousands of feet long, depending on their age, and their raising. These dragons also have the most durable hide, with their hide able to stop even a few killing curses at the same time. These dragons are similar to magical dragons, in the way that they use magic. But, their magic use is far more dangerous, thanks to whatever dimensions they are born in. Sorcerers, wizards, chi masters, muggles, each and every one of them has encountered a dimensional dragon at one time or the other. What I needed, however, was when the last chi dragon was seen in the open, or where I can find one. Chi dragon. I say, making the room of knowledge change once more, this time into a library containing books all relating to chi dragons. Oh. Easy, easy. Don't pour the blood all at once. Master Yao says, floating behind me as I stand over a cauldron full of a bubbling potion. Clicking my tongue, I say, I know what I'm doing, Master Yao. This isn't my first ritual. Slowly, keeping the stream of a constant thickness, I let the blood of the chi dragon fall into the cauldron, while using my telekinesis to spin the potion 3 times counterclockwise, followed by a single clockwise turn. The cauldron was kept inside a ritual circle, the symbols too many to count. While I was away, looking for the ingredients Master Yao had ordered me to find, traversing through time to find them all, he was busy withdrawing the ritual circle. Some of the ingredients, 3 of them dark, 3 light, and 3 neutral, were kept in the circle itself, while most of the other items were used in the potion I was brewing. I have to wonder, how did you convince the immortal dragon to donate his blood? Master Yao asks, as I add the saliva of the werewolf who has yet to transform into his wolf form into the potion. I say, I had to promise the bastard a tooth made of goblin silver, to replace the one an iron fist broke during their fight. I didn't have to travel into the past, but I did have to visit Kunlun. Sneaking past the current iron fist wasn't easy, since he has a pretty good control over his chi, but well, I have more than a few methods of sneaking past anyone and the ninja's memories just helped me out. Shaking my head, I focus back on the potion, still pouring the blood, along with adding a few more ingredients in between, and stirring the potion according to Master Yao's instructions. Finally, 7 hours after beginning, the potion is done, and I walk away from it. Now, to begin the ritual. Hold the sword above the potion, while standing on that swastika symbol. Master Yao says, floating the dark sword over to me. Frowning, I say, yeah, about that. I can't take the major part in any ritual for 3 more years. I can create the potion, but you're gonna have to do the ritual yourself. Master Yao scowls, and says, I'm dead, boy. I can't take part in the ritual either, you need blood and magic to carry this ritual forward. Well, if it can't be me, and it can't be Master Yao. Does it have to be a human? I ask, turning to look at Master Yao's spirit. We've only known each other for a day or two, but I'm already starting to like the dude. He's straightforward, doesn't play around, and isn't at all cryptic. He tells you things as they are. Nothing says it has to be human, no. Blood, magic, life is the eligibility for this ritual. Who are you thinking of calling? Master Yao asks, after a moment of thinking. Smiling, I say, Blinky. Mason Sir called. Blinky says, operating right in front of me. Widening my smile, I ask, will this be alright? She has blood, magic, and life. She's also my personal elf, and friend, which means she already has a stake in this ritual. Master Yao looks at Blinky, her suit, and then at me. Then he once again glances at Blinky, and floats the sword over to her. Don't touch it, please. I say, seeing Blinky hold her hands out. Blinky snaps her hands to her side, and stares at the sword warily, as I say, now, I need your help. Again. We need you to take part in a ritual on my behalf. I'll do it. Blinky says, before I even tell her what the ritual is. For fuck's sake, Blinky, at least ask what the ritual is. Sighing, I say, Blinky, this could be dangerous, but you don't have to worry. I'll be there to protect you if something goes wrong. Just listen to each instruction carefully, and then do it. Okay. Blinky nods, to which I say, good. Master Yao, you may take over now. Master Yao looks at Blinky, not completely believing she'll be able to sew it, and says, float the sword above the potion cauldron, but don't drop it. Blinky does so, as the ghost Master Yao and I walk, or float, out of the ritual circle. Master Yao then starts chanting, Honorable Vishanti, hear my plea. Cleanse the sword of the malicious spirit living within, and banish it into the nether realms. A white glow surrounds his hands, and Master Yao points his fists at Blinky. The white mystic bolts travel towards Blinky, and covers her completely, while a single tendril moves towards the sword and covers it too. Sensing danger to itself, the sword starts glowing a dark grey color, as I hear thunder rumbling outside the Hogwarts grounds. A grey wisp of clouds exits out of the sword's handle, where a dark red gemstone sat, and forms into a giant head. The head was of an elf, with dark grey skin, red eyes, and pointed ears. He had on his forehead, the same gemstone that now sat within the sword. Sorcerer! The elf howls, as soon as he catches sight of Master Yao. He then notices Blinky, with her hands raised towards the sword, holding it up by her magic, glowing with the white magic of Master Yao. Arankit, the dark elf. You have overstayed your welcome into the mortal realm. Begone! Master Yao yells, firing another blast of white magic at the sword. The dark elf winces, but he does not dissipate. He instead keeps staring at Blinky, and I see his gemstone start shining brighter. I immediately raise my hand, conjuring a telekinetic shield around Blinky, the potion cauldron, and the ritual circle, just in time for a dark red lightning bolt to slam into it. The lightning veers off towards the walls, and I raise my other hand too, to conjure a lightning rod to absorb the lightning. Master Yao ignores him, and yells at Blinky, cut your finger, and draw a small circle on the cauldron, with your own blood. And as soon as the circle is drawn, throw the damn sword in. Blinky does so without question, while I protect her from the lightning bolts fired by Arankit the Accursed, and Master Yao keeps the white magic connected to Blinky as well as the sword. As soon as Blinky waves her hand at the sword, sharply sending it crashing into the cauldron, the giant head of Arankit follows after it, screaming in pain. Master Yao's hands stop glowing with the white magic, and so does Blinky. For a second, there's only silence, and then... boom! The cauldron explodes, sending Blinky flying towards me, and leaving the now inert sword floating in the empty air. Catching Blinky, I start feeding her a few energizing potions, while casting healing charms, ignoring the sword for now. It is only when Blinky opens her eyes, that I breathe out, relieved. Thank you, Blinky. And I'm really sorry you had to go through with this. I whisper, feeling regretful of still behaving like a wizard master. Blinky smiles up at me, and says, you're my friend, Mason Sir. I will always help you. I smile at her, wondering how she turned out to be so kind even after everything she's been through. Turning towards Master Yao, I see him near the dark sword, which is still floating, waving his hands over it. For a minute or two, I just sit there, healing Blinky, thanking her again and again in my mind. Hearing him sigh, I ask, what? Master Yao floats the sword towards me, and says, the sword has been cleansed, completely. The dark elf spirit has left for the realm of souls. Unfortunately, this has taken most of the sword's gifts away from it. Arankit's magic is what had allowed the sword to turn anyone stronger, summon lightning, and absorb magic spells. Now, the sword is just a highly durable sword made of dark uru, that can cut into almost anything. Ah, so it is uru. I'm guessing the sword wasn't forged by the dwarves. Shaking my head, I say, I don't care. I wasn't going to use the sword anyway. I'm going to reforge it, so that those who come looking for it don't recognize it. Oh? You plan on reforging uru? Unfortunately, my time here has come to an end, so I won't get to see you fail. Master Yao says, as he comes to stand near me. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Master Yao. Sighing, I look up at him, thankful for his help, and say, I really appreciate you helping me, despite it not being your responsibility, Master Yao. Truly, thank you. Master Yao snorts, and says, it was partly my responsibility, I should have cleansed the sword completely when I first defeated my foolish student. What are you going to do now? Holding the dark long sword in my left hand, I summon the light sword to my right, and say, now, I'm going to embrace myself. The people out there call me the Knight of Britain, Captain Avalon. It's time I actually become that. But first, I'm going to reforge both these swords into something suitable for my own use. Something impressive. Chapter 46, Preparations. A/N, part2, HelloDarkness07. I give out another sigh of annoyance, after getting out of the Ministry of Magic, and into the large atrium. I had just gone there to report the death of 6 wizards who had attacked me in Norway, their bodies destroyed in the battle. No way I'm giving them the bodies of wizards who have gone through my family's ritual, however illegally. I don't want the DOM figuring out how to take part in the ritual themselves, or that it belonged to my family. No, it's better that they believe the wizards' bodies were destroyed in Norway itself. And yes, 6. I had only told them about 6 of my attackers, leaving out a single name. Charles Potter. Charles wasn't close with Fleamont, no. Fleamont and his younger brother Henry were just 3 years apart, but they were as different as brothers come, and estranged too. One a potions master, the other a politician. One married for love, the other married for connections. Charles was a result of a loveless marriage, and he had seen the lack of relationship between Fleamont and Henry. So, when his parents died some 10 years ago, he decided he wanted nothing to do with Fleamont, and moved to Northern Europe to complete his education. Dumstrang is where he was enrolled, and he stayed there indefinitely. But, even after all this, Charles was the last living Potter, save for Monty himself. And I wasn't going to break his heart by revealing Charles as a damn terrorist to the whole world. Well, I was going to reveal it to just the Potters, hoping against all hope, that they understand why he had to die. Why I killed him. With a simply twist of my feet, I disappear from the ministry atrium, and appear in front of a gate, leading to the house of the Potter family, which currently only comprises of 2 members. With my hands in my pockets, I walk towards the front door, already dreading the talk we're going to be having right now. Boy, what I wouldn't do to go back to Norway, 7 days ago, and stop our mission from ever happening. Unfortunately, the grandfather paradox is a very serious issue, and I'm not going to tempt the timeline into killing me off. Well, let's get this over with. Oh. Tom Riddle was content with his life, he didn't enjoy it, no. Enjoyment was beneath him. He was just content, satisfied. He was head boy of Hogwarts this year, and was going to graduate at the top of his year in a few months. Almost everything had gone perfectly for him, in Hogwarts. Almost. 3 years ago, Tom had found the entrance to the legendary Chamber of Secrets, belonging to Salazar Slytherin, his very own ancestor. He remembered going there, entering the chamber, hearing a voice, and then nothing. He had fortunately already begun with learning the mind arts, and so, he was able to patch together a few things from his disjointed memories. Someone had found the Chamber of Secrets before him, someone who Tom was most definitely related to. And that person had dared to erase his memories of the encounter. That person had dared to bar Lord Voldemort himself from his Chamber of Secrets. He had tried, many times, to enter the chamber again, managing to find 3 more entrances. But no matter what he commanded, the entrances refused to open for him, and that just made Tom angrier. A few months later, in the Christmas holidays of 1942, Tom had tracked down his only other living relatives, hoping to find the person who he had met in the chamber, and kill him for the insult. Alas, he had only found one single near squib, who was far too crazy to even know what end of the wand to point at your enemy, and a family of muggles. Obviously, the muggles were now dead, their deaths not even important enough to be used in the Horcrux ritual. He then framed his demented uncle for the murders, and stole the very fancy, and obviously important ring on his fingers. Unfortunately, it was not the key for the Slytherin vault. The damned goblins refused to even let him near the vault to try to open it, no matter what he threatened them with. They had dared to laugh at him. And he completely blamed this unknown relative of his. He had gotten angrier, and angrier. He had researched about the chamber, hoping to find something to grant him entrance, but instead, he had found something else. The monster of Salazar Slytherin. He had deduced that Salazar Slytherin had bred a basilisk to guard his chamber, and it was either dead, or under the relative's command. So, Tom bred another one, keeping it hidden inside a trunk that he enchanted himself. The stupid basilisk had to go around petrifying students when it had gone out to hunt for food. Thankfully, they were just mudbloods, but it had brought a closer eye from the ministry to the school. They believed this to be a trick by the Dark Lord Grindelwald. The security that was already pretty tight had become even more so, Aurors now openly patrolling the castle. As if a mudblood-loving Grindelwald would be of the noble line of Slytherin. Then, in June of 1944, the basilisk had its first actual victim, the connection he had with it allowing Tom to create his first Horcrux. Tom had taken advantage of the situation, and he had framed the stupid oaf, Hagrid, and his Acromantula for the death. He then killed the basilisk, deeming it too dangerous for even himself to control. The death of Myrtle Warren might have been beneficial to his cause, but it was definitely accidental. And then, he had laid low, knowing that Dumbledore was keeping an annoyingly close eye on him, already suspecting Tom of the murder. Even after he had managed to get the oaf under his custody, in return of helping the ministry interrogate a few of the wizards the muggle-loving fool, Captain Avalon had captured. Captain Avalon, the traitor, had also managed to piss Tom off, just by being associated with the Muggle army. The same Muggles that tortured wizards, burned them at the stake, tried to steal their magic time and time again. But, it was not as if Tom can do anything. Yet. Aves had the full backup of the Ministry of Magic, and even some support from the ICW, after he had captured his first dark wizard. Tom was just waiting to take over the wizarding world to deal with all those blood traitors. Shaking his head, Tom ignores the Muggle-loving fools annoying him by just existing, and focuses back on the book he was reading, suddenly feeling very sleepy. Before he can question his own mind, why it's happening, Tom blacks out, his feet taking him to his bed automatically. The next day, his Slytherin dorm mates, or his sycophants, more like, find the dead body of Tom Marvolo Riddle, with the venom of a basilisk found in his blood. And in his backpack, after taking care of the various protection spells, most of them dark, they find various books, detailing how to raise a basilisk, the all-over-the-world banned book, Most Potenti Evil, and a journal of Herpo, the foul himself, detailing in excruciating details how to create a Horcrux. No one knew where he found those books, but some of those books immediately disappeared after coming into DMLE custody. Almost immediately, Tom Riddle's death is declared an accident, thanks to him raising a XXXXX beast. He is also charged with breeding said beast illegally, raising it without a license, and being accessory in the murder of Myrtle Warren a year ago. The basilisk, meanwhile, is declared missing, with the school taking a week's worth of holiday to try and find it. Alas, it is never found. Similarly, Rubeus Hagrid is immediately cleared of any and all charges against him, allowing him to continue his education, albeit after a drop of a single year. From Tom Riddle's bags, 2 objects disappear, never to be seen again. A diary belonging to the now dead Tom Riddle, and a single ring, with a dark black gemstone sitting on it. The ghost of Myrtle Warren, after understanding that her murderer was dead, passes on to the afterlife, her soul finally at peace. Oh. Mason POV. Flipping the destroyed diary of Tom Riddle in my hands, I throw it into the flames, the soul fragment having been destroyed last night itself. Tom Riddle was dead, destroyed, by my own hands, before he can even begin his reign of terror. I had ignored the news from the school for a couple years, being too busy with my own war against Hydra, Hitler, and Grindelwald. But now, as soon as I had actually tried to find out what had happened in these last 2 years that I was away, and found out about Myrtle's death. Well, Tom signed his life away at that moment. I gave him one chance to improve, barred him from the chamber so he doesn't find the basilisk and kill Myrtle with it. But it seems fate had other ideas. Or maybe Tom did. Tom still found a basilisk, bred it actually, and used that basilisk to kill the poor girl. I was already pissed thanks to Tim's death, the reassuring words of the Potter family not being useful enough in making me feel better. And Tom, it seems, was just a target for the guilt. I've already doomed Myrtle thanks to not killing Tom when he was younger. I wasn't going to wait for him to commit more murders before taking care of him. His life was forfeit. His crimes? Murder, and desecrating the soul. I don't care much about the raising basilisk part, since I did raise Sly without a license. I'd be a hypocrite to use that as an excuse to kill someone. I'm not good, I know that. I'm morally neutral, with some of my deeds being as good as they come, and some being as bad. Killing a 17-year-old Tom Riddle belongs to the later, despite the reasons. So does torturing my father, killing Charles despite his surrender, casting unforgivables, going through debatable dark rituals, and I'll probably commit a lot more crimes in this war. The only reassurance being that I know my motives, I know my thinking. I believe in myself to not go too far into the dark. And if I do, well, someone is bound to stop me. Closing my eyes, I focus on the new knowledge that I had gotten. As diverse as my new knowledge base was, most of it was useless for me. The memories of the two wizards I managed to copy, Vinda Rosier, and Charles Potter, didn't have a single spell I didn't know of, or anything else that I couldn't get in the Room of Knowledge. I did get to confirm that Grindelwald and his lieutenants have gone through the Bond of Blood ritual, to gain mutations. 7 mutants were sacrificed to give the 7 that attacked me their mutations, while a few more mutants gave his other lieutenants their powers. As for Grindelwald himself, well, he did it in private. Neither Charles, nor Vinda knew what powers he has, since he hasn't even shown them yet. The ninja, well, his mind had a treasure trove of knowledge, I'll give him that. He was the direct underling of Nobu Yoshioka, who is literally the face of one of the fingers, Murakami. Different hand bases around the world, different criminal organizations under Murakami's hands, hidey holes, bank accounts, sleeper agents, these were the things that I literally didn't give a shit about, that he had. It was, however, interesting to know that the hand had some form of presence in the different wizarding nations. So, I might have to look out for wizard ninjas in the future too. His training, on the other hand, really interested me, along with the existence of red ninjas. Those red ninjas, as I called them, were completely silent, odorless, and had no mental presence. Because they were literally zombies. The hand had some form of occult ritual, that could bring people back to life, completely mindless, and under total control of their masters. They had no personality, no mind, no anything. They were just puppets meant to be ordered. They couldn't even speak, only fight. But, despite that, they were still dangerous. I doubt many people would be able to see these red ninjas coming, seeing that even I almost fell for them. If it wasn't for my instincts, I would have definitely died that day. As for the Kuronin, Iragi Kurosawa's memories of his training, well, that's complicated. I know of a ritual that can use those memories of him training, and make it so my own body gains those benefits, literally giving me Iragi's muscle memories. Well, technically, the ritual makes it so any foreign memories that I have are immediately implemented in my own mind and muscles, making all the training obsolete. I could theoretically absorb the memories of a kickboxing champion, go through the simple ritual, and immediately become as good as him in kickboxing, muscle memory, instinct, and all. But, I can't take part in any ritual for 3.5 more years, so there's that. I'll have to personally train myself, while using telepathy to slowly ingrain Iragi's memories into mine. Or I'll have to wait. And lastly, Nathaniel Essex. Nosferatu. He's a genius, plainly speaking. His genius in biological sciences, and chemistry is unparalleled, and his knowledge about other sciences is nothing to scoff at either. But genetics, now that's where he shines the brightest. When it comes to genetics, Nathaniel Essex is the topmost authority, and I don't think even anyone in the 21st century, where I'm from, could put a candle to him. He could create clones already, of himself, and of others. He could splice one person's DNA with another's, creating biological children without the parents doing the dirty. Heck, the Essex that I thought was Nathaniel Essex was actually one of his clone bodies, with his mind just possessing it. It had all his powers, yes, but it wasn't the one he was born with. Telekinesis, total molecular control over his own body, telepathy, super strength, these were the powers he currently had, along with the apocalypse-given immortality. That's not special, one might say, given that even I had managed to integrate the mutation of Victor Creed into my body, without changing too much about myself. But the thing to be noted, is that Nathaniel Essex is still not a mutant. He has powers, yes, but his DNA still identifies him as a human. A completely mundane, normal, human. Of course, his powers were still very much there, and hence, he was more appropriately a mutate, but still. You need to be a genius amongst geniuses to gain mutations, and still not be a mutant. His mind was one I wasn't much interested in either, since whatever he can do, I can do too, with magic. Rituals, potions, spells, whatever Essex wants to achieve, I can do easily enough. But still, the locations of all his laboratories, his homes, his bases, and the fucking island he has, will definitely come to use in the future, when we inevitably come to meet again. For now, I'm going to focus on Iragi's training memories, and work on reforging the dark sword. And I know just the dead person to help me do it. King Ragnuk, the First. I whisper, spinning the peveril ring in my palm 3 times. Just like when I had called Sorcerer Supreme Yao, the ghost of Ragnuk the First slowly exits out of the resurrection stone in the form of smoke, and condenses into the 3-foot-tall, muscle-bound figure of a goblin. This goblin was special, since he was the one who crafted the most famous goblin silver weapon in the world. The Sword of Godric Gryffindor. The goblin in question blinks a few times, after coming into existence as a spirit, and looks around, already wary of me, his hand on the axe on his hip. Where am I, wizard? Ragnuk snarls, while brandishing his axe. I look at his axe, amused to find it to be made out of goblin silver too, and say, my name is Mason Aves, thank you. And you're underneath Hogwarts, the secret chamber of Salazar Slytherin, to be exact. Ragnuk looks around, his axe still pointed at me, uselessly, and frowns, seeing the forge room. Pointing his axe at the shelf, he asks, is that a giant spoon made out of goblin silver? Yup. I created that when I was practicing forging. I say, proudly summoning it towards me, and showing it to him. He tries to touch it, his hand passing through, and then stares at his hand. He whispers, I'm dead, of course I am. I remember dying, I remember the pain. He then looks at me, and asks, so how am I here, alive once again? Using my telekinesis to place the spoon back on the shelf, I say, you've been dead for 900 years actually. And I called you here, temporarily, to help me with something. Now, while I can't use telepathy on a ghost just like that, I can do it when inside the astral plane. I know, I've tried it with Helena, and I've tried it with the other ghosts. And I am actually going to do it with Ragnuk too, later. But, just copying the memories won't be enough for me to create the perfect weapon quickly. I've already been away from HQ for 9 days, which makes reforging the sword an urgent matter. And that is why I'm planning to ask Ragnuk to guide me through forging the weapon. No. Ragnuk says immediately, which I already expected. Amused, I say, you haven't even heard my request, King Ragnuk. Scowling, the goblin says, I know you're kind, wizard. If you're desperate enough to call me 900 years into the future, no doubt using some idiotic necromancy ritual, then it is so that I can craft a weapon for you. The answer is no, I won't do it. Now, send me back, and leave me to my rest. Smiling at him, I ask, not even if the metal you're going to work with is you. One thing I've learned about goblins, is they're proud. Proud of their metals being superior to humans, proud of their magic being better, proud of their race being better. And the presence of you, the metal of the dwarves of Nidavellir, is something that they definitely won't be able to handle. The fuck is you? Ragnuk asks, making my smile drop. There goes that idea, but at least he's interested in the metal. Waving my hand, I take the dark sword out of the nowhere, now holding it in my naked hand, and offer it to him. Surprisingly enough, his hand stays on the sword this time, when he touches it. As he rubs the blade, looking fascinated, he whispers, the metal of the gods. No. This is different. Less pure, darker. More evil. Gods, even the metal itself is evil? The dark elves must have some forging techniques, if the metal itself feels evil to the goblin. Nodding, I say, this blade belonged to a race called the Dark Elves, forged by them using a rock-like metal, that the Sorcerer Supreme called Dark Uru. He helped me cleanse the blade of most of its evil, but I'm guessing some stuff just can't be cleansed. Although I am annoyed that the evil that Ragnuk can sense stays hidden from my senses. For me, the blade is completely normal. I see the greed shine through Ragnuk's eyes, and longing. He wanted to study the blade, to find out all its secrets, to work with Dark Uru. But his pride as a goblin was coming in between. The answer is still, no. The last time I made a weapon for a wizard, he stole it from me, and refused to pay the full price. Ragnuk says, reluctantly pulling his hand away from the sword. Rolling my eyes, I say, I actually know what happened, Ragnuk. You liked the weapon you made too much, asked your soldiers to steal the sword from Godric, it backfired, and Godric just didn't hand it over to your family after his death like he was supposed to. It was all your fault, admit it. Ragnuk sniffs, and moves his head away from me. He says, even still, I refuse to help craft a weapon for a human, and have it be used on my own descendants. Given that many of the goblin kings in the past had been overthrown, giving way to a massacre of the entire royal family multiple times. Well, Ragnuk hasn't gotten any descendant left. Shrugging, I pull the sword away from Ragnuk, under his hungry eyes, and say, fine, I'll summon the ghost of a dwarf then. I know King Drurig, the second was a good metalsmith. Maybe he'll help if I offer him the opportunity to work on some goblin silver too. I raise my hand, the ring held in front of my lips, and start chanting, oh, Lady Death. I beseech you to send this mortal soul of the goblin known as Ragnuk. Wait. Ragnuk yells, running forward, and holding my hand tightly, or trying to, since his hand just passed through mine. Got him. Scowling at me, he says, I have conditions, if I'm going to help you in this endeavor of yours. Smirking internally, I look at him unimpressed, and ask, is any one of them to hand the sword over to the goblin nation after my death? Because that's not something I'll agree to, if the sword is as good as we hope. Ragnuk glares at me, and says, please, the spoon you made is barely up to task. You can't even work on silver properly, what makes you think you can work on the metal of the gods? Raising the ring once more, I say, well, there's always the dwarves. Ragnuk sputters, and asks, dwarves? Those stoneworkers cannot recognize gold from copper. No, if anyone's working on the metal of the gods. This you are you, then it's going to be a goblin, me. Smiling, I say, fine, fine. What are your conditions? Ragnuk takes a step back, his hand finally leaving the insides of my own hand, and folds them over his stomach. He scowls at me, once again, and says, 1. I will watch over and instruct you, but I won't make the weapon for you. You'll have to do that yourself. Nodding, I say, I was planning on it, since you won't be able to touch anything here. This displeases the goblin, for some reason, and he scowls even harder. Buddy, you're going to get stuck like that if you continue. He says, 2nd, you will give me a magical vow, to never use the sword, or anything made by any goblin, against any goblin, no matter the crime they carry against you. I frown, and think it over. Well, I can always use other weapons to carry out my revenge if some goblin does something to me. Nodding, I say, very well, I won't use anything goblin made, or the weapon that you'll help me make, into harming goblins. Now, are you any good at alchemy? Ragnuk asks, making me raise my eyebrows. When I nod, he says, my final condition, is that you will create a homunculus for me to possess, so that I can go and visit the goblin nation once again. Buddy. You realize that the homunculus won't make you alive? You'll still be dead, and as soon as your time is up, you'll get pulled to the other side. I say, bending down to look the little guy in his eyes. That's not to mention the fact that no homunculus is actually permanent. They always run out of juice. And, nope, even legilimency doesn't work on ghosts. Scowling, once again, Ragnuk says, I know. I just want to see how the goblin nation fares, 900 years after my death. I'm guessing we're still thriving, winning most of our wars, if even you, a wizard, thinks of me as the best person to reforge the URU sword. Well, I'm not going to tell him about his descendants. As for the condition of the goblin nation, he can find it out himself. Nodding, I say, I agree on all 3 of your conditions, but I'm afraid it'll take a while for your homunculus to be ready. I might have to banish you, and then summon you once again a few months later. The time limit for a ghost summon, I've observed, is about 2 days, which is how long Master Yao stayed here. And after he disappeared, I couldn't call him back using the stone for an entire day. But, that's not the point. Creating a homunculus, one designed to be possessed by a ghost, a goblin ghost to be specific, will take time. Actually creating it even more so. Even with the time slower, I'm guessing it'll take me a half a year to do them both. And that's not counting the war I'm currently in the climax of. Scowling, Ragnuk says, vow to do it then, a vow on your magic, stating all 3 of those conditions. Only then will I actually begin helping you. Nodding, I say, fine, not like I mind it. But I need vows from you too, on your very existence. I don't want you to help me craft a faulty sword, and then take all the prizes for yourself. I'll be sure to put a few contingencies in the homunculus, and his mind, in case Ragnuk tries to rat me out to the goblins. Ragnuk scowls, and says, fine. I'll do it. After I give my vows, and Ragnuk gives his own, he asks to see the dark sword once again, and says, as I said, the metal is too dark. If you craft a weapon out of this, as is, you'll corrupt your magic, turn into the worst version of yourself. And no, I don't just mean evil, you'll also become dumber than you are. Hey now. But, I thought Master Yao's ritual was supposed to cleanse the sword completely. Oh. I see, the ritual just removed the connection to the dark elf spirit. Whatever the dark elves did to URU, to turn it into dark URU, is still there. I'm guessing there's no cure for that, or Master Yao would have helped me do it already. What do you suggest then? I ask, trusting the goblin for now. As soon as he tries to go against his vows, he will be completely erased anyway, so I'll know it. Ragnuk gets a glint in his eyes, and asks, you won't happen to know where Godric Greyfinder's sword is, would you? That sword is too pure, or at least it was, that it'll perfectly balance this dark URU out. I snort, of course he wants his bloody sword back. Shaking my head, I say, I don't have the sword of Greyfinder, no. But I have something better, something so pure, that it completely erased the curses this dark sword laid upon my body. As Ragnuk looks at my face, and around the forge, to see if he can find the mysterious item, I raise my right hand up into the air, and conjure the light sword from the nowhere. The light sword, a sword of my ancestors. One of my ancestors on the Slytherin side, faced an evil enemy, a sword-wielding man empowered by some sort of demon. Anyone that touched him was corrupted by the demon, turning them into another one of his sycophants. To battle him, my ancestor, whose name was not written, commissioned a sword to be made out of a sorcerer, since they have experience dealing with demons. The sorcerer created this sword out of some unknown metal, and bound it to my ancestor's blood. Whenever one of his descendants needs to battle something dark, something evil, the sword will appear to them. If the wielder dies, the sword will become dormant, awaiting its next wielder. This is why it was rusted when I'd seen it in the Slytherin vault, this is why it came to me. Ragnuk's eyes immediately light up, and he whispers, "Perfect. Give me a couple hours alone with the swords, and we can begin with the process as soon as I understand them completely." I smile, thankful that I wasn't planning on actually using any of the two swords. The light sword, and the dark sword. Two extremes on the opposite sides of the spectrum. One pure light, the other cleansed dark. They were too much for me. The light sword I could handle using, since it didn't change anything in me. It just kept my soul purified, kept dark magic away from me, and sped my healing just a little bit. The dark sword, however, corrupted my soul, or it would if I ever use it. It did give some benefits, enlightening control, and an increase in strength and speed. Here's to hoping I don't ruin them both in my attempts of reforging them for me. Oh. Steve Rogers POV. Steve Rogers was tired, and angry. Angry at the Colonel, for sending just 7 Howling Commandos on a mission that needed all 9, at the higher-ups, for ordering the Colonel to do so, at Mason, for not fighting for his right to join Steve in capturing Zola, and at Hydra, for causing the death of his closest friend. Most of all, he was angry at himself, for not saving his friend. For not saving Bucky. They had gone on the mission 2 days ago, the first day spent in dismissing decoy trains, and obvious traps laid for them. And then, when Gabe finally found the train that Zola was on, they attacked. But, Hydra was ready for them, with flamethrowers, energy blasters, and some sort of strength-enhancing armors. And Bucky took a shot on the vibranium shield he was holding, one meant for Steve, that threw him out of the train. Steve could still remember him, hanging off a metal bar, holding on for dear life, before the speed of the train, the strain of holding on, and the tiredness from the small battle they had, took its toll on Bucky, and he fell. And now, when he had returned to London, a captured Zola now featuring a few more bruises, he had realized that Bucky wasn't the only friend he lost in this mission. Tim, poor Tim, he looked up to Mason, despite being half a decade older than him, and had gone with Mason on a separate mission, to extract a divine weapon. And now, Tim was dead, just like Bucky, the only difference being that Tim's body was actually brought back by Mason, through enemy lines. "And you didn't even find Bucky's body," a traitorous part of his mind whispered, making him gulp the rest of his whiskey and pour some more. Fat lot of good that did, as the Brits would say, since Steve can't even get drunk now. Someone sits beside Steve, in the bar the Howling Commandos had claimed as their meeting point, making Steve turn to his left. Seeing his team leader, Captain Mason Aves, or Captain Avalon, he whispers, "Mason." Captain Aves just puts his hand on Steve's shoulder, none of them saying anything for a while. Both of them were captains, both lost their closest friends in a single week. And both were angry at everyone. After having a few more drinks, neither of them getting actually drunk thanks to their respective gifts, Mason asks, "Did Zola say anything?" Steve shakes his head, and says, "I don't know. I haven't been there since I've been back." "It's... yet. It is." Mason says, both of them understanding the feeling without expressing it in words. The sound of the stool shifting makes Steve turn to his friend, his team leader, and he blinks. Mason was changed. He looked more confident now, somehow, stronger too. His eyes told the same tale, haunted as they were thanks to Tim's death. Mason was a changed man now, and just like Steve, he wanted justice for his friends. Mason also had a small change to his uniform, something he didn't have before. Over each shoulder, sword handles could be seen, the angle they were kept at hinting to Steve that the blades were curved. Mason says, "Hydra has wronged you, wronged me, and wronged the Howling Commandos. They killed 2 of our members in 2 days, and we have just their lead scientist in our hands to show for it. We cannot keep blaming ourselves for our friends' deaths, we need to show them some dignity. But, we can avenge them. As soon as Zola squeals, I'm going to be leaving to attack Schmidt. And I want to ask. Will you join me?" Steve stands up, his mind made as soon as Bucky's death actually hit, and he says, "Mason. I'll follow you to the gates of hell itself. I just have one question. What's with the swords?" Mason chuckles at the question, and it makes Steve himself smile, despite his pain. Mason raises his hands over his shoulder, and without a sound, takes the 2 swords out of their scabbards. The sword's blades were a light grey in color, although one was a bit darker than the other, with a ripple patterned across its blade. They were curved, as Steve had expected them to be, but its curvature wasn't like anything he had seen before. The handles of the swords were made out of what looked like either bone, or a giant tooth, but Steve didn't know of any animal with a tooth as big as that. The handles were covered in a leather of some kind, allowing it a good grip, and just by looking once, Steve could tell that the swords will not break easily. Oh. As Steve looks over my new swords, I smile, and say, "You're called the Shield of America, and I'm called the Sword of Britain. It didn't seem fair that you already have a shield, but I don't have a sword. And the government wasn't giving me one, so I got two for myself. Steve, meet Dermagul and Galadmagul. Dermagul, and Galadmagul. Dark sword, and light sword. Made out of dark uru, the unknown metal that made the light sword, that I'm calling mithril, and goblin silver, with a handle made of basilisk fangs. Weaker than the original dark sword in some manner, but better in others. Where these ones won't enhance my strength any, they do give me a minor boost in my reflexes. Where they won't be able to call down lightning storms, they do grant me an affinity for channeling lightning spells through them, or absorbing lightning. They can also reflect spells back to the user, or absorb the magic of spells, depending on my intention. Along with that, as long as I hold at least one of these swords, no curse will ever keep me down. The swords boost my natural healing factor so much, that as long as they're in my hands, I'm practically immortal. But, this isn't any reason to become arrogant, I'll still be on my guard, just with a better weapon at hand. Dermagul, the dark sword, was different than the Galadmagul, the light sword. Dermagul was obviously darker in nature as well as color, with its enchantments more focused towards attack. It also retained some of the dark curse that was present in the original dark sword, which will inhibit healing factors. It won't kill anyone, but it will completely stop healing factors, and stop any attempts at magical healing. The only way to heal wounds made by the dark sword, is to hold the light sword, or to allow them to heal naturally. The Galadmagul, meanwhile, was lighter in nature, with its enchantments geared more towards healing, absorbing magic spells to fuel said healing, and to give me the better instincts. Best of all, Ragnuk had helped me enchant them, personally dictating the runes and spells I needed to cast, over the 2 days we had worked on it. No one can lift the sword without my permission, and no one can harm me with any of the 2 swords. The swords can also be called to me with just a thought, making the swords appear similar to how Godric's sword appears to its heirs. Smirking darkly, I swing the swords around a few times, using the 7 days of practicing that I had done, using Iragi's memories, to stay silent through it all. My time watch had allowed me to come back 16 days into the past, thankfully well within the limits of my time travels. You made my friends die, Schmidt, Grindelwald. Now, I'll make sure you face the same fate. A/N, I am sleepy, so I might add a few gifts to the swords later. FYI, dark uru is something I cooked up, to be a metal that the dark elves created out of uru, using a dark ritual or something. It is inherently dark now, which is why Mason needed to melt the light sword too, to balance it out. Goblin silver was just added because it allowed me to have him absorb poison and all, without harming the blade. He didn't poison the sword yet, but he will whenever he needs it. Hope I didn't butcher the last part, but, as I said, I'm sleepy. I'll reread it tomorrow, and edit if I find something that needs changing. Chapter 47, The End of Hydra. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Anyone here used Lenovo Legion 5, i5 variant? Or the Asus TUF F/A15, i5/Ryzen 5? How are they? Which one would you think is better in terms of performance? Thank you. Now, read on. Johann Schmidt belongs in a bug house. He thinks he can rule the world, that he's a god. And he's willing to blow half the planet to prove it. Colonel Phillips says, with the main players of the SSR in the conference room with him. Along with Steve, the Howling Commandos, including the now sword-wielding Captain Avalon, Agent Peggy Carter, PVT Lorraine Smith, and the other captains, lieutenants, Sarga-Ents that were in the SSR were all present for this meeting, to plan the final attack on the base. He's insane. Dum Dugan says, for once with neither a cigar, nor a glass of alcohol in his hands. So's Hitler, but Schmidt has gotten very far with far less than what Hitler has. Peggy says, adding her own 2 cents, as Steve looks at her, remembering her own words at his confessions of his guilty feeling. Steve had spent a lot of time blaming himself for Bucky's death, just like he knew Mason had blamed himself for Tim's. But, in the end, both of them knew, that their friends wouldn't want them to do that. It would dishonor them, to make Bucky and Tim seem like helpless dames, in need of rescuing. They deserve their respect, their dignity. Captain Avalon, the leader of the Howling Commandos, leans forward, and says, Hitler is not an urgent problem, at least for now, Schmidt is. He's planning on blowing the world up, starting with America. Hitler, Steve had joined the war to fight Hitler, and had already punched him hundreds of times, albeit in the USO tours. But now, despite his larger army, Hitler wasn't an actual target of theirs. Falsworth, the only other Brit remaining, frowns and says, but he'll need millions of men for that, ships, planes, food, fuel, and all that. That's practically impossible to do with the small army he has, in it. Stark takes a seat at the table, right beside Steve, and says, this energy source that Schmidt is working with is something we've never seen before. We've seen firsthand how explosive the smaller batteries are, imagine one of the big ones being dropped in New York. Steve frowns, the threat of losing New York making his stomach clench. He might not have returned there in a long while, but New York was still home. He says, most of our men are either in Europe, or in the oceans. Our borders are practically defenseless, leaving Schmidt free to carry out his plan without any opposition. Colonel Phillips nods, and says, we're the opposition, and we'll defend the country, son, don't worry. We have under 24 hours, according to my new best friend, Zola, to stop Schmidt from destroying the United States of America, and then, the world. Where is he now? Jones asks, his face showing him already prepared to fight. And Steve appreciated Gabe's readiness, his fellow Americans' patriotism. The colonel points at a map, and says, here, in the middle of the Alps. 500 feet above sea level. How do we attack him there? We can't just knock on his front door. Jim Morita says, sounding annoyed. And it was understandable. The base was surrounded by mountains, and was based in the middle of another mountain. Totally fortified, as far as any normal man was concerned. Why not? Two voices ask at the same time, making everyone snap their heads towards Steve Rogers and Mason Aves. The Howling Commandos were led by men far from normal, however. Everyone was looking at them with either two thoughts in their minds, some thinking them suicidal idiots, while others wondering what the superhero duo will do now, to avenge their fallen sidekicks. And Steve hated it, Bucky being known as his sidekick, the stupid comics depicting him as some skinny teenager, and him as a buff American flag bearer. And what was even the point of depicting Bucky as 17 years old, or wearing his bright blue underwear over his pants? Bucky didn't even wear underwear of that color. Steve nods at the team leader, pushing the thoughts of Bucky to the side for now, to allow his leader to speak first. Mason leans forward, resting his arms on the table, and pauses, to think. Everyone stays silent, wanting to know what he's thinking, and they don't have to wait long, as he says, Johann Schmidt is arrogant. Ain't that the truth most of the people here think, including Steve? Mason continues, probably unknowing of the other's thoughts, he's so arrogant, that if either of us gets captured in his lands, he will order us to be taken to him, so he can kill us personally. Steve smiles half-heartedly, understanding the plan, and eager to have his revenge soon. He nods at Mason, when he looks at him, turns towards Colonel Phillips, and says, yeah, I'm going to go and knock on Schmidt's front door. Hard. Oh. Steve Rogers was ready to begin the one-person assault on the final Hydra base. Ready to begin with the revenge plan, or so he hoped. Strapping his iconic vibranium shield to his back, Steve sits on the bike Stark had made for him. Modified out of a Harley-Davidson, the bike was fitted with rocket launchers, grapple hooks, and a lot more, to allow him to get inside successfully. Starting it with a kick, Steve revs the accelerator, driving forward, straight towards the final Hydra base that they knew of, where Red Skull currently was. He was preparing to launch an assault on the United States of America, to destroy it completely. The air was thinner than normal, Steve notices, thanks to him being a quarter mile above sea level, but it doesn't bother him too much. The serum gave him a lot of advantages, and not being bothered by the higher altitude, was one he was now very thankful for. For a few miles, Steve faces no troubles, but after a while, as he gets a couple miles near to the Hydra base, 6 bikes start following after him, Hydra soldiers atop them. They fire energy blasts at him, which either strike the shield on his back, being absorbed or reflected depending on the angle, or they completely miss. Flicking a switch, Steve activates a mechanism, and sends 2 bolts flying at the trees on his left and right, both of them connecting each other with a thick metal rope. The 2 connected bolts stick to 2 trees, the rope raised tightly between them. 4 of the soldiers following him duck in time, letting the rope pass over them harmlessly, but 2 of the soldiers are too late, and get caught by the rope, which throws them off their bikes. Steve barely glances at them, and revs the accelerator, speeding up, the Hydra bikes keeping up without any issues. Stark is a genius, Steve had no doubts there, and he modified the bike as well as he could. But Hydra's bikes were fitted with the blue batteries, and were made by Arnim Zola. And so, they can easily keep up with Steve's bike. 2 of them speed up some more, and cover Steve's 2 sides, while the other 2 stay at the back, barely a couple feet away from his bike, cutting off any escape plan he might have. Steve leans back, letting a left hook by the driver on the right side pass by. Seeing the bike become unbalanced, Steve punches at the rider's head, making his helmet drop down on his eyes, blinding him. Steve flicks another switch on the bike's handle, which causes flames to shoot out of the back. The flames, going back at least 20 feet, burn the clothes, and the bags held on the sides of the bikes of the 2 Hydra soldiers. Arg! The soldiers yell, both of them in pain from the fire, and are sent crashing into the trees, creating a small explosion. The soldier he had punched, meanwhile, was still disoriented, but driving straight, while the one on his left was now reaching for Steve's bike, to turn it off. Reaching his hand towards the back of the right bike, Steve pulls a pin from the grenade kept on the bike, and brakes hard, sending the 2 bikes rushing forward. The left soldier notices Steve missing, and tries to stop, but before he can even try, the bike beside him explodes, killing both of them in a chain of explosions. Now free of any followers, Steve starts driving once again, now speeding straight towards the Hydra base's entrance, and in no time, has it in his sights. The entrance was guarded by a giant tank, no doubt one of the energy-shooting kind, while the side walls had many Hydra soldiers with their guns pointed outwards, at him. Pulling the shield off his back, Steve fixes it to the handle, covering his body from the sights of the soldiers, and keeps driving. The tank notices Steve first, and starts shooting energy blasts at him, while the Hydra soldiers switch between normal bullets, and energy bullets, everyone trying to hit Steve. Steve ducks his head, knowing that nothing is in between him and the tank, allowing the shield to do its job. A few blasts get close, blowing the earth near him up, but none of them manage to make Steve lose his balance, or his sight. Some even hit his shield, but the vibranium shield just absorbs the energy, allowing him to go forth unharmed. As soon as he gets close enough to the tank, Steve flicks a third switch, and presses a button right beside it, arming, and then launching 2 missiles at the tank, from the missile launcher. Boom! The tank explodes, sending many Hydra soldiers flying through the air, dead, or injured. Alas, the gate was still blocked by the exploded remains of the tank. Turning the bike's handle, Steve aims towards the inclined wall of the Hydra base, and speeds up, going full throttle. As soon as he reaches the wall, he uses his superior strength to lean back, and lifts the front wheel of the bike, allowing it to run over the wall easily. As he lands, now inside the Hydra base, surrounded by Hydra soldiers, Steve revs his bike once more, and starts dodging the energy blasts, while using his fists to hit a few Hydra soldiers that get in his way. Steve puts his leg down, braking, to make the bike skid, and revs the accelerator once again, this time aiming the bike towards the base's building wall. Clicking a big red button, he puts the shield on his left arm, and jumps off of the bike, sending it wheeling towards the wall. As soon as the bike hits the wall, it blows up, the explosion breaking the wall down completely. That should give them a good opening later. Steve thinks, as he rolls to a stop, immediately throwing his shield at one Hydra soldier's chest. And then, Steve begins fighting the grounded soldiers, alone. He fights hard, killing some soldiers, knocking others out, but after a few minutes of doing that, he finds himself surrounded by 2 guys, wielding 2 flamethrowers each, and then more than 50 Hydra energy weapons. Raising his hand, Steve sighs, finally surrendering, allowing the Hydra soldiers to handcuff him, and starts following them towards Red Skull's office. Arrogance may not be a purely American trait, but you, Captain Rogers, you surely do it better than everyone else. Red Skull says, as a group of 30 soldiers bring Steve Rogers towards him, in handcuffs, and at gunpoint. Steve's shield was held by one of the Hydra soldiers, who had stayed as far away from Steve as possible, to not give him an opportunity to steal it back. Steve Rogers glares at Red Skull's red disfigured face, some of his anger at Bucky's death coming back, and says, "Get me out of these cuffs, and let's go a few rounds. We'll see who's too arrogant then." Red Skull chuckles, as he walks towards Steve, who was himself surrounded by more than 30 soldiers, and Red Skull himself. He says, "There are limits to what even you can do, Captain Rogers. Or did Erskine tell you otherwise? Did he tell you that you would be invincible? He told me you're insane." "I'm inclined to agree," Steve says, having a stare-off with Red Skull, now just an arm length away from him. John Schmidt leans forward, and says, "He resented my genius, denied me the serum, and I had to forcefully take it from him. But you. He gave you everything willingly. What makes you so special?" Remembering Bucky's face, from when Mason had asked them both to join the Howling Commandos, he says, "Nothing. I'm just a kid from Brooklyn." This seems to anger Schmidt, who refuses to believe that there is nothing special about Steve. There has to be something, or so he believes, which Erskine was the only one to see. Pulling his hand back, he punches Steve's face with full force, throwing Steve onto the ground, knocking his breath out. The guards holding Steve pull him up, allowing Schmidt to punch his face once again. And again, and again. Finally, when Schmidt stops, Steve looks up, bleeding a little from his cheek, panting, and says, "I can do this all day." Schmidt glares at him, and pulls an energy lugger out. Pointing it at Steve's head, he says, "I believe you might be able to. But unfortunately for you, I'm on a tight schedule." As he prepares to pull the trigger, one of the Hydra soldiers holding on to Steve kicks his leg up, sending the gun flying out of Schmidt's hand. At the same time, 3 soft thunks sound, as bolts are fired at the wall, right near the window looking over the mountains. Red Skull takes another gun out, and points it at the Hydra soldier, but a second kick lands on his chest, sending him flying back into the wall to his back. Intruder! One of the other soldiers holding on to Steve yells, as he starts pulling his gun out. Steve, taking the opportunity, punches his handcuffed fists upwards, hitting the stomach of the Hydra soldier, and knocks him out with another two-handed punch. Immediately, the other soldiers run at the rogue soldier and Steve, who was now starting to get up, to attack them. However, before anyone can do so, the window breaks, sending glass shattering down, as 3 people enter through it by way of ziplines, and start firing their guns at the Hydra soldiers. Red Skull takes the moment of distraction to escape, running out of the room. The rogue soldier removes his helmet, goggles, and mask, showing himself to be the Howling Commandos leader, Captain Mason Aves, Captain Avalon. With 2 swift moves, he lifts a Hydra soldier up, and swings his body around himself. This causes the closest soldiers to either drop down, or get thrown back. He then throws the body forcefully at a group of Hydra soldiers, sending them crashing down. From over his back, Mason takes off his 2 new shiny swords, making many people, including Steve, wonder how they had remained unnoticed, and starts slashing at the Hydra soldiers closest to him. With one slash, he first breaks the cuffs that bound Steve's hands together, and starts attacking the Hydra soldiers. Steve, now free of his bounds, punches a Hydra soldier away from him, and steals a gun from one of the people fallen on the ground, and starts shooting, not as enthusiastic as Mason in fighting close combat. Cutting the head of the Hydra soldier who had run at him with Steve's shield, he throws the shield at Steve, and yells, "Go! We'll deal with this lot and follow after you." Steve nods, catching the shield gratefully, and runs outside the room, using the shield to bash a few heads while running, and shooting a few more people on the way out. Mason POV. Grinning, once Steve leaves, I slash my sword over the chest of one of the soldiers surrounding me, and yell, "Let's show them what us Howling Commandos are made of, boys." Dugan fires a Hydra blaster he had stolen at a few of the Hydra soldiers, making them disintegrate, and says, "Way ahead of you, Captain." Seeing an energy blast go for my head, I raise Galad Magol up, absorbing the energy blast. Ducking down under the punch of a second Hydra soldier, I stab the same sword in his chest, causing him to gasp. The energy that I had absorbed from the energy blast is released into the body of the Hydra soldier, disintegrating him with a blue flash of light. Snapping my head, I glare at the Hydra soldier who had fired the energy blast at me, and throw my sword at him, stabbing him in the chest. Running forward, I jump on his body, removing the sword from his chest, and spin around myself, beheading him and 2 other Hydra goons that were near me. The swords were amazingly sharp, able to cut through bone with just some effort. Despite being curved, with blades almost 4 feet long each, both the swords were also pretty well balanced, and I can throw them at my targets easily if I want to. And my feral side was loving it. Guns, magic, that's all well and good, but my feral side absolutely loves fighting close combat, either armed, or unarmed. And fighting with swords, even after the mental training I've had, always brings a smile to my face. Seeing a Hydra goon aiming a big blaster at Dernier, I jump in between, and hold my swords up, crossing them in front of my chest. And not a moment too soon, as I feel the Tesseract energy blast hit my swords, sending me skidding a bit backwards. The energy blast does nothing else, however, and my swords absorb the energy easily. "That's impossible." The man whispers, in German, his hand dropping down in horror. Smirking at him, I say, "Buddy, you have no idea what's possible." And then, he gets shot in the head, courtesy of Dernier. He looks at me, my swords, and then back at me again, and says, "I don't know what those swords are made of, Captain, but keep at it." Chuckling, I continue my attack on the Hydra goons, and yell, "For Bucky and Timmy." Getting the same yells in return, from my Howling Commandos. "Now! Begin the attack!" Jim yells, into a mic he was wearing, with a transceiver set up in his backpack. Which means the SSR should begin their attack from the outside now. While I keep to close range, using my swords to cut, slash, and stab my way towards the exit door, Dugan, Jim Morita, James Falsworth, Dernier, and Jones use their guns and Hydra blasters to kill the soldiers from afar. Those that did get close to the other Howling Commandos get killed by one of them. Soon, within a couple minutes, 6 of us take care of all 35 Hydra soldiers that were inside the hall, and start jogging outside. For a few minutes, we keep running, taking care of any Hydra soldiers we meet in between. But, suddenly, I stop, making all my fellow Howling Commandos stop with me, pointing their weapons at the single man standing right in front of us, without showing a single care at the weapons pointed at him. "You know him, Captain." Dugan asks, seeing me glare at the man hatefully, without pointing my weapon at him. I hold my swords to my side, and say, you guys go on forward. Join the rest in clearing the base. This is personal. Dugan stares at me for a second, and then nods. Seeing the others reluctant to leave, he says, let's go, boys. And leads them through another door. As the 5 howling commandos leave, I crack my neck, and say, you made a huge mistake of showing yourself to me, Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald, the current Dark Lord, the one the majority of the wizarding world is at war with, just smiles, and operates away. Scowling, I run forward, holding my hand out at the spot he operated from, and follow the trail of his apparition to the destination, appearing inside a hall that is as big as the one we had fought and killed the soldiers in just now. Following apparition isn't easy, and you need to have a good sense for feeling magic, and a good control over your apparition. Even still, you can only do it for a few seconds after the apparition. After that, you need specific spells, and artifacts to do it. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet, and I can definitely apparate competently. Looking around, I see Grindelwald with his back to me, and over 24 Hydra soldiers pointing their guns at the two of us. Stop right there. One of them, wearing a lab coat, yells at us, making us stop. He then turns towards his underlings, and says, start the ritual, you idiots. That's Captain Avalon. It is then, that I look, really look. The hall we were in was covered in familiar runes, while behind the small army of Hydra soldiers, were 3 bodies kept on metal beds, bound by heavy shackles. My nose catches their scents, and I notice that they have something similar smelling to me and Grindelwald, a component that is not present in the other Hydra soldiers. Magic. Wizards. Immediately, I snap my hand forward, firing a piercing hex at the head scientist here, hoping to kill him before he can activate the ritual. Unfortunately, a transparent shield makes itself known, stopping my spell from killing him. I turn towards Grindelwald, now even more angry. Grindelwald looks at me, as I growl at him, and says, you think I am your enemy, Captain Aves? See this, see what they're trying to achieve. They might not have gotten to do it with your blood, but there are other wizards, and they have managed to capture a few already. You just fucking stopped me from stopping the ritual, you manipulative bastard. Scowling, I say, don't pretend as if you didn't help them in this ritual, Grindelwald. I know what you've planned, and it will only succeed if the summoning happens. Smirking, Grindelwald says, oh, but it has already succeeded. You just don't know it yet. I run towards him, aiming to behead him before killing the Hydra soldiers, but before I even reach there, he waves his hand, sending a giant ball of blue flames at me. Just by looking at it for a few microseconds, I can tell that these flames are dangerous. Dark. They're the flames that he developed the spell Protego Diabolica from. These flames don't just burn. They completely destroy any flesh they touch. Even my healing factor might have a problem healing from that. I stop, and raise my swords, absorbing the fire spell with my swords. As the flames dissipate, getting slowly absorbed into my sword, I throw my hand forward, sending a reducto through the flames. Unfortunately, my spell hits the wall, Grindelwald nowhere to be seen. But there is something else, something I didn't want happened. A glowing red portal, about 2 meters in diameter, had made itself known, on one end of the ritual runes. And floating in front of it, were the 3 previously bound wizards. The 3 wizards were connected to the portal with 5 red tendrils each joined to their limbs and the back of their heads, and their eyes glowed red, their muscles strangely bulging. All in all, they looked completely different from the malnourished wizards which Hydra had in their hands, which Grindelwald probably gave them. As one, the 3 wizards turn to look at me, and smile, menacingly. I duck, on instinct, letting a giant fucking tentacle go by, and raise my sword, waving it upwards to cut it off. My highly enchanted, highly magical sword cuts through, causing the large 20 feet long tentacle to drop down, separated from the portal. But almost immediately after, the single tentacle is replaced by 2 other tentacles coming out of the portal, to attack me, while ignoring the Hydra soldiers completely. They just enjoy the show, watching me dodge for my life. These tentacles look like they belong to an octopus, or a squid, and have suckers on their sides. I doubt getting stuck on one of those suckers will be good for me, and I'm not willing to try and find out. It has succeeded. The champion of Hydra is here. The Hydra scientist yells, excitedly looking at the 3 men hovering in front of the portal, 3 green tentacles still coming from the portal. Dodging the tentacles by jumping over one of them, I cut another one, and look towards the idiot who summoned an actual demon. I can feel it, this demon's magic. It's dark, not as dark as Set's, but dark. Definitely evil. Whatever demon this is definitely stronger than Set was when he came to Earth, however. And this demon hasn't possessed a muggle, no. This one has possessed 3 wizards, while also keeping a portal open to its dimension. Which means these tentacles were not just magical representations of the demon, they were his actual tentacles. My eyes notice the three wizards, whose scent has now gotten absolutely disgusting, and I shiver, accidentally causing one of the tentacles to hit my sword hand, sending me flying back. And this is why I was so afraid of Hydra using my blood for the ritual. With me thrown away, thankfully unharmed, the three wizards turn their heads to look at the Hydra scientist. One of them holds his hand out to him, and the magic of the wizards, now amplified by the possession, lifts the helpless muggle up, pulling him towards them. No, no. What are you doing? You're supposed to help us. You're our champion. The scientist yells, as he helplessly tries to grab onto air, to pull himself back down. Alas, it is to no avail, and the possessed wizards pull him closer with no opposition. As soon as the wizard holds the muggle by his head, the scientist shrivels up, as if all his energy was sucked into the wizard, and dies. And then, the wizard throws the mummified body down, causing it to break a leg just from being dropped 6 feet. We are no one's champion. The monster possessing the wizard says, the three people speaking at once, smiling at me, as I keep dodging the now 4 tentacles. Okay, this is not that bad, I'm having no trouble keeping up, but I need to find a way to shut the portal down. The Hydra soldiers, now afraid, start shooting their guns, and Tesseract-powered weapons at the wizards. Unfortunately for them, all of the attacks are stopped by a transparent shield spell being raised in front of the three wizards. So, the possession allows the demon to use their magic. Wonder why Set didn't try that with me. Maybe he just wanted my soul, for a quick power boost? Could be, this demon doesn't seem to be too focused on increasing his strength, since his dimension is just an open portal away. The possessed wizards snap their heads towards the muggles, and almost immediately, a dozen more tentacles shoot out of the portal and fly towards the muggles. The first one to get caught by the tentacles is also turned into a shriveled husk, his life force getting absorbed by the demon, and the others soon follow, one by one. Okay, not letting the tentacles touch me is a great decision. Jumping over a tentacle, and sending the second one away from me by hitting it with the blunt side of my sword, I take aim, while still mid-jump, and throw my sword at the edge of the portal, hoping the magic-absorbing properties of the sword will close the portal, or at least destabilize it. Unfortunately, one of the wizards teleports in between, and raises his hand, casting a shield charm. The shield spell powered by the corrupted and amplified magic of the demon is not enough to stop my enchanted Dermagul, however, and the sword pierces the head of the wizard, after passing through the admittedly thick shield spell. Waving my right hand, I telekinetically spin the sword downwards, using it to split the wizard into 2 pieces, and summon my sword back. The tentacles retreat from their offense, as the number of possessed wizards goes down to 2. Sorry, nameless wizard. But at least you aren't suffering now. The 2 wizards stare at me, the muggles all dead, and as one, they screech, Oshturs spawn. Join us, as one of our vessels. You will be immortal, invincible, unharmed. Refuse, and you shall die. Ha, immortal, invincible, unharmed? I literally killed one of your vessels in one move. Shrugging, I put my swords back on my back, for now, and say, I've heard it all before. Now, go back to whence you came from, willingly, and you won't be thrown there. My swords, while immensely helpful, have a drawback in this fight. Every time I cut into a tentacle, 2 more join the fight. At least, the demon seems to have a few rules. It won't attack with a new tentacle, unless it is attacked, or if a tentacle is cut off. Really doing the job of champion of Hydra, following their motto. Cut off 1 tentacle, 2 more shall take its place. The 2 wizards smile, and in unison, say, you have chosen death. So it shall be. Almost immediately, 13 tentacles speed towards me, their tips pointing towards different parts of my body. Raising my hand, I wandlessly, and silently cast the Presidio charm, the shield spell designed to keep anything physical out. In slow motion, thanks to my enhanced senses, I see the tentacles stab towards my heart, head, hands, thighs, and even my butt, and approach the Presidio charm. I see the tentacles stab at the shield, and then I see the shield get sucked into the tentacles, their magic absorbed by them. I widen my eyes, and apparate towards another end, just in time to see the tentacles stab into the ground. Seeing the tentacles now speed towards my new location, I raise my hands up, spreading my legs a bit. Focusing on the universal magic, I yell, Shield of the Seraphim. This creates a giant circular Tal mandala, in front of me, with a diameter of about 2 meters. The Shield of the Seraphim is a normal spell, based on just universal energy. The only reason it is called that, is because it was invented by a seraph sorcerer. It is however one of the strongest shield spells in sorcery. Slam. The tentacles slam into my shield, and stop, not absorbing the magic this time. Although I do get pushed back a bit. Hey, curious. Separating my 2 hands, I split the Tau Mandala into 2 semicircular magic blades, and throw them both at the tentacles, sending them waving through the air in a spiral motion. The blades cut through one tentacle after another, and are only stopped by a shield being raised by the possessed wizards. So, the demon can use and absorb wizarding magic spells, but that's probably only because it is possessing 2 wizards right now. But they, or it, cannot absorb sorcery spells. Dodging another attempt by the tentacles to capture me, my enhanced senses, agility, and reflexes having little to no trouble with it, I wave my hand and fire a few rapid spells at the tentacles. Stupefy, Reducto, Bombarda, Expulso, multiple spells fly towards the tentacles, and hit them, one or multiple at a time. But, as expected, the spells are all absorbed by the tentacles, which remain unharmed. Instead, the tentacles seem to become a bit larger. The difference isn't too observable, but I can see it. Jumping back, I use my nails to climb the wall, and whisper, Foolman. Sending a bolt of lightning flying out of my hand, towards the dozen or so tentacles that had decided on me as a personal target. The lightning bolt hits a single tentacle, causing it to stop, and start twitching repeatedly. Jumping down, I blast at the tentacles with a fireball, making them all scatter, desperate to avoid the flames. One tentacle does get caught in the flames, and is burned to ashes, completely. Ah, I see. It does have weaknesses. You dare. The 2 wizards yell, at once, their eyes glowing a lot more than before, as the room starts to tremble. The portal behind the 2 wizards starts slowly expanding, and then, suddenly the portal is filled with tentacles, all of them speeding towards me. Ah! Shit! I whisper, seeing almost 100 new tentacles aiming at killing me. One touch, and it's over. Operating out of there, I cast the flying runes on my bones, thankful that I have gotten quick at doing that, and float into the air, invisibly looking over the tentacles and the wizard searching for me. The tentacles crash into the walls, and keep attacking empty air, in an effort to find me, allowing me the time to think over all I've learned about the demon. Fire and lightning works, but other wizarding magic spells are all absorbed. Which means I'm limited to sorcery spells, telekinesis, and elemental spells. And unless I want the demon to escape this hall, and let loose on the rest of the world, I need to be quick in taking care of it. Where's the Ancient One when you need her? I can just see her stupid face, saying, I trusted you to deal with it by yourself, Sorcerer Aves. With a damn smile, too, if I ask her about it. My instincts flare up, making my kick off the wall I was resting in front of, just barely dodging a thin tentacle, that stabs a foot deep into the wall. Glad that isn't me, I wave my hand, conjuring an orange disc blade made of condensed universal magic, and throw it. The orange disc cuts through the tentacle cleanly, and dissipates as soon as its job is done. Now visible, I lean back, to let 2 more tentacles pass, and take my swords out, cutting them off. Once more, I throw the swords at the wizards, hoping to kill them and block the demon's sight into this dimension. Seeing a thick tentacle rise up to defend the wizards from the 2 thrown swords, I snap my fingers, with purpose, creating 2 portals in the path of the swords, that open right in front of the possessed wizards' smirking faces. My swords stab into their heads with a snick sound, and a wave of my hand causes them to vertically cut them into 2 equal parts. So, the demon is now blinded. But just killing the wizards isn't enough, I need to close the portal too. The tentacles raise up, the demon now blinded, and snap towards every direction, not knowing where to attack. I apparate away from my spot, seeing 2 tentacles approach me from different directions, and frown, seeing the demon start destroying the room. If it keeps this up, the muggles will find out about the demon, and I don't want that. Focusing on my connection to the universe, I make my hands glow white, and drop down on the ground, slamming my hands on the floor. With a crashing sound, we disappear from the real world, appearing inside the mirror dimension. The way this works, is everything living, and non-living things touching those that are living, that are present in the room or the vicinity of the spell cast, are taken to the mirror dimension. The room expands, allowing the demon a lot more space to rampage in. But now, it can't harm the real world. Well done, Captain Avalon. You isolated the demon. The annoying voice of Grindelwald says, as he makes himself known right behind me. I spin my sword around, hoping to kill him, but Grindelwald is no longer there. Instead, now a dozen meters to my left, he asks, but you see, the ICW has already sent a delegation to the base, and what will they find, I wonder? The runes marked with wizard blood, shriveled up bodies of muggles, and a group of dead wizards, cut by the sword of the champion of muggles. What will you do now? Will you deal with the demon, or will you go outside the mirror dimension, risking me letting the demon out once again, to deal with the evidence of the muggles killing a wizard? Scowling, I look at him, and then at the demon rampaging around in the mirror dimension, the number of tentacles now increased to 100. Fuck, Grindelwald has me trapped here right now. I can see a sling ring on his fingers, meaning he actually has a way out of here, and this means his threat of letting the demon out is not unfounded. If the ICW find out that Muggles, Hydra, or not, have used even a single wizard in a summoning ritual that went really bad, and that I killed said wizards, there'll be a heck of a lot of trouble. Not just for me, but for the wizarding world too, and the Muggle world. The ICW might believe me, when I tell them that Grindelwald was working with Hydra, giving them wizarding secrets, since I actually do have proof in the form of the wizards I arrested while fighting Hydra. But the common people? The recruitment for Grindelwald's army will at least double up, thinking his ideology to be actually right. And this will only fuel the wizards' fear of the Muggles. Fear of a genocide. But that only works if Grindelwald is alive to take advantage of it. Slamming my foot down on the ground, I manipulate the mirror dimension to send a ripple through the ground beneath us, which slams into a shield spell cast by Grindelwald. The force of my attack throws him into the air. Waving my hand, I use telekinesis on his clothes, to throw Grindelwald towards the tentacle demon, and smile, seeing a tentacle catch him. My smile slips, however, when I see Grindelwald's face change right before my eyes, into the face of someone else, before the person shrivels up, and dies. That wasn't Grindelwald? Grindelwald appears before me once again, this time in an astral projection, and says, "You really thought it would be this easy to defeat me? I have seen countless fights happening between us, Captain Avalon. I've spent decades, preparing for our eventual confrontation. And I can tell you this, Captain Aves. I am going to succeed." And then, he disappears, just in time, since my killing curse strikes empty air. Cursing myself, I apparate away, letting a few tentacles slam harmlessly into the ground. Okay, time to deal with you. Putting my arms into a praying gesture, I close my eyes, spreading my legs apart. I slide my right leg back, bending both knees, and with a snap, point both my palms at the portal. On my hands, 2 white orbs of light are formed, which cover my entire hand. Shackles of binding. I shout, not too loudly, while pointing those mystic palms at the tentacle monster. 2 mystic bolts of white light fly from my hands, towards the tentacles. Those 2 tentacles split into 4, which split into 16, and so on and on. Each one of the tendrils slams into a single tentacle, and completely covers it in white light, shackling the demon in the mystic bindings of my spell. The spell forces the demon to stop its movement, making it freeze. The strength behind the demon is still too much, however, and I could feel the tendrils slowly moving towards me, the tentacles too stubborn to stop completely. Damn, this spell was designed to stop rampaging demon hordes, and the tentacle demon was still causing the spell to move? Holding my left hand straight, I move my right hand, and tap it on the left hand, to transfer the spell from the right to my left. As soon as it happens, the magnitude of my effort seemed to be halved, and the tentacles get closer to my position, still far away, but now moving a bit faster. Clenching my teeth, I focus on my magic, on my anger at everything. My hatred at Grindelwald, at Hydra, for cooking this shit up, at the magical world for being stupid enough to fall for Grindelwald's charms. Sufficiently in the mood, I summon my wand, point it at the demon, and angrily yell, "Fiend fire!" Dark red flames erupt from the tip of my wand, and drop down on the ground between me and the tentacles. Those flames rise up, getting bigger still being fed by my wand, and start moving wildly. Within a few seconds, those flames form into a giant tidal wave, and with a wave of my wand, the wave starts moving towards the tentacles. The tentacles closest to me, still caught by my shackles of binding spell, are immediately caught by the raging inferno, and catch fire. As soon as that happens, however, my shackles break, the fiend fire even eating that magic to fuel its rage. This allows the tentacles to move again, but this time, my flames follow them. Almost immediately, the tentacles stop their advance towards me, and start their retreat towards the portal, now speeding up. Raising my left hand up, I focus all my attention on the flames, and use them to chase the tentacles towards the portal. The demon keeps retreating, and goes through the portal, giving one final screech from a small mouth, opening up on the tentacles. Scree! The high pitch of the noise is enough to make my ears bleed, but I ignore it, choosing to focus on the cursed flames. Seeing the flames try to go through the portal, I clench my hand to stop the flames before they can follow the tentacles into the portal. The flames might kill the demon, taking over the dimension, slowly becoming sentient, or the demon might adapt to the flames, making it so I have no weapon against it in the future. Sighing, I wave my hand, casting the flag-rate charm to write runes all around the portal. Closing my eyes, I focus on magically connecting those runes together, to cast a runic spell. This runic spell activated as soon as my magic connects the runes together, and with a snap, breaks the portal into energy dust, closing it up. Meanwhile, my fiend fire seeks out the remaining cut-off pieces of the tentacle, and burns them to ash, until nothing remains, and keeps looking for more things to burn, now starting to get out of control. Well, I am not a dark wizard, and hence, fiend fire does sometimes get loose. Thankfully, I have a way to deal with it. Holding my hand forward, I create a runic spell on my hand. Even if it looks very similar to the Tau mandalas of sorcery, the runic spell is a completely wizarding spell. A simple blue-colored circular disc, almost transparent, with runes written along the circumference. Holding my runic spelled hand in front of me, I whisper, absorb. Immediately, the flames start getting sucked into the runic spell, as if I had created a black hole in my hand. The runic spell does not just suck in the spell, but it also purifies it, into pure magic, and feeds it back to me. Alas, this only works if I was the original caster in the first place. If I try it with someone else's spells, I'll either lose access to my magic, temporarily, or turn into a squib. Or explode, depending on what I'm trying to absorb. So no absorbing spells, Rin Egan style, for me. My job done, I look over the mirror dimension to see if I missed anything, and create a portal back to the Hydra base, outside the mirror dimension. As soon as the portal opens, I see a small squad of aurors and unspeakables, along with some familiar faces, all pointing their weapons at me, through the portal. Ignoring the threat, I walk through the portal, and look around. In front of me, surrounding the portal I had just come through, were about 24 aurors, belonging to various nations, and half a dozen unspeakables. Behind them, stood a few members of the ICW, including the Flamels, the Chinese Emperor Xiang, a few national leaders I didn't know of, and the curious form of Professor Dumbledore. Put your hands in the air, and don't move. One of the French aurors yells, right at my face. Already annoyed at Grindelwald's convoluted plan of getting more members to his army, I snap my hand downwards, telekinetically disarming the 24 ICW aurors that were pointing their wands at me, and float their wands facing towards their own faces. The aurors all gulp, while the unspeakables take a few steps back, their wands still in their hands. Seeing the familiar face of Headmaster Dippet walk towards me from the back, I call out, Headmaster. It's Grindelwald, he did it. Headmaster Dippet nods, his attention already on me from the beginning, and says, we already suspected it, child. Is the demon dealt with? Nodding, I ignore the now scared aurors, and walk towards the headmaster with Dumbledore, the Flamels and Emperor Xiang approaching too. With a snap of my fingers, I drop all the wands I had captured onto the ground, not wanting to play too much. This is a serious matter. Nodding at them all in greetings, I say, I managed to send the demon back into whatever realm it came from, and closed the portal. But this doesn't erase anything. Grindelwald gave a summoning ritual to Muggles, that has to be the worst betrayal to wizardkind since the days of Camelot. That is, if you manage to prove that Grindelwald actually gave them the ritual. Dumbledore says, his hands in his pockets, making me snap my head towards him. Before I can show him exactly what I think of his opinion, he raises his hands to appease me, and says, I am not accusing you of anything, Mason. But Gellert hates Muggles with a passion. Why would he give them something so dangerous? Something that can result in the deaths of at least 3 wizards? This doesn't make sense to me, and it won't make sense to the common people either. As opposed to you. Because I am a wizard fighting in a war for the Muggles, and have some sort of loyalty to them? Oh, piss off, I might not hate Muggles, but do understand, Dumbledore, that if there ever came a fight between wizards and Muggles, my second choice would always be to fight for the wizards. The first option, will be to prevent a war altogether. I hiss, furiously glaring at Dumbledore. How dare he play the devil's advocate, here of all places? And him, the teenage friend of Grindelwald, is daring to question my loyalty? Calm down, child. Nicholas Flamel says, resting his hand on my shoulder. As I stop speaking, moving my head away from Dumbledore, Flamel says, and you? Don't be an idiot, Albus. The boy has just been in a battle with a demon that your friend helped summon. It might not make sense, but he did summon it, and you know it. I take a few breaths, to calm myself down. I'm already angry at Grindelwald for getting away from my hands, what he said to me repeatedly going through my head. He said he has already seen many battles happen between us. Does that mean his scrying has improved? Does my tattoo not work on his scrying now? Is he now able to look into alternate timelines? Because how else would he see many different versions of our fight? How many fights has he won? How many have I? Will I win this one, the real one? And does Grindelwald know that? Headmaster Dippet says, we've read the reports Mason sent after the arrests he made. Grindelwald's people were found mostly in the middle of Hydra bases. His disappearance was also well documented, and you've personally seen the signs of Grindelwald having a hand there, Albus. Don't deny it. Yes, it is unlike Grindelwald to help Muggles like this, but he's already helping Hitler in Berlin. What makes you believe he can't be helping this Hydra too? Just to fulfill some sick purpose of his. Oh, his purpose is sick all right. I whisper, once more back into the conversation, getting curious looks in return. Running my fingers through my hair, I take a deep breath to calm myself, and conjure a seat underneath me to sit down. Ignoring their looks at my feet of wandlessly, silently conjuring the chair, I say, Grindelwald wanted the wizarding world to see, that even muggles can use summoning rituals, just by using wizard blood. And he wanted to show the muggles, that wizarding blood has power within it, so that muggles like Hydra can start targeting wizards once again. Can any of you guarantee that none of the muggles out there know about the power in our blood, that Grindelwald has kept the statute intact? Can you guarantee that none of the wizards here will join Grindelwald, as soon as they realize what muggles can do with wizarding blood? This explanation has somehow caught the notice of every wizard there, and there's an eerie silence all around the half-destroyed room. Glaring at Dumbledore, I say, you needed proof? Well, I don't have it. What I do have, is his purpose for doing all that. This was his purpose, he didn't want the demon to even win. He was actually counting on someone defeating the demon, and he purposefully led me straight to this ritual chamber. He just wanted to orchestrate a war with the Muggle world, and now, he has probable cause to do so. Doesn't matter that the cause had his own hand behind it. For a minute, no one says anything, each of us just staying silent to think of the repercussions. Grindelwald played a heck of a game, that I had seen coming, but couldn't do anything to prevent it. I had thought that by destroying the ritual, and my blood, that I've prevented it from happening, but Grindelwald must have provided them with other wizards. I had thought that I could stop Grindelwald before he could use the ritual, but I failed. I'd thought that I could deal with whatever demon came here, and this is the only part of my thoughts that I succeeded in. Someone sighs, making me look up, as Nicholas Flamel says, no matter what had happened in this battle, Grindelwald was bound to win. News will leak, both in the Muggle world, and the Wizarding one, and this demon will become known. It is impossible for even the ICW to hide such a large-scale ritual. Grindelwald will get more recruits for his army, and he will get the war he wants, soon, if not now. Nodding, Headmaster Dippet says, Mason, I'm afraid it is time for Captain Avalon to disappear from the Muggle world. Your need there has disappeared, but we need your help on the wizarding side of things now. Albus, please work on breaking the blood pact faster. We need all the wands we can get. I nod, although a little reluctant. I knew I was gonna have to disappear soon enough. The Muggles would have never let me live my life otherwise. I'm a superior soldier, experimented on by the Nazis to become stronger. And the royal family already knows I'm a wizard too. This makes me prime recruitment material, or a top quality test subject. Closing my eyes, I expand my telepathy, to see what the Muggles are up to. Dugan was looking for me, while the others were with Peggy. The war was won, it seems, and this base captured. But at a steep cost. Steve was alone, in a plane, heading towards America. And he will be forced to drop it into the ocean soon. I guess this is how our story ends, Steve? Both the captains of the Howling Commandos disappearing right after the final Hydra battle. One beneath frozen waters, and one forced into hiding because of the actions of another wizard. Seeing Dumbledore apparate away, I scowl, and say, do you believe he will want to fight Grindelwald still? His arguments make it sound as if he's trying to justify Grindelwald's actions. Pernell Flamel, the one I had asked this question to, pats my shoulder, and says, love makes us stupid, child. Albus wants to believe that his friend is still the handsome visionary he fell in love with, even if he knows it isn't the truth. Do not worry, when the time comes, he will fight Grindelwald. Well, when the time comes, I'll be there with him. If Dumbledore hesitates even little, I'll be there to take over the fight. It's high time I stop holding my magical strength back. Besides, Grindelwald has already seen our battles happening, so I'll be sure to give him a good actual fight. Seeing none of the people looking at me, I silently apparate away, without anyone even knowing. My apparition had gotten a lot better in these days, thanks to implementing some of the ninjas' training, and a small time spell. I disappeared so fast, that I was there one moment, and somewhere else the next. The wormhole-like sensation of being pulled through a narrow tube was still there, however the changes were on the outside. I no longer folded within myself, to show myself entering into the wormhole. It happened instantaneously, making just a small wisp of smoke appear, due to the friction that my fast movement causes. The time spell, however, made it so that despite spending some finite amount of time inside the apparition tunnel, I came out at the exact time I entered it. Instantaneous teleportation, the first of its kind. And Grindelwald still managed to run away from me. Which means, I need something to give me an edge. Appearing in the Aves manner, I summon the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw to me, and sit down. I need some practice in fighting strong wizards, and I have access to one of the strongest witches of all time. Hello, Mason. It's been a long time, since you've been here. Rowena says, as soon as I appear in the corner of the astral plane, that is connected to the diadem. Smiling, I summon my wand, and say, yeah, I need your help in preparing for a fight. Time to see if Grindelwald is as good as he claims to be, and time to see if I'm actually a competent enough wizard. A/N, I took my second dose, y'all. Finally fully vaccinated. This means I'm a bit sick, and hence, might have left a few mistakes in the chapter. Please understand if that happens. Thanks for the support, and love you've shown my FIC, shown me. Thank you. Chapter 48, Kasha. A/N, Pat2, HelloDarkness07. Sorry for being late, I had gone to Mumbai for some college-related work. It's been a year since I've completed my masters, and the university still hasn't given us our degrees. Hopefully, they release them soon. Read on. Captain Avalon. Gone? London, on the 4th of March, the Howling Commandos under the leadership of Captain Sir Mason Aves, or Captain Avalon, had attacked the final Hydra base in Austria. During the attack, Captain Avalon was forced to separate from his team, to fight one of Hydra's enhanced people. Officer Timothy Dugan, the one who was left with the command of the Howling Commandos, went back to the factory, after the battle was won, after Captain Steve Rogers tragically lost his own life fighting the Red Skull, to search for Captain Avalon. But after hours of searching, none of the Howling Commandos found a single trace of either him, or the man they had seen Captain Avalon follow. Is he dead, just like Captain America? Did something happen to him? We, at the Daily Post, interviewed some of Captain Avalon's closest friends, and some acquaintances about this. His friends in the SSR, all refused to believe that he has deserted, saying that Captain Avalon would rather die, than desert his post. His former lover, a PVT Lorraine Smith of the SSR, had this to say: Captain Aves is as selfless as they come. We first met when he rescued 50 soldiers out of Hydra hands, and then he rescued hundreds more. If, and this is a big if, he has actually deserted, then he deserves to have his privacy. He has already done so much for the general public, for the people of USA, UK, France, Canada, and even India. He, and the other Howling Commandos, lost 2 friends in such a short amount of time. But, we're going with the opinion that he has been captured, and are going to search for him, to rescue him from wherever he is. His old caretakers, at the Stockwell's orphanage where he was raised, claimed that Captain Avalon last came here right after his friend Timothy Roth's death, and that he hasn't been seen since. His house, number 1 Malvern Terrace, hasn't been lived in for years, and it has since been abandoned. When asked, the PM's office has informed us that the house is being claimed as a historical place, to commemorate it in Captain Avalon's memories. There are some reports that say that Hydra had summoned some sort of demon to be their champion, but most of them have no proofs to speak of. But, considering all that Hydra is capable of, them summoning some sort of champion for their cause is not too hard to believe. The SSR at least believes that Hydra had the necessary knowledge to do that, as our informants say. But, until Captain Aves shows up in public himself, we won't know for sure. Where is Captain Avalon? Is he dead, just like Captain America? Or has he been captured once again, by some hostile force? Or has he really deserted his post, Captain America's death being too much for the captain to handle? Or did he die at the hands of this hypothetical demon? Wherever he is, we, at the Daily Post, wish him the best of luck in his future life, and hope that he is well. A huge bird made of flames flies towards me, the heat of it causing my hair to singe even from afar. Holding my wand up, I wave it in front of me in a white arc, casting a transfiguration spell on the fire bird, changing it into water which harmlessly splashes on the ground. Raising my left hand to join the right, I command the water to rise up, forming into 3 sharks that float in the air. I slap my hand forward, sending the sharks flying at my opponent. 2 spells strike 1 shark, blowing it up, and vanishing the remnant water, while the other 2 sharks dodge, and fly towards my target. They, however, hit a transparent barrier right before they can attack her, and I see her with her left hand raised. The sharks were just the distraction, however, and the ground underneath her ripples, turning into liquid. Rowena Ravenclaw, my opponent for this sparring match, floats up into the air, her naked feet floating a foot above the liquefied ground. I raise my hand upwards, summoning the water from underneath her, around her in a sphere, and clench my left hand into a fist, condensing the liquid. My wand pointed at the floating liquid, which has Rowena trapped for now, I whisper, Fulgur Flumen. From my wand tip, a thick bolt of white lightning emits, far stronger than the normal Fulman spell, and goes wildly towards the water prison, while still staying connected to my wand. Where the Fulman strikes just once, the Fulgur Flumen is kept getting fed magic as long as I feed it. The thickness of the lightning bolt depends on the potency of the spellcaster's magic, and his willpower. For me, the lightning was around 3 inches thick. Right as the lightning bolt is about to touch the water, which will no doubt at least harm even someone like Rowena, the water sphere ripples, and then explodes, sending water all around. I immediately stop casting the lightning spell, and raise my hands, creating a telekinetic shield all around me to stop water from hitting my body. A thud sounds, as a telekinetic blast hits my shield, and I grunt, the force rattling my bones. Waving my hand, I transfer the telekinetic shield to just one hand, and slap the next blast to the side, causing a rock to blow up, almost disintegrating. Stepping to the side, I let a spell pass by harmlessly, and throw my telekinetic shield at Rowena, causing her to raise her own shield to stop it. The two shields collide, my shield hitting its edge at the flat of Rowena's, and cause an explosion, that sends Rowena flying back. You didn't have telekinesis before. Rowena says, a bit accusingly, as she stands back up, obviously unharmed. Shrugging, I say, I picked up a few gifts during the war. At her curiosity, I wave my hand, and say, later. Let's continue. Rowena nods, and begins the attack with a single stunner, which I just slap it to unravel the magic behind it, and lean away to dodge the next bone-constricting curse. The curse is designed to make your bones shrink, most often target at your chest. Yeah, that's too painful, and a bitch to heal from. And unfortunately enough, I can't unravel that spell. After having studied the remains of the Kuronine's swords, I had managed to figure out how it unraveled the spells into pure magic. It was a beautiful enchantment, and it's really a pity that plain steel was used. The enchantment made it so the spells thought they had already done their work, on empty air, and convinced the spell that it needed to go back into the universe, turn into pure magic. I'd already enchanted my twin swords to completely absorb the magic and reflect it, at that point, so I didn't bother with the unraveling enchantment. But it did help me learn how to do it by myself, by my own hand. Unfortunately, Stupefy was the most dangerous spell I could unravel that way, and it's highly unlikely that it'll ever change. Stabbing my own wand forward, I fire 3 spells in a single second, all of them aimed at Rowena's feet. Rowena floats a few steps back, and casts a shield charm, just in time for the ground to explode, sending chunks of rock flying up. The other 2 spells cause the grass underneath her to grow rapidly, and grab onto her legs, starting to pull her downwards. Rowena waves her hand, cutting off the grass, and points them towards me, sending the torn pieces of grass flying at me, now sharpened. I could create a portal, and send them back at her, but we had a rule during our spars. No easy way outs, no portals to divert spells, or attacks. No sorcery, period. These spars were to train me into using my magic better, and if I use portals all the time, then I'll never learn. And sorcery shields were way better at stopping wizarding spells, and objects, than wizarding spells. I stomp on the ground, forcing magic out of my legs and into the earth, and have the land in front of me rise as a wall, to absorb the sharpened leaves. Unfortunately, I underestimated Rowena's charm, and the grass tears through the earth, and keep flying towards me. A single twitch of my wand, however, causes the leaves to combust mid-flight, stopping them from ever harming me. The reason? A wave of magic emitted from all over the front of my upper body, aimed at burning anything not within 10 cm away from my body. Obviously, the magic wasn't strong enough to go further than 30 centimeters, so the ground was safe too. Unfortunately, that didn't mean I didn't get the warm air blasted right at my face, or that the ash still fell on my body. Lifting my wand, after using a small moment to clean myself up, I snap it at Rowena, causing the ground itself to ripple, and go in a wave towards her. Rowena holds her hand out, and stops the ground, right before it reaches her. As she slowly pulls her hand back, however, the ground crumbles to dust, Rowena using her phoenix powers completely for the first time in this fight. Oh! Crap! A single twirl of her wand, and wood rises out of the earth, the tree roots gearing up to attack me. All around her, I could see hundreds of tree roots, pointing their tips me. She says, use your imagination, Mason. You have reality itself at your fingertips, utilize it to your advantage. And then, the roots all stab towards me, aiming for serious injuries. Well. Shit. Jumping up, I dodge the first barrage of roots, seeing them slam into the ground, and then cover myself in a telekinetic force field, as I start my retreat. A root, a stick as my entire body hits the spherical force field, and sends me crashing into the ground, my force field shattering into a million pieces. That bitch. She's using her command over this realm to give herself an advantage. I can't help but be impressed by her deviousness. You want my full strength, Rowena? You got it. No sorcery, no mutation, pure wizarding magic. I slap my hand at the group of 10 or so roots, the thinnest as thick as my arm, as they stab at me at once. The slap, my hand casting the banishing spell at the same time, causes the roots to slam into the ground. Another wave causes them to separate from the ground, the upper part turning to dust. For the next group, I transfigure a giant hand out of the earth, that holds on to the roots, and pulls them out. The same hand then waves the roots around, using them as a weapon to defend me. From right underneath it, however, another group of roots appear, and stab into it, destroying the spells holding it together. But, it gave me enough time. Finishing the wand motion, this being the first time I'm actually using this spell in battle, I yell, per dear omnia. Home. At once, my wand emits out a blue omnidirectional wave, that speeds away from me at the speed of sound, but only in one direction, front, while keeping a steady increase in its size. The spell causes anything it touches to be destroyed, dismantled into nothingness. Doesn't matter if it's alive, dead, human, plant, or land. Everything is destroyed. If it wasn't for the fact that a simple protogo can stop this spell, it would have been a personal favorite of any up-and-coming dark wizard. The roots that were speeding towards me, to attack me, are quickly turned into nothing, as soon as the wave of magic passes through them. Even a large chunk of ground goes missing, thanks to the spell increasing more than I'd expected it to. Rowena is still safe, behind her shield, but everything around her was completely burnt up, destroyed. I point my hand at her, to her curiosity, and just flex my hand, summoning something by the Oxio spell. Almost immediately, a giant chunk of land becomes visible, right behind her, and hits her shield, in an effort to get close to me. The shield is durable enough to stop the rock, and Rowena doesn't even glance at the rock. I smirk, and mentally say, activate. Immediately, the giant chunk of rock explodes, with the full force of the runic expulso spell, creating an explosion large enough to completely cover the black lake. The explosion does its job, and throws Rowena towards me, her shield now broken, thanks to the magical explosion. I run towards her, to subdue her, but she heals faster than I expected, and snaps her hand towards me, summoning a giant wave of flames, and sending it speeding towards me. Ignoring the injuries I get thanks to the intensive heat of the flame wave approaching me, I keep running forward, and just as the flames are about to touch me, I get low, transforming into my second, magical animagus form. Rowena, Phoenix, POV. From within myself, I summon the Greek flames of destruction, a spell I learned in my travels, and conjure a small wave of flames, just a bit less hotter than the cursed flames of Hades, fiend fire. A wave of my hand sends them flying at Mason's direction, so that I can force him into using his skills to protect himself. This area, just like the real Hogwarts, was enchanted to stop apparition, and the fire was hot enough that not even the flame freezing charm, or even Protogo will work on stopping them, so she was curious to see what he will do. So it was, that she is very surprised to see him keep running towards the flames, his flesh bubbling, and even burning a bit, before he disappears from her sight. But then, she sees it. The flames stop in their spot, and start turning white, starting from the spot where Mason had disappeared from. Rowena raises her hand, to regain control over the Greek flames of destruction spell, but she finds herself unable to, her magic slipping through the flames without any effect. She then sees it come out, a giant flaming cat, 7 feet tall, and 15 feet long. The white flamed cat was one she had seen before, although with a few different colored flames. Blue, orange, red, black. The Kasha. Rowena whispers, looking odd at the majestic cat speeding towards her. Rowena gets out of her reverie, realizing that the flaming cat demon in front of her, was none other than Mason Aves, her descendant. As the cat continues running towards her, the flames that she has attacked him with now following after him, now in his control, Rowena waves her hand, conjuring a giant blob of water, along with a rainstorm. The blob of water falls right on top of Mason, now in his cat form, and evaporates almost immediately after. Mason hisses at her, angry, and then, Ruoaar. Immediately after, the flame wave she could see coming at her stops, and starts spinning, vertically, forming into a horizontal whirlpool of flames. The eye of the whirlpool spins fast, very fast, and blitzes towards her, forming into a highly dense drill made entirely of white flames. Rowena raises her hand, to conjure a barrier to stop those flames. She surrounds herself with the barrier, when the white flames completely surround her. One hand holding on to the shield, to hold the flames back, Rowena moves her second hand downwards, to cast a spell. However, she sees something, that stops her spell casting. Eyes, 2 heterochromatic eyes, staring right at her, from inside the flames. She holds her second hand up, putting full focus on the barrier, seeing a glint in the cat's eyes, just in time for the cat to headbutt the shield. All the while, the flames keep a whirlpool of white flames around her, melting all ground in her surroundings. Unfortunately, for Rowena, as soon as the flaming cat headbutts the shield, the transparent barrier melts completely. At once, the flames trying to enter completely cover Rowena, to burn her, and a strong hit sends her flying away from the flames, and into the trees. Boom! Rowena winces, feeling a large gash on her stomach from the claws of Mason's Kasha form, and after causing an explosion inside the forbidden forest. She had so many questions, all of them related to her first loss at the hands of her descendant. Kasha. The flaming demonic cat. She remembered it, from her travels across the Eastern Empires. She knew Mason had it as a magical animagus form, but she didn't know he had learned to control it yet, let alone fully transform into it. As Mason floats in front of her, now human, although with singed hair, and a single eye still golden, Rowena smiles. It seems Mason hasn't completely mastered it just yet. So? You finally managed to transform willingly, Rowena says, as she starts standing up, her wounds already healing. This was her realm, and she is the master of it. It might be a small pocket realm inside the astral plane, but it is hers. While she can get injured, especially if creature magic is involved, she doesn't stay injured. Mason POV. I smile, as I force my magic to transform me back into Mason Aves, using metamorph magic to force it, and say, yeah. I guess I still need some practice with the transformations. I can't help but remember the day I found out about my animagus forms, the day we all did the ritual. January 19, 1935, that was when the first total lunar eclipse had happened, after we had put the potion vials under water, at the bottom of a lake. The ritual had us mostly sit in one place for hours upon hours, waiting for the moon to get into correct positions before taking different steps. I had chosen my own lands for the ritual, before the Aves manor was built completely. Our lands were vast enough that I could hide a corner for the ritual, and no one ever knew. First step came sitting down, without speaking anything, while touching some amount of skin to the ground. Since none of us was going to become naked, we chose to sit on cushions, while touching our feet on the ground. As soon as the moon first became visible, we had to take a single sip of the potion, cast the spell, Amato Animo Animato Animagus, while holding our right hand over our hearts. When the moon was at 45-degree angle, from our perspective, we had to take the second step. Pour a single sip worth of the potion in a silver bowl, cut into it with an obsidian dagger, forged by dragon fire, and bleed exactly 7 drops of blood into the bowl while chanting, Sanguinis Anima. Once for each drop. Then, we had to stir the animagus potion, and our blood, together, for 5 whole minutes, and then when it got thick enough, draw a circle on the back of our left hands, infinity on our head, and a single dot on our throats. We had a lot of practice in doing that, having spent the previous day preparing for just this. After drawing the 3 symbols, we had to drink the remaining non-bloodied potion, after which came the waiting game. 4 hours, we just sat there, looking up at the moon, hungry, thirsty, but not allowed to eat or drink anything. We couldn't even say anything to complain, not about our hunger and thirst, or the cold. When the total lunar eclipse finally happened, the potion on our skins began burning, and we went into a trance, to meet our spirit animals. One magical, one mundane, that was the deal. Doria got a Dutch shepherd dog for her mundane animal, and a Grim for the magical. Darla got a lynx cat, and a wampus cat, while Anna got an eagle, and a thunderbird. I myself got the white tiger as my mundane form, and the Kasha, an East Asian magical animal, as my magical form. Kasha, a wonderful cat, once believed to have been a demon, one of the Nikomata. They are completely covered in flames, of colors that depend on some unknown factor, with teeth and claws made of highly magical silver, or gold, varying from Kasha to Kasha. Mine were made out of silver, and were bright white in color, thanks to heat of the flames I was made out of. Kasha also have heterochromatic eyes, one of which is said to allow them to see spirits. But, since I haven't completely mastered my transformation yet, I can't say for sure. And this is the only drawback of us going through the ritual. For so long, wizards have just had mundane animagus forms, for so long have we neglected our magical animal forms, that it was next to impossible to control our transformations after the first transformation. The first time we transformed, was right after going through the trance, the ritual succeeding. First came the magical form, while thankfully keeping our minds, and then, the magical form shifted into our mundane forms. After that, we could shift into our normal forms with some effort, by just focusing on the animal. But, no matter how hard we tried to focus, we couldn't get our bodies to go from human, or mundane animal, to magical animal. It was as if the magical animals had deemed us unworthy of their forms, deemed our magic unworthy. I haven't had much time to practice with the Kasha form, thanks to the war, but I doubt even the girls have succeeded in completely controlling them. It took a lot of meditation, going through the trance again and again, meeting with the Kasha, getting to study it, for me to succeed even learning to transform. And I still need to transform a few times, to not leave anything behind. Rowena says, I really hope you take care of this ministry, and the unspeakables. They have stunted the growth of the wizards, for what purpose, I don't know. Chuckling, I say, I know. As soon as Grindelwald is done with, I'll begin taking care of the Department of Mysteries. Now, I promise to tell you about my new telekinesis. Closing my eyes, I bring my memories of Nathaniel Essex, and some of his memories of experimentation to the front of my mind, and then outside the barriers protecting my mind. Waving my hand, I say, here it is. Rowena takes the cue, and enters my mind, stopping right outside the barrier. As she sees me talk with Essex, and copy his memories, and then copy his mutation, she asks, do you have a plan to deal with him? Raising an eyebrow, I ask, who do you think I am? Of course I have a plan for dealing with him. But I can't fight too many wars at once. I need to take down one enemy at a time. Starting with Grindelwald. Boy, I'm going to have some busy years Ajad, am I not? I'll definitely squeeze in a few holidays in between. Saying goodbye, I leave the astral plane, and open my eyes, back in Aves Manor. Taking the diadem off, I get up, my butt sore, thanks to having sat there for a few hours at least. As my body starts healing back up, I go towards the kitchen, to fix myself some dinner. And then, I go to sleep. The next day, I stand in the streets of London, some of the buildings destroyed thanks to the air raids that had been carried out a couple weeks ago. One building, despite being seemingly abandoned, was completely fine though. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I smile, looking at the lifeless statues staring at me, waiting for me to declare my business here. I hadn't been here since I had finished my training, which was 7 years ago now. I'd met Master Potter, sure, most recently when I'd gone there to deliver Charles's body, but I hadn't actually been to St. Mungo's. So much had happened after I was declared an official healer. I began learning medical sciences, got drafted right before my last year began, went to war, and now I'm here. And so much has happened to me in war itself. I went through my first body enhancement ritual, got the healing mutation, got captured, killed so many people, tortured my fair share of people too, and most recently, fought a demon. And the public already knows about all of that. There were already articles, wondering if Grindelwald was right, and that we should go to war with the Muggles while they're vulnerable from this already ongoing conflict. It didn't matter to many people that Grindelwald was the one to break our law, to give the Muggles the ritual to summon that demon. For them, it's like this. Grindelwald gave them an opportunity to break our laws, but the Muggles broke those laws by their own hands. They chose to do it, and so, they're at fault. Sighing, I ignore the thoughts of the wizards and Muggles fighting, knowing that the politicians will never agree to a war, and walk forward, showing my healer's ID to the statue. The statue nods, and I feel the wall become intangible, welcoming me inside. Taking a deep breath, I fix my healer's ID on my chest, and walk through the wall, and immediately stop as soon as I'm inside. The reason, an alarm was blaring all over the hospital, but surprisingly enough, none of the healers were rushing to go anywhere. They just kept staring at me, some with scowls, and some with sympathetic frowns. What? I ask, getting annoyed by all the stares. Oh, Mason. I hear Aunt Mia whisper, as she comes in the entrance hall, looking really sad. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Sighing, I drop down on the ground, not minding the audience now, and look at Aunt Mia, defeated. I ask, so? It's over for me, Aunt Mia walks forward, nodding, and says, come on, let's talk in my office. We can discuss more there. What's there to discuss? I broke the bloody oath. I whisper, while getting up. Even with choosing the most loose oath, even when giving myself many loopholes, I still somehow broke the oath. I broke the bloody guardian's oath. And I know which moments it could be. Morphin's torture is the best guess, which was just my anger taking over and justifying my actions to my own conscience. Or Tom Riddle's murder. Heck, it could also be not killing Tom Riddle when we first fought, since my inaction led to 5 deaths, 1 Myrtle Warren, and 4 of the Muggle Riddles. First I lose Tim, then I get pulled back from war after having saved the entire world from a demon, and now I can't even work at the one profession I've trained 6 years for? Putting her hand on my chin, Aunt Mia pulls my head up to look into my eyes, and says, you broke a healer's oath, Mason. As understanding I am of your circumstances, which you really need to explain to me, that is a breach of the contract you signed with St. Mungo's. We need to discuss your penalties. I sigh, and follow after her, as she leads me to her office. All the while, I get stared at by all the healers we meet in the way, or the patients. Some healers were understanding, looking at me with sympathy, pity, while others, they condemned me immediately, glaring at me. Thankfully, no one said anything, thanks to Aunt Mia being with me. As soon as we reach her office, she asks, what did you do? Her voice was soft, telling me that she isn't blaming me entirely, and is open to explanations. However, right now, she's talking as my Aunt Mia, and not the head healer Potter. Shaking my head, I say, I have no idea. As she opens her mouth, no doubt to ask once again, a bit more forcefully, I say, I'm not denying breaking the oath, Aunt Mia. I've done lots of stuff I'm not proud of over this war. I've killed a lot of people, many of whom were just like me, soldiers forced to follow orders, which makes them not exactly justified. I've tortured a few people, mentally, because I needed some information during my infiltration mission. I've also refused to kill a young boy, who went on to kill at least 5 more people, out of sheer spite. So I'm sure when I say, I don't know which of these is the one that broke my guardian's oath. Aunt Mia presses her lips together, as she stares at me. For a minute, none of us say anything. I keep cursing this really bad month I'm going through, in my mind, while Aunt Mia just stares at me. Finally, she says, Mason. I know, that you've trained a lot to become a healer, and whatever happened, whatever broke your oath, is not something you did purposefully. But I cannot let this go unpunished. She then has an entirely different emotion on her face, and I straighten up, realizing that this is head healer Potter talking now. She points her wand at my hands, and says, Captain Mason Aves, from here on forward, you are no longer healer Mason Aves. You will be barred from working in any medical profession, neither in the magical world, nor the muggle one. You can continue using medical spells, but if anyone asks you to heal them, you're obligated to tell them that you broke the Hippocratic Oath before offering them your voluntary services. And you won't ever take any payment for the medical services you might give in the future. I nod, internally sighing in relief, as her order binds my magic to the penalties. I'm just glad that I'm not barred from using healing spells, forever. I stay silent, just staring at my hands, where I could faintly make out the binding spell. I whisper, do you hate me? Aunt Mia, who was just staring at me in concern, sighs, and leans her back on her chair. She says, Mason, I had high hopes for you, for your healing career. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit disappointed. But, you're still my student, Mason. My former apprentice. I still like you the same, and I know Fleamont does too. I nod, and get up, my business here done. Keeping my healer's ID down on her table, I say, guess I won't need that anymore. Pausing, I say, you know, I was serious, when I said I wanted to be a healer since I was a kid. Guess not all my dreams come true. And with that, I walk out, ignoring the looks the healers gave me. I might not be able to become a healer anymore, or a doctor. But, I can do a lot more stuff. Enchanting, artifact creation, heck, I can make a career out of warding or even metalworking. Guess I need to spend my days elsewhere, until Grindelwald's next move is made. He's hiding, biding his time. And when he shows himself, I'll be there to confront him and his army. I might even get to take some of my anger out. A/N, this chapter was just to show the consequences of the last chapter, his torture of Morphin, and finally, the animagus ritual. How are the forms? Now, let's clear something up. Mason is arrogant as hell, I've shown it a lot of times before. The hidden knowledge he had access to got to his head, which is why he was always so confident about defeating Grindelwald if the time comes. He believed that he is the only one that is a smart wizard, because he's learning from a very young age. So, whenever something happens that he didn't expect, he panics, breaks down. Like this oath. He thought that the loopholes the oath gave him were enough to do a lot of questionable crimes. And so, he went through with them. And now that the oath proved him wrong, he's breaking down. He will be cured of this, but it'll take time for him to realize that he's just as arrogant as the other wizards. P.S. This breakdown wasn't just because his healer's oath breaking, it is a culmination of everything that has happened to him recently. Tim's death, Bucky's death due to his own inaction, killing a 17-year-old child, although said child is a murderer, indirectly causing Myrtle's death, losing to Grindelwald again, etc. He's going through some stuff. Chapter 49, Darla White. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. Lieutenant General Adam Rivers, that was his name. For 40 years, he had served the country, either in the British Army, or in the MI5, or as of the last decade, the Miss. Magical Intelligence Services, an organization created by the hard-working, normal people, to keep an eye on the British wizarding government, and even the British wizarding world. Never, in his 40 years of service, however, had he been through anything so insulting, as this. One of their own, Captain Sir Mason Aves, or Captain Avalon, as he's more famous as, had deserted not just the British Army, but the Miss too. He had been recruited by the Miss a year ago, he had given oaths that made it impossible for him to lie to them, to betray them, and yet, he had done so. At first, when Mason Aves had disappeared from the Hydra battlefield, everyone had thought him dead, or captured. Since that is the only thing that could prevent him from showing himself. Even the Miss thought the same, when their own wizards couldn't track him down, even after using a variety of spells and rituals. But now, he had just received intel, that Mason Aves was alive and well, in the wizarding world. He had disappeared off the face of the Muggle world, and hidden away in the wizarding one, with no one knowing exactly where he is. This is why he was here now, in the most secure room in the Buckingham Palace, meeting the most politically powerful people in the United Kingdom. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the UK, puts his cigarette out in the ashtray, and says, the conclusion is plain, the boy betrayed us, betrayed the United Kingdom. He must have found a way to get rid of the oaths he took, magical or not. I don't think how it's possible, otherwise, for him to not be here, giving excuses for his desertion. Special Agent Watson, the only wizard currently in the room, and the one who did the most research on Mason Aves's capabilities, says, it's certainly possible for him to do so. Sir Mason Aves is a certified genius, even Grindelwald seems to think so. But, on the other hand, the wizarding government has ordered him to not show himself to the Muggle world, which does count this group of honorable people, I'm afraid. Rivers nods, accepting the point. Aves's orders from the Miss included an order to lay low, under cover, unless called upon, so it could be that he's doing just that, laying low. Or, it could be that he has found a way to get rid of the oaths binding him to the Miss, and decided to just leave. He certainly seemed like a strong wizard, nowadays. Major General Sir Stuart Menzies, the chief of the MI6, scowls, and says, we both know that Aves is more than capable enough of coming here without anyone knowing. If it wasn't for those flimsy magical wards of yours, then I would have been afraid of him coming here too. Director General Sir David Petrie, of the MI5, and Adam Rivers's boss, slams his hand on the table, and says, I don't bloody care if he's a genius, or if he's the bloody Lord Almighty himself. Aves deserted his station, deserted SSR, where he was needed still, and deserted the Miss, whom he was supposed to be loyal to. That island. Treason. Adam Rivers nods, and says, yes, we still have need of him, and he betrayed us. He needs to be punished for his crime, at least his image needs to be tarnished. No matter the reason he had decided to keep hiding, Mason Aves was a deserter. And the praise he's getting, well, he does not deserve it. Seriously, praising the man who deserted, saying he deserves some rest after everything he's been through? The only rest that soldiers get, is death. The king, who had remained silent up till now, reading the file, finally asks, what of this demon? The demon that Aves supposedly fought and defeated, single-handedly. Agent Watson fixes the glasses on his head, and says, it's gone. Whatever parts of it were cut off, were destroyed by either Captain Aves himself, or by the ICW wizards who were the first on site. The two immortal wizards, the Flamels, made sure nothing remained of the demon, so nothing can be used by anyone. The king sighs, annoyed, as far as Rivers can tell. He then looks up, and says, 3 wizards were blood dry, their blood used in the ritual to summon the demon. We don't know what kind of demon it was, how Hydra did it, or why wizards were the ones sacrificed. We don't even know what methods Aves used to defeat it. It seems Aves has all the cards, at this moment. It is then that Rivers realized it. If 3 unwilling wizards can be used to summon a demon that was so dangerous that the ICW showed up, then what can a group of wizards do? Willingly? Aves might not be on their side if another demon shows up, they have no guarantee he will be. Heck, he might be the one to summon the demon. Rivers looks around, and sure enough, everyone's faces looked as if they had sucked on a lemon. The king closes the file, and says, we will leave Aves be, for now. The wizards need him to take care of this Dark Lord, who is definitely a threat to the entire world. They certainly believe so, or they wouldn't have recalled him so soon. The king turns towards Rivers, and says, do not be mistaken, we will bring Aves to heel. He's a knight of the realm, sworn in duty to us. And he will do that duty, whether he wants to or not. His oaths will ensure that. For now, keep an eye on him, on his friends, and on the wizarding war. Keep up with the recruitment, but don't do anything to ruin Captain Aves's image. He's a symbol of bravery to our people, and ruining his image will do nothing good for us. It might do a lot to harm Aves, though. Rivers thinks, but holds his tongue. As they leave, Rivers can't help but feel as if the king had given Aves a free rein, despite his betrayal. But, well, royal orders are royal orders. Oh. Darla White, an Auror. For 6 years, she has been an Auror, working with the same mediocre salary of G225 per month. Considering that her girlfriend's shop makes that much in a week, during slow days, is just. But, well, she liked her job. Despite the discrimination against her in the office politics, the snide remarks of her ever becoming barely anything more than a low-ranked Auror, and the leagues of paperwork she has to go through, for everything, she still liked her job. There were days, however, when she found her job slightly annoying. As she stuns the 2 wizards, and a witch, that she was fighting against, and binds them with the Incarcerus spell, she asks, what number is this for this week? Auror James Fern, one of her teammates, turns away from the 2 wizards that he had to deal with, and says, the number of Muggle places attacked, or the number of police stations. The number is too bloody high for the first, and it's the 4th police station. For that was how many police stations had been attacked by wizards, either under Grindelwald's orders, or inspired by him. The demon attack, and the fact that Muggles had sacrificed 3 wizards in a summoning ritual, had become very famous, no doubt thanks to Grindelwald's own actions. This had inspired many extremists into attacking Muggle government buildings, places of importance to the Muggle government. Army recruitment centers, post offices, the bloody Palace of Westminster, the libraries, and of course, numerous police stations. The worst part was, these wizards were mostly British, people who she remembered seeing at one point in time or another. And these people wanted an all-out war with the Muggle world, with a lot of the pure-blood houses in support of the movement now. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she turns towards her team leader, Madame Crickerly, and says, "The job is done, ma'am." 3 police officers lost their lives, unfortunately enough, and several more are injured. The attacking wizards weren't competent, not too much anyway. Muggles might have had trouble with them, but for experienced Aurors such as them, it was a job for just 2 minutes, without receiving a single injury. Madame Crickerly nods, and says, "Prep them for transfer. The Obliviators should be here soon." As soon as she says that, multiple cracks sound, as the Obliviation squad appears. The place was already deserted, thanks to Muggle-repelling wards that Darla's team had cast as soon as they had come in, and so, it doesn't take them long to start with their job. Darla sees the Obliviators doing their job, and asks, "The situation is really getting bad, isn't it?" Madame Crickerly glances at Darla, and the remaining members of the team, and says, "The situation can get a lot worse than this, White. My grandmother told me stories about the last Dark Lord, and he had managed to wage a one-man war against entirety of Britain, with just an army of inferi at his back. And he almost won. So, yes, the situation is bad now, but it can get a lot worse." "Ah, yes." Darla had read about the Dark Lord Inferus. A necromancer from an unknown background, destroyed the Leaky Cauldron building entirely, and was on his way to attack Hogwarts. Thankfully, he never reached there, thanks to his inferi army turning on him. The Unspeakables took care of the inferi, by burning them with fiend fire. But before his death, he dealt a lot of destruction and death to Wizarding Britain. 7 families died out, 18 shops in Diagon Alley and 13 in Nocturne Alley were destroyed, and a total of 1,000 people lost their lives, before he lost his. The reason not many people spoke about him, was that he wasn't defeated by anyone. His own spell backfired, turning his horde of thousands of inferi against him. And the Ministry didn't like that, they wanted to forget about him. Shaking her head, Darla says, "I just hope the war ends quickly. The Muggles have caused enough destruction on their own, we don't need any wizards to add on to it." A few hours later, at the end of Darla's duty hours, Darla operates home, right outside the door. The house was in Sutton and Cheam, in South London. It was a modest 3-bedroom house, that Darla had brought along with her girlfriend, a little over 3 years ago. Opening the door, she walks right in, and says, "Darling, I'm home." No one answers her, however, and she smiles, knowing the reason. Putting her aura coat on the hanger, she loosens her tie a little, and walks towards one of the bedrooms, which was almost always locked. Tapping the door with her ring, she whispers the password, causing the door to open with a click. As she walks in, Darla sees her girlfriend with her head ducked, as she sat at her workshop table. Anastasia Greengrass, her girlfriend, doesn't even notice her, as she walks towards her, and puts her hands around her neck, causing her to jump a little, the wand in her hand immediately pointing at Darla's forehead. 6 years of us staying together, and you still manage to be startled every time. Darla whispers in Anna's ears, as she kisses her cheek lightly. Anna sighs, holding on to Darla's hand, and says, "You enjoy it, startling me. You know I'm in my own mind when I'm working, and you take advantage." Hugging Anna from behind, Darla says, "Well, I could have been someone else, and you wouldn't even know. That's a bad habit, staying so focused. What are you working on, by the way?" As Darla goes to sit on a chair on the opposite side of the table, Anna continues working on what looks like a mirror, and says, "It's a faux glass, it is supposed to show me my enemies, any threats to my life. But, well, it's a work in progress." She then looks up, seeing Darla smiling in content, and asks, "Tough day at work?" Darla shakes her head, not saying anything. But she doesn't need to, Anna knows her, too well. Putting the wand down, Anna holds on the Darla's hand, and says, "You know you can quit, right? I won't think any worse of you, and I doubt anyone else will either." Darla looks into the loving eyes of Anna, still wondering how she managed to bag a beautiful bird like her. She then remembers the day she had first found out about demons, the day she felt the absolute evil in Set. She remembered how afraid she was then, and she remembered how helpless she was. The most dangerous spell she knew, the blood-boiling curse, was absolutely useless in front of the demon, and Mason still fought it, held it back even. He didn't use anything too impressive, when it comes to magic, but he still kept Set busy, and then defeated the demon. Shaking her head, Darla says, "You know I won't do that, I became an Auror because I wanted to, and I'll be damned if I quit now that it's getting hard." She then looks at the clock, and says, "Come on, I'll start heating dinner up. You better get down in half an hour." Darla then approaches Anna's desk, leaves a heavy kiss on her lips, and then walks out, to go towards the kitchen. After dinner, Anna asks, "Have you met Mason, recently? I've heard he's back now." Darla shakes her head, and says, "I have no idea where he is. I know he visited St. Mungo's 2 days ago, poor guy. I spoke with Healer Potter. She said he was devastated with everything that's happened. Lost 2 friends, lost his chance of becoming a healer. I didn't even have the time to ask anyone where he is, let alone go visit him." Anna frowns, and says, "Darla, our friend is upset, and we haven't even tried to find out where he is? Have you tried asking that house elf of his?" Darla automatically corrects her, saying, "Elf, not house elf. Mason says he doesn't own Blinky." Miss White called. A voice says suddenly from behind her, the surprise causing Darla to apparate in front of Anna, with her wand raised at the voice. Seeing Blinky, Darla sighs, dropping her wand down, and says, "Bloody hell, Blinky. I could have attacked you." And it wouldn't have been the first elf she had attacked on instinct, the Potter family's elf came to mind. Blinky looks up, confused, and it looks so weird, that Darla can't help but snort. Wearing a black and white butler's uniform, Blinky also had dark black shoes on, and a monocle on her left eye. Blinky says, "But you couldn't have, I have learned to defend myself." Anna, who had taken her own wand out when Blinky came in, uninvited, says, "Gods, Mason's really hellbent on his free elves movement, isn't he?" Darla shakes her head, and says, "Not the point. Blinky, do you know where Mason is?" As Blinky nods, she asks, "Can you take us to him?" Blinky hesitates, and says, "I need to ask Mason sir before taking you. He wants to be alone, you see." Darla shares a look with Anna, both of them now really concerned. Bending down, Darla sits on her knees, right in front of Blinky, and says, "Blinky, you want to help Mason, don't you?" Blinky nods, now looking upset, and says, "Mason sir has been working, just training, or learning, continuously. I want to help him, but there is nothing I can do right now. Take us to him, Blinky. We're his friends, you know that. I can talk to him, try and bring him back to a better mood." Darla says, while Anna looks on. Blinky frowns, thinking, and after a while, she says, "Mason sir never told me I couldn't bring his friends to him. Trust an elf to always know about loopholes." Darla couldn't remember the number of elves that had snitched on their masters simply because they never told the elf not to do that. Smiling, Darla turns to Anna, and says, "Can you see if Doria wants to come? We'll get the gang back together. Maybe that will help make Mason feel better." As Anna nods and walks out of the kitchen, towards the flue, Darla turns towards Blinky, and says, "Just a minute, let's see if Doria wants to come." A few minutes later, Anna walks back in, Doria with her, whom Darla greets with a hug. While Anna and Darla stayed together, and hence were always in contact, Doria was currently living alone, and they rarely met. She was training for her alchemy mastery, which she had gotten interested in after her 17th birthday. Mason had given her an introductory book on alchemy, as a birthday gift, one that had been banned almost a century ago. Even 7 years after beginning learning, Doria was barely 70% done, with her highest alchemical capabilities being transmutation of one precious metal to another. She could also create alchemical potions, and transmute other things, but she was nowhere close to figuring the Philosopher's Stone out, let alone the universal solvent. All 3 of the girls take Blinky's hands, and close their eyes, bracing for the side-along apparition. Side-along was always rougher on the senses than operating by yourself, it was a result of someone else doing the magic. And then, they disappear from Darla's and Anna's home, within a wormhole created by Blinky's magic. When she opens her eyes, now out of the apparition tube, Darla sees that she is in the Chamber of Secrets, and smiles. Of course, he's here, she thinks. But, as she looks around, she doesn't find Mason anywhere, or even any evidence of the place having been lived in. She knew that there was a secret room somewhere, where Mason could live in if he wanted to, but she hadn't seen it, ever. Now what? Doria asks, sounding a bit annoyed, as Blinky operates away, to God knows where. Darla ignores the annoyance, somewhat understanding it. Doria must have dropped some research to come here, to meet with Mason, and he was nowhere to be seen. Summoning her wand, Darla closes her eyes to focus on a happy memory, and waves her wand in a wide arc over her head. She whispers, "Expecto Patronum," and smiles, seeing the familiar lioness patroness. She says, "Tell Mason, we're in the Chamber of Secrets, where are you?" And then, the patroness flies away, surprisingly enough, going into the floor. As they watch the patroness disappear into the ground, Doria asks, "Okay, did you know that there are more rooms below the chamber? We're already what, a mile underground?" Shrugging, Anna says, "It could be a room, or it could just as well be something Mason created. You know him, his preparation borders on paranoia. He probably hid the room away behind wards or something, even if no one can come to this chamber anyway. Oh yeah? Is that why you are standing inside the main chamber, without me bringing you here? The familiar voice of Mason Aves says from behind them, startling all three girls there into pointing their wands at him. Mason just looks at the wands, as if they're an annoyance to him, and knowing what she does about his capabilities, Darla can't say it's not true. Putting her wand back in its holster, Darla is the first one to approach Mason, as she hugs him tightly. Mason just stands there, taking the hug, barely reciprocating. He instead, looks them all over, and says, "Hey, Doria. Long time no see, how have you been?" "Pretty good, better than you, in any case, from what I've heard," Doria says, just shrugging. She was no longer the cute little Doria, who was head over heels for Mason. She was still cute, beautiful even, but she no longer pined after anyone, preferring to focus on her alchemy. Mason chuckles, and says, "Yeah, I've had a rough month." Even if his voice sounds normal, and he looks normal, Darla somehow knows that he's anything but normal. She could feel it, his sadness. Looking up from the hug as Doria and Anna come closer to hug him too, Darla softly says, "You don't have to pretend, Mason. You can show your emotions here." Mason smiles, a bit sadly, separating from the hugs, and says, "I'm afraid I'm already done crying, Darla. I might still be upset, but I've gotten over it." He then waves his hand, creating a portal to somewhere, and says, "Come on, let's talk somewhere comfortable." Darla walks through the portal immediately, already having experience with the sorcery portals, while Anna and Doria stop in the chamber itself, slack-jawed. "Oh, yeah. They don't know about his portals," Darla thinks, as she looks at Anna's surprised face, sheepishly smiling. She hadn't told Anna about Set, or the battle they had had. It was Mason's secret, and she wasn't going to share it with anyone he didn't agree to tell. "I didn't know you had learned sorcery, Mason," Doria says, being the first to get out of shock, as she walks through. Of course she knows about sorcery, her family has had dealings with some sorcerers, and even some of the demons in the past. Her voice manages to bring Anna out of her shock, and she says, "You aren't surprised, you knew about this." Mason says, "I asked her not to share it with people, you know how the relations between sorcerers and wizards is. Barely there. I didn't want to create problems for anyone." Darla internally thanks him, wondering if he'd read her mind or something. After a moment, she dismisses it. Her mental shields were too good, thanks to Mason's own teachings. She would have known if he had entered her mind. "Where are we anyway?" Doria asks, as Mason leads them towards what looks like a house, at the end of the path. Mason smiles, and says, "This is my home. The Aves Manor. It had burned down some 50 years ago, and I had it rebuilt when I became an adult. I'm sorry for not bringing you here before, I was content with just staying in my Islington house, you know." Darla could think of a few words for Mason, but she understood his worries. He wanted a house to remain private, she could accept that. For the first half hour or so, Mason gives them a tour of his house, and the grounds. She was glad to know that this place is as secure as they come, thanks to the Fideliu's charm. She was also glad to know that the only people who knew about this house were the ones inside the house. "At least I have one more place to look for, when I can't find him," Darla thinks, as they sit down in the living room, taking a chair each. Mason POV. "Waving my hand, I summon a few bottles of different alcohols, and place them on a table in between us. The talks that we were going to have will surely need drinks." I wasn't upset anymore, I didn't lie. There was some pain in my heart, sure, but it wasn't anything I couldn't manage. As I hand them a glass of scotch each, I can't help but notice that Doria has gotten a lot more attractive than the last time I had seen her. Which was? Wow, I haven't seen her in years. "So? Ready to talk it out?" Doria asks, raising an eyebrow at me. I chuckle, as I go back to my own seat, and say, "I wasn't lying before, you know. I'm over it." Seeing all their dubious faces, I say, "It still hurts, everything that has happened, sure. But I'm not being a bitch about it." "Are you sure? You know we're here for you, right?" Darla asks, as she drinks her drink. Nodding, I smile at Darla, and say, "I'm sure. I appreciate it though." Pausing, I smile, remembering my army days, and say, "Tim wasn't the first friend I lost, you know. I'd made a few friends in my training days, and more than a few on the battlefield. Tim was just special." I see Doria smile, with Darla joining in. Anna was just observing me, probably trying to see if I'm actually alright, not trusting my own judgment. I'm glad Blinky brought them to me, that Darla bothered to try. She might not be much help in taking my psychology back to normal, but the fact that she tried does make me happy. Turning towards Doria, the one I hadn't seen the most out of the girls, I ask, what are you up to anyway? Last I'd heard you were beginning with alchemy. Doria pours some more scotch for herself, her glass already empty, and says, yeah, I'm still learning. Seeing my dubious face, she adds, oh, piss off. I'm studying by myself, and I don't have much study material. I've bought many books, but old alchemy books are hard to find. My family had other interests, even in the past. Alchemy is not something they bothered too much with. Oh, understandable. The Black family is notoriously famous for being dark. I say, I'll see if I have any more books on the subject. I doubt the Flamels will take Doria on as a student. They're really selective over whom they take, and Doria, as impressive as she is, does not fit the bill. Soon, our talks move on to our lives, all of us telling how our lives have gone for these years. Just listening to them speak helps me, since it makes me realize that I'm not alone. Steve and Tim might be gone, and I might have lost the Howling Commandos and the SSR too, but I still have these girls. Excuse me? You were going to be married? I ask, stopping Doria's talk, as she was explaining her own life. Doria frowns at me, making me realize what I just said, and asks, what is that even supposed to mean? Raising my hands, I say, never mind, I'm a twat. Please continue. I poke my tongue out at Darla, who had laughed at me taking my words back so soon. I might be a better fighter, but I know how to choose my own battles. As she continues speaking, I take the fire whiskey in my hand, knowing that I'll need this. Didn't know my actions changed this much out here. His name was Charles Potter, a son of one of my father's old friends. He lost his life recently, in one of the Muggle air raids. Don't know which one though, his uncle didn't tell us much. I'm just glad to not have to marry someone I don't know. Doria says, and the last part does make me sigh internally. Thank God, I thought she loved him or something. Not that I have feelings for her, no, we don't know each other enough for me to say that. I just didn't want one of my friends to be upset because of my actions. Yet, I'm not mentioning that I was the one to kill him. If Monty didn't mention it, then it means they don't want his image tarnished. Good enough for me. When the girls leave, at almost 12 AM, I have a smile on my face. I love Darla, no question there. She came here, to make sure I was okay. She's a true friend, and I'm glad she's my best friend. Anna too, she might not be as close to me now as we were before, but she still came here, she bothered. And so did Doria. Doria, now that's something I'm pleasantly surprised to see changed. She doesn't have feelings for me anymore, not a huge crush at least. And you know what, I'm glad. I might ask her out someday, I might not. But that doesn't mean I want her to keep pining after me, keep waiting for me. If she finds someone that makes her happy, good. She deserves it. If I find someone that makes me happy, also good. I probably deserve it too. I think. But before that, Doria has to focus on her alchemy mastery, via independent studies, while I have a war to win. After waving them goodbye, through a portal that takes them to Darla's house, I turn around, and summon a book. I've been practicing runes, the last few days. I might have taken Grindelwald's scrying advantage away from him, thanks to a handy runic tattoo branded on my back, but that doesn't mean he's any less knowledgeable. He just can't scry anything about me, but he can still scry the future. Which means, he probably already knows whatever result is destined to happen, or one of them. Scrying, unlike using the time stone, does not show you multiple possibilities, with no fixed result. It just shows you one vision each time, the rest depending on your own capabilities. But, from what Grindelwald said, he has seen multiple versions of our fights, which means he has something else, probably a mutation, that allowed him to look into different futures. There is no fixed future, I know that. But every future he has seen, gives him that much more advantage. That's not counting whatever other mutations he has, and the fucking death stick in his hands. The Elder Wand, the most powerful wand, and arguably the most powerful wizarding hands alive. If I'm hoping to defeat him, since I doubt Dumbledore will be able to, then I'm going to need to use every advantage I have, or gain advantages myself. Which is why, runes. Rowena was right, I need to use my imagination a lot more than I do now. A/N, this chapter was a filler, I know. It does not have anything important, or any major changes to the ongoing plot. This will, however, help me when I write the eventual battle between Grindelwald's army, and the good guys. Chapter 50, Gellert Grindelwald. A/N, part2, HelloDarkness07. Wind flowed harshly over the mountain ranges of Austria, the Alps. Through these harsh winds, an invisible, intangible being flew, not in the physical plane. Me. From within the astral plane, I looked over the mountains, keeping all my senses open, as I was looking for the Nurmengard, a fortress that I know nothing of. I haven't seen it yet, in any of the minds I've encountered. Even Charles and Vinda, two of his closest allies, had no idea exactly where Nernengard was. They'd been there, sure, but they almost always portkeyed there, and left the same way. Which means, other than the fact that it is in the Alps, I know nothing. I also know that it is large, about 50 stories tall, fortress, surrounded by 2-story tall walls, and a single entrance, with "for the greater good" written on the outer walls. But that's not going to be of much use, in searching for it. Grindelwald has no doubt hidden it away, which means my sight might not be of much use. He has also developed a potion to increase mental defenses of his acolytes, which is how Charles and Vinda could keep my telepathy probes out, which makes my mind obsolete. And if I can create a spell, and an artifact, that can hide my scent and sounds completely, then I'm assuming that so can he. But, at least I know it's in the Alps, which is why I was here now, albeit in the astral plane, to see if I can find it. My nose, ears, magic senses, mind, and my eyes, I had kept all of my senses open, even if they might not be of much use. I could use them to sniff out a blank spot, or something. I had gotten my preparations over with, practicing using my spells, and my other gifts together, with Rowena's help. I have no idea how strong Grindelwald really is, but I believe I'm ready to deal with anything he throws at me. I've spent months preparing for it, so I know I'm ready. I have to be. For hours, I keep flying in my astral form, not finding anything even resembling a fortress. The only buildings here, were the Hydra and Nazi bases we had destroyed. But then, after 10 or so hours of flying around, I hear something that gives me a pause. The sound of thoughts. The voices were all male, with nothing to giving. One was thinking about a woman, fantasizing about her, another was singing a song in his head, while the third was imagining how much damage he could do with the fire in front of him. Focusing, I enter the mind of the singer, and smile. The 3 men were sitting around a campfire, talking about some nonsensical stuff, barely a mile away from me. They were close enough, that I should have been able to hear their thoughts before, or hear them talk, move, or even smell them. That is, if it wasn't for the wards hiding them. Yup, they're wizards. What time is it? The pyromaniac asks, turning his head away from the flames. The singer twitches his wand, already in his hands, and casts, Tempus. The clock in front of his, and now my eyes, says 2:01 p.m. This causes all of them to widen their eyes, and take the metal flask in front of them, swinging back to take a large swig of the drink, no. Potion. Almost immediately, I feel the mind of the singer try and push me out, its strength now increased 100-fold. The singer doesn't notice anything, however, and they keep talking. We could have been really fucked if we were any late. I doubt a minute of lateness is enough to show anything to Avalon. The fantasizing man says, as his mind becomes silent once again, his thoughts hidden from me. The occluding elixir, an alchemical invention of Gellert Grindelwald, which can grant anyone the full benefits of occlumency, without them doing anything. This can even protect a simple, untrained muggle from the full force of the legilimency attack by the highest legilimency master. This is what allowed all of Grindelwald's soldiers to completely block my telepathy. Unfortunately for the singer, my telepathy is subtle, very subtle. And while I can't enter the mind after the potion has been taken, I can definitely stay hidden inside of a mind I'm already in. The potion, however, works only for 2 hours per dose, and these guys missed the next dose by a few dozen seconds, which allowed me to sense their minds. Potion to protect their thoughts, wards to hide their minds, smell, sounds, and magic. If it wasn't for the few seconds of delay on their part, I would never have found them. Is it actually a coincidence, or just a lure? I stay in the singer's mind, to find what they're doing here, using my telepathy to stay hidden inside his mind. Telepathy can come in 2 forms, I've noticed. The most common one, is the brute force telepathy. This has a lot less subtlety behind it, and most of the times, only allows the telepath to hear loud thoughts, or control people. They might also possess people, to read their memories like I do, but their Shinnick powers are so unsubtle, that it causes their victims to almost always some pain. Essex had met a few telepaths of this kind, in his very long life, and I'm betting that Charles Xavier is of this kind. The other type, the one I have, is very subtle. The Shinnick powers are discreet, allowing for me to stay in people's minds without them knowing, or without them going through any sort of pain. This type also gives me better access to the mind of my victims. On the flip side, the subtle telepathy most often lacks the sheer power needed to control more than one person at a time. Essex, and I came under this category. Phoenix, is the only being I know of, that has both of these types of telepathy, since all Shinnick powers do come from her. She can be subtle when she wants to, and powerful when she wants to. And this also transfers over to her hosts. Apocalypse, meanwhile, as far as Essex's memories of him can tell, had a very minor talent in telepathy, with very little range. Don't get me wrong, his mind was just so damn powerful, that the minor telepathy allowed him to take over any mind he wants to. Even other telepaths. He can also piggyback on other telepaths' telepathy, which I know of from my memories. But, it's not important. For now. Essex is hidden, with no idea I'm responsible for his clone body's death, while Apocalypse is still asleep. Taking a few minutes, I go through all of the singer's memories, who's an American wizard by the name of Mike Hunt, and then, retreat. With a snapping pull on the connection I could feel with my body, I open my eyes, now in my own body, back in the Chamber of Secrets, and smile. Standing up, I disappear from the chamber, and instantly appear in the Ministry of Magic's atrium, and walk towards the DMLE. As a happy coincidence, I see the head of DMLE, Mr. Jeremiah Shafik, right outside the DMLE entrance, talking with the Minister of Magic, Leonard Spencer Moon, and Freddie Kelpis, an old man who is the current British representative in the ICW. They were discussing the latest increase in violence against Muggles, and how the ICW was really desperate now to find and defeat Grindelwald. What about Albus? Has he broken the blood pact yet? Kelpis asks, as I start approaching them. No, he's still working on it, or so he says. Alas, we just have to trust in his words. Spencer Moon says, as he nervously wipes his palms on his robe. Interrupting whatever Shafik was going to say, I say, well, if he wants a chance to stop his friend, then tell him to hurry. I've found Nermengard. At once, all three heads turn to me, with surprise and shock. Shafik frowns, a bit concerned, and says, Aves, I know you're stronger than most wizards, and possibly even me. But this is Grindelwald we're talking about. I ignore his statement, not bothering with proving my strength to him, and give them a paper, with coordinates to the Nermengard fortress that I had gotten from Hunt's mind. I say, 1 hour, that's how long I'll wait for the ICW, the Aurors, and even Dumbledore. After that, I'm attacking the fortress, alone if I have to. As they just look at the paper with shock, I turn around, and leave the way I came. The only reason I'm even informing them, is that I need someone to deal with the cannon fodder, to give me a clear path towards Grindelwald. 1 hour, Gellert Grindelwald. After that, I'll finally have my sweet revenge for everything you've done to me. My family, the Aves, my capture, involuntary blood donation, and Tim. Not to forget the tens of thousands of people killed by him, or his army, or even the fact that he's a Nazi. Grindelwald will pay for everything. At the same time, in Hogwarts. In Hogwarts, in the office of the head of the Transfiguration Department, who also doubled as the deputy headmaster of the prestigious school, a man sat still, staring at the smoky figure of a man, floating in the air in front of him. The ghost-like man looks at the desk in front of the actual, real man, and says, So, you've broken the pact. I didn't know you had it in you, Albus. Albus Dumbledore, the man in question, frowns sadly at the spirit, and says, You don't know a lot of things, Gellert. You did always believe yourself to be all-knowing, thanks to the handy gift of yours. Gellert Grindelwald walks a few steps to the side, to look out the window. He says, I have improved upon my sight, Albus. I don't just claim to be all-knowing, I actually am that now. Turning back, he looks at his old friend in the eyes, pleading. He says, Please. Albus. I offer this once again, join me. Let's take over the world together, just like we had planned to. Albus smiles, and says, Even after all these years, you still don't know me, if you believe I will join you after everything you've done. And what have I done? Because of me, wizards are finally getting together again, uniting. Muggles are destroying themselves, giving us chance enough to finally claim the earth as ours, as is our birthright. For the first time, us wizards actually stand a chance of defeating the Muggles, all because of me. Grindelwald says, passionately speaking, boasting. Dumbledore stands up, glaring at Grindelwald, and says, And what of the wizards you've killed in your campaign, Gellert? What of the millions of Muggles that died because of your machinations? The 3 wizards whose souls you damned by giving the Muggles access to a summoning ritual? What of Credence, my brother? And what of Ariana, my sister? You say you're doing everything for the wizarding world's sake, Gellert, but admit it. This is all for your own benefit, your own spite. Grindelwald stares at Albus for a while, not saying anything. Finally, he turns around, and says, You'll see, Albus. You'll all see, when I bring wizards and witches to the top of the world. Once again at the window, he turns to glance at Dumbledore, and says, You know where I am. I'll be waiting for you to come, Albus. Alone. And then, the transparent figure of Gellert Grindelwald transforms into smoke, and disappears, the spell dissipating. Albus sighs, looking at the 2 broken vials of glass sitting innocently on the table, the blood from within destroyed already. There were 2 of them, one which was always with Grindelwald, the other with Albus. Together, they made the blood pact. As long as both of the vials existed, neither of them could fight the other, as their pact dictated. And now, finally, both the vials were destroyed, the pact intact no more. Alone. He wants me alone, but knowing him, it is not for an ambush. He wants to duel, one final duel to decide it all. Albus thinks, staring at the destroyed blood-packed vials. He then waves his wand, summoning his purple robe from the wardrobe. Wearing it, he walks out of his office, towards the gates. As soon as he gets out of the wards of Hogwarts, Albus operates away from Scotland, appearing in London. Going to Gringotts, he applies for an international port-caat, knowing that he can't go to the ministry right now. Grindelwald wants him alone, he'll get him alone. Grindelwald had sensed the destruction of the blood pact, which had also allowed him to sense exactly where Albus was, and appear to him thanks to some obscure spell. But, just like that, it had also allowed Albus to feel exactly where Grindelwald was, at every moment. The pact was very intimate, creating a connection between the two participants, at the moment of its conception. And now that the pact was unraveled, broken, the connection allowed both the participants to feel each other, feel where they are. Back in Hogwarts, about a minute after Albus left his office, the fireplace burns once again, a face appearing in it. The flow caller, the ICW representative Kelpis, calls out, "Albus? Albus? Are you there? We know where Grindelwald is. Hello? Albus." Alas, Albus Dumbledore had already left for Austria, leaving the ICW and the Aurors no choice, but to leave without him, hoping against all hope, that a larger army is enough to stop Grindelwald's rampage, not knowing that the only one they believe strong enough to defeat Grindelwald was already on his way there, stuck behind only because of bureaucracy. Mason POV. I open my eyes, the hour almost up. Getting up, I take the swords from the place they were resting in, and store them in nowhere, along with a few things I'm going to need. Looking at Blinky, I say, "Wish me luck, Blinky." Blinky nods, her hands clenched together in nervousness, and says, "Please be safe, Mason sir." Smiling, I focus within myself, and disappear, instantly appearing in Brighton, South London. The beach was empty, thanks to the war still going on. I glance at the portal ring on my finger, and raise the hand in front of my chest. Spinning my right hand around, I create a portal to Austria, below the Alps, in a forest I had seen before. I'd opened the portal about 2 miles away from the Nurmengard fortress, since I have no idea what kind of protection spells there were on the building itself. Besides, knowing Grindelwald, he has probably placed a trap for me right outside the wards, so better not trip them immediately. Not hearing any voices, of even heartbeats, blood pumping, footsteps, breathing, or smelling any kind of scent other than those that belong to trees and animals, I open my mind, and find that there weren't any minds around me either. It was too silent, which means this is also probably a trap too. Welp, better the trap further away from the base full of dark wizards, than the one near it. Barely a second after creating the portal to Austria, I jump in, and immediately duck down, letting a very fast kick go over my head, harmlessly. Completing a barrel roll, I raise my hand, catching a fist coming at my head, and kick my attacker in the stomach, sending him flying away from me, and into a large tree. The man was wearing a white shirt, with black trousers, along with black leather shoes. At least he's got style. He stands up, dusting some of the dirt off, and looks at me with bright red eyes. "Since when do vampires work for Grindelwald?" I ask, getting ready for a fight. Grindelwald's scrying has gotten far more advanced than I believed, if he could still see me coming here. My runic tattoo should have prevented precogs to not see me. I guess the tattoo lacks the oomph factor to stop him. Or I was always going to come here anyway, even before I got the tattoo. And vampires? Seriously? Vampires are light on their feet, have no scent, have no beating heart, and their blood doesn't make a sound. He's fast, almost as fast as me, in fact, as I've noticed in the small exchange, but his strength is barely more than Steve's. The vampire keeps staring at me, and says, "We have an agreement." With an accent, which I'm guessing is Austrian. Judging by the fact that it's 3 p.m. right now, with the sun shining above our heads, I'm guessing Grindelwald gave him a little something to allow vampires to walk during daylight. Why though? Just to delay me? Because there's no way I'm not winning this fight, I have too much at stake to lose. Feeling something brush my mental barriers, I chuckle, and say, "That's not going to work on me, buddy. I've faced stronger minds than yours. I'd read that vampires can mind control people, sort of like the Imperious Curse without using a wand, but I didn't think vampires would be more subtle than the actual curse." The vampire smiles, weirdly enough, and says, "Oh, I know. Grindelwald told us that. I was just distracting you." Us? Turning around, I catch another fist coming at my head, and with a single movement, stab my pointed hand in the attacking vampire's chest, through his heart. As the vampire in my hands chokes, his body struggling to heal with my hand still inside his chest, I partially transform my arm into the cautious, burning the vampire completely with white-hot flames. I turn around, now looking at more than 20 vampires, all suited up in nice clothes, looking down at me from different spots. Some were on trees, some were down on the ground, beside the first vampire. One of them, bigger than the rest, obviously their leader, was standing in the middle, wearing a suit that was definitely designer. He looks barely bothered by the fact that I just killed one of his vampires, and says, "Attack." With a flourishing motion of my hands, I summon 2 long daggers in my hands, made by me, out of goblin silver. I'm not going to waste my Galadmagol and Dermagol's enchantments on these weaklings. I start walking forward, towards the main vampire, as the 25 other vampires start running towards me. 7 vampires jump at me from their positions on the trees, their altitude allowing them to reach me first. With a snap, I throw my 2 daggers into the necks of the 2 vampires, beheading them immediately. I step to the right, letting the bodies fall down, and raise my leg, kicking a 3rd vampire away from me as he had approached me with his hands raised. Summoning one of my daggers, I catch the kick of a 4th vampire, and stab him in the chest. Pulling the dagger sideways, I cut through his chest, and use it to behead another vampire who tried to attack me from behind. The 3rd vampire returns, this time with a rock lifted over his head as a weapon. Waving my left hand, I cut his legs off, making him slide on the ground mid-run and causing the big rock to fall on his own head. This doesn't kill him, but a dagger landing on the ground, after cutting through his neck does. I cut, stab, behead, and burn any vampire that approaches me, and within a single minute, the only vampire remaining is the leader. They're fast, but I'm faster. They're strong, but I'm stronger, and I just have better instincts. I look up at the last vampire, the leader, standing just a couple meters away from him. He was bigger than me, taller than me by at least a whole foot. He grins down at me, and says, "I'm stronger, you know. You may have defeated my children, but you won't defeat me so easily." As a show of strength, he puts his left hand to the side, and stabs his fingers into the trunk of a tree, and crushes the wood. Okay, yeah, he's stronger than me. Swinging my arm as fast as possible, softball style, I throw the dagger at his forehead. The vampire ducks, seeing the dagger coming, and says, "As if I'm that slow." And then, he dies, his head falling down, courtesy of the dagger returning to my hands, spinning around like a boomerang thanks to my telekinesis. Snapping my fingers, I conjure flames in the air in front of myself, and send them at all the dead. Well, re-dead vampire bodies, turning them to ash. And then, I begin my walk towards Nurmengard, completely invisible. Barely 10 steps in, however, I am forced to stop, courtesy of a barrier being raised around me. Correction, around us. There were around 50 wizards, who had operated in all at once, to surround me from 3 sides. Not bothering with speaking, I become visible, and start walking towards them, my wand in my hand this time. Around 30 spells fly towards me, all at once, few of them killing curses. I wave my left hand through the air, casting a protego, creating a large shield to absorb the non-lethal spells. As for the killing curses, small rocks jump up from the ground, intercepting the spells, and take the curses for me before they can even strike the shield. The shield maintained by my left hand, wandlessly, I wave my right hand, which held my wand, through the air, casting an area-wide stunning charm. Turning the stunning charm into an area-wide spell, is easy enough. It just loses a lot of power, and speed, allowing competent wizards enough time to shield. The group attacking me, however, were not all competent. Heck, half the people here were yelling spells loudly, even for stunners. Many others, meanwhile, were in the middle of casting spells of their own, when my spell is emitted, not giving them enough time to shield. Around 15 wizards drop down, unconscious, while 10 or so wizards start becoming dizzy, their magic resisting against the stunner. Holding the protego in front of me, I banish it at the group to my left. As my shield crashes into them, they get thrown into the forest, as 10 stunners hit the 8 people all at once. Turning to my right, I point my wand at the 7 wizards there, and shoot a basketball-sized fireball at them. The wizards jump away, letting the fireball crash into a tree with an explosion, but while they were jumping, stunners take care of dropping them too. And now, I turn towards the 20 remaining people, to my front, 10 of whom were still dizzy. Catching a flaying curse on the tip of my wand, I send it back towards the caster, and watch his skin start peeling off, not enjoying his screaming even a little. My dagger comes out of its holster, and flies towards his heart, thanks to my telekinesis, which stops his screaming. The 19 wizards all point their wands at Maine and yell, "Avada Kedavra!" in unison. Well, fuck you too. Throwing my wand down, I clap my hands together, and create portals underneath all their feet, dropping them on the ground right in front of me, in the paths of their own curses. Another portal drops me on the opposite side, away from the killing curses path. The wizards drop dead, their killing curses hitting them. One of them, however, was still breathing. Wow, you're so lucky you can't even cast the killing curse. I say, not knowing if I should be impressed, or disappointed. This man's killing curse had no killing factor in it. Despite hitting his face, it did nothing to him. HNGH. The man groans, as he starts to raise his wand to attack me again. Percutio. I say, nonchalantly pointing my own wand at him. From my wand tip, a focused bolt of magic emits, and hits him on the forehead. The piercing hex stabs through his head, and comes out, killing him. Well, he's dying, but his brain is probably already dead. What? He tried to fucking kill me. He failed, but that's not my problem now, is it? The 50 wizards all dead, or unconscious, I start walking once again, this time in the mirror dimension. Not letting anyone else ambush me, to delay me. The barrier they had erected to stop me is broken by a simple stab of Dermagol, before me going into the mirror dimension. It should allow at least someone to find these bodies. The Aurors should have reached Nurmengard by now, I gave them enough time to do that. If not, well, cannon fodder aren't going to delay me too much. Dumbledore appears out of the apparition tunnel, around 300 meters away from the outer walls of Nurmengard. In front of him, were thousands of wizards, all with their wands pointed at him. One of them raises his arm up, and says, "Stop, it's Dumbledore." Gellert wants him inside. Albus recognizes the wizard as Heinz Luther, the replacement of Vinda Rosier, and one of Gellert's lieutenants. As if Albus was Moses, the Sea of Wizards part, allowing him to see the gate of the Nurmengard fortress. As the gate opens, Albus sees him, his former best friend, the one man he loved the most. Gellert Grindelwald. He was just standing there, waiting for him, outside the Nurmengard building. The Lethafolds he was supposed to have tamed were nowhere to be seen, but then again, Lethafolds can hide themselves very easily. Albus starts walking, knowing that these wizards won't attack him. It's not Gellert's style, at least, when it comes to Albus. Either he would have had him assassinated, or he would have killed him himself. Calling him to Austria, and cursing on his back, was not something he would condone. "Welcome, Albus. I'm glad you came here to witness my victory over the wizarding world," Gellert proclaims, as soon as Albus is inside the grounds of Nurmengard. Albus takes his wand out, as soon as he's inside, and stops, the wand held at his side. He doesn't say anything, not having any words to do so. He had already said all the words he wanted to, tried to convince Gellert hundreds of times over. If that didn't convince him of his errors, then nothing will. "Shall we begin, my dear?" Gellert asks, bringing his own wand out. Albus notices that it's not the wand he had known Gellert to possess, and his heart sinks, realizing something. The reason behind Gellert's confidence, it wasn't just his sight. The Elder Wand. Albus whispers, staring in horror at the wand that's rumored to be the most powerful wand ever created. Stealing his heart, Albus starts the duel, by firing a thick bolt of pure magic at Gellert. Gellert's smile widens, as he shoots his own bolt through the Elder Wand, and Albus's magic, the two spells meeting in the middle. The battle of the century has begun. A/N, how was this chapter? Honest review please. Sorry for being late. I'm on meds, and hence a bit sleepy all the time. I couldn't find the energy to write, or post here. I'm still sleepy, dizzy, but I'd waited too long anyway, so I wanted to post. Chapter 51, Albus Dumbledore. A/N, part2, HelloDarkness07. Two wizards, once friends, now enemies. Albus Dumbledore, and Gellert Grindelwald. Both loved each other dearly once, cared for each other completely. But now, they're fighting each other, trying to defeat the other completely, so that the other may turn over to their own side. Two intense beams of light, pure magic, one light blue, and the other a dark violet, meet in between the two wizards, crashing into a dark blue orb that hovers at the point of impact. The two wands connected to the beams of magic, stay raised, each one trying hard to push the orb over to the other's side. Because both of them knew, the person who loses this battle of wills, will lose this battle entirely. At Albus's back stood near to the outer walls, was a group of 15 men, with 10 of those men holding their wands at the necks of the other 5. Albus knew those 5 men, they were officials of the magical Germany's ministerium. And right now, they were standing as witnesses to this amazing battle of magic, where both wizards used more magic in the single attack, than most adult wizards have access to. The orb, where the magic from the two wands was battling for dominance, stays in one spot, exactly in between the two men. The orb, not being stable enough, causes a lot of the magic to leak, sending it in the form of different spells flying outwards. Lightning strikes the ground around the two wizards, and a few patches of ground get hit by imitations of the Bombarda spell, as the orb destroys some land. Some bolts of magic leak into the sky, to no avail, and some even try to go further, to attack the spectators. Fortunately for them, Grindelwald had already erected a barrier around the duo, to protect those outside from stray spells, and to prevent anyone from interfering. For a moment, the orb of battling magic moves forward, away from Albus, as he puts more effort into his attack. But then, he sees Gellert twitch his wand once, his own face showing the focus he has in this battle, and the orb starts moving towards Albus. Albus raises his left hand, to help his wand hand, by supporting the magical strain of holding a spell active, and to help it push the orb backwards. And it does work, as the orb once again starts moving backwards, towards Gellert. It keeps moving forward, with Albus putting more and more effort into it, and Albus takes a moment to glance at Gellert, and smiles through the concentration, seeing a bead of sweat leak from Gellert's head. Gellert catches Albus' eyes, his face straining, and says, "You know. Albus." He pauses, grunting in effort as the orb pushes backwards once again. But, Albus takes a step forward and straightens his arm, the orb pushing back once again. Gellert continues speaking, as the orb continues to move towards him, and says, "You're as strong as ever, even with the odds stacked against you." The orb reaches Gellert, and is about to touch his wand, from where it would have spread to Gellert's body with a shock, stopping his magic from working. But then, it stops a foot away from Gellert's wand, causing Albus to widen his eyes in shock, as Gellert raises his own left arm to join the right. He then raises his left arm backwards, and pushes both the left and right hands forward, with a second wave of magic. The second wave causes the orb to zoom backwards, towards Albus, and he disconnects the spell, jumping to the side. The orb flies into the barrier, and splashes on it harmlessly, the magic being absorbed by the ward to better itself. Albus looks up, with horror, and sees Gellert smirking at him from his position. Gellert wipes the sweat off his brow, and says, "But I'm still stronger than you." Albus stands up, and raises his wand up, casting a shield charm to stop a dark red curse from hitting him. Before the curse even hits completely, Albus moves, and sends a barrage of stunning spells at Gellert's head. "Stunners? Really, Albus?" Gellert says, casually stopping all the spells with a wandless shield. But then, suddenly, his shield breaks, a nonverbal expulso hitting it, and Gellert is sent skidding back. He raises his left arm, and slaps his hand downwards, using a small shield charm to slap the next stunner away. He glares at Albus, and says, "You won't be able to capture me, Albus. You either kill me, or I kill you. This is how it was always going to be, there is no other way." Albus looks at Gellert, a sad look upon his face, and says, "I am still going to try, old friend." He then turns to his left, his wand twirling through the air, pointed downwards. Gellert raises his own wand, and fires a reducto at Albus, to stop him from his work. Unfortunately, the spell splashes harmlessly on a steel shield, held by a knight made completely out of stone, that rises from the ground in front of Albus. The knight, transfigured completely by Albus, with its shield formed by alchemically transmuting the stone shield he had originally transfigured to be held by the knight, is joined by 3 more such knights, all standing in front of Albus. "Attack!" Albus says, and immediately, the 4 knights, holding sharp steel swords, and shields, start running towards Gellert. Gellert wasn't idle, however, and he twirls his own wand at the ground in front of him, transfiguring 3 gorillas in front of him. He wasn't proficient enough in alchemy to transmute metal weapons, but he knew that 3 large primates were enough to take care of the 4 knights. As the knights and gorillas start their fight, Albus points his wand at Gellert, and shoots a concentrated ball of magic at him. Gellert slashes his wand downwards, casting a shield spell to block the magic blast, and then slashes his left hand towards Albus, sending a burst of lightning out of his hands. Dumbledore waves his wand, causing one of the knights to get in the way of the spell, with his sword raised. The knight then stabs the sword into the ground, just before lightning hits it. The lightning hits the sword, and safely goes into the earth, without harming anyone. Unfortunately, a simple banishing charm hits the knight, sending it flying towards Albus. Albus raises his wand with a shield spell already cast, and as the knight crashes into his shield, he casts another spell at it, splitting its volume, and transfigures them into 1,000 sparrows, all made of stone, with their talons and beak made of the same steel that made the sword and shield of the knight. The sparrows jump into flight, and dive bomb towards Gellert Grindelwald, who slashes his wand upwards to cast a Presidio Totalum charm, creating a full spherical shield around himself, that protects him from anything physical. But he doesn't stay still, and twirls his wand into the air, in front of him, focusing on casting a very specific spell. Dumbledore, who also hadn't stayed idle, helps his knights defeat the gorillas, and sends them to attack Grindelwald's shield. As a backup, he then focuses deep within himself, summoning all the desperation to win this fight, and stabs his wand towards Gellert, silently casting a Foolman spell. The Foolman spell sends a single, thick lightning bolt at Gellert, and immediately rips through his shield spell. Gellert was ready, however, and he does two things at once. With his left hand, he wandlessly casts a strong Protogo spell to stop the lightning, and then, with his wand, he fires an intense wave of dark magic. The dark magic wave was a spell of his own design, through many experimentations with the elemental spells while in Strang. He created a dark arts spell. A fire so hot, that everything in its path was immediately disintegrated, with not even ash left behind. So, when the white-colored dark magic spell hit the approaching golems, it only caused them to disintegrate, with no damage to him. Albus frowns, seeing the wave come closer, and slashes his wand upwards, forcing a wave of pure magic through it, while keeping the image of what he wants to happen in his mind. The slash of his wand splits the dark magic wave into two, causing the two parts to veer off towards his two sides, and hit the barrier. Once again, the barrier holds, not getting damaged in the least. Albus had already seen the spell before, when he had fought Gellert along with his brother, so long ago. And while it didn't hit anyone, he knew how dangerous it was to humans. Spinning his wand over his head, Albus summons a fire whip, with his wand acting as the handle of the whip. The fire whip, over 4 meters long, spins around his head a few times, gaining momentum, and then, as he slashes his wand towards Gellert, it flies towards him, the tip aimed at his neck. Gellert raises his wand upwards, conjuring a giant wave of water in front of him, which stops the flame whip before it can harm him. The water wave then grows 2 hands out of its front, that catch the flame whip, and water starts climbing the whip. Albus sees the water start covering his flame whip, and raises his left arm, willing the fire to become even hotter. The increasing temperatures causes the water to start boiling, and evaporate away within a single second. A wave of his left hand sends the hot mist towards Gellert, who was not ready for it. Some of it hits him in his face, and his raised hands. Gellert winces, and glares at Albus, as his burn wounds start healing right before Albus's eyes. "What did you do?" Albus whispers out, horrified. Albus is a teacher, a pretty good one at that. He has seen a lot of things, and amongst them, he has seen the school medic heal hundreds of wounds, and even burns. Whatever Gellert did, was not that. He didn't even feel any magic being used for the wound healing, and Albus was confident in his senses. Gellert chuckles, sounding even more menacing, and says, "It's a handy ritual, Albus. Vinculum sanguinis, the bond of blood. I can use it to absorb anyone, or anything within myself, as long as they're alive. You must have felt my magic, didn't you? It's not stronger, no. But better. I absorbed souls within myself, Albus, life. As you can see, having so much life within myself has some fortunate side effects." Albus realizes that the fight has gotten just that much harder now. Gellert was immortal, or long-living, depending on how many wizards he has absorbed, and it still makes Albus's stomach clench in disgust. When he thinks about it, Gellert must already be the strongest wizard in the world. That's if he only stuck wizards. But he knew that absorbing more wizard souls does not mean that Grindelwald has more magic. It doesn't work like that. Magic is soul, blood, and body. Increasing the potency of just one won't increase the potency of his magic. His body is still weak. And there's a limit over how strong wizards can get, even with rituals. Albus stands up, having ducked in preparation for a counter-attack that never came, and says, "This just means your capture is that much more necessary, Gellert. How low have you fallen?" Scowling, Gellert shoots a concentrated beam of magic at Albus, who counters with his own beam, and says, "I've fallen low, Albus. Tell me, was it me that tried to kill his own brother? Was it me that helped Muggles in their war, when no one was looking? You might have believed yourself invisible, Albus, but I could see you. I could see you all the time." As the two beams of magic begin fighting once more, Albus realizes that his secret isn't a secret anymore, with the lieutenants of Grindelwald, as well as the German prisoners having listened to his words. Albus knew that Grindelwald had some hand in Hitler's successes, but he didn't know how far it went. And so, without anyone knowing, Albus had utilized his personal time turner, one he had gotten from the ministry thanks to his magical accomplishments, and joined the Muggle War. He had been under a disillusionment charm, so strong, that it made him completely invisible, with some additional charms to prevent his detection. He had destroyed a few of the Nazi tankers, knowing he can't do too much without causing suspicions. And he had destroyed a single Hydra factory, deeming the bombs they had made too dangerous to be left intact. No one knew about his deeds, and it was by choice. He didn't want that negative attention towards him, and after seeing how Mason Aves had been turned into a propaganda machine, his fears were well founded. Or at least, he thought no one knew. Gellert, it seemed, always knew. Suddenly, Albus feels something climbing on top of his legs, and looks down. There was grass growing on the ground, just underneath him. Everywhere else, all the little greenery there was had disintegrated in Gellert's last attack. Albus waves his hand at the grass, to dispel the animation charm he believed cast on it, but his wave of hand does nothing to the grass. He then waves his hand again, to undo the transfiguration, once again to no avail. Scowling, Albus focuses on the volatile magical orb floating in front of him, and pulls his wand upwards, sending the orb flying upwards, while at the same time forcing Gellert's wand arm to point upwards too. As the orb explodes into the sky, Albus grunts, and sends a strong exploding hex at Gellert. Gellert casts a shield, but the strength behind the spell sends him skidding backwards. Albus takes the time to point his wand at his legs, and casts an incendio charm, burning just the grass from his legs. He then looks up, to attack Gellert once again, but feels something climb his leg, again, this time far faster than before. And then, before he can try anything, the grass pulls back for a moment, and then stabs into his leg. Somehow, what was supposed to be soft grass, had enough strength and sharpness to it, that it makes Albus bleed, as he gasps in pain. Ah! He whispers, casting another incendio to burn the grass away. Albus immediately summons a bezoar from his pouch, feeling himself poisoned by the grass, and throws it in his throat, swallowing it whole. He then points his wand at his leg, to start healing the wounds, but before he can cast a spell, his wand gets pulled out of his hand and into the hands of his enemy. Albus Dumbledore had lost, and Gellert Grindelwald had won. I lost. Albus wonders, feeling all his hope fly out. He had thought he would lose, there were very high odds of that happening, but that doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Grindelwald smirks at Albus's bleeding form, his hands stopping the blood from flowing too much, with Albus's wand in his left hand, and the Elder Wand in his right. He then starts walking towards Albus, each footstep taunting Albus with his loss. Albus blinks his tears away, as Gellert stops a foot away from him, and asks, "Kill me then, finish it." Gellert snorts, and slowly sits down on his knee. He keeps Albus's wand in his own pocket, with Albus following it with his eyes, and waves his hand over the wound in Albus's thighs. The wounds start healing, thanks to the healing spell cast by Gellert, and Albus winces, feeling the pain of flesh binding together once again. Gellert ignores his pain, and slowly says, "I never wanted to kill you, Albus. I want you to join me, just like old times." Albus looks up from his now healed legs, and smiles up at Gellert. He says, "We both know what my answer is, Gellert. I will never join you, not after all you've done to the magical world." "To me? Too? No, Albus. Everything I did for the magical world. How long will we stay hidden from the Muggles? 50 years ago, these filthy idiots couldn't even bath regularly, and now, they have giant flying machines capable of destroying the entirety of London in a week. What do you think 50 more years will do, Albus? Because I have seen it, and they don't become any dumber." Gellert says, looking into Albus's eyes, pleading with him. He says, "You think I showed them the ritual just because I wanted conflict? No, Albus. I wanted the wizards to see, that sooner or later, Muggles will realize the worth of wizarding blood, the worth of magic. I just sped up the process. And while I regret the 3 wizards I had to give up, it was necessary. For the greater good." Albus chuckles, seeing through Gellert's manipulation, and asks, "Is that what you truly think? That you still work for the greater good? Admit it, Gellert. You abandoned the greater good the same day that I did, you just pretended not to. All of this is for your greater good, not the magical world's. All of this is so you can get the throne that you think you deserve, as the ruler of the wizarding world." Contrary to Albus's expectations, Gellert smiles, and says, "You're right, I do believe I deserve to be the ruler of the wizarding world, the supreme warlock. But you know as well as I do, that under me, wizards and witches will live peacefully, it won't matter if they're pure blood, half-blood, or new blood. I believe, you're mistaking peace with quiet." Albus says, not believing anything Gellert was saying. It has been a long time, since Albus believed in Gellert, and now, no matter what Gellert says, Albus knows that Gellert cannot be trusted with the fate of the wizarding world. A hand on his cheek brings Albus back to Gellert, as he says, "Peace, quiet, fear. Doesn't matter what you word it as, I will still rule the wizarding world for years to come, without anyone rebelling against me." He then pauses, staring in Albus's eyes. So long, Albus had wanted to see those beautiful eyes of his friends again, to tell him how much he loved Gellert. But now, even if the opportunity was right in front of him, Albus refused to do it. He refused to give Gellert the satisfaction of hearing those words. He had lost the fight, and with it, Gellert had won the personal war they had between them. His body was healed, but his magic was not at 100%. Even if he somehow managed to get the wand from Gellert's pocket, which was almost impossible, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gellert, he knew that. And it seems even Gellert knew that. Gellert's lips twitch upwards, as he says, "You've realized the futility of any actions you might take against me. You're right, you won't win. No matter what you pull out of your robe pockets, you've lost. And it seems you still won't accept my offer. He then stands up, pointing his wand at Albus's head, and says, at least you can rest easy, knowing that the Elder Wand is in good hands. I thought you didn't want to kill me. Albus says, stopping Gellert from casting a spell. Gellert grins at Albus, as if he had already seen the question coming, and says, I still don't want to, but I know the futility of my own actions. No matter what I promise you, no matter what I offer, you won't accept my hand now. I admire your guts, Albus, and I would have loved to have you there by my side, when I begin my rule. But what can you do? And then, a green-colored spell flies out of Gellert Grindelwald's wand, going towards Albus's resolute face. He didn't want to die a coward. If he was going to die, he was going to die looking straight at his killer's eyes. Surprisingly, however, the killing curse splashes on the ground underneath Albus, as he finds himself involuntarily flying backwards, roughly rolling to a stop at the edge of the barrier separating the two old friends from the outer world. The barrier, which had gotten opaque sometime during their fight, glows brighter and brighter, increasing in intensity, and then, with a loud sound of glass breaking, the barrier breaks, the magic dissipating into thin air. You're not fucking dying yet, Dumbledore. You are not going to leave your mess in someone else's hands, uncleaned. A youthful and passionate voice yells, as the light of the barrier breaking dies down. Albus chuckles, despite himself, as he recognizes the voice. He says, I wouldn't dream of it, Captain Aves. He then turns his head to look at his back, and sees the German officials now free, fighting with the lieutenants of Grindelwald, together with a couple Aurors, the headmasters of the 3 European schools, and Nicholas Flamel. And standing beside Albus, was the one who had saved him from certain death, someone he didn't trust too much, but trusted him enough to not be on the wrong side of this war. Whether he was strong enough to take Grindelwald on, he didn't know. But he knew that he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and it makes Albus smile wide, now relieved. Mason Aves was here, and he was pissed. A/N, whelp, had to stop here. I hope I portrayed the battle of the century well. The next chapter will continue with Mason's POV, from last chapter, because a lot of time has passed since the duel began. Wish me luck. Chapter 52, The End of the Wizarding War. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. I walk out of the Trilene, now out of the mirror dimension, and stop, my wand held at my side, and my swords back in the nowhere. I was wearing my Howling Commando's uniform itself, since I had no other combat uniform for the wizarding world. Looking in front of me, I frown, feeling a tiny bit of doubt creep in. Nermangard stood right there, made of dark black stone and bricks. There was a central tower, over 20 stories tall, surrounded by 4 other towers just 5 stories tall, all 5 towers connected by hallways. The fortress itself was surrounded by a wall, that by itself was 2 stories tall, while a single wooden gate protected it from intruders. It was also surrounded by mountains, on 3 sides, which meant the only way through, was through the gates. And protecting the gate, stood a lot of people, at least 3,000 in fact, all with their wands pointed right at me. Gellert chose one hell of a place to put his headquarters cum prison. Captain Mason Aves. Traitor to WizardKinda. Welcome to Nermangard, we have been waiting for you. Someone I don't recognize yells, as he walks a few steps forward. There was still a distance of at least 100 meters between us, and since none of them was attacking me, I stay my hand. Looking at him, I try and use telepathy, finding it impossible. Damn the bloody potion. What's the use of having the most powerful telepathy on the entire planet, when a single potion can grant my victims immunity? I glance at the army, my telepathy failing to get into their minds too, and I say, which one of us is trying to break the statue of secrecy again? The very statute that protects us wizards from the muggles. Oh? What's this? There were more people inside the walls, and 5 of them had their minds completely open to me. I enter one of their minds, and immediately scowl, seeing Grindelwald and Dumbledore talking, their wands already drawn. Well, I said I'd give him a chance to take Grindelwald down. If he does, good. If he doesn't, I'll be there to save his old arse. The man in front of me chuckles, bringing my attention back to him, and asks, and why should we hide from the muggles, Mr. Aves? Besides, the statute doesn't protect us from them, it protects them from our retaliation. How many wizards have they killed? How many children died because the Aurors didn't get there on time? And what happened then? The muggles just got their memories erased, and were sent to live their lives. Okay, I admit muggles always draw the bigger stick when it comes to the statute, and I kinda agree with his words, but no way I'm admitting that. The statute has some problems, no doubt there, mainly that it protects muggles from wizarding retribution a lot more than it protects young wizards from muggle attacks. But exposing the entire wizarding world, and trying to take over the muggle one is not the solution Grindelwald's people think it is. Grindelwald took an actual, legit problem with the wizarding world, with the statute, and used it as a fuel to raise his army. The aim is admirable, but only if it is actually the aim. Grindelwald has his own goals mixed in. I don't have time for this. I mumble, and wave my hand, intending on creating a portal to send the entire army to middle of the Pacific Ocean. Unfortunately, the only thing that happens is a few golden sparkles form into the air, and dissipate, with no portal forming. I frown, immediately realizing something. Your sorcery won't work here, Mr. Aves. Gellert has created a barrier around us all. No apparition, no broom flying, no portals. The only way to get into Nurmengard, is to walk through the gate. The only way out of here, is to walk backwards. But well, we're not going to let you do that. The wizard explains, needlessly. I'd already sensed that as soon as I'd tried opening the portal. This must be one hell of a barrier if it only prevented teleportation and flight, or broom flight I guess. I didn't feel anything that could stop me from flying on my own. The wizard then fires a single killing curse at me, that I negligently wave my hand at, to block it with a stone. Before anyone else can do anything, a cacophony of cracks sound behind me, making me smile as soon as I hear the thoughts of someone familiar, a lot of people in fact. It seems the barrier doesn't stop anyone from operating in, either by design, or by a coincidence. You're late. I say, turning towards the first person to come towards me. Alastair Moody grunts, limping towards me from some injury he sustained during this war, and says, You gave us just 1 hour, Aves. We needed to get the forces ready. Be glad we're here at all. And that they were. UK, USA, Japan, China, France, and from all over the world, Aurors had been gathered by the ICW, for the battle that will decide the fate of the wizarding world. One by one, hundreds of Aurors, ministry officials, and volunteers apparate into the forest behind me, and form a line beside me, grouping themselves according to their nations. Seeing Darla's resolute face amongst the British coalition, which were right near me, I smile. Then there were the volunteers. I could see Nicholas and Pernell Flamel, together with Madame Lisa Bourgeois, the headmistress of Beaux-Batons Academy in the French coalition, together with the French minister. Headmaster Dippet stood a few people away from me, in the British coalition, while the Dumstrang headmaster, Victor Munter, stood with a few of his teachers, a few students, and other Bulgarian volunteers. Damn, even their students came to fight? Guess Dumstrang feels strongly about this war. Which? Understandable. Grindelwald gives Dumstrang a bad name. All in all, including the volunteers, our side numbered a little over 1,500 people, while the other side numbered 3,000. This will do. I mumble, turning my eye over the, I guess, allied army. Casting the sonorous charm on myself, I say, Gellert Grindelwald is inside Nurmengard, dueling Albus Dumbledore, the only way through is through that gate. There is an anti-apparition ward cast, along with an anti-portkey ward. What? I'm not giving them a pep talk, they've probably already had one. This is just so they don't get caught off guard when they try to apparate. Turning back towards the enemies, I pat Moody on the shoulder, and say, Don't get killed, Moody. Snorting, Moody says, Worry about yourself, kid. Attack. The acolyte of Grindelwald yells, pointing his hand towards us. Immediately, the 3,000 people in front of us start running, and we do the same, everyone throwing spells at the opposing army. I also run, keeping ahead of our army, and wave my hand upwards. Immediately, the earth underneath the acolyte snaps upwards, throwing him into flying the sky. I throw a piercing hex after him, which hits his heart, digging into it, killing him. Don't fucking kill everyone, Aves. Too much paperwork. Moody yells, while dueling 3 people at once. Scowling, I refrain from pulling my swords out. I didn't want to use up all of my magic, I still had to fight Grindelwald. But it seems I will have to use magic to fight these morons before I can move on inside. Leaning back, I let a curse pass by, and glare at the offender. He widens his eyes, and immediately starts running backwards. Lifting a rock from the ground underneath, I throw it at his head, hitting right at the point where his head meets his neck, knocking him out by blunt force. Time to defeat these weaklings while using only little of my magic. Fiend fire. Someone to my extreme right yells, summoning the cursed flames in the middle of a crowd of Asian Aurors. Fucking idiot. I immediately run towards the man, not holding my speed back, and swipe my sword, beheading him. Looking up, I see the giant flaming bird, made of fiend fire, about to hit the Aurors, who were firing spells at it, to try and snuff it out. Raising both my arms, I create a telekinetic shield around the giant flames, stopping them before they can kill the Aurors. And then, suddenly, the flames dissipate, turning into water. The sphere of water, no longer held by my telekinesis, drops down on the ground, soaking all of the wizards there save for me and the culprit. My telekinesis saved me, and I have no idea what saved the culprit. That was not magical transfiguration, because even my telekinetic shield was transmuted into water. I looked down, to see a Chinese woman with her hand raised, looking at me in curiosity. I smile, and say, "Thank you, Madame Zhao. I had it handled, my telekinesis would have been able to suffocate the flames out within a minute or so. But, whatever she did, the transmutation, it helped immensely." She nods at me with a smile, and says, "You're welcome, Captain Aves." And then, she turns towards the next enemies, using her hands, with no wand in sight, to send the group flying into the trees, no doubt knocking them out just by hitting them on the trees. Curious, so she's either not a witch, or she's preferring not to use her magic, because I cannot sense a single drop of magic being used here. A telekinetic then, pretending to be a witch? Madame Zhao, the Chinese ambassador to the ICW, and a former teacher of alchemy at Fenghuang, the Chinese school of wizardry. If she turns out to not actually be a witch, it'll be the longest con in the history of cons. Well, whatever. She's on our side, and she actually cares about the Chinese orers. Turning my eye away from the amazingly beautiful woman, who's in her 80s, but still looks 25, I go back into war. I've seen weirder things, to be honest. It barely takes us 5 minutes to breach the gate of Nurmengard. We had lesser numbers, for sure, but we also had better people. Nicholas and Pernell stayed at the back, casting shields to help anyone that they thought needed it. The 3 headmasters of the European schools, together with their nation's coalitions, had taken on dozens of people at a time, and I had used my telekinesis to knock people out by hitting their heads. Hard. There were still people fighting outside, but the gate was wide open for us, most of Grindelwald's people now unconscious or dead. Through the gate, we could now see Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald dueling in front of us, a barrier separating them from the outside world. Guess Grindelwald wanted to put on a show. We walk inside, a few aurors in front of me, with their wands ready to attack the barrier to kill Grindelwald. The time for his arrest was long gone, and even the ICW had unanimously decided that Grindelwald needed to die. But, as soon as I walk through the gate, I raise my wand, casting the strongest Protego Maxima I can, while supporting it with my telekinesis. An intense beam of white light is emitted from inside the Nurmengard grounds, immediately killing the 6 wizards that had gone on ahead, overconfident, by way of disintegrating them. The beam hits my shield, and stops, my shield strong enough to protect me and those behind me. Feeling a hand pat my shoulder, I turn back to see Headmaster Dippet. He says, "Go and save Albus, my boy. We will deal with the nuisances." I nod, and drop the shield. Waving my hand, I telekinetically throw the 15 wizards that had attacked us with a single spell cast together, towards the left side, and see the 3 headmasters, Alastair Moody, Madame Crickerly, and Darla run towards them, choosing their targets. "Be careful, Darla. They're Grindelwald's acolytes, he definitely taught them some tricks." I telepathically tell Darla, and turn towards the barrier, not waiting for an answer. Pernell Flamel had come in behind us, and was currently busy healing the 5 prisoners, German officials, whose heads I had hijacked to keep an eye on Grindelwald and Dumbledore's battle, and Madame Zhao followed soon after, curiously enough, hanging back. The barrier was impressive, definitely one of the strongest I have seen. It was transparent, with a bit of a yellow tint to it, and every spell that hit it was absorbed by the barrier to increase its strength. Even pure magic blasts were absorbed, which tells me that attacking the barrier with conventional ward-breaking spells is bound to be idiotic. Slowly, I touch my hand to the barrier, and close my eyes to get a feel for it. Okay, definitely idiotic to attack it with any spell. The barrier also went underground, and created a sphere around Grindelwald and Dumbledore, meaning I can't even dig my way through. And portals are still not an option, neither is apparition. I've tried. Removing my swords from the nowhere, I stab them both towards the barrier, hoping the inherently magical properties, or even the magic-absorbing properties of the swords breaks the barrier down. Good news, my swords do stab through the barrier. Bad news, the barrier is still intact, with no damage to either the swords, or the barrier. I pull them out, and send them back to nowhere, scowling when I see the holes in the barrier get repaired almost immediately. So my swords can stab through, but they can't break the barrier completely. I guess I need to weaken the barrier first. Taking a basilisk fang out of the nowhere, I hold it above my hand, and telekinetically shoot it forward, stabbing it into the barrier. Immediately, the barrier becomes opaque, the venom within the fang attacking it. Good, basilisk venom works, but this is not nearly enough. Still looking at the fang buried into the barrier, I wave my hand, throwing a stone in the way of a stray spell, that was about to hit Moody. "Thanks, Aves." Moody yells, as he defeats one of the wizards he was fighting, by breaking his leg and stunning him. I bring a few more fangs out, and use telekinesis to stab them in 4 other points. One right at the top of the spherical barrier, one behind Grindelwald, one to my right, and one to my left, making it a total of 5 fangs stabbing into the barrier. The opaque yellow barrier turns brown at the point where I had stabbed the fangs, and the venom keeps spreading, weakening the barrier. Suddenly, the sounds of battle coming from the inside stop, making me frown. I couldn't see inside, but just by the sense and sound, I could tell that Dumbledore had lost the fight, and Grindelwald was now taunting him. I had expected Grindelwald to win, to be honest. He had too many changes in his life to not win. Sorcery, exposure to mutations, the sheer fact that everything about Marvel exists. I didn't, however, think that he would win this early. The barrier was about 30% brown now, the venom moving uncharacteristically slowly. I need to know what kind of barrier Grindelwald put up, because damn. This shit is impressive. I have to say, Grindelwald might be the current Dark Lord, but this is... wow. A barrier that prevents anyone from teleporting in, or out, by any method, stop any spell from breaching, even the killing curse, and absorb the magic of the spells to strengthen it. And another barrier that prevents teleportation of any kind, but only when it is directed outwards. At about 80%, Grindelwald's heartbeat increases, as his right hand raises above. I smell the stench of wood burning a little, as Grindelwald prepares to cast a curse. Fuck. I whisper, recognizing the curse just by the stench of death, and point my hand towards where I could smell Dumbledore. Telekinetically, I pull him backwards, not minding about being gentle, saving him from the killing curse. 90%. Taking my sword out, I stab it once more into the barrier, only this time, into the brown, corrupted part of it. The barrier starts glowing as it fights off the corruption of the venom, as well as my dermagul, and then, with a loud crack, it shatters into a million pieces. The basilisk fangs, which had been stabbed into the barrier, start falling from their positions, and I summon them towards myself, before they can even touch the ground. I then send them to nowhere, since I don't want anyone to find them, and link Tom Riddle's death with me. As Dumbledore and Grindelwald stare at the shattered pieces of the barrier dissipating into thin air, I say, "You're not fucking dying yet, Dumbledore. You are not going to leave your mess in someone else's hands, uncleaned." Albus chuckles, still laying down on the ground a few meters away from me, and says, "I wouldn't dream of it, Captain Aves." As Dumbledore begins observing the other fights happening behind us, Grindelwald stares at me, a smile on his face, and says, "There he is, the last piece of the puzzle. Captain Avalon, the Knight of the Realm. I've been waiting for you, Captain Aves." Holding my wand to my side, I glare at him, and ask, "You didn't have to wait, Grindelwald. Death would have come to you soon enough. This guy killed my entire family, save for my mother, tried to have Victor and James kidnapped, actually had me captured, caused the death of Tim, gave a dangerous summoning ritual to Muggles, caused the death of 3 innocent wizards for the sake of that ritual, killed thousands of innocent people including children, and he's still claiming to be the savior of the wizarding world. The amount of anger I have towards him can only be dwarfed by the number of crimes he's committed." Smirking, Grindelwald waves his hand, as another barrier starts forming around us. I immediately slap my hand towards Dumbledore, sending him telekinetically flying towards Pernell Flamel, before the barrier completely forms. I might not like the guy, but Dumbledore is a good teacher, and he doesn't deserve to die. And Grindelwald, evil bastard that he is, will definitely use Dumbledore as an innocent bystander during superhero fights. As the barrier completely forms, Grindelwald clicks his tongue, and says, "Pity, I wanted to deal with you two together. That wasn't magic either, just like the grass control. Another mutation? I mean, I know he was supposed to have at least 3 mutations, but still. Just how many mutants have you sucked dry, Grindelwald?" I ask, feeling disgusted. I might have stolen mutations too, but I did it by copying the gifts, not by actually stealing them. Victor's mutation I took by magically merging his X gene with mine. James, the language mutant, and Essex's telekinesis I took by just being in their heads while they used said mutations. Grindelwald, however, literally absorbed the life force of mutants, and probably even other wizards. I had seen the ritual before, and there's no way in hell I'd ever do something like that. Completely absorbing someone? Hell no. Noticed that, have you? Waving his hand, he creates another barrier in front of him, which forms in the shape of a circle, very slowly. He says, "This was a surprising find, since I didn't see it coming even after my sight enhancement." Right, he absorbed either a mutant with precognition, or he absorbed another seer wizard. Found him in an orphanage in the US of A, right when I was about to destroy it, about 3 years ago. His barriers were strong, impossible to breach, well, almost impossible as you've proven, and they even stopped me from capturing him. But, as you can see, the barriers are very slow to form, and have almost zero application in combat. He had to get tired soon enough, and he did, 3 days later, amazingly enough. And well, you know the rest, it is your family's ritual that I used, after all. Grindelwald says, making sure to speak as loud as possible. The fights were stopping now, and a crowd was gathering outside the barrier, to look at us talk. Some were trying to take the barrier down, but obviously, these barriers are almost impossible to break, and they don't have basilisk venom to help them. Funnily enough, the 3 people who should be able to break the barrier were staying still, not even trying. I ask, the same family you massacred in 1896. They were in my way. Grindelwald simply says, shrugging. Scowling at him, I ask, was my Uncle Samuel's 3-year-old daughter, Rosie, in your way? What about my mother's older sister, 12-year-old Agatha? Were they in your way? Grindelwald waves his hand, and says, they would have come after me, just like you now did. It would have been annoying. Okay, time for talks is over. I might not have known my family, I might not like them even, by association of my squib-hating grandpa, but I doubt my mother's sister, and their brother's daughter deserved to die. And he just said that he killed them just because they might prove an annoyance later, if left alive. Waving my wand, I start the attack, by sending a reducto at him. With his own wand, the Elder Wand, Grindelwald shields, and immediately fires the blood-boiling curse at me. I snap my wand, firing the blood-freezing hex at the approaching curse, the 2 extreme curses cancelling each other out, and return fire with the bone-crushing curse. He shields from it, and immediately fires another curse at me, one I didn't know of. Pointing my wand downwards, I transfigure the ground into wood, and raise it in the path of the curse. The curse hits, causing the wood to rot, and release corrosive fumes. Waving my wand, I send the wooden trunk flying at Grindelwald, who destroys it with a reducto. He fires curse after curse at me, all of which I dispel using their counter curses. Bone-breaking curse gets the bone-mending charm at it. Blood-boiling gets blood-freezing, and vice versa. Flesh-rotting curse gets a rock sent at it, to stop it from hitting me. But then, he starts using other curses, curses which I have no knowledge of. I bring obstacles in all their paths, not wanting to see if my shields will hold. Dodging the last curse, which hits the ground and causes it to light up with a lightning blast, I send my own lightning bolt at him. Grindelwald dodges it, by just walking to the left, and then shoots a focused beam of pure magic towards me. Straightening my posture, I point my wand at him, and copy him, shooting pure magic out of my own wand. Just like I had seen happen with Dumbledore, the 2 beams of pure magic meet in the middle, sending a wave from their collision, and form into an orb in between. Winds start blowing wildly, as the orb sends out excess magic in the form of lightning, fire, and wind in all directions. I take a step forward, my magic pushing the orb towards Grindelwald, and he does the same, keeping the orb in the middle. But then, he suddenly breaks the connection, sending both our magic into the barrier above, as he sends a giant rock flying at me with the wave of his hand. Taking Dermagol out of the nowhere, in my left hand, I slash it at the stone, breaking it immediately, sending the 2 pieces flying backwards. My wand pointed backwards, I transfigure the 2 pieces of the rock into 2 tigers, made of actual flesh and bones, and send them running towards Grindelwald. All that happens within a half-second, as I point my wand at Grindelwald once again, and immediately cast a shield spell to defend myself from his dark blue flames. My tigers reach him, and one of them slashes at his face, while the other tries to bite into him. Grindelwald waves his hand, conjuring his flames once again all around him, and uses them to burn the tigers away. Taking aim, I cast the flame-throwing spell, a higher-level incendiary charm, which causes my wand to act like a flamethrower, shooting red-hot flames out of the tip. The fire shoots out of my wand at speeds higher than my own running speed, and hit Grindelwald while he's busy dealing with the tigers. I don't let my guard down, however, since this is Grindelwald I'm fighting. Is it over? I hear someone ask from behind the barrier, as I keep the spell going. The fact that the barrier is still standing should clue you in, you twat. From the still shooting flames, I see movement, and the flames spread apart, as if Moses himself had brought out his staff. Standing unharmed, between the 2 beams of flame, was a smirking Grindelwald, completely unharmed. The flames then start getting sucked towards him, towards his hands, and I cancel the spell. As if his left hand was a black hole, the flames keep getting sucked, spinning around him, until finally, Grindelwald raises his hand, an orb of extremely dense flames floating above it. He then points the hand at me, immediately shooting the orb of flames towards me at very high speeds. Even if I didn't have a master's in physics, I would have realized by virtue of common sense, that the condensed flames are volatile, and they will want to explode. Sending my wand to the nowhere, I clap my hands together, and separate them, causing my hands to glow from the channeling of the universal magic. Pointing my right hand towards the speeding orb, which was approaching me, fast, I cover it with my magic, and then with the other hand, slap the covered orb up into the air. Boom! The orb of condensed flames explode about 100 meters above us, with the force of a few grenades tied together, sending heat wave after heat wave down. The flash of light was enough to blind most people watching the fight, but Grindelwald and I had taken precautions, and we get right back into the fight. He twirls his wand over his left palm, and summons the dark blue flames, that dance around his arm. And then, he sends those flames flying at me, using his arm to direct the flames. Raising my arms, I summon the gateway to the mirror dimension in front of my, stopping the flames before they can hit me. But, suddenly, the gateway vanishes, and the flames fly towards me once again. Shit! The barrier. It's stopping mirror dimension opening too? I jump to the left, but not unharmed, seeing a burn on my leg that was healing, albeit very slowly. A ring on my left hand glows, as a circular shield, similar to one that Steve used, appears in my left hand. The flames hit the goblin's silver shield, and immediately start getting sucked in, the enchantments on it helping a lot. I had enchanted this new shield to absorb any, and all forms of pure energy, since I wanted it to be similar to vibranium. It is a good thing that goblin silver is inherently good at that stuff, the enchantments just speed the process up. It won't work against the more volatile curses, like the unforgivables, but against flames? Yeah, this helps. Doesn't matter what kind of flames, fire is fire. I had also sensed no magic from Grindelwald during this feat, save for him conjuring those blue flames, which means this was another mutation of his. How many has it been now? Chlorokinesis, barrier creation, possibly precognition, and now pyrokinesis. I place the shield in the nowhere, not using its other enchantment yet, and push both hands towards Grindelwald, who was preparing to cast another spell. From my hands, no wand in sight, 2 beams of magic erupt, shooting towards Grindelwald while spinning to wound together as they go. Grindelwald frowns, and shoots a single beam of magic at the entwined magic, from his wand. This time, I use my right hand to push the volatile orb forming in the middle upwards, and using my left hand, throw a basilisk venom-absorbed goblin silver dagger at him, using my telekinesis to speed it up. Grindelwald is forced to point his own wand upwards, the orb moving both our hands there, and looks up. But, right before my dagger can hit him, he catches it in his left hand, without even looking. His hand bursts into blue flames, and my dagger melts, turning into useless sludge that falls down on the ground. I momentarily stop, wondering how the fuck he saw the invisible, supersonic dagger coming, and how the fuck did he catch it. You know, you're better than I had thought you would be. In all the fights that I had seen happen between us, before you went and messed with my sight, never did you last this long, nor did you ever force me to use so many of my gifts. Grindelwald says, as he dusts his hands together, the elder wand floating right there in front of him. Scowling, I ask, your sight isn't completely useless, even after my precautions, it seems. You still saw the dagger coming. Grindelwald smirks, and says, well, it gives me a warning. You might have prevented me from seeing you, but my death? You cannot stop me from seeing that, from preventing it even. So I was right, his precognition gives him a bloody spider sense, or danger sense, to be exact. Magic could help him catch the dagger then, no doubt. But can he actually see his death coming, see his moves happening in the future, or does he just get a warning like, watch out? One way to find out. Ventus, I think, my hands pointed downwards. Immediately, a harsh wind blows inside the barrier, sending sand and dust flying towards Grindelwald. He raises his arm to protect his eyes, but gets some sand in them anyway. His eyes closed, I shoot a tickling hex at him, and see it hit his face, immediately causing him to laugh a little before he dispels it. I smirk, triumphant. Now I have you, Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert has by now cleared his eyes, and glares at me, not at all amused. Stomping my leg on the ground, I cause a rock as tall and wide as I am tall to fly up and stop in front of me. Slapping it with all my strength, I use telekinesis to send it flying towards Grindelwald. Immediately after, I point both my hands at him, and cast Fulgur Flumen, silently, sending multiple bolts of lightning flying out of my hands. Grindelwald waves his wand, blowing the rock up into tiny dust, but widens his eyes seeing the lightning spell right behind him. He then does something that surprises me, even after everything I've already seen him do today. Grindelwald apparates, disappearing from his location and immediately appearing a few meters to the right, letting the lightning slam into the ground. He doesn't just apparate, though, I've seen this type of apparition many times before, but never by a wizard. I seethe, my anger beyond any measure. Glaring at Grindelwald, I hiss out, an elf? You absorbed an elf. Even if I had whispered it, my sound is carried all over the fortress, thanks to the absolute silence from the spectators. Oh, Gellert. I hear Dumbledore whisper, regret and disgust clouding his words. Grindelwald dusts his trench coat, and says, I had foreseen something like this happening, and wizarding magic, as superior it is to an elf's, is very limited. There are no wards that can stop an elf from getting to its master, and me. I am my own master. He absorbed an elf, the little creatures that try very hard to help wizards, that never try to attack wizards, ever. The most innocent sentient magical creatures on the planet, and Grindelwald absorbed one just to gain their apparition? I yell, expelling pure destruction out of my hands in the form of a white light. The white light speeds towards Grindelwald, disintegrating the ground and grass that it touches, and slams into something. Scree! A loud, high-pitched voice yells, its voice filled with pain. Through my white light, I see a piece of black cloth raising itself in front of the beam of destructive magic, with Gellert safe behind it. A Lethafold? My non-spell is too destructive for even the immortal Lethafold to handle, and within a single second of getting hit, it explodes, sending black pieces of itself flying everywhere. Unfortunately, that also causes my spell to stop, as I drop my hands, a bit tired. Grindelwald smirks at me, and says, "You know, this is the first time I've seen a Lethafold die. Makes me glad I didn't bring them out before." Them? And then, Grindelwald waves his hand, a sling ring held in his fingers, creating a portal, as he yells, "Aperio Boreas! Fucking sorcery too? I mean, I expected it, having seen a sling ring in his hands during our last encounter, but still. I did not expect that Grindelwald would have made a pact with a demon. As the portal opens, no doubt his barrier allowing him to do all the stuff no one is supposed to, I immediately shield my eyes, taking a few steps back, shivering. So cold. The coldness of the other side of the portal was causing my teeth to almost start chattering. The portal was near Grindelwald, which means it was at least 20 meters away from me, and yet, I could feel the extreme coldness chilling my bones. "Come to me, my children! From the icy realm of Inithalon, come!" I hear Grindelwald yell, as multiple somethings start flying out of the portal. Lethafolds, and Inithalon, individually bad news. Lethafolds powered by the magic of Inithalon's dimension? Infinitely worse news. Taking my sword out, I cut the first approaching Lethafold, my enchanted sword having no troubles with killing the supposedly unkillable demon. But then, it suddenly explodes with cold energy expulsion, sending me flying back with chills. "Everyone! Keep trying to bring the barrier down. We cannot let Captain Avalon die!" Someone yells, as spells start hitting the shield. Grindelwald closes his eyes, and I see something that sends a chill down my spine, not related to the ice magic enhanced Lethafolds, or the still open portal to the Boreas dimension. Grindelwald was actually absorbing magic that hit the spells, to become stronger. I've tried it before, and I know how difficult it is to absorb someone else's magic. Each and every attempt of mine had failed, with not a single drop of magic being absorbed. And Grindelwald's barrier somehow allowed him to do that. No. Stop. Don't try and force the barrier down, you're just making it worse. I yell, casting a sonorous charm for a moment. Immediately, the spells stop being hit, and Grindelwald chuckles, the Lethafold army floating above his head. He says, "You are no fun, Captain." Scowling, all his crimes still not forgotten, I clap my hands together, and yell, "Shackles of binding." Just like when I had fought the tentacle demon, my hands glow white, and then two beams of magic start flying towards Grindelwald and the Lethafolds. The two beams then start splitting up, from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16, and so on, and each beam, each shackle, latches onto the icy Lethafolds, covering them with white magic of the universe, freezing them in their place. Grindelwald, however, has managed to save himself using his wand. Seeing him try to rescue his Lethafolds, I take a deep breath, and blow the air out. A dark red stream of flames exits my mouth, forming into an eagle made of flames. Fiend fire. The flaming eagle sees the Lethafolds, and immediately flies towards them, tearing through their magic-resistant hide and eats them all. One by one, my fiend fire eagle eats all the Lethafolds, becoming larger and larger with each Lethafold eaten. And then, as soon as the last Lethafold dies, it starts flying towards me, to attack me. I see Grindelwald with his arm raised, and realize that he's taken control over the flames. He obviously couldn't do it before, because fiend fire had a mission first, destroy the Lethafolds. Now that it doesn't, it can easily be taken over by any pyrokinetic. I point my left palm at the approaching eagle, and cast the runic spell to absorb my magic. As soon as the eagle hits my left palm, it starts getting sucked back into me. And then, I take my wand out of the nowhere once again, and fire a magic bolt towards Grindelwald, with him doing the same. My left hand, meanwhile, is pointed towards the portal, casting runes around the circular portal to close it. Our magic still fighting for dominance, not one of us giving in, the runic circle forms around the portal, and I activate it. The portal begins closing, but right before it does, an intense blue beam of cold magic shoots out of the portal, flying towards me. I widen my eyes, as the blue beam shoots over the head of Grindelwald, flying towards me, and judging by his smirk, he had planned it. I cannot stop the blue beam without my wand, or without both my hands. It is too dense, too strong, since it's literally the magic of a demon's dimension. And I cannot ignore Grindelwald to focus on the beam, because he will kill me if I move my focus away from him. Well, I have one option. Taking my shield from my back with my left hand, I throw it towards the incoming beam. The beam hits the shield, and starts getting absorbed into it. Once more, I shift my hands to force the orb of battling magics upwards, towards the shield. The orb explodes right underneath my shield, sending it flying up into the barrier, as the icy beam once more flies towards me. I raise my right hand, a shield at the tip of my tongue, but something grabs onto my arm, stopping my wand in front of my stomach. I look down, to see tall grass strand grabbing my hand, and my wand, pulling it to point it towards the ground. The shock of it causes me to cast a shield just wandlessly, which is nowhere near strong enough to protect me completely, and I know that. I focus on my telekinesis, and create a force field right inside the shield spell. The icy beam slams through my wandless shield, and then into my telekinesis shield, pushing me backwards. This causes me to get loose from the grass binding me, and I raise my wand, a magic blast at the ready. Unfortunately, before I can do that, something else hits my shield, breaking it, and both the new attack, and the icy beam, hit my right hand. The icy beam causes my entire right hand, wand to elbow, to freeze completely, while the second attack, Grindelwald's spell hits it right after, blowing it up. I scream, from pain, after getting my hand blown up, and losing my wand. I bring out Galadmagol in my left hand, using it to get rid of the dark magic permeating my arm. My hand, my wand. I feel something break inside me, the feeling of my wand's death causing my magic itself to weep. So much pain, and most of it was because PFMT wand's death. Something drops down in front of me, and I open my tear-filled eyes, to see my shield, which had absorbed the icy magic of Enithalen's Boreas dimension, as well as the dark blue flames of Grindelwald's. Looking up, I see Grindelwald with his wand pointed towards me, the killing curse already cast. It seems that he was not going to taunt a defeated me, the way he did Dumbledore. Figures, I'm not an old friend of his. No. I am not going to die here, least of all at Grindelwald's hands. His victory here will mean a loss to not just me, but the entire wizarding world. The Flamels aren't young enough to battle him, even if their magic might be more finessed. Dippet is strong, but I have no doubts that Grindelwald will find a way to defeat him too. He's already around 300 years old, he's not going to be able to handle much. No, I am not losing this fight. I immediately spin away, picking the shield with Galadmagol, and throw it into the air. Using telekinesis, I throw the now spinning shield towards Grindelwald, as the killing curse harmlessly hits the ground once again, and then immediately throw another goblin silver dagger at him. Again, I used telekinesis, ignoring my hurting arm, the missing hand, and my destroyed wand. The spinning shield goes wide, curving away from Grindelwald, and he ignores it. The dagger, meanwhile, flies straight towards Grindelwald, and once again he catches it in his left hand. You think this will work this time, when it obviously didn't the last time. Grindelwald yells, as he shoots spell after spell at me, the dagger still in his hand. I run around, my speed, senses, and agility allowing me to dodge all his spells, and then, it happens. The dagger in Grindelwald's hand explodes without a warning, sending shrapnel flying into his chest, and his face. His chest covered by the dragon hide trench coat is saved, but his face, which was open, isn't safe. Many pieces of goblin silver hit his face, cutting into his skin, and one even stabs into his eye. Grindelwald looks up, glaring at me as his wounds begin to heal, and then the shield behind him explodes. Where the dagger's explosion is small, barely enough to harm Grindelwald's hand even when he literally held the item, the shield is different. It had absorbed the dark magic fire spell, the blue flames of Grindelwald's, as well as the icy beam from Enithalen's dimension. When it explodes, just as suddenly as the dagger, it not only sends shrapnel flying around, but it also sends all the energy it had stored within itself. The blast wave sends Grindelwald flying forward, towards me, where I was waiting for him. HNGK. He chokes, the lonely intact eye widening, as I catch him, with my sword in his heart. The explosion then hits me, and I feel some of my skin burn momentarily, before the healing magic of Galadmagol, and my own healing factor heals it up nicely. My arm is a long way from healing, however, at least a few days, I think. The magic of the Boreas dimension is stronger than the healing magic of my sword. Lifting the sword with my left hand, I pull Grindelwald's choking form up, and kick his stomach, sending him crashing backwards, finally defeated. By now, Grindelwald's wounds had stopped healing, the basilisk venom now coursing through his blood. I look down at him, seeing him choke, and say, I told you, you would pay for all you've done. Grindelwald coughs out blood, and says, I, st ill. Cough. 1. I frown, wondering where his confidence is coming from. He literally has basilisk venom in his blood, and it is killing him. Widening my eyes, I look towards the crowd, and see that the barrier was still intact. Grindelwald was still dying, but he was still keeping the barrier raised. What for? Using telepathy, I try and enter his mind, but still hit barriers. No, he wasn't using the potion. Grindelwald is an Occlumens, one of the best in the world. He doesn't exactly need a Occlumency potion. I telepathically ask him, what do you mean you've won? You literally lost, you're dying, I can smell it. Grindelwald smiles, as he answers, thinking outside his mind, and says, my goal was always the betterment of the wizarding world. I have seen the future, Captain Aves. It never mattered if I had won this fight or not, my goal was always going to be met. What goal? I ask, while once again trying and failing to enter his mind. Chuckling, Grindelwald says, an entire world, just for wizardkind. Scowling, I raise my sword, to behead him, but then... Boom! Grindelwald explodes, sending all his magic flying outwards. And before I can even try to shield, I'm consumed by the explosion. Something in my trouser pocket explodes thanks to the flames, and I feel myself flying, falling, and hitting the ground. My head hits something hard, and I lose consciousness, my eyes still blinded from the explosion, while my other senses were similarly helpless. And then... nothing. A/N, sorry for the cliffhanger. I wanted to go on, actually, despite the chapter already being so big. But I'll do it next chapter, continuing from right after the battle. Chapter 53, The Next Adventure. A/N, part2, HelloDarkness07. Albus Dumbledore was conflicted. He had wanted to bring the Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald down, to arrest him and isolate him for the rest of his imprisoned life. He wanted to keep Gellert alive, to make him face the consequences of his actions. The battle between Gellert and young Mason Aves was amazing, and even he was impressed with how fast Mason could cast spells. Grindelwald is a dangerous wizard, he personally knew that, he had experienced it. Despite trying really hard, despite giving more than 100% of his efforts, he still lost to Gellert. And Mason still kept up with Gellert, his magic strong enough to contend with the Elder Wand even, and his reflexes fast enough to cast counters immediately after the curse is cast. But then Gellert began bringing more tricks out, more gifts. Gellert had used the Vinculum Sanguinis ritual to not just absorb wizards, but also some other people. Mutants, Mason called them. And each mutant had some extra gift, power. Controlling plants, creating impenetrable barriers, immunity to flames, and control over all flames. But that wasn't enough for Gellert, no, even when at least one of them was an actual child. He had to absorb a house elf too. For a person that was hell-bent on proving wizard superiority, Gellert sure did absorb a lot of non-wizards. Then, Gellert had to reveal something even more disgusting, a pact with a demon, someone named Inithalan. Albus didn't know who this Inithalan was, but the small portal opening was enough to make Albus feel that Inithalan was a dangerous being. Even still, through all the odds, Mason still won, using trickery to defeat Gellert. He, Albus, had realized what had happened. Mason had taken advantage of a drawback or Gellert's sight. Gellert's sight couldn't show him Mason's fate, Mason's future, thanks to something Mason had done some time before. But he could still see threats to his life, see dangers. And Mason took advantage of that, hiding actual danger behind illusions of desperation. Gellert saw danger incoming, and saw the dagger approaching. Believing it to be the danger, he caught it. But the explosion came out of nowhere, and even Albus doubted that Mason planned it exactly. He had seen Gellert try to use the blue flames of his to melt the dagger, just like he had done once before, and the dagger exploded, without a single second of warning. The second explosion came just as suddenly, and then Gellert was stabbed in his chest, defeated. Mason had won, although not completely intact. He had lost his wand in the fight, and he had also lost his entire right forearm. Albus had expected the barrier to go down, when he had seen Gellert choking on his own blood, something within the goblin's silver dagger poisoning him. But when it didn't, he stood up. He was about to barge in, to break the barrier through blood magic if necessary, when the third explosion happened. Only this time, it was Gellert himself that exploded. Gellert Grindelwald was dead. He had absorbed multiple wizards within himself, through his own confession, and at least 4 of these mutants. If that wasn't enough, Gellert had also absorbed a house elf, and Albus Dumbledore knew how strong the little creatures are, how strong their magic is. So, it was no surprise to him, that Gellert's magic, upon exploding, caused the biggest explosion seen in the history of wizardkind. The barrier that he had erected to stop the ICW wizards from interfering, was the only thing that protected the same wizards from the massive explosion. Unfortunately. And Albus was actually sad about it. There was no saving Mason Aves, who was right at the epicenter of the explosion. He did not like Mason Aves, did not agree with many of his actions. He was opposed to Mason graduating early, and he was opposed to Mason going to Muggle War. Alas, he was just a professor, with barely any decision-making power. And Mason had gone to war, thrived there even. He did get captured once, got experimented on by the Hydra, the same ones who developed almost magical weapons, and it changed him, made him stronger, granting him a measure of self-healing without need of spells. Not many people knew that, but it wouldn't have stayed a secret for a long time anyway. Even Muggles knew that fact, despite the Ministry's best efforts at keeping it a secret. And now, the same small child that he had once introduced to the wizarding world, had won them 2 wars, one in the Muggle world, and another in the wizarding one. Mason Lucas Aves was dead. As Albus regains sight in his eyes, having been blinded and deafened by the explosion, he sees the wizards panicking, running around everywhere like headless chicken. The barrier was no longer there, probably because of Gellert's death, or because of the explosion. And where Gellert Grindelwald once laid, with Mason Aves standing over him, now existed just a giant crater, over 100 meters deep, with only the barrier protecting the ground outside. Even a large chunk of the Nurmengard fortress was missing, having been inside the barrier. And as expected, Mason Aves was nowhere to be seen, causing tears to leak out of Albus's eyes, involuntarily. If only I had taken Gellert down before he could do all this, then young Mason wouldn't have died. Albus thinks to himself, feeling sad for him, for his friends. Albus puts a finger in his ears, to stop them from ringing, and shakes his head a few times. As sounds start returning, he realizes that he was very lucky. Almost everyone there were bleeding from their ears, their eyes red. It seems, even close to death, you still wanted to protect me, old friend. If only you hadn't done all this, we could have been happily living together. Albus thinks, as he limps towards the Flamels. He had lived with them for half a decade, when he was apprenticed under Nicholas. And Pernell had healed all his injuries, before everyone had just decided to spectate on his student fight his one-time lover. It's over. He whispers, as he sits down next to Pernell, who was looking at the crater with sadness in her eyes. He could understand that, he knew Mason had met them a couple times, but he didn't know when, or how. He's gone. Pernell asks, whispering the question. Mason. Mason. Where are you? The familiar voice of Auror Darla White, one of the best Aurors in the Force, despite being a Muggleborn, sounds all over Nurmengard. Albus sighs, feeling sad for the girl. They were best friends, despite being in different houses, and Albus had always admired that about Mason. He says, Mason was standing right next to Gellert when he exploded, there is no coming back from that. Pernell sighs, and starts standing up. He knew she was sad, but the Flamels were old. Too old. Tears probably no longer even came to them thanks to the many friends they have already seen die. Pernell says, be a dear, Albus, and help me down. We better get the girl before she does something rash. Albus nods, and holds on to Pernell, as they start climbing their way down the steep slope. But then, suddenly, they stop, seeing something floating in the air, above the crater. Sparks glow, as they start spinning. Albus smiles, seeing the familiar magic of sorcery portals forming into the air. And when it opens, someone drops down from it, towards the crater's bottom. Albus smiles, seeing the familiar figure of Mason Aves falling through the portal, as the portal closes. But then, instead of falling down legs first, Mason does so on his back, crashing harshly onto the ground. He's unconscious before he even hits the ground, and his Auror friend is the first one to run towards him. Pernell gets out of Albus's hands, and immediately operates towards the body, a wave of her hands sending all the approaching crowd flying away, save for Darla White, who looks at her with hesitation. Pernell barely glances at her, and says, no one come close, he needs space. Holding her hand over his chest, Pernell closes her eyes, casting diagnosis charms at the injured soldier. Opening her eyes, she turns towards Ms. White, and says, he is okay, not too injured. His face is burnt a little, and the frostbite on his arm is still there, but overall, he's as far from dying as can be. I'm taking him with me, to my home, you're welcome to come with my dear. Ms. White nods, as the two stand up. And then, all three of them disappear from the spot, at the same time that Albus sees Nicholas disappear too. Sighing, he looks around, to see the Aurors looking confused at all that had happened just now, the ICW officials even more so. Did we win? Someone asks, causing everyone to begin mumbling to each other. And then, we won. Immediately people begin cheering loudly, hugging each other at the war won. Albus sits down at the edge of the crater, staring the fortress in front of him, the words, the greater good taunting him from the walls. He then blinks, seeing something move in one of the towers. There were bars, on a small window, barely big enough for a head to fit through. And through those bars, he could see a hand waving, with no sound coming out. Albus wandlessly casts the sonorous charm in himself, and says, "Orers? It's not over yet, there are prisoners in the fortress still." It takes a while, but the Orers start breaching the fortress wards, encountering not a single guard in the way, as they begin rescuing the many people kept there. Nurmengard prison held a total of 200 prisoners, more than half of which were these mutants and muggles, while the other half were wizards and witches. As the prisoners get rescued, Albus smiles. The war was finally over, after 30 years of fighting. Slowly, consciousness comes to me, and I open my eyes. I didn't recognize the room I find myself in, but I do recognize the magic here. The Flamal Island. Sighing, I sit up, and immediately turn towards my right hand. Or where my right hand used to be. My elbow was bandaged, the frostbite and the magic of Enithalan's dimension stopping my healing factor from working there. The rest of my body, however, was completely healed, most probably helped by whatever potions Antonelli gave me. Swinging my legs down the bed, I brandish my left hand to the side, conjuring the sword, my Galadmagol, in my hand. "Mason!" I hear a soft voice asks, making me smile. "Gods, I missed you, Darla." I whisper, looking at my closest friend. She was looking at my sword, a bit warily, and I can't help but smile. I really did miss her, a lot. Before she can reply, I swing my sword, and stab it into my right bicep, wincing as it stabs through. "Mason! Madame Flamal, quick! Mason's just stabbed himself!" Darla yells, as she runs towards me, and holds her wand over my arm, casting Episky again and again. I chuckle, and say, "Darla, love, I'm fine. Really, just give it some time." I could feel it, the demonic magic of the Boreas dimension leaving, my light sword, my Galadmagol cleansing it. Hearing a very soft crack, I turn towards the door, and see Antonelli walk in, already looking at me in disapproval. I wave at her with my left hand, my sword still stuck in my right arm, and say, "Miss me, Antonelli." Frowning, Antonelli says, "You couldn't have been any less dramatic." She then turns towards the flabbergasted Darla, who's still trying to stop my hand from bleeding, and says, "Get away, dear. He's a healer, he knows what he's doing." "But..." Darla begins, but I place my hand on her shoulder to stop her. Shaking my head, I say, "You'll see why I did this soon, Darla. Don't worry." Darla takes a step back, allowing me some space to breathe. Pointing two of my fingers towards the sword, I hold it telekinetically, and forcefully pull it out of my right arm, immediately storing it in the nowhere. Seeing the wound heal right before her eyes, Darla sighs in relief, and I smile. Antonelli offers me a glass of water, which I gratefully take, and drink. I then say, "You saw me get struck by the magic beam from the other dimension, I'm guessing." When the two nod, I say, "The magic of that dimension was poisoning my body, stopping my healing from working. My sword, the one I just stabbed myself with, is enchanted to cleanse all manner of dark magic, doesn't matter how strong, or what flavor it is. Divine, demonic, wizard, sorcerer, if the magic is harming me, my sword cleanses it. The stabbing was just to speed things up. So, your hand will regrow?" Darla asks, sounding doubtful. Smiling, I say, "Yes, not yet though. Regrowing limbs isn't as easy as regrowing smaller organs, or healing cuts and stab wounds. Left as is, I will heal within 3 days, becoming intact once more. If I take the skull GRO, and the org grow, then I'll be complete in a few hours." "Amazing. And this is one of your gifts? What did you say the word was again, mutant?" Nicholas asks, as he walks into the room. Nodding, I say, "The gift is called a mutation, and the person having it is called a mutant. I'll explain more later, but first tell me. How long has it been since I had something explode in my face? Again? And is the war over?" And then, as the Flamel's elf brings me some juice, and some breakfast, the three begin explaining everything to me. The Battle of Nurmengard, as the public is calling it, happened 2 weeks ago, which means I've been unconscious for 2 damn weeks. The war was won, at terrible costs. More than half the Aurors that came with us lost their lives, including Darla's team leader, Madame Crickerly, and a few of her teammates. Madame Crickerly lost her life to one of Grindelwald's acolytes, when she was fighting and defeating 2 other acolytes at the same time. A killing curse to her back killed her. At the end, over 1,700 of the opposing army, the Dark Wizards were arrested, the other 1,300 or so were killed during the battle. Our side, meanwhile lost 850 people, and the rest survived, albeit not uninjured. After celebrating a little, the Aurors then breached Nurmengard, the actual prison, and rescued hundreds of other prisoners, the majority of which were mutants. There were even a few with visible mutations, like animalistic faces, tails, scales, etc. The Muggles, including the mutants, were all obliviated, their memories changed to show that they were kidnapped by Hydra, and dropped to their respective countries, to be taken home. And then, everyone went home, to celebrate, to spread the news, to blatantly break the statute of secrecy. Coincidentally enough, the day after I defeated Grindelwald, Hitler killed himself, with Germany surrendering to the Allies. Just 1 day's difference, and 2 assholes died, and 2 wars ended. The Muggle world was still wondering where I am, but I have no doubt that the leaders of the nations, including the Miss, already knows that I'm alive and well, the wizards in contact with them making sure of it. Well, now that I've killed Grindelwald, they will make up excuses for me, for why I disappeared. The Miss might expect me to make an appearance at Buckingham Palace, though. Now that the war is over, I'll be free to take care of them, anyway. So them knowing is not a problem for me. The wizarding world, meanwhile, was turning me into the canon Dumbledore. I already had an award ceremony scheduled in a week, where I was going to be awarded an Order of Merlin First Class, as well as a seat on the Wisengamot. There were talks of making me the next British representative for the ICW, as well. I had to shake my head at that, wondering if I'm going to be offered the headmaster's post now too, pushing Dumbledore completely to the side. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I'm not a teacher, I don't have the patience for it. Speaking of Dumbledore, he was silent. He had spent a few days in the crater, looking for something, and I have a pretty good idea what. The Elder Wand. It is supposed to be difficult to destroy, just like any other deathly hallow. Artifacts of death cannot be defeated by mortal means, and the Gellert bomb was just that, mortal. And thankfully, I'm not afraid of the wand falling into wrong hands anymore, even his. I know exactly where it is. Dumbledore, after not finding the wand, had retreated to Hogwarts, to continue teaching. There were still a couple months of school left, and Dumbledore is a teacher. He also probably had a new wand now, his wand destroyed by the Gellert bomb. He was also given an Order of Merlin, second class. Everyone saw him fight, and everyone knows that fighting an enemy like Grindelwald for almost half an hour, keeping him busy, was no easy task. There were even some talks that Grindelwald was tired after fighting Dumbledore, and that's why I managed to defeat him, but I don't mind that. I didn't defeat him fairly, I know that. I tricked him. But Grindelwald? Well, he was a dangerous enemy, very dangerous. He was a wizard, a mutant with multiple mutations, and a sorcerer, a proper sorcerer, unlike me. So, yeah, I had to use tricks to defeat him, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Soon, Aunt Nellie hands me a vial of Skelgro, while I bring the Org Grow from the nowhere. I always keep my potions handy, inside the nowhere, brewing them almost monthly. Drinking the 2 potions, 50 ml each, I lay back down on the bed, as Darla leaves for England, back to work, and the Flamels leave me to sleep. As soon as they leave, I smile, happy to finally be back here. Back to my own time, and back to my own identity. Flashback, just after the explosion of Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald explodes, sending all his magic flying outwards. And before I can even try to shield, I'm consumed by the explosion. Something in my jeans pocket explodes thanks to the flames, and I feel myself flying, falling, and hitting the ground. My head hits something hard, and I lose consciousness, my eyes still blinded from the explosion, while my other senses were similarly helpless. And then, nothing. Ch 52. Consciousness is very slow to return to me, but as soon as it returns, I feel the hard ground beneath me. Groaning, I shift my body, slowly, causing a few rocks to poke my back, and sit up, opening my eyes as I do so. The first thing I notice, is that I was outdoors, somewhere in a forest, but the temperature was too high to be anywhere near the United Kingdom. I was in a small crater, about as deep as I was tall, and thrice as wide, probably caused because of my fall, but my body was healed up nicely. Well, almost healed up. The right side of my body still hurt, a lot. Bones were broken, muscles sore, my right eye bleeding, and my right hand still amputated. And I knew the reason for it all, the dark magic of the Boreas dimension, Inithalin's dimension. Inithalin is a demon, not amongst the strongest, but he is pretty strong. He is made up of pure ice, and so is his dimension, the temperatures going as low as absolute 0. And he's a demon, which means his magic, the magic of his dimension, is demonic. That demonic magic was currently inside my body, thanks to the attack that struck my right hand. And that magic was stopping my healing factor from working properly, or at all. The left side, meanwhile, was relatively okay, not hurting too much. My mutation-given pain tolerance was taking care of it all. I was thirsty, hungry, angry, but most of all, I was naked, and the rocks were really killing me. Putting my left hand on the ground, I start standing up, stumbling a little. Once I do, I start walking, first to get out of the uncomfortable ground, the crater. It takes a while, but my, as of yet unmastered, telekinesis was more than enough to raise my body over the crater. Then, I sit down, this time on soft grass transfigured into a large cushion. Focusing within myself, I remove a few things from the nowhere, the first of which, are clothes. Thank God for over-preparation. I mumble, as I wear the clean underwear, and then khaki pants, and a black half-sleeved shirt. I might not feel the temperature too much, thanks to the feral side of me, but I did feel that the atmosphere here was drier, and hotter than the UK. I was definitely somewhere near the equator, so either South America, Africa, or South Asia. The trees didn't seem familiar, but I haven't exactly traveled too much. Waving my hand, I conjure a glass full of water, and drink it. Refilling the glass, I drink it again. Water, the only consumable substance able to be conjured out of nothing. And thank God for that. As I drink a third, and fourth glasses of water, I walk forward, now wearing dragonhide shoes, and lean over the crater. The crater was deep, which means someone definitely saw it happening. I don't know how long it's been since I fell here, wherever here is, but I cannot stay here too long. Which means, I need to leave, ASAP. It is then, that I notice something, two things in fact, inside the crater. The first, was a sword, which was obviously my own sword, Galadmagol. The sword that had stabbed, and defeated Gellert Grindelwald. It was just laying there, probably landing behind me as I fell. Pointing my left hand at it, I summon the sword towards me, and heft it in my hand. Just by taking the sword in my hand, I could feel some of my pain receding, as the dark magic, demonic magic, was being cleansed out of me. It was not happening fast enough, though, since my sword was in my left hand, and the demonic magic focused around the right side of my body, mostly my right arm. The elbow, which had been the last spot on my right arm, still intact, was black, thanks to the concentration of the demonic magic. I look at my blackened elbow, the forearm missing, and then I look at the sword in my right hand. And then, I keep the sword on my back, conjuring its scabbard from the nowhere as I do so. Pointing my left hand towards the crater, I once more cast the summoning charm, bringing something else flying towards me. I can't actually believe you survived. I whisper, looking at the 15-inch long piece of elder wood, with 6 small protrusions resembling dried elderberries along its length. The elder wand, the wand of death, the death stick, a deathly hallow. I place it flat on my palm, and observe it for a moment. The handle was made of elder wood, just like the rest of the wand, and it seemed as if it was just one piece, unlike my previous wand, where 2 different pieces of acacia wood were used to make the handle, and the wand. Unlike my acacia wand, this one also wasn't smooth at the handle either. The handle consisted of a flattened protrusion, about half an inch thick, then a centimeter thick straight cylindrical part, then another protrusion, and another. All of this counted at just 4 inches of the wand, counting as the handle. There were runes carved on the wand handle, but none of them made any sense to me, since the language was completely unknown. The only reason I know they're runes, and not just squiggles, is that the carvings have a certain curve to them, like cursive handwriting. The remaining 11 inches of the elder wand had 4 protrusions, each one separated by 1.5 inches, and each protrusion was just a bit smaller than the one before. This left about 2.5 inches of plain elder wood, pointed at the top, for the wand tip. Spinning the wand in my hand once, I place it inside the nowhere, and lift my sword back up. I just lost my wand, I'm not going to start using a new one so soon. I need to get over this loss first. And I need to get the fuck out of wherever the fuck I am, and find out where this place is. Spinning my sword in my left hand, I once more glance at the blackened stump on my right elbow. Galadmagol, the light sword. While not as light, as healing, as the original light sword, yet, the sword did have healing properties. It was also enchanted not to harm me, unless I do it myself. So I could still cut myself, but only if I actually wanted it to, and just for that single moment. With a single swing, I cut the sword through my bicep, cutting off the elbow, and some of the bicep. Ah! Goddamn son of a bitch! I wince, whispering in pain, but not yelling. Then, I float the sword in front of myself, telekinetically keeping it there, and cast an incendio charm at my fallen flesh and bone. Sniffing, at the smell of my own burning flesh, I turn my head back towards the sword floating in front of me. I sigh, and mumble, let's just get this over with. And then, the sword, my Galadmagol, speeds towards me, and stabs into my bicep, going fully through. I immediately feel the effects, as soon as I get used to the pain of having a sword sticking out of my arm, while bleeding through the stump, and through the stab wound. The dark magic immediately gets absorbed by the sword, getting cleansed by it surprisingly fast. Within a minute, my bleeding stops, as the dark magic is completely removed from my body, and I take the sword out, placing it once more into the scabbard on my back. As the sword stab wound heals, and my bones begin healing, I start walking towards east, after casting a point me on a stick I picked up, keeping my telepathy active. Hopefully I'm not somewhere dangerous. Growl. Half a minute after beginning the walk, my stomach reminds me that I'm still hungry, and I sigh. Unfortunately, I never prepared anything edible to be stored within nowhere, since food doesn't stay fresh inside. Time still passes, and stasis charms are not permanent. I definitely should have tried something, though. Teaches me not to be overconfident. Sighing once more, I look around, trying to see if there are any fruits available, while at the same time keeping my eyes and ears open for any animals, and telepathy to hear for any approaching humans. A half hour later, I happily munch on a few guavas, while having also found more than a few wild bananas, and oranges. Hearing something running across the forest ground, about 100 meters in front of me, I stab my left hand forward, the right yet to heal, and cast a stunning charm. The charm hits the small animal perfectly, dropping it down. Waving my hand, I summon it towards me, and see that it's a hare. I had smelled it, yes, but the hares of wherever I am do not smell the same as the mountain hares of Scotland. Well, time to eat. Waving my hands, now about a kilometer away from the crater I had created by my possible fall, or my arrival here, I cast a few wards. Muggle repellent, a few privacy wards, and an illusion ward that showed the place exactly as it was, before I came here. I couldn't exactly go to the mirror dimension anymore, since my sling ring was also destroyed by the explosion, which was also why I was yet to take a portal home. Which means, I was limited to walking, flying, and apparating, and I doubt even Merlin can apparate across the oceans. After having a light lunch, since the sun was right above us, I continue my walk, staying completely vigilant. I had gotten my lesson twice now, once when Tim died, and now, when I almost died. I still have no idea how I survived, since I didn't do anything to save my life. There was literally no time to do anything. One moment Gellert exploded in my face. Not like that. And the next, I'm falling on the hard ground of this forest, creating the crater. Well, puzzle for another time. About 3 hours later, after a few apparitions, and more than a few focused telepathy probes, I finally find a few humans, traveling through the forest. Invisible, I stay on top of a tree, and observe them, while also using telepathy to read their minds. The people were white, but they wore old clothes. Their armors were similar to what I had seen Roman centurions were, except with less red and gold. Instead, these people wore steel armor, and a brown tunic. And then, there's their thoughts. Those were even weirder. They were hunting animals, with spears and bows and arrows, with a party of 20 men. Some were here for food, some for extra money, and some just for fun. Either. These people were all schizophrenic, with the same fantasy of being Ptolemy 12 soldiers, or I'm not exactly in the time that I belong in. And knowing my luck. Well, fuck. A/N, FYI, I'm not trying to copy anyone, but some things are bound to overlap. I had already planned on sending him to the past, since there are a few goals I wanted him to complete while in the past. You'll know them later. I had first written Mason waking up in someone's house, but it felt wrong. So, this version came to be him waking up in a forest, alone, and then moving forward, without anyone's help. He doesn't have a sling ring. He cannot create portals without a sling ring, and he definitely cannot do so to exit the mirror dimension. So, he's forced to go through this dimension itself. He won't stay in the past for long, or at least I hope so. It won't be like him staying in the past, and living through these 2000 years. FYI, this is the era just before the last Cleopatra, around 50 BC. Why this era? Even I don't know, it just came to me. Currently, Mason is in North Africa, but not too north. Too north is deserts, and Egypt. He's outside Egypt, in forested regions. Well, the rest will be in the next chapter. Hope I didn't make the last part too long.